Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1569 to Chapter 1651. The middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, "Since you all live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry started in the Tianfeng Plains?" "About half a month ago. It was very loud then, but it seems to be getting weaker now." The village chief answered honestly. "Oh? Half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the Tianfeng Plains in your village? Tell me in detail." The middle-aged man instructed. The village chief told them about the legends of the Tianfeng Plains in detail. After the village chief finished, the Sky Divinity sect members frowned and fell into deep thought. They then scanned the village chief's courtyard, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He stepped out and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. He looked at it carefully and was surprised. Phoenix incense wood. This is actually made of phoenix incense wood. Phoenix incense wood is actually used to make a chair. What a waste. With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious and looked around. That chair is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood. The middle-aged men's eyes lit up. They moved quickly and kept all these things. Haha, the bed inside is also made of phoenix incense wood. The young man laughed and was about to rush into the room. "Hey, why are you acting like bandits? That's my bed. Where am I supposed to sleep if you take it away?" Feng Ling could not help but shout. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Feng Ling. Feng Ling's body trembled and she stepped back. Blood flowed out of her mouth. However, Feng Ling was extremely stubborn and wanted to say something again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Feng Ling. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Sky Divinity sect members. "Please forgive her. My granddaughter is young and insensible. You are all heroes. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, she won't even know how she died," the middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief nodded. The middle-aged man walked into the room and took away Feng Ling's bed. Bang! At this time, in another part of the village, a wooden house suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air as several green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. It was clear that other than the celestial sect's large man and a few others, there were others who came to the village and discovered the phoenix incense wood. There's more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the poison sect take everything. When the heavenly divinity sect's men saw this, they hurriedly rushed to the other villagers' houses. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. Before anyone else discovered it, they had to plunder it clean. A few burly men from the celestial sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and began to plunder without restraint. When a villager tried to stop them, they were sent flying with a slap. "Grandpa, what kind of sect are these disciples of? They're like bandits." Feng Ling felt indignant. Sigh, the world of martial arts has always been one where the strong prey on the weak. Village chief sighed. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he cried out, "Not good, that's the ancestral hall." After saying that, the village head hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house. Feng Ling hurriedly followed. At this time, the burly men from the celestial sect and the green-robed youths had already arrived in front of the stone house. The memorial tablets inside are actually made of phoenix incense wood. "We're rich, we're rich." A burly man from the celestial sect cried out in surprise. "That's ours." The green-robed youth's eyes lit up. "Don't even think about it. We found it first," the middle-aged man from the celestial sect said. They strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. Sirs, wait a moment." The village head rushed over and stopped in front of the stone house. He bowed repeatedly. "Old man, what are you doing? Why aren't you scramming?" the middle-aged man berated. "Sirs, the memorial tablets of our ancestors are in there. Please don't take them away. This old man is begging you." The village head knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. The memorial tablets of the ancestors of the village were placed in the stone house. He could take everything else, but he could not allow anyone to take those memorial tablets away. Otherwise, how could he face his ancestors? Old man, scram. The middle-aged man kicked the village head out and smashed the wall of the stone house. The village head lay on the ground and vomited blood. Grandpa! Feng Ling shouted and rushed to the village head. She helped him up and was relieved when she saw that the village head was only injured. She then glared at the burly men and scolded, "You're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from robbers. No, you're worse than robbers. How dare you snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors? Little bitch, what did you say? You're courting death." The middle-aged man exuded a cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Ling. He slapped his palm towards Feng Ling. The middle-aged man had used some of his strength in this slap. With Feng Ling's cultivation, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the middle-aged man's palm was caught by a big hand halfway through. A black-faced young man appeared in front of Feng Ling and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was naturally Lu Ming. He had gone to the outskirts of the Tianfeng Plains to check on the situation. He did not find anything unusual and returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. "Brother Lu." Feng Ling called out subconsciously. "Sorry, I'm late." Lu Ming nodded at Feng Ling and the village head. "Brat, how dare you stop me? You're courting death." The middle-aged man saw that it was a black-faced young man who grabbed his wrist. He looked very ordinary. Coupled with the conversation between Lu Ming and Feng Ling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He roared and released his killing intent. Boom, his true yuan exploded and he wanted to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the middle-aged man. Crack, crack, in an instant, the middle-aged man's true yuan was scattered. The bones in his arm broke inch by inch and he looked like a pile of mud. My arm. The coldly arrogant middle-aged man screamed miserably. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and lifted him up. He was like a broken sack as he smashed him heavily on the ground. The ground shook as the middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. He lay in the hole and vomited blood. All the bones in his body were broken and he looked like a pile of mud. On the side, the other burly men from the Sky God sect and the green-robed youths were stunned. Then, the burly men from the Sky God sect roared crazily, "Brat, how dare you hit someone from the Sky God sect? I'll skin you alive." "Noisy," Lu Ming said coldly and moved. Then, he heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming appeared again, the few people from the Celestial sect, as well as a few young men in green robes, were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were stacked on top of each other and many of their bones had been broken. "I'll spare your lives today. Next time, I'll kill you," Lu Ming said, his killing intent cold. Then, he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect were sent flying like rubber balls. They disappeared into the sky. If not for the fact that this was a small village, Lu Ming would have killed them. By the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbstruck. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable powerhouse. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm fine. Sigh, I'm just afraid that those people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill every single one of them." There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, Lu Ming gave the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the furniture of the villagers for fear that other experts would see it and bring trouble. The village chief even went to the ancestral hall and put away the memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village head's courtyard and waited quietly. Outside the heavenly wind plains, there was a mountain peak. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting bolder. I asked them to go to the small village to ask about the situation, but they haven't come back yet," one of the young men said coldly. "Let's wait for a while." If they don't come back, go and check it out. The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon, a few hours had passed. A few middle-aged men flew toward the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the ones who had gone to the small village earlier. Although all their bones had been broken by Lu Ming, they were martial emperors and had strong vitality. By now, they had already recovered a little and rushed over. What's going on? The young man in the lead swept his gaze across the crowd and saw that the few men were injured. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Young Master Luo, you have to uphold justice for us. We found the phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he not give it to us, he even beat us up. He was extremely arrogant and did not even put our divine sky sect in his eyes. The icily arrogant middle-aged man shouted. Phoenix incense wood? Does that small village have phoenix incense wood? The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men flickered. That's right, there is indeed phoenix incense wood, and there is quite a lot of it. The arrogant middle-aged man said. Humph, a small village dares to beat up the people of my heavenly god sect. You're courting death. Let's go. Young Master Luo shouted coldly and led the other young men and the middle-aged men towards the small village in an aggressive manner. When the others nearby saw this, they revealed curious expressions. The heavenly god sect's people are so aggressive. What are they trying to do? Did someone offend the heavenly god sect? Looking at their direction, it seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were many people in the vicinity who followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming sat on a chair with his eyes closed. On the other hand, the village chief and Feng Ling seemed somewhat anxious. They were afraid of the heavenly god sect's revenge. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face turned pale. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped into the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the others from above. You're the one who injured the people of my heavenly god sect? Young Master Luo stared coldly at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming replied indifferently. It's fine as long as it's you. Kill yourself so that I don't have to take action. Young Master Luo said coldly. Hee hee. Shi Nan let out a hollow laugh and ignored young Master Luo's words. He glanced at the middle-aged bulky man behind young Master Luo and said, I've already said that if you dare to come again, I'll kill you. It seems like you don't take my words seriously. Humph, kid, don't be so full of yourself. You're the one who will die today. The middle-aged man snapped. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with sharpness. How bold. Young Master Luo snapped coldly as his body emitted an icy murderous intent. A powerful aura burst out from his body and encapsulated the entire village. Lu Ming dared to disregard him. A mere scum of a small village, a lowly ant, dared to disregard him. He was the new genius of the heavenly god sect, with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. The aura of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm encapsulated the entire village, causing some of the villagers to drop to their knees in fear. I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. You can come to me if you need anything. It has nothing to do with the villagers here. Lu Ming snapped coldly. Nothing to do with you? I'm telling you, not only are you going to die today, these lowly ants will all die too. Young Master Luo snapped coldly. Bang, a gigantic palm materialized and descended from the sky. It covered the entire sky and enveloped the entire village. He was planning to raise the village to the ground with a single palm. Bang, at that instant, Lu Ming was infuriated. An icy murderous intent burst out from his body. He had been holding back as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. Previously, he had not killed the middle-aged bulky men as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. However, it seemed like it was useless for a sect like the Heavenly God sect to hold back. The only way was to kill them until they were intimidated, allowing them to retreat. Bang, Lu Ming lashed out a punch, causing a fist intent to rise into the sky and shatter the giant palm into pieces. Lu Ming sprang into the sky and charged toward young Master Luo and his crew. A powerful aura was unleashed toward them. I've given you a chance, but you're asking for it. Lu Ming snapped coldly. Sixth-layer martial dominator realm, humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. However, I'm telling you, there's a huge difference between our strength even though we're at the same cultivation level. Young Master Luo said. A godly retribution spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the godly retribution spear at Lu Ming. However, he was greeted with a punch from Lu Ming. When the fist landed on the spear of divine retribution, the spear of divine retribution crumbled. The terrifying fist energy broke through young Master Luo's defense and landed on his dantian, penetrating it with a single punch. Young Master Luo stared with his eyes open wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how an ordinary young man he had met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was able to kill him with a single blow even though he was at the same cultivation level as him. He was a genius of the Heavenly God sect. How dare you? The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they stammered as they spoke. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged towards the other young men. His fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The young men did not even have time to scream before they were killed. Then, Lin Fam glanced at the middle-aged men coldly. The middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Spare my life, spare my life. The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down and his body was trembling. I have said before that if you come again, I will kill you. However, you did not take my words to heart. You brought about your own destruction. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he slammed his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level martial emperors. How could they stop Lin Fan? They were slapped to death. What a powerful move. Not far away, the other people who had come to watch the show were also amazed. They did not expect the people of a small village to be so bold and powerful. They killed the people of the Heavenly God sect easily. There were even a few geniuses among them. There will be a good show. The people of the Heavenly God sect are not the only ones here. There are many experts who have come. I am afraid they will go crazy. That's right. The people of the Heavenly God sect will come soon. The people discussed and left the place. They are all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded. Then, he became worried. They had killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should I do? The village chief was worried. Village chief, do you want to move to another place to live? Lu Ming asked. The strength of this small village was too weak. In this martial world, it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today. If it were not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would have been killed. In that case, the village chief would not be able to survive. In the end, if the arrogant middle-aged men were angered, the entire village would be destroyed. This was because the village did not have strong martial strength. However, it had the phoenix incense wood. It had not been discovered in the past. Now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the week. Grandpa, let's leave this place. Feng Ling advised. Sai, we also want to leave, but in the Tsang province, there are powerful vicious beasts everywhere. Just one emperor-level vicious beast can easily destroy our village. But here, we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can intimidate hundreds of vicious beasts. That's why we are safe. As for those big cities, if we want to live in them, we need to spend a lot of origin stones. How can we have so many origin stones? The village chief sighed. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that they had nowhere to go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Village chief, I have a Grotto Heaven treasure. You can enter the Grotto Heaven treasure first, then I will bring you to a place. There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu Clan fort. The Lu Clan fort was extremely spacious. Just a small plot of land was enough to house a few dozen families. Grotto Heaven treasure. The village chief revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed that this little brother Lu before him had a shocking background. Alright, I will call all the villagers here. We will have to trouble you later. The village chief bowed to Lu Ming, then hurriedly left to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept all the villagers into the mountain river diagram. Then, Lu Ming waited there quietly. At this time, the news of a powerful villager killing a few heavenly divinity sect geniuses had already spread in the periphery of the heavenly wind plains. Such a powerful villager. The heavenly divinity sect will definitely seek revenge. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Streaks of light whizzed through the air. One by one, figures came to the small village and stood around it. No one? Did they escape? No, there is one person. Many people looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found a familiar face. Tian Shui and Xianxia, the divine Dragon Valley was quite far away from here. He did not expect Tian Shui and Xianxia to be here. Tian Shui and Xianxia, like the others, stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming curiously. That is Mo Yang. Mo Yang is here. What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and they all looked in one direction. There were about a dozen people in that direction. There were 2 young men and a young woman, and a dozen old men. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, and demonic qi was soaring. Nianqing. When he saw one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The beautiful woman among the young men and women was Xianxia. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the Zhongzhou. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia looked at Lu Ming at the same time. When their eyes met, Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and winked at Lu Ming. I've been recognized, Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Xianxia. No matter how a person changed their appearance, aura, and appearance, their eyes would never change. Obviously, Xianxia had recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Xianxia, and Xianxia also nodded slightly. Lu Ming meant not to reveal his identity for the time being. Xianxia naturally understood Lu Ming's meaning. Mo Yang, who was beside Xianxia, seemed to have noticed Xianxia's abnormality. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. The people from the celestial god sect are here. Someone exclaimed. In the distance, there were at least a dozen figures walking in the air. They were all dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. The person at the front was bathed in sacred light, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. Yuxing, Lu Ming recognized this person at a glance. A year and a half ago, at the treasure peddling meeting in Song Mountain, Yuxing was the leader of the celestial god sect. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yuxing had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. Early-stage martial royal realm, this was Yuxing's cultivation. It was obvious that Yuxing had made rapid progress in the past year and a half. The people from the celestial god sect stood in the sky above the village. They looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. You're the one who killed the genius of the celestial god sect? Yuxing asked coldly. That's right. Lu Ming replied indifferently. How audacious. You're courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where are you hiding? Hand them all over and die. A middle-aged man beside Yuxing scolded. He exuded the aura of a peak level 7 martial royal realm cultivation. Hee, as expected of a great sect. How impressive, how domineering. Their disciples came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even snatch the ancestral tablets of their ancestors. As expected of the self-proclaimed #1 sect in the Tsang prefecture. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the heavenly god sect pale. What? How dare you steal someone's tablet? No wonder you're a disciple of the heavenly god sect. How shameful. How could such a sect be as famous as the divine Dragon Valley? Pfft. A deep voice was heard. It was Tian Shui. The relationship between the Divine Dragon Valley and the Heavenly God sect had worsened after the treasure meeting. Tianshui naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Lad, how dare you slander the Heavenly God sect? I'll make you beg for your life today. The man at the peak of the LV7 martial royal realm shouted angrily. He stepped forward and clawed at Lu Ming. A giant yellow hand was formed in the sky and grabbed at him. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Swoosh, Lu Ming threw the knife out. The knife turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the yellow hand. It then continued to move toward the man. The man's face fell. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at the knife. Clang, the giant axe hit the knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The man's body shook violently. He took 5 or 6 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The expressions of many onlookers changed drastically. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, a very ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife was thrown out casually, and it actually repelled an expert at the peak of the 7th level martial emperor realm, causing him to vomit blood. That kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's knife was covered by a LV6 chaotic territory. It was as heavy as a mountain. It was not difficult to injure an ordinary LV7 martial royal realm expert. Who are you? Yuxing asked with a serious face. He could not believe that there was such an expert in a small village at the border. I'm just a carpenter in a small village. Lu Ming replied calmly. The onlookers looked at each other. A carpenter? How could he be so powerful? Humph, trying to be mysterious. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill. An old man stepped forward with a godly retribution spear in his hand, which he stabbed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh, another expert also attacked. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Both of them possessed cultivations of the 8th layer martial dominator realm, and were planning to kill Lu Ming with a single move. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step forward and soared into the sky. He dodged the sword light and punched out. Boom, the old man's spear of divine punishment was shattered, and the fist energy did not stop, bombarding the old man's body. The old man screamed as his body was torn into pieces. A LV8 martial royal realm expert had been killed by Lu Ming with a single move. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the small knife in his hand again, flying toward another person who had attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force of the knife caused his arm to go numb. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's figure was already charging toward him. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled as the man's body was penetrated. His corpse flew a few thousand meters away and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He was no longer breathing. Many people gasped when they saw that 2 LV8 martial royal realm experts had been killed in an instant. How powerful! His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th layer martial royal realm, but his strength is so powerful that he could kill 2 LV8 martial royal realm experts in an instant. His strength is comparable to a top genius. Could he be a top genius? The onlookers discussed among themselves with various guesses. You're courting death. Yuxing's eyes were extremely cold as he stepped forward. A sacred glow filled the air as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people were startled. Yuxing was about to make his move. Yuxing was a top genius with a superior earthly spiritual body. His strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was also an 8th layer martial royal realm expert, his strength was many times stronger than the previous 2. Yuxing could easily kill them with a single move. Die. Yuxing yelled as a godly retribution spear appeared in his hand and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The godly retribution spear was extremely sharp and powerful. It was incomparable to the previous one. Boom, Lu Ming's way of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration could be heard as the godly retribution spear in Yuxing's hand vibrated vigorously, as if it would shatter at any moment. A terrifying force surged toward Yuxing, causing his face to turn pale. Boom, following this, Lu Ming threw out a punch with his other hand. Yuxing's face turned pale as he threw out a punch with his other hand, which collided with Lu Ming's fist. Another explosion took place, causing Yuxing's face to turn pale as his figure was knocked backward. He was being suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming's cultivation was 2 layers lower than Yuxing's, but he was still able to defeat a genius like Yuxing. Not to mention that Lu Ming's cultivation was now at the peak of the 6th layer martial dominator realm, while Yuxing was only at the early stage of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Die! Lu Ming bellowed. His fists were like rainbows, constantly blasting toward Yuxing. Yuxing let out a roar as a sacred glow burst out from his body, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Yuxing was forced to back off. Let's attack together. Let's kill him together. The others of the Heavenly Divinity sect yelled as they dashed forward and surrounded Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming let out a roar as a dragon's cry could be heard from his body. Following a roar, the godly sword art burst out. Those who were charging toward Lu Ming let out cries of agony as if their souls were being torn apart. On the other hand, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear light shot out like lightning. Puff! 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 In an instant, more than 10 experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming! Yuxing's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use the sacred weapons. The remaining people of the Heavenly Divinity sect roared. Wang! Wang! A few of them exuded a powerful aura as several sacred weapons appeared, emitting a terrifying radiance. It's Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away, there were some powerful figures from the Desire Poison sect. At this moment, some of them took out their sacred weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators nearby were a little dumbfounded. Lu Ming, this person is Lu Ming? The Lu Ming who was famous in the Tsang continent a year and a half ago? The Lu Ming who was going to challenge the Divine Prince at the next treasure sorting meeting. He was hiding in a small mountain village at the border. It's Lu Ming, junior brother, attack. Kill. Tian Shui and Xianxia were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Sacred weapons also flew out from their hands and shot out. Boom. Boom, several experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed. Tian Shui and Xianxia's cultivation had improved rapidly. They had both reached the early stage of the rank 8 martial royal realm like Yuxing. Sky Universe Demon Sect, stop the Desire Poison Sect. On the other side, Xianxia gave the order. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack. Xianxia said again, her face cold. Yes, Holy Maiden. The others responded and attacked the Desire Poison Sect with Xianxia. Sky Universe Demon Sect, what are you doing? Do you want to go against my Poison Desire Sect? The people of the Desire Poison Sect roared. However, Xianxia's face was cold. A black lotus floated above her head and pressed forward. Some of the Desire Poison Sect's experts spat out blood and retreated. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial royal realm. His progress was astonishing. The Black Lotus was obviously a sacred weapon. Although the other people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect did not want to attack, they could only obey the Holy Maiden's order. Mo Yang stood not far away with a cold face and did not attack. However, the Desire Poison Sect's experts were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses in Songzhou. His cultivation had long broken through to the Sage-to-Be realm. If he attacked, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Desire Poison Sect's experts shouted and began to retreat while defending. They had lost the will to fight. Lu Ming had already displayed the black feather wings and rushed toward the Celestial Divinity Sect. The black dragon spear became 1,000 meters long and smashed out, sending a sacred weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning and killed a peak 8th level martial royal realm expert. Puff. Puff. Then, the black feather wings slashed out like a knife and killed a 7th level martial royal realm and an 8th level martial royal realm expert. Tian Shui and Xianxia also showed their power. Tian Shui's hammer had already been swapped for a saint artifact. Every time he swung his hammer, his might would be incomparably shocking. Even a saint artifact would be sent flying by his hammer. A single strike from his hammer would result in either death or injury. Xianxia, on the other hand, wielded a seven-colored saint weapon, which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the other experts of the celestial divinity sect were suppressed and killed. Go! In the end, Saint Yu roared and led the remaining people away, leaving behind more than 20 corpses. Lu Ming and his crew did not chase after them. Among the remaining cultivators, there were a few 9th-layer martial dominator realm experts with sacred weapons. If they were determined to escape, it would not be easy to kill them. Ha ha ha, junior brother, so you're here. You've vanished without a trace this past year. I haven't heard any news about you. Tian Shui kept his giant hammer and patted Lu Ming heavily as he laughed out loud. I was just about to return to the Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to bump into senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. His body changed back to his original appearance. Lu Ming. A cold voice rang out. Xianxia stepped through the air, like a demoness descending to the world, attracting everyone's attention. So beautiful. Is she the saintess of the heavenly demonic sect? I think so. I heard that there's a new saintess in the heavenly demonic sect. She's peerless and talented. The sect leader of the heavenly demonic sect has taken her in as a disciple and is grooming her. Some people discussed among themselves. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The 2 of them looked into each other's eyes, full of affection. Nothing was said. Tian Shui glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said with a grin, haha, junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's so beautiful, a perfect match for you. Junior brother, why didn't you introduce her to us when she's so beautiful? You're going to be punished. Xianxia teased. Haha. Lu Ming smiled and introduced them. Xianxia also bowed politely to Tian Shui and Xianxia, causing them to be overjoyed. Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They've killed so many people from the Celestial Divine Sect. The Celestial Divine Sect won't let this matter rest. We don't want to get involved. At this time, a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold face. When he looked at Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You guys leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming. Xianxia said. Junior sister, you, Mo Yang's face became even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even colder. When Xianxia had just joined the heavenly demonic sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. Later, when the treasure sorting convention was about to begin, Mo Yang came out of seclusion. When he saw Xianxia, he was shocked. Moreover, she was his junior sister. In his heart, Xianxia was already his woman. Later, when he heard that Xianxia had a boyfriend, he was suddenly filled with intense jealousy and murderous intent. Therefore, he had taken action to stop Zifeng in Song Mountain. Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's better for me to stay by your side. Mo Yang said as his gaze shifted. This made Xianxia frown. As for Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could Lu Ming not see? Through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already asked someone to leave, but someone is really thick-skinned and insists on following her. Isn't he ashamed? Tian Shui sneered. What did you say? Mo Yang asked with a sullen face. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Tian Shui curled his lips. Humph. Mo Yang snorted coldly, then looked at Xianxia and said, Junior sister, you have to think carefully. Our Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley belong to different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming challenged the Divine Child, so he will definitely be killed by the Divine Child in a year and a half. He won't be able to live for much longer, so it's not too late for you to leave him now. Mo Yang. Xianxia shouted coldly. Her face was unusually cold as she said, let me tell you, Lu Ming won't die in a year and a half. The Divine Child will be the one to die. Also, you are my senior brother, so I respect you. If anyone else had said such things, I would have already taken action. Now, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Junior sister, you. Mo Yang's face was extremely ugly. In the end, he gave Lu Ming a cold look, then turned around and left. The other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect also left with Mo Yang. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming apologetically. Haha, you don't have to say such things to me. Moreover, this shows that you have great charm. Since such a charming beauty has taken a fancy to me, wouldn't I feel a greater sense of accomplishment? Lu Ming said with a smile. Shameless. Xianxia also smiled. By the way, Xiaoqing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. The Heavenly Universe Demon sect was adjacent to Dragon God Valley, which was far from the western part of Tsangzhou. So, why would Xianxia and the others appear here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Mo Yang and I, along with other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, were chasing a traitor of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. We happened to be nearby, so when we heard the news, we rushed over to take a look. Xianxia said. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this moment, a piece of news came and the onlookers all flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains? Lu Ming and the other three were also surprised. Junior brother, shall we go and take a look? Tian Shui said. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanningxin immediately flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. Chirp, at this moment, a phoenix cry was heard from the Tianfeng Plains. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine phoenix is about to fall and that's why it keeps crying? Xianxia guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Soon, the four of them arrived at the periphery of the Tianfeng Plains. The Tianfeng Plains had a vast territory. Many people were standing in the air at the periphery of the vast plains. Lu Ming and the other three were standing at the back. They were not eye-catching at all. Whoosh whoosh, in the Tianfeng Plains, strong winds howled and huge tornadoes swept across the land. There were many of them and they were densely packed together. It was a spectacular sight to behold from afar. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. They seemed to have appeared suddenly 80,000 years ago. Some guessed that there had been a great battle between powerful experts and they were formed by the power of law. Others speculated that they were formed because of a formation set up inside. There were many different opinions and no one agreed on the answer. But now, some tornadoes were moving slowly towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. As time passed, the number of moving tornadoes increased and they were all moving in the same direction towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Gradually, the number of tornadoes on the heavenly wind plains decreased, and the place became bustling with activity. At this moment, another phoenix cry was heard and it seemed to be clearer. The Tianfeng Plains have retreated. Something must have happened inside. There must be treasures in there. Opportunities and dangers coexist in any forbidden land. Now that the Tianfeng Plains have retreated, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people were tempted and their eyes were burning. Whoosh, suddenly, someone moved and rushed into the Tianfeng Plains. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and rushed into the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Seeing that the person was fine, even more people moved. They rushed towards the heavenly wind plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. It won't be too late to retreat if there's danger. Even more people rushed towards the heavenly wind plains. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. This was even more so for martial arts cultivators. They had to rely on themselves to seize opportunities. Rainbow lights flashed, and countless figures charged into the heavenly wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Desire Poison sect, Yu Xing and the others from the Celestial God sect, as well as Mo Yang and the others, rushing into the Tianfeng Plains. Let's go take a look too. Lu Ming said. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright. Tian Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Then, they stepped forward and charged into the Tianfeng Plains. Hoo-hoo, As soon as they rushed into the Tianfeng plains, they felt the whistling of the wind. It was like a blade blowing on their bodies. They used their true ether to protect their bodies, blocking the blade-like wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left, and they were constantly moving. However, their speed was not fast, and there were many gaps, which were enough for them to pass through easily. Soon, the three of them had flown thousands of miles into the Tianfeng plains. Die. Not far away, some people were fighting. One of them was blasted away and swept into a tornado. He immediately let out a shrill scream. In front of Lu Ming and the others, this person was torn to pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power! Tian Shui licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a level 9 spiritual weapon and threw it at a nearby tornado. After the level 9 spiritual weapon was swept into the tornado, it shattered within a few breaths of time. It was cut into pieces by the terrifying wind. The four of them turned solemn. The power of the tornado was truly terrifying. No wonder it was said that Saint Realm experts would most likely die if they were swept into it. It was not a lie. The four of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Swoosh, suddenly, they saw a branch being thrown out from a tornado. It's the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was so powerful that even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a mark of a phoenix on the branch. That was the characteristic of the phoenix incense wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood that they obtained was also blown out from the Tianfeng plains. The four of them quickly rushed toward the phoenix incense wood. This phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. It seemed to be a branch from a huge ancient tree. Haha, such a big branch. How many origin stones is it worth? Tian Shui laughed. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the four of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood and get lost. An old man in a black robe snapped coldly. These people were either middle-aged or old men. Each of them possessed a powerful aura. Even the weakest among them possessed a cultivation of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Some of them had even reached the 9th layer martial dominator realm. You're asking us to get lost? You're the ones getting lost. Come and try if you want to die. A giant hammer appeared in Tian Shui's hand as his eyes flickered ferociously. Stubborn fools, die. One of the men in a black robe uttered a roar and made his move, charging toward Tian Shui. A long spear was thrust forward, encapsulating Tian Shui's figure. Die. Tian Shui uttered a roar as he lashed out with his giant hammer. Bang, the spear's shadows disappeared as the giant hammer landed on the man's body. Following a groan, the man's body was flattened and sent flying a few hundred meters away. Killed with a single attack. Let's work together. The old man in a black robe let out a furious roar as his peak 9th layer martial dominator realm aura burst out. A terrifying saber glow slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were not present during the battle between Lu Ming's group and the Heavenly Divinity sect. They did not recognize Lu Ming's group. If they had witnessed the battle, they would not have dared to attack Lu Ming's group. A cold grin appeared on Lu Ming's face as he poured his true energy into the flowing force gloves and threw out a punch. Bang, the weight of the flowing force gloves was shocking. Together with the chaotic domain and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, its power was terrifying. The saber glow of the opponent was shattered by the punch, while the punch continued toward the old man in a black robe. The old man in a black robe was startled as he blocked with his saber. Clang, Lu Ming's fist landed on the battle saber and the battle saber exploded. His fist did not stop and landed on the body of the elder in the black robe. The elder in the black robe let out an indignant roar. His body exploded just like his battle saber. A 9th layer martial dominator realm cultivator without a sacred weapon. How weak. If Lu Ming's words were heard by the people of the small sects, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Holy weapons were the exclusive weapons of the Saint Realm experts. They were very precious and very few people below the Saint Realm had them. Previously, Lu Ming had only encountered top-notch geniuses who were heavily groomed by their respective sections. Only then did they possess a sacred weapon. Some small sects did not have a sacred weapon. Even if some small sects had a sacred weapon, it was also a cornerstone treasure of the sect. Even in the 13 top sects of the Tsang prefecture, most of the LV8 and LV9 martial royal realm cultivators used royal spiritual weapons. Many of the half-sages used royal spiritual weapons instead of holy weapons. Myriad Demons Realm. On the other side, Xianxia shouted as her realm spread out. In Xianxia's realm, there was a beautiful demonish shadow sitting cross-legged and suppressing all directions. An old man of LV9 martial royal realm was enveloped by Xianxia's myriad demons realm. He roared as if he had gone mad. Then, Xianxia slapped out and the old man was killed. Myriad demons realm? It seems that Xiaoqing's combat strength has increased after entering the martial queen realm. Lu Ming was excited. He was happy for Xianxia. No wonder she could be accepted as a pro-disciple of the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and become the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xianxing's spiritual body was definitely a superior earthly spiritual body. Lu Ming even felt that Xianxing's body was hiding a terrifying power. While Lu Ming was thinking, Tian Shui and Xuanxin each killed a person. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left. Let's go, let's go. The remaining 3 people were almost scared to death and ran away frantically. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not bother to chase them. They knew that these people were from small sects and did not take them seriously. Let's share this piece of phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming grabbed the phoenix incense wood and condensed his genuine qi into a knife. He divided the wood into 4 parts and put them away. Is there a huge phoenix incense tree in the Tianfeng Plains? Tian Shui licked his lips, revealing a fiery glow. The section just now was clearly just a branch. If the branch was so big, then how big would the main trunk be? The divine bird, the phoenix, resides in the Tianfeng Plains. Perhaps it lives on the trunk of the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming speculated. Then, the 4 of them continued forward. Junior sister. Not long after, a voice was heard as Mo Yang flew over from the side. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin furrowed their brows. They hadn't expected to meet Mo Yang here. Junior sister, I've finally found you. With a smile on his face, Mo Yang flew over and looked at Xianxia with concern. Someone really doesn't have any self-awareness. Sister-in-law already told you to leave. Why are you still here? Tian Shui said disdainfully. Mo Yang glanced at Tian Shui, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for Xianxia, he would have already killed Tian Shui, Lu Ming, and the other 2. My junior sister is the Holy Maiden of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. This time, I've been ordered to come out and protect her, so I must stay by her side. Mo Yang said. Xianxia frowned and said, Mo Yang, I don't need your protection. Lu Ming will protect me. Junior sister, I've been ordered by my master, and I dare not disobey. Otherwise, I'll definitely be punished when I return. So, even if you chase me away, I'll still follow you. Mo Yang said. F*ck, some people's skin is thicker than an elephant's. Tian Shui said unhappily. It's not just an elephant's skin. It's thicker than a city wall. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Xuanxin said. Shut up. If you dare to insult me again, I'll kill you. Mo Yang shouted, and a violent aura emanated from his body. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the dense demonic aura burned like flames. Bam! Bam! Tian Shui and Xuanxin were suppressed by this aura, and they couldn't help but retreat several steps. Whoosh! Lu Ming appeared in front of Tian Shui and Xuanxin, spreading his black wings to resist Mo Yang's aura. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in Songzhou. His cultivation had long reached the sage-to-be realm, and he was definitely not someone they could match. Mo Yang, they're my friends. If you want to touch them, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming, glaring at Mo Yang. Mo Yang's eyes were full of the flames of jealousy, as if they were about to burn. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly smiled and said, Junior sister, you're overthinking. They're your friends, so why would I touch them? Let's go, I'll set off with you. There may be great treasures in the Tianfeng Plains. Xianxia looked at Mo Yang coldly, feeling helpless. Mo Yang insisted on following them, so she couldn't do anything about it. The group continued to move forward without anyone else. The Tianfeng Plains was huge, and they continued to move forward for thousands of miles, passing through huge tornadoes as they slowly went deeper into the Tianfeng Plains. Along the way, they heard the cries of phoenixes several times, but they felt that the sounds were getting softer and softer. Hey, look over there. There seems to be a piece of phoenix incense wood. Suddenly, Mo Yang pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over and saw a piece of phoenix incense wood on the left. There were huge, exposed boulders on the ground. The boulders were very smooth, and they must have been rubbed into that shape by the strong winds. The phoenix incense wood was between the boulders. Everyone rushed over, but no one noticed that Mo Yang's eyes revealed a smug sneer and cold murderous intent. Not good. There's an ambush. Retreat. Just as they approached the phoenix incense wood, Lu Ming inexplicably felt a strong sense of danger. He roared and was about to pull Xianxia and the others back. But it was too late. Figures flashed, and at least a dozen figures rushed out from behind the boulders, surrounding Lu Ming and the others. Yuxing, the Celestial God sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming glanced around and found that one of them was Yuxing. The others were not young, and judging from their clothes, there were people from the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Yuxing's eyes were cold. This brat has killed so many people from the Celestial God sect. He's really digging his own grave. A white-haired elder from the Celestial God sect said coldly. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. A half-saint, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuanxin, and Xianxing's faces changed drastically. The other party had sent out a half-saint expert. Boom. Boom, then, a few more terrifying auras erupted, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Half-saints again. The Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect both had half-saints. In total, there were 3 half-saints, although the 9th level of the martial royal realm was 1 level lower than the half-saints, the gap was huge. With the cultivation of Tian Shui and Xuanxin, who were in the early 8th level of the martial royal realm, they could kill an ordinary peak 9th level of the martial royal realm. However, they were no match for a half-saint. Moreover, there were 3 half-saints. Obviously, the Celestial sect and the Poison Desire clan were determined to kill Lu Ming and the others this time. Moreover, in the Tianfeng Plains, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't even know how they died, so the Divine Dragon Valley couldn't avenge them. It was normal for them to die in a forbidden area. The 2 of you from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The white-haired elder from the Celestial sect looked at Mo Yang and Xianxia. Okay, we'll leave immediately. Mo Yang said hurriedly. No, I won't leave. Xianxia shook her head and stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in her eyes. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming is so bold that he offended the Celestial sect and the Poison Desire clan. He's courting death, so why are you accompanying him? Mo Yang roared with jealousy. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. This is my own life, so I choose it myself. Xianxia said coldly. No, you're my junior sister, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to the Master and the entire Heavenly Universe Demon sect? I must take you away. Mo Yang said firmly. Little Qing, leave. Lu Ming spoke at this moment. No, I want to stay with you. Xianxia shook her head with a determined look in her eyes. She knew that Lu Ming was doing this for her own good, but she wouldn't leave. Whoosh, at this moment, Mo Yang made his move, grabbing Xianxia's shoulder. The power of law poured in and sealed Xianxia's cultivation. He then grabbed Xianxia and quickly retreated. Mo Yang, let me go. Xianxia roared. I won't let you go. I won't let you die with Lu Ming. Mo Yang said coldly, grabbing Xianxia and retreating from the encirclement. Attack. As soon as Mo Yang and Xianxia retreated, the white-haired elder from the celestial god sect roared. A long spear appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifyingly sharp aura as he thrust it towards Lu Ming. Without a doubt, this was a saint weapon. Voila, a pair of black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back. At the same time, a saint artifact shield appeared in front of him. Clang, the long spear struck the sacred artifact shield and sent it flying. Following that, the long spear did not stop and struck the black wings. Lu Ming felt his entire body tremble as he was sent flying by a terrifying force. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xianxia used their saint weapons at the same time. However, the half-saint on the other side also made a move. He also used a saint weapon and was extremely powerful. Tian Shui and Xianxia were no match for him. Like Lu Ming, they were blown away and almost vomited blood. We can't stay here and fight. Let's go. With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming appeared beside Tian Shui and Xianxia and said. This time around, it was obvious that the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Poison Desire sect had come prepared. The three half-saints all possessed sacred armaments. There were even a few cultivators of the ninth layer of the Martial Emperor realm who possessed sacred armaments. Their battle prowess was extremely powerful. Bubble! Lu Ming called out. Chirp chirp, Bubble waved its little paws and a space-time passage appeared. The three of them were about to cross the space-time passage and leave. You want to leave? Dream on. The other half-saint from the celestial god sect shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a large cauldron expanded to the size of a mountain and pressed down on the space-time passage, blocking their way. Let's rush out and head towards the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tian Shui and Xianxia. Although the Desire Poison sect's poison gas was very powerful and could kill without leaving a trace, its offensive power was far inferior to the celestial god sects. Since the space-time passage was blocked, they could only rush out from the Desire Poison sect's direction. Kill! Tian Shui roared. The three of them gathered together and controlled their saint weapons to charge towards the Desire Poison sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! All kinds of attacks came at them from the side. Lu Ming controlled his saint weapon shield and black wings to defend the three of them. Dong! Dong! All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming's shield and black wings, causing a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body shook and his blood boiled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kill! 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 Tian Shui roared madly and Xianxia roared. The two of them worked together and charged forward. Their combat strength was indeed shocking. Unless one was a half-saint, no one would be able to stop them. Several Desire Poison sect cultivators were blasted apart by Tian Shui's giant hammer and turned into poison gas. The three of them worked together and charged in that direction. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Poison Vine Law, Coil. The half-saint of the Desire Poison sect was surrounded by surging poisonous aura. He shouted loudly and pressed his hands against the void. Whoosh! Countless poisonous vines suddenly appeared in the void. Each of the poisonous vines was covered with barbs. They covered the sky and the sun, shrouding Lu Ming and the other two. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. These poison vines were formed from the Poison Vine Law. They were filled with poison and were extremely tough. Tian Shui and Xianxia's attacks landed on the poison vines but were unable to break them. The poison vines enveloped the three of them from all directions, quickly closing in. Whoosh! The black wings expanded and enveloped the three of them, forming a sphere. In the next moment, the Poison Vine Law arrived and wrapped around the sphere formed by the black wings. Sizzle! Sizzle! The poison vines wrapped around the black wings and emitted ear-piercing sounds. However, the black wings were a saint weapon and the poison vines could not break them. Even the lowest level Mingxing weapon was not something that a half-saint expert could break. Only a saint realm expert could forcefully break a half-saint weapon. Humph. What's the use of hiding in a tortoise shell? Let's see if your sacred weapon will be able to protect you in that tornado. The half-saint of the Desire Poison sect spoke coldly. He controlled the poisonous vines and flew toward one of the tornadoes. When it neared one of the tornadoes, the half-saint of the Desire Poison sect slapped his palm and the poisonous vines that were wrapped around Lu Ming and the rest flew directly into one of the tornadoes. Lu Ming! Xianxia roared in the distance as she struggled frantically. However, she was held tightly by Mo Yang and could not move. Haha! Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you will still die if you go against the Celestial God sect. Yuxing laughed. Whoosh! Whoosh, the tornado whistled and was extremely shocking as it slowly moved toward the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. The people of the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect watched from the outside for a while. When they saw that there was no movement, they left one after another. Mo Yang, let me go! Xianxia roared. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot and filled with cold murderous intent. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming and the others have been sent into the tornado. They are dead for sure, and they deserve it for offending the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison sect. Mo Yang sneered, but his heart was wild with joy. Lu Ming is finally dead. Xianxia should give up now. Mo Yang, let me go. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. At this moment, Xianxia had calmed down. However, her body was filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent, which made Mo Yang feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. Humph, B*TCH. Anyway, Lu Ming is already dead. In the future, I will definitely make you loyal to me. Mo Yang thought to himself as he gritted his teeth and let go of Xianxia. Xianxing's cultivation had been restored, but her gaze was even colder. She looked at Mo Yang and said, Mo Yang, you are really despicable. You actually colluded with the Celestial sect and the Poison clan to assassinate Lu Ming. You are indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 evildoers in the Xianxia. Her words were full of mockery. Junior sister, what did you say? Mo Yang's face changed slightly, and he revealed an ugly smile. What did I say? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? How did the Celestial sect and the Poison clan know where we are? Moreover, they were able to set up an ambush here so precisely. If it wasn't someone who tipped them off, then what was it? You deliberately looked for us before, and then you were with us to tip us off, right? Xianxia said coldly. She was smart enough to think that meeting Mo Yang was purely a coincidence, but now that she thought about it, she knew that everything had been arranged by Mo Yang. Junior sister, don't slander me. Mo Yang's face was cold. Humph, you know best whether you did it or not. I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, I will kill you. Xianxia said coldly. She then moved and flew toward the tornado that Lu Ming and the others were in. B*TCH, B*TCH. Sooner or later, I will make you beg for mercy in front of me. Looking at Xianxia's back as she left, Mo Yang's eyes were full of malevolence, as well as a dense and scorching evil desire. Xianxia came outside the tornado that Lu Ming had entered and watched from afar. Whoosh, the tornado whistled and slowly moved toward the Tianfeng Plains. Xianxia followed the tornado and moved inside. After half a day, Xianxia's face changed. This was because many tornadoes had appeared in front of him. This tornado had actually merged with the other tornadoes. Many tornadoes had appeared there, blocking Xianxia's path forward. Lu Ming, you have a mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram is something that can only be refined by an emperor-level powerhouse. It should be able to block the power of the tornadoes. Xianxia whispered. Even so, her eyes were still full of worry. She stood there for a long time until Lu Ming's tornado was completely out of sight. Only then did she leave. As Lu Ming and the others were thrown into the tornadoes, the terrifying wind howling and spinning, they were constantly cutting the poisonous vines outside. The poisonous vines were formed from the power of laws and were incomparably tough. However, in the gale, they were quickly cut apart and turned to ashes. Sizzle, the fierce wind sliced the black wings, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The black wings trembled unceasingly as they emitted an ear-piercing sound. Damn it, we've been blasted into a tornado. Tianxia roared. What? We. Xuanxin frowned. Dong. After a while, the black wings vibrated more and more violently. Lu Ming's chaotic domain that covered the black wings could not withstand the cutting of the wind at all. Soon, the chaotic domain was cut open. Lu Ming's body trembled. A terrifying force poured into his body through the black wings. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that could only be refined by an emperor-level powerhouse. It should be able to block the cutting of the wind. As for how to get out, they could only think of a way later. The wind here was too strong. It was so strong that even with Bubble's cultivation realm, she could not open a space-time tunnel to rush out. Because once the space-time tunnel was opened, it would be destroyed by the wind. Then, Lu Ming's glabella shone. He kept Skyhammer and Xianxia into the mountain and river diagram. Just as he was about to enter the mountain and river diagram, his expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he felt that the air-frozen pearl in his sea of consciousness was vibrating slightly. The air-frozen pearl is a wind attribute treasure. Maybe it can restrain the wind. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a thought, the air-frozen pearl flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and suspended above Lu Ming's head. The air-frozen bead vibrated slightly and a ray of green light shone down, shrouding Lu Ming. At this moment, the vibration of the black wings disappeared. Lu Ming could feel that the gale automatically bypassed the energy emitted by the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The air-frozen pearl was indeed useful. Then, Lu Ming put away the black wings. A green halo enveloped Lu Ming. No matter how the wind whistled outside, when it encountered the green halo, it automatically bypassed it. Whoosh, at this moment, a green light flew from below the tornado. It was a green crystal, the size of a fist. It's a wind crystal. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this kind of crystal. The wind crystal was a kind of crystal that only appeared in places with extremely rich wind elements after a long time. It was a wind attribute treasure and was very precious. The wind crystal flew directly to the air-frozen bead and disappeared into it. Lu Ming felt that the light on the air-frozen pearl seemed to be more intense. With a chirp, a bird flew out from the air-frozen pearl and circled around it, as if it was cheering. The air-frozen pearl was absorbing the energy of the wind crystal. Lu Ming looked around. There was wild wind in all directions, blocking his sight. He could not see the outside scene at all. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that the tornado was constantly moving. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, another wind crystal flew up from below and integrated into the air-frozen pearl. The air-frozen pearl emitted a light that was brighter. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he went into the mountain river diagram and the Skyhammer. Xianxia said something and went out again. He let the air-frozen pearl float and waited quietly. About half a day later, the air-frozen pearl absorbed a total of 5 wind crystals. Rumble, there was a burst of vibration outside the tornado. Is it merging with other tornadoes? Lu Ming guessed. At this time, the bird on the air-frozen pearl chirped, flapped its wings, and flew to the side. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the air-frozen pearl to fly to the side of the tornado. The tornado could not hinder them at all. Lu Ming went directly through the tornado and saw that there was another tornado next to it. As soon as Lu Ming came out, he entered another tornado. Whoosh, as soon as he entered the tornado, a wind crystal flew into the air-frozen pearl. Haha, it turns out that the air-frozen pearl wants to absorb the wind crystal. Then let it absorb as much as it wants. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. He controlled the air-frozen pearl to fly under the tornado. Soon, it absorbed another 5 wind crystals. Then, Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen pearl to rush out of the tornado. Lu Ming discovered that there were many tornadoes gathered and they were close together. Lu Ming did not look at it and continued to rush into the next tornado. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed. He had entered more than 10 tornadoes and the wind-calming bead had absorbed dozens of wind crystals. The wind-calming bead was extremely rich and sparkling and dazzling. It's almost done. Let's go out and see what's going on. Lu Ming said in his heart. Then, he controlled the air-frozen pearl to go out of the tornado. Outside, there was an open space. Tornadoes surrounded the area, and there was no way out. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Tian Shui and Xuanxin came out of the mountain river diagram. Junior brother, where are we? As soon as Tian Shui appeared, a giant hammer appeared in his hand, and he looked around. We should be in the depths of the Tianfeng Plains, surrounded by tornadoes. Lu Ming said. Oh. Tian Shui and Xuanxin looked around, and when they saw that there was no danger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll kill anyone from the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan when I see them in the future. But how did they find us before? They even ambushed us there. Tian Shui cursed. It must be Mo Yang. He colluded with the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. That's why we were ambushed. Xuanxin said. Senior sister is right. It wasn't a coincidence that Mo Yang met us. He deliberately found us and then ambushed us. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had thought of this when they were ambushed by the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. Therefore, he let Mo Yang take Xianxia away because he knew that Xianxia would not be in danger if Mo Yang took Xianxia away. Mo Yang. It's him. I'll crush him sooner or later. Tian Shui said with a murderous look. Lu Ming nodded. He would kill Mo Yang sooner or later. This area is surrounded by tornadoes. There must be something unusual. Let's check it out nearby. Lu Ming said. Tian Shui and Xuanxin nodded, and the three of them went forward to check the area. The area was quite wide, spanning dozens of miles. What's that over there? It seems to be feathers. Xuanxin suddenly pointed forward. The three of them rushed over and found that the ground was full of holes, and some feathers were scattered. These are phoenix feathers. Lu Ming was shocked. He had gotten a few phoenix feathers before, so he would never be mistaken. The feathers scattered on the ground were all phoenix feathers. There were more than a dozen of them. They really are phoenix feathers. It seems that there is a divine phoenix living in the Tianfeng Plains. Tian Shui said. Senior brother, senior sister, the phoenix feather is very useful to me. I don't know if you can give it to me. I'm willing to use other treasures to offset it. Lu Ming said. He could let his second body refine the phoenix feather flying sword. Previously, there were only 5 phoenix feather flying swords, and the phoenix feathers used in those 5 phoenix feather flying swords were not of a very high level. However, the phoenix feathers in front of him exuded a faint saintly aura. Clearly, they were left behind by a saintly phoenix. If they were refined into phoenix feather flying swords, they would be even more powerful. Furthermore, the more phoenix feather flying swords there were, the more powerful the sword formation would be. Junior brother, what are you saying? If you have a use for it, just take it all. Why do you need to offset it? Xuanning thought. That's right. You saved our lives just now. You're treating me like an outsider. I'm not happy about that. Tian Shui grinned. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ming cupped his fists and waved his hand. The dozen phoenix feathers on the ground were all taken into the mountain river diagram and landed in the second body's hand. This place is full of potholes. It's obvious that there was a great battle. It seems that the divine phoenix was severely injured. Could it be that the cry of the phoenix was made after it was severely injured? Xuanning guessed. It's possible. Let's take a look again. Lu Ming nodded and said. Then, the three of them continued to investigate. However, the three of them were highly focused. If a saintly phoenix was injured, it was obvious that the opponent of the saintly phoenix was extremely powerful. Whether it was a human or a divine beast, they had to be careful. Along the way, the ground was full of potholes. It could be seen how fierce the battle was. On the way, Lu Ming and the others found a few more phoenix feathers, which were all put away by Lu Ming. Not long after, they found a deep pit. The pit was more than 500 meters in length and width and more than 1,000 meters deep. When the three of them saw it, they speculated that there used to be a huge ancient tree. Now, it had been dug away, including its roots. Phoenix incense wood. The three of them looked at each other and thought of the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the divine phoenix lived on the phoenix incense wood. Now, the divine phoenix was injured and missing, and the phoenix incense wood had been dug away by someone. There are scattered tree roots over there. Xianxia's eyes saw tree roots in the deep pit. The three of them flew down and saw a tree root. It was as thick as a thigh and emitted a strange fragrance. It was definitely the phoenix incense wood. Let's look again. There might be some scattered tree roots, Lu Ming said. The three of them began to search, turning over the soil in the deep pit. Indeed, the three of them found quite a number of tree roots. The value of the phoenix incense wood's tree roots was even more valuable than the tree branches. The three of them divided it equally and gained a lot. It's a pity that the entire phoenix incense wood has been dug away. Otherwise, how much would it be worth if we got it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The phoenix incense wood could help a martial artist calm his mind. Any martial artist would need it. How many martial artists were there in Yuanlu? No one knew. The phoenix incense wood was definitely something that everyone would fight for. An entire phoenix incense wood could be sold for a lot of origin stones. The three of them searched carefully again. After finding nothing, they left the place. Soon, the three of them were shocked because they found a person. To be more precise, there was a blood pit there. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. Eden. Lu Ming was shocked. That figure was actually Eden from the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this person. This person's bloodline was of Phoenix Guqin. He could play the divine tune of the phoenix and was very powerful. Eden was actually able to enter this place. At this moment, Eden was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. The blood in the blood pit turned into phantoms of phoenixes and entered Eden's body. The blood was obviously the blood of the phoenix. Lu Ming, do you know this person? Xianxia asked. Yes, he came from the same continent group as me. He was a peerless genius in our continent group and later joined the Celestial Sect. Lu Ming said. Someone from the Celestial Sect. Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. However, Eden was completely unaware of the outside world. He was fully focused on absorbing the blood of the phoenix. Bang, a moment later, an illusionary figure of a phoenix flew out from Eden's body. After letting out a cry, Eden's aura skyrocketed. Fifth layer Martial Dominator Realm. It was obvious that Eden's cultivation had broken through to the fifth layer Martial Dominator Realm. At this moment, Eden opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes widened and he quickly backed away. Lu Ming, it's you? Soon after, Eden let out a cry of surprise, as if it was in disbelief. Of course it's me. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming said with a smile. Eden pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Ming, I've already left the Celestial Sect. Oh? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Eden shook his head. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's philosophy and actions are not in line with my martial Tao. If I continue to stay, my cultivation progress will be even slower. Haha, kid, you have good taste. It's good that you left. The Heavenly Divinity Sect will be destroyed by the Divine Dragon Valley sooner or later. Xianxia laughed loudly. He would be happy whenever he heard someone belittling the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Are you the only one who left? Lu Ming asked. Ji Hongchen also left. However, after she left with me, she kept heading west and left the Tsang state. I don't know where she is now. Eden said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was good that these people left. It would be difficult to attack the Heavenly Divinity Sect in the future. How did you enter this place? What happened here? Lu Ming asked again. Eden had entered this place earlier than them, so he might know something. I followed the crowd into the Heavenly Wind Plains. Not long after, I had a strong feeling. I followed the feeling and came here. As soon as I arrived, this place was already like this. However, the hurricane did not surround us at that time. After Yi Dian finished speaking, he looked around and frowned when he saw the whirlwind surrounding them. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Eden had entered this place earlier than them. Now, it seems that we have to wait for the hurricane to move before we can leave this place. Eden looked around again and said. Not necessarily. Lu Ming smiled, making Eden's eyes light up. Then, the few of them checked the area again, but they did not find anything. Eden, do you want to leave this place? I'll take you with me. Lu Ming said. Can you break through the obstruction of the hurricane? Eden asked. Of course, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The four of them randomly chose a direction and rushed over. When they were close to the hurricane, the air-frozen pearl appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows and scattered rays of green light. Lu Ming's heart moved. The green light turned into a green light screen and enveloped the four of them. Being enveloped by the green light screen, the four of them could not feel the wind outside. The four of them walked forward. When they entered the hurricane, they were not affected at all. This greatly surprised Eden. The four of them walked through the hurricane as if they were walking on flat ground. After a while, the four of them passed through the hurricane and arrived outside. When they arrived outside, the four of them narrowed their eyes. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area was filled with tornadoes. Tornadoes as tall as the sky were revolving around an enormous mountain peak. In the void outside the hurricane, there were many people standing there, looking at the mountain in the distance. Lu Ming and the other three immediately retracted their auras and hid in the back. People from the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect. When they looked forward, most of them were from the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. After all, the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect were the closest to this place. Naturally, they would have the most people here. Aside from the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect, the rest were martial artists from small sects and forces. Of course, there were also some people from the other 11 top sects in the Tsang province. Of course, there were only a few of them. Sky Universe Devil sect. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he saw the people from the Sky Universe Demon sect. He also saw Mo Yang, but he did not see Xianxia. Where did Xiaoqing go? Could she be looking for me? Lu Ming guessed, and he became a little worried. Chirp, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the world. This phoenix cry was loud and clear, and it was filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. It was completely different from the cry of despair and unwillingness from before. The cry came from the mountain peak. This cry is completely different from the phoenix cry from before. Strange. Could there be two phoenixes here? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, another cry resounded through the world. Everyone's eyes looked at the mountain that was surrounded by tornadoes. Was there really a phoenix in the mountain? At this moment, the mountain shone. Then, everyone saw a phoenix soar into the sky and hover above the mountain, exuding a vast and terrifying aura. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was not a real phoenix at all. It was a phantom made of energy. Boom, then, a beam of light rushed out from the mountain. The phoenix's cry became even more intense. As for that aura, it was even more frightening. It filled the entire region, and before that aura, everyone had the urge to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. What is this aura? It's so terrifying. This seems to be the aura of a weapon. It's not a living creature, but the aura is too terrifying. It's many times stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. Could it be that there's a supreme sacred weapon inside, or, he didn't say the last sentence, but everyone's hearts were shaken. Everyone knew what that person wanted to say. Or, an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon was the exclusive weapon of an emperor-level expert. When they thought of this, many people's breathing became heavy. There was an emperor weapon hidden in the Tianfeng Plains, especially the people of the Heavenly Divine sect and the Poison Desire sect. If a top sect could obtain an emperor weapon, they would be able to dominate Songzhou as long as they activated a trace of its power. Even if it was not an emperor weapon, but a supreme sacred weapon, its value would still be shocking. If not for the tornadoes in front, many people would have rushed in directly. On the mountain, the phantom of a phoenix circled, and its cry became louder and louder. Send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. Someone from the Heavenly Divine sect ordered. At the same time, someone from the Poison Desire sect also ordered. As long as someone from the other top sects was here, they would think of a way to send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. It was suspected that an emperor weapon had appeared here. This was definitely a big matter that would shake Songzhou. As long as the top sects received the news, they would definitely send experts over. After the news was spread, everyone waited. It's a pity that the Dragon God Valley is too far away. Even if we send a message back, it will be too late. Xianxia sighed. Senior brother, senior sister, wait for me here. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said. Junior brother, what are you doing? Are you going in alone? Xuanning thought. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't go in alone. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had the wind calming bead, so the tornadoes could not stop him. However, Lu Ming would not go in. With his cultivation, even if he went in and obtained the emperor weapon, he would not be able to leave. There were so many people watching. Moreover, this matter was not simple. There seemed to be a force in the dark. That force had injured the divine phoenix and dug out the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the changes in the heavenly wind planes were caused by that force. However, that force had not shown up yet. Lu Ming would not take the risk by going in alone. Then, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and transformed into a sallow-faced young man. His aura also changed into another kind of aura. Then, he rushed forward. Whoosh, Lu Ming dashed towards the tornado. What's that kid doing? He opened his eyes after seeing the treasure. He's courting death. Some of them sneered when they saw Lu Ming dashing towards the tornado. However, when Lu Ming approached the tornado, he stopped, causing some of them to burst into laughter. They thought that Lu Ming had opened his eyes after seeing the treasure and wanted to rush over, but he was afraid at the last minute. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. His glabella shone and the wind-calming pearl appeared in his palm. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming dashed into the tornado. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to rush into the tornado. That kid has a rare treasure and is not afraid of the tornado. Someone reacted. It's that bead. Who is that kid? We must take him down. A half-saint expert from the heavenly god sect shouted coldly, his eyes burning with passion. Someone actually had a rare treasure and was not afraid of the tornado. If they could get it, wouldn't they be able to enter the mountain directly? Damn it. Did that guy enter the mountain alone? The people from the heavenly god sect and the poison sect were furious. They had already sent back news that the Sage Realm experts would be arriving soon. However, someone dared to rush into the mountain with a rare treasure. Let's surround this place. Even if that kid got a rare treasure, he won't be able to escape. Once he comes out, we'll kill him. The half-saint expert from the heavenly god sect said coldly. Rumble, at this moment, the tornado that Lu Ming had entered actually moved. It moved in the direction of the celestial divinity sect. What's going on? The heavenly god sect's people were shocked and quickly retreated. That kid's rare treasure can control the tornado. The half-saint from the heavenly god sect roared, his eyes burning with passion. He was right. The air-frozen pearl could control the tornado. Now, Lu Ming was using the air-frozen pearl to control the tornado. Lu Ming had discovered this when he was in the hurricane. After the air-frozen bead absorbed dozens of wind crystals, it had the ability to control the hurricane. Lu Ming was in the middle of the hurricane. He controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the people of the heavenly divinity sect at an increasingly faster speed. Damn it, retreat, retreat. The heavenly divinity sect's people roared and retreated quickly. Even a Saint Realm expert would die if they entered such a hurricane, let alone them. Not far away, Xianxia and the other two were dumbstruck when they saw this. Haha, as expected of junior brother Lu Ming, amazing. After being stunned for a while, Xianxia exclaimed in joy. As the heavenly divinity sect's people retreated quickly, Lu Ming's hurricane speed also increased. It was now several times faster than before as he chased after the heavenly divinity sect. At the scene, everyone else was shocked. Since he was able to control the hurricanes, he was simply invincible in this place. Damn it, who is that brat? How dare they go against our heavenly god sect? Investigate, we must investigate. A half-step sage from the heavenly god sect roared. Hoo-hoo, at this moment, a hurricane suddenly moved from the side and rushed towards the heavenly divinity sect's people. In the heavenly wind plains, there were some hurricanes that surrounded the mountain. However, there were still many hurricanes that stayed in various parts of the heavenly wind plains. At this moment, Lu Ming was controlling a hurricane from afar and rushing towards the heavenly divinity sect's people. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of long-distance control. If it was too far away, he wouldn't be able to control it. This time, dozens of heavenly divinity sect's people were caught off guard and were swept into the hurricane, including a half-step sage expert. A series of miserable shrieks rang out. Those below the half-step sage realm were instantly shredded into pieces by the hurricane. Only that half-step sage expert was still holding on. A saint weapon appeared on his body and frantically resisted the hurricane around him. "No, let me out quickly!" That half-step sage expert screamed in horror. He wanted to charge out with all his might, but with his cultivation, he was swept into the hurricane and couldn't get out. The terrifying hurricane constantly bombarded the saint weapon, causing it to tremble. It seemed like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Ah, let me out quickly. Brat, how dare you offend my heavenly divinity sect? You're courting death." That half-step sage continued to scream and threaten Lu Ming, asking Lu Ming to let him go. "How pitiful. Go in peace." Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately changed his voice so that others couldn't recognize that he was Lu Ming. Then, he controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the other heavenly divinity sect's people. "Split up and escape. Split up and escape." The remaining heavenly divinity sect's experts roared. Then, the heavenly divinity sect's people split up and fled in all directions. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The speed of the hurricane was still too slow. It couldn't catch up with those experts. Just now, it had caught them off guard and swept them into the hurricane. At this moment, the half-step sage expert who was swept into the hurricane couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on his holy armament. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. "No," the half-step sage roared in horror. Then, he turned into ashes in the endless terrifying hurricane. Everyone was shocked. A half-step sage had been tricked and died just like that. Lu Ming's figure walked out of the hurricane. The air-frozen pearl shrouded him in green light. The heavenly divinity sect's people stared at Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would be riddled with holes. "Brat, who are you? How dare you kill an expert of my heavenly divinity sect?" From afar, Yuxing glared at Lu Ming and roared. "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. I just don't like your heavenly divinity sect." Lu Ming said indifferently. "You're courting your own death." Yuxing roared. "Oh, then come and kill me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Yuxing's face turned ugly. What a joke. Asking him to kill Lu Ming now? Wasn't he courting death? Kill. A half-step sage of the heavenly divinity sect slashed out a beam of saint light toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. His figure flashed and entered the hurricane. The beam of saint light slashed the hurricane and was immediately destroyed by the hurricane's power. Then, Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and continued to stare at the half-step sage. The half-step sage's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned and fled. Whoosh, the hurricane swept out. At this moment, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the people of the heavenly divinity sect. "What are you doing?" Mo Yang roared and hurriedly fled. The other people of the heavenly divinity sect also hurriedly fled. Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and chased after them. The people of the heavenly divinity sect and the heavenly divinity sect were in a mess. Lu Ming took special care of Mo Yang. He stared at him and chased after him, leaving Mo Yang in a sorry state. Mo Yang was furious. He was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang prefecture, but he was being chased up and down in public. He had lost all face. Lu Ming chased after him. Suddenly, he changed direction and rushed toward the people of the Desire Poison sect. Around them, the people from the other small forces were all a little stunned. Lu Ming was actually chasing after the three top sects at the same time, which was very confusing. However, the people from the three sects were indeed in a very sorry state. "Kid, when the celestial god sect's Saint Realm powerhouses arrive, you'll be dead." Saint Yu roared. "Yes, there are also Saint Realm powerhouses from the Desire Poison sect. They will arrive soon. Even if you hide in the tornado, you'll still die." Someone from the Desire Poison sect also roared. They were really angry. Lu Ming was simply cheating by hiding in the tornado. He could only chase after them, but they could only escape. They couldn't fight back, as fighting back was tantamount to courting death. Needless to say, they were very aggrieved. Lu Ming ignored them and focused on controlling the tornado to chase after them. However, the people from the three sects had learned their lesson and stayed away from all the tornadoes. This way, even if Lu Ming could control the other tornadoes, he wouldn't be able to kill the people from the three sections. In the end, Lu Ming stared at Mo Yang and chased him around the area for more than a dozen laps. His face was flushed with anger and frustration. After chasing for a while, when they were far away, Lu Ming silently came out of the tornado. He then changed his figure and aura and came to a place not far from Tian Shui and the others. The tornado stopped, but the people from the three sects were still cautious and vigilant, staying away from any tornado. After a while, the tornadoes didn't move at all. Only then did the people from the three sects let out a long sigh of relief. However, the people from the three sects all had terrifying flames in their eyes. They knew that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. If this matter were to spread, the three sects would lose face. Mo Yang, in particular, was even more furious. Just like that, while the people from the three sects were on high alert, time quickly passed. An hour later, whoosh, in the sky, a white holy light flashed, and an old man in a white robe appeared in the air. Elder, the Saint Realm Elder of the Celestial God sect has arrived. The people from the Celestial God sect were overjoyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the sound of the air being torn apart continuously rang out. At least 7 or 8 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a vast pressure. That was the might of a saint. All of the people who came were of the saint plane. Some wore green robes, while others wore white robes. They were the Saint Realm experts of the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. Each sect had sent 3 saints. There were also 2 Saint Realm experts who were not from the 2 major sections. They should be experts from small forces nearby. Some small sects and forces also had Saint Realm experts in charge. Some sects were not weak at all. They were only slightly weaker than the 13 top sections. The 8 Saint Realm powerhouses stood in the void and looked at the mountain in front of them. To be more precise, they were looking at the phantom of the phoenix. What a powerful aura! This is at least a holy weapon, or even higher. A Sage Realm expert from the Celestial Divinity sect spoke, his eyes burning with passion. The other Saint Realm experts were the same. Their eyes were burning with passion. Boom, suddenly, a saint from the Celestial God sect moved. He took a step forward, and the entire world shook. A milky white saint light shot up to the sky from his body. Finally, boundless saint light condensed into a battle blade. The saber was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It crossed the void and slashed at the tornadoes ahead. Boom, the saint light battle blade slashed at the tornadoes, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. The terrifying winds were like endless blades. They kept slashing at the saint light battle blade, and the space around it kept shaking. Break for me! The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect roared. His aura was even more terrifying. The Saint Light battle blade shone brightly as it tried to cut the tornadoes apart. The huge Saint Light battle blade actually cut into the tornadoes. Many people held their breaths and widened their eyes as they looked ahead. Could a Saint Realm expert break through the tornadoes? However, the Saint Light battle blade was only halfway through when it was slashed by the endless wind blades and exploded. The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect had failed. In the distance, Lu Ming's expression was still very serious. The strength of a Saint Realm expert is really terrifying. Lu Ming thought to himself. He knew how powerful the tornadoes were. If a half-saint entered, only death would await them. They wouldn't even be able to resist. However, the Saint Realm expert just now had been able to break through half of the tornadoes. He had almost completely split the tornadoes in half. His strength was truly terrifying. In the face of such an expert, Lu Ming wouldn't be safe even if he hid in the tornadoes with the air-frozen pearl. The tornadoes here are too strong. One person can't break through. How about we work together? A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Work together? Then how will the treasures be divided after we enter? A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect asked. After we enter, of course, it will be based on our own abilities. Whoever obtains it will get it. A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Okay, we agree. The 3 Saint Realm experts from the Celestial God sect nodded in unison. Then, the Saint Realm experts from the other 2 small sects also nodded in agreement. Boom. Boom. Boom, 8 Saint Realm experts erupted with a terrifying aura at the same time. Vast and boundless saint aura filled the air. At the same time, a saint weapon shot out from each of their bodies, emitting a dazzling light. In the hands of a Saint Realm expert, the power of a saint weapon was completely different from that of a person below the Saint Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the 8 of them attacked at the same time. 8 saint weapons bombarded the tornadoes at the same time. Boom, the tornadoes shook violently. Although the tornadoes were powerful, they couldn't stop the combined attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts. After a loud boom, the tornadoes exploded into endless gales that scattered between heaven and earth. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw that the tornadoes had been destroyed. Continue. A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect said. Then, the 8 Saint Realm experts continued to attack. Terrifying attacks continuously bombarded the tornadoes. Under the attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts, the tornadoes collapsed and turned into wind energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Soon, at least a dozen tornadoes were blasted apart. A huge gap appeared in the tornadoes surrounding the mountain. Everyone could clearly see the situation inside the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a huge cave. Resplendent light shone from within the cave. Surprisingly, the other tornadoes around the mountain didn't move. They didn't fill the gap. Whoosh, suddenly, a Saint Realm elder from the Celestial God sect turned into a beam of light and charged toward the mountain. He instantly charged through the area covered by the tornadoes. Don't even think about it. The Desire Poison sect expert roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Saint Realm experts charged into the area covered by the tornadoes and into the cave. Let's go in and take a look. One by one, the figures charged into the cave and disappeared. Senior brother, senior sister, shall we go in as well? Lu Ming came to Tian Shui and Xuanxin's side and returned to his original appearance. Alright, let's go in and have a look. Tian Shui said. Lu Ming, I won't go in. Eden shook his head. Eden knew that with his cultivation, he would not be of any use if he went in. If he encountered danger, he would be a burden to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. He rushed into the cave with Tian Shui and Xuanxin. The cave was huge. After rushing in, there was a slanted passage leading downwards. At this time, another phoenix cry was heard. It came from the bottom of the cave, but it was low, weak, and full of despair. Boom. Boom. Boom, then, there was a terrible roar from below. Is there a big battle down there? Lu Ming and the other two's expressions changed. They became even more cautious. They restrained their auras completely and took out their sacred weapons at any time. At the same time, Lu Ming was prepared to bring Tian Shui and Xuanxin into the mountain river painting. The passage was not long. Soon, the 3 of them reached the end. At the end of the passage was a huge and spacious underground cave. It seemed to be man-made. As soon as Lu Ming and the other 2 entered the underground cave, they were stunned. They looked ahead in horror. In front of the underground cave, there was a huge wall. On the wall, there was a phoenix nailed. Yes, a divine phoenix was nailed to the wall. Its wings and legs were pierced through and nailed to the wall. Its neck was also chained to the wall. Blood continued to flow from his wings, from his feet, and along the wall. At that moment, the phoenix was already extremely weak. Its aura was like gossamer. Chirp, it let out a mournful cry that was full of despair. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that the cry of the phoenix that was heard in the Tianfeng plains was from this phoenix. It was full of despair and unwillingness. A divine bird, a phoenix, was nailed to the wall by someone. It could only watch as its blood flowed out and died. How unreconciled was this? Who was it that did this? Boom. Boom, the violent roar interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. It also made Lu Ming shift his gaze away from the phoenix and look down. Below the wall, there was an ancient altar. The blood of the phoenix flowed along the wall and flowed onto the altar, seeping into it. A mirror floated above the altar. This mirror was engraved with the image of a phoenix. Furthermore, the image of a phoenix was fluttering around the surface of the mirror. The resplendent light was emitted by this mirror. Chirp, the cry of a phoenix resounded. It was intense, high-pitched, and filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. Lu Ming finally realized that the phoenix phantom that had appeared on the mountain and the high-pitched cry had come from this mirror. There were indeed two different phoenix cries. One belonged to the phoenix, and the other belonged to the mirror. This mirror was enveloped by a halo that exuded a terrifying pressure. The 8 saints were attacking the halo on the mirror. This pressure seems to be the pressure of an emperor? Lu Ming was shocked when he felt the pressure from the mirror. He had felt the pressure of Emperor Tsong and the soul destroyer Shakyamuni before. It was extremely similar to this ancient mirror. An emperor weapon, a word flashed across Lu Ming's mind. There was really an emperor weapon here. This is a formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the altar and the ground beside it were covered in runes, forming a huge formation. This is a sealing formation. The emperor weapon is the core. Also, the phoenix that was nailed to the wall is the key to breaking the formation. The blood that flowed out can break the formation. At this moment, many thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Someone had injured the phoenix and nailed it to the wall. The phoenix's resentful blood was used to break the formation here. Now, they had barged into this place. The 8 saints were obviously attracted by the emperor weapon. They were attacking the halo with all their might, trying to seize the emperor weapon. In this way, they would be helping to break the formation. If Lu Ming could see and think of all these, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses would definitely be able to think of all these as well. However, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses no longer cared about anything else. They only had eyes for the emperor weapon. As long as they could get the emperor weapon, it did not matter what formation they broke. The 8 Sage Realm powerhouses continued to bombard the light screen, causing the underground cavern to shake continuously. The others watched from afar. They could not interfere at all. Crack, after a while, the halo could not take it anymore. It let out a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the halo. Then, the number of cracks increased. Finally, the halo exploded with a bang. When the halo shattered, the cry of a phoenix reverberated through the cavern. The emperor weapon is mine. A saint of the celestial divinity sect shouted. Dream on. Let's see if you have the ability to get the emperor weapon. The saint of the desire poison sect roared. His body was covered in poisonous gas that surged toward the saint of the celestial divinity sect. At the same time, he formed a huge hand and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Scram! Those who block me will die. Kill! It was a mess. It was a complete mess. When the halo shattered, the 8 saints were in a complete mess. The 8 of them rushed toward the ancient phoenix mirror. At the same time, they fought fiercely. The value of an emperor weapon was too high. It was unimaginable. Dong, a huge hand formed from poisonous gas grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and a phoenix cried. A beam of light shot out from the ancient phoenix mirror and destroyed the huge hand. But then, a huge hand completely condensed from holy light grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Chirp, the ancient phoenix mirror cried out. Then, a phoenix shadow rushed out and destroyed the huge hand. Then, the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and flew toward the top. A huge cauldron, a saint weapon, came down to suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror flashed and dodged the cauldron's suppression. The huge cauldron did not suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. Its terrifying power slammed into the altar below, causing it to explode. Boom, on the other side, the ancient phoenix mirror crashed into the wall above. Rubble flew everywhere. The ancient phoenix mirror pierced through the mountain and created a tunnel. The ancient phoenix mirror flew out along the tunnel. Where are you going? Chase. The 8 saints soared into the sky and chased after the ancient phoenix mirror. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single saint left in the underground cavern. At this time, everyone looked at the phoenix that was nailed to the wall. They were not qualified to fight for the imperial weapon, but now that the saint had left, they could not miss out on the phoenix. Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, they rushed toward the phoenix on the wall. Get lost! You're courting death! Kill! Roars rang out one after another, and all kinds of dazzling lights exploded, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Suddenly, dozens of experts exploded in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Among them, Mo Yang was the most terrifying. When he attacked, the sky was filled with black demonic flames. Those who came into contact with them were immediately burned to ashes. There were also a few half-saints from the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. They were also extremely terrifying. With a wave of their hands, they killed one expert after another. They were the fastest, and they rushed toward the phoenix. No one noticed that the blood of the people who had been killed quickly seeped into the ground and disappeared after spilling onto the ground. At this time, Lu Ming also rushed out. However, Lu Ming did not rush toward the phoenix, but toward the side of the altar. There was a stone plate there. It was the size of a plate, and there was a Tai Chi pattern carved on it. Just now, when the altar was shattered, this stone plate flew out from the altar. Everyone thought that the large array on the altar only had one core, and that was the ancient phoenix mirror. However, Lu Ming could see that the large array on the altar actually had 2 cores. One of them was the phoenix ancient mirror. As for the other core, it was the stone plate. To be able to serve as the core of this large array together with the ancient phoenix mirror, it was definitely not simple. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone plate, but the stone plate did not budge. It's so heavy? Lu Ming was shocked. He tried to grab it, but he could not lift it. This stone plate was heavier than a mountain. Let's put it away with the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming's eyebrows lit up, and a beam of light shot out, enveloping the stone plate. The stone plate was successfully put into the mountain and river diagram. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a terrible crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Oh no, it's dangerous! Without a second thought, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated. At the same time, Mo Yang, who was pouncing towards the phoenix, had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly turned around and retreated frantically. However, all peerless geniuses had extremely sharp spiritual senses. They could often sense the danger that was about to befall them. Thus, they could overcome all kinds of difficulties and reach the peak. Lu Ming was such a person, and there was no doubt that Mo Yang was the same. Just as the two of them retreated, wisps of black smoke came out of the altar and wrapped around the group of cultivators. Ah, what the hell is this? Someone shouted in horror. A horrifying scene occurred. All those who were entangled by the black smoke had their bodies rapidly shriveled up, turning into dried corpses. It was like being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. Ah, get lost! The others cried out in fear. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Everyone who was surrounded by the black smoke turned into dried corpses. Break! Only a few half-saints could fight back. They took out their sacred weapons and attacked with all their might, scattering the wisps of black smoke. However, after the black smoke was scattered, it gathered again, and all of it rushed towards one person. That person was a half-saint from the Celestial God sect, who had participated in the killing of Lu Ming. All of the black smoke gathered, and its power increased greatly. Even the half-saint's sacred weapon was useless as he was entangled by the black smoke. The black smoke was like small snakes that burrowed into the half-saint's body. The half-saint screamed in despair. Then, like the others, he turned into a dried corpse. Run! The few half-saints who had escaped were terrified. They roared and retreated quickly. The others were also terrified and retreated towards the passage behind them. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuening Xin blended in with the crowd and retreated towards the passage. However, when they approached the tunnel, the walls on both sides of the tunnel suddenly exploded. Several figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the entrance of the tunnel. These people were all wrapped in black robes, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Kill. As soon as these people appeared, they charged towards Lu Ming and the others without saying a word. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected that there would be people hiding on the walls on both sides. It was not difficult for a martial royal realm cultivator to make a big hole in the wall and then smooth it out or even restore it to its original state. As long as he mastered the earth domain or the mountain domain, it would not be too difficult. However, the crowd was distracted by the sacred weapon and the phoenix. They were caught off guard and a large number of experts were killed in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword radiance flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The figures fell one by one. Half-saints, half-saints! Someone shouted in horror. There were at least 7 or 8 half-saints among the black-robed men. Sword radiance flashed and no one could block it. The most shocking thing was that there were a few black-robed men standing at the side. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. That was the sacred aura. Those black-robed men were all sacred realm experts. Who are you? How dare you kill the people of the Celestial God sect? A half-saint from the Celestial God sect shouted angrily. However, what greeted him was a terrifying sword radiance. Whoosh! 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 Those sacred realm black-robed men did not attack them. Instead, they walked past them and appeared in front of the broken altar. They bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back to the world, Guardian King. Flesh and blood, I want flesh and blood." Beneath the altar, a shriveled and unpleasant voice rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. Guardian King? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These people were from the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming's mind raced. He finally knew what had happened here. There was actually a Guardian King of the evil spirit sect sealed here. Previously, the array with the Tai Chi array disc and the Phoenix Ancient Mirror as the core was to seal the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. However, the evil spirit sect wanted to save the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. Therefore, they entered the heavenly wind plains and severely injured the Phoenix. Then, they nailed the Phoenix to the wall and used its resentful blood to break the array. Therefore, over the past half a month, the cries of the Phoenix could be heard from time to time. They were filled with unwillingness and despair, which attracted so many experts. By the time the 8 sages had entered, the power of the array was already very weak. In order to fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror, the 8 sages had forcefully broken the array here and destroyed the altar, allowing the Phoenix Ancient Mirror to escape. This was equivalent to helping the evil spirit sect greatly. Now, the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect was about to come out of seclusion. Guardian King, we'll help you break the last array formation first. A black-robed sage shouted. Then, several black-robed sages joined forces and bombarded the ground below the altar. There was another array formation there. However, that array formation was not very strong. Under the bombardment of several sages, it was on the verge of collapse. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go through the passage above. Lu Ming shouted. The 3 of them rushed toward the passage above them that had been pierced by the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. The 3 of them controlled their sacred weapons and sent the black-robed men flying into the sky. The others had the same idea as Lu Ming and the others and rushed toward the passage above them. At least 100 people rushed toward the passage above them. Some of them rushed toward the passage that they had entered earlier. Kill. The black-robed men killed with all their might and left a large number of corpses in the underground cave. However, there were many of them who had entered this time. Although a large number of them had been killed, there were still a few hundred of them rushing toward the 2 passages. Boom! At this moment, the underground cave shook violently. The formation was broken. Rubble flew everywhere, and a dark cave appeared below. An old man who looked like a skeleton floated out of the cave. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood. The skeleton-like old man's hoarse voice rang out. Then, he rushed toward the corpses that had been killed. Wisps of black smoke emanated from the old man and enveloped the corpses. Instantly, the corpses quickly shriveled. Even the blood on the ground was absorbed by the black smoke. The skeleton-like old man's body became fuller and more lustrous. Haha, I, spirit-devouring Dharma King, have finally come out. The old man laughed. His eyes were filled with shocking blood-red light. Welcome back to the world, Dharma King. Several black-robed saints bowed. You've done well. Spirit-devouring Dharma King nodded. Then, he looked at the passage above and said, I need more flesh and blood. Kill. With that, Shakyamuni devouring spirit soared into the sky and chased after Yi Futian. The other saints also rushed out. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed out of the passage. As soon as they rushed out of the passage, they realized that the tornadoes that had been surrounding them had all disappeared. Even the tornadoes on the Tianfeng plains had all disappeared. The Tianfeng plains had become an ordinary plain. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were continuous explosions. Poison gas and sacred light filled the sky. At the same time, there was the cry of a phoenix. 8 saints were fighting in the sky to fight for the phoenix ancient mirror. No, there were more than 8 of them. Lu Ming lifted his head to take a look. He discovered that there were more than 10 figures fighting in the sky. The entire sky was about to explode. More than a dozen people, all of them saints. Clearly, more saints had come to participate in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror while they were inside. The Phoenix Ancient Mirror was surrounded by many saints. More than a dozen saints fought against each other, but no one could get the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. Bam! Swish, in the sky, a figure was sent flying and vomiting blood. A saint from the Celestial Divinity sect was injured. There were strong and weak saints as well. Clearly, this person was on the weaker side of the saint realm. Once Lu Ming and the rest dashed out of the passageway, they did not stop at all. They dashed out of the Tianfeng plains. Behind them, the evil spirit sect members gave chase. Some people from the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Poison Desire sect cried out for help from the Saint Realm experts. The injured Saint Realm expert took a step forward and appeared above the crowd. He asked, "What's going on? How dare you?" A cold murderous intent flashed across the Celestial Divine Sect's sage's eyes. He had been the first to be injured in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. He had been suppressing his anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now, he turned his target to the evil spirit sect. Kill. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint took a step forward. Holy light filled the sky, forming terrifying sword chi that charged toward the evil spirit sect. Instantly, more than a dozen evil spirit sect experts were killed, including 2 half-saints. Saints could condense saint power. Once saint power was released, true essence could not withstand it at all and was instantly pierced through. Retreat. The other evil spirit sect members retreated. However, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin did not stop at all. They continued to charge out. There was a Dharmaraja sealed here. The Dharmarajas of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. Even if they had been sealed for many years, they were still absolutely terrifying. It was best to leave now. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint naturally did not know all of this. Holy light burst out from his body, and he stepped toward the evil spirit sect members with a domineering spirit. How dare you kill my Heavenly Divine Sect members? Leave no one alive. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint said coldly. Is that so? Let's see how you kill them. He he he. At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. The spirit-devouring Dharmaraja flew out of the passage in the mountain, his body covered in black smoke as he flew toward them. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint looked at the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja and frowned slightly. He realized that he could not see through the other party. He did not know the other party's cultivation level, but he could feel that the other party seemed to be very weak. An old fellow whose blood is about to dry up also came to die. Kill. The Heavenly Divine Sect saint shouted coldly as a divine punishment spear condensed in his hand. Swoosh, the divine punishment spear pierced out, and a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the sky. Even the space rippled. The god's punishment spear used by a Saint Realm expert was too terrifying. It was completely condensed by the Saint Realm's power and contained the power of laws. Lu Ming felt that even if he blocked it with a sacred weapon, he would be penetrated. Bam, the divine punishment spear accurately hit the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja, and the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja exploded. You can't even withstand a single blow. The heavenly divine sex saint sneered disdainfully. Is that so? He he he. With a cold laugh, the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja turned into wisps of black smoke and entangled the heavenly divine sex saint. How is this possible? Under my power of laws, even a natural spiritual body would be severely injured. The heavenly divine sex saint roared in disbelief. Some natural spiritual bodies, such as flame and lightning spiritual bodies, had strong vitality. When their bodies collapsed, it would greatly reduce the damage. However, the power of laws was extremely harmful to these spiritual bodies. The heavenly divine sex saint's spear could definitely injure the other party, but it seemed that the other party was completely fine. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to be devoured by the black smoke that surrounded him. Explode! The heavenly divine sex saint roared, and his saint power burst out, trying to destroy the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja's black smoke. But it was useless. The black smoke dissipated and condensed into small snakes again, drilling into the heavenly divine sex saint's body. This is the spirit-devouring technique. Who are you? The heavenly divine sex saint screamed in horror. Hee hee, at least you have some knowledge to know about the spirit-devouring technique. I am the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja. A cold laugh came from the black smoke. Spirit-devouring Dharmaraja? You are the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja of the evil spirit sect. The Dharma kings of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. There was actually a Dharma king of the evil spirit sect here? Pooh. At this moment, spirit-devouring Master King reformed his body. His palm was like a knife, piercing through the air. The heavenly god sect saint was so shocked that he forgot to retreat. His heart was pierced by spirit-devouring Shakyamuni's palm. The terrifying spirit-devouring power was madly devouring the heavenly god sect saint's blood. No, the heavenly god sect saint struggled madly, but it was useless. The spirit-devouring king's terrifying power surged into his body and exploded. His saint heart was directly shattered. The heavenly god sect saint was dead, a saint was killed just like that. This was even after Shakyamuni spirit-devouring king had been sealed for many years and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, an emperor-level expert would have been able to kill a celestial god sect saint with a flick of his finger. Let's go, let's go. The other party is an evil spirit sect law king, the arch-expert. At the scene, everyone panicked. Chaos ensued as they frantically fled out of the Tianfeng plains. As for spirit-devouring Dharma King, he had absorbed the blood of a saint, and his aura had become much stronger. Kakik, the blood of a saint is indeed wonderful. There's still a lot here. Spirit-devouring Dharma King looked up at the sky. There were more than a dozen saints there. Whoosh, spirit-devouring Dharma King soared into the air. The pupils of the dozen saints constricted. Just now, the celestial divinity sect saint had been killed. Moreover, they had also heard the roar of the celestial divinity sect saint. Now that the spirit-devouring guardian king had walked over, they were extremely shocked. Everyone, he's a martial monarch. Even though he's been sealed for many years, he's still terrifying. We'd better work together. A saint from the Desire Poison sect spoke first. Alright, I agree. I agree too. In the face of spirit-devouring Shakyamuni, they could only join forces. Otherwise, they would die. Chirp, at this moment, the Phoenix Ancient Mirror let out a violent cry. It emitted a brilliant light as if it had turned into a phoenix and rushed out of the encirclement. You want to leave after sealing me for so many years? Spirit-devouring Shakyamuni said coldly. With a wave of his palm, a giant palm condensed and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. The phoenix spread its wings and flapped out a dazzling ray of light. It pierced through the spirit-devouring guardian king's giant hand and then rushed into the distance. Spirit-devouring Dharma King frowned, but he didn't pursue. The other saints were afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King, so they didn't dare to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Ancient Mirror disappeared from everyone's sight. On the Tianfeng Plains, a young man was madly running out of the Tianfeng Plains. This person was Eden. He didn't enter the mountain, but stayed outside. When he saw the Phoenix Ancient Mirror flying out and a dozen saints participating in the battle, he knew that it was meaningless for him to stay. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. If he was hit by the shockwaves of the battle, he would die. Therefore, he decided to leave the heavenly wind plains and observe in secret. While he was running, the cry of a phoenix rang out. Then, a beam of rainbow light shot into his body and disappeared into it. Eden's expression changed greatly. He carefully sensed his surroundings and was overjoyed. Imperial armament, Phoenix ancient mirror. Eden let out a low groan. Then, he used his movement technique and quickly flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, spirit-devouring Dharma King looked at the dozen saints with fiery eyes. It seemed that in his eyes, saints were more attractive than imperial armaments. Kill. Suddenly, spirit-devouring Dharma King moved and attacked one of them. Attack. The dozen saints also attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks gathered and blasted toward spirit-devouring Dharma King. However, spirit-devouring Dharma King's body was as light as a feather. He dodged the attacks and continued to attack one of them. Help the Dharma King. At this moment, a few black-robed men stepped into the sky and joined the battle. They were the saints of the evil spirit sect. They helped spirit-devouring Dharma King restrain his opponents, allowing him to be even more at home. Swoosh! Swoosh! Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body kept flashing. He slapped out with his palm, and wisps of black smoke spread out and surged toward the dozen saints. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had devoured the previous saint. It was obvious that he had become stronger. Those saints seemed to be very afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King's black smoke. They did not dare to come into contact with the black smoke, and all kinds of attacks were launched to disperse the black smoke. There were also some attacks that blasted toward spirit-devouring Dharma King, but it seemed to be useless against him. His body collapsed and turned into wisps of black smoke. Die. Spirit-devouring Dharma King stared at one of the saints and kept attacking him. That saint was a saint from a small sect and was relatively weak. That saint's face was very ugly, and he kept retreating. Lingyan steps. Spirit-devouring Dharma King spat out an ear-piercing voice. His body swayed and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Oh no! That saint was shocked. He unleashed his saint power and controlled the laws to blast in all directions. But, splat, spirit-devouring Dharma King had appeared in front of him. His palm pierced through the saint's heart. The terrifying power directly destroyed the saint's saint heart. Then he began to frantically absorb the saint's blood. Stop him. Don't let him continue to absorb blood. A saint from the Desire Poison sect roared and attacked spirit-devouring Dharma King. The other saints also attacked spirit-devouring Dharma King. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had been sealed for many years. His chi and blood were weak, so his strength was also very weak. But if he absorbed blood, his strength would probably skyrocket. Terrifying attacks landed on spirit-devouring Dharma King's body. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke and entering the body of the saint he had killed. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me. An evil voice came from the saint's body. His body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Destroy his body. Someone roared. Terrifying attacks landed on the saint's body and immediately cracked his body. However, only a small amount of blood spilled out and was swept up by a cloud of black smoke. Ha ha ha. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's laughter continued. He transformed back into a human, but his body was fuller and his aura was stronger. Spirit-devouring palm, kill. Spirit-devouring Dharma King roared. This time, he directly attacked. He had absorbed the blood of 2 saints in a row. His strength had greatly increased and he could use some terrifying techniques. A terrifying palm print formed and blasted toward one of the saints. Bam, that saint exploded and blasted the palm print. But the result was that the saint's body shook violently and he spat out blood and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, spirit-devouring Dharma King blasted out more than a dozen palms. More than a dozen terrifying palm prints formed, blotting out the sky as they blasted toward the saints. More than a dozen saints roared and attacked to block, but in the end, they were all forced to retreat while spitting out blood. At the same time, the other saints of the evil spirit sect also joined forces to attack one of them. Bam, That person had just blocked the spirit-devouring king's attack and was then faced with the joint attacks of the other saints. He couldn't resist at all. With a scream, his body was torn apart and he died on the spot. The spirit-devouring king's claw turned into a cloud of black smoke and absorbed all the blood. Oh no! The other saints' expressions changed drastically. The spirit-devouring king's strength was already shocking enough. Now that it had absorbed the blood of another saint, its strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Let's go. The dozen or so saints actually didn't dare to continue fighting and turned to run. They were originally from different sects and weren't united. At this critical moment, they all wanted to escape and let the others block them. He, you want to escape? All of you will die. The spirit-devouring king sneered and chased after the other saints with a few evil spirit sect saints. The saints have been defeated. Run. There were still some people watching below. They originally thought that the dozen or so saints would be able to suppress the other party if they joined forces. They didn't expect to see this scene and were immediately scared out of their wits. At this time, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin were almost out of the heavenly wind plains. They didn't stop. The spirit-devouring king was at the arch. Although there were more than a dozen saints, Lu Ming still felt that a dozen saints might not be of much use. Oh no, those saints have been defeated. Tian Shui roared. Between heaven and earth, a mighty saint aura spread out. The dozen or so saints scattered and fled in all directions. Let's go. The spirit-devouring king's current target is the saints. Our cultivation levels are too weak. He won't target us now. Lu Ming said. The three of them continued to fly at top speed. In the blink of an eye, they had flown out of the heavenly wind plains. Swoosh, at this moment, in the distant sky, a terrifying sharp light pierced into the heavenly wind plains. It was a spear, the spear of divine punishment. Another expert from the heavenly god sect had come. This spear of divine punishment was incomparably terrifying. It streaked across the void as if it had pierced through the void. Saint. Spirit-devouring Dharma King said coldly. He struck out with his palm and collided with the spear of divine punishment. An earth-shattering boom rang out as spirit-devouring King's body was pushed back dozens of miles. In the distant void, a figure stepped on the air and approached. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and slender figure. One could tell that he was very handsome when he was young. His expression was very calm, but unknowingly, he exuded a supreme majesty. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Some of the heavenly god sect's disciples cried out when they saw this middle-aged man. Lu Ming and the other two were also shocked. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity sect actually came personally. I didn't expect an evil spirit sect king to be sealed here. However, it looks like he should be very weak. A cold voice rang out. The one who spoke wasn't the Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect, but from the other side. On the other side, a green-robed old man suddenly appeared. He was the one who had spoken earlier. Sect Master. The disciples of the Desire Poison sect cried out in alarm. The Sect Master of the Desire Poison sect had also arrived. Kakik, 2 absolute saints actually came. As long as I kill you, I should be able to recover 20% of my cultivation. Spirit-devouring King laughed loudly. Spirit-devouring King, you still want to kill us in your current state? What a joke. Retreat now. Leave that song state, and I won't pursue today's matter. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect said calmly. A mere absolute saint. How arrogant. What if I don't retreat? Spirit-devouring King said coldly. If you don't retreat, I can only make you stay here and completely destroy you. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect said. He then looked at the Sect Master of the Desire Poison sect and said, Brother Wu, why don't we join forces? That's what I was thinking. The Sect Master of the Desire Poison sect said. Ha ha ha, then let me see what you juniors are capable of. Kill. Spirit-devouring King charged toward the Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect. Boom. Boom, at the same time, the Sect Masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect unleashed their terrifying auras and charged toward Spirit-devouring King. Instantly, the entire area was covered in white saint light, green poisonous gas, and black smoke. Terrifying rumbles could be heard continuously. Spirit-devouring king is blocked. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and took out the breaking sky shuttle. The three of them stepped into the shuttle and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the area. The breaking sky shuttle was extremely fast, but it still took a few minutes for the tremors in the heavenly wind plains to disappear completely. Damn, a great emperor has appeared. That was close. Tian Shui said with lingering fear. An emperor-level figure was too terrifying. After so many years, the Song state only had one emperor Song. After that, there was no other emperor. I wonder if the sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect can stop Spirit-devouring king. Xuanning thought. The evil spirit sect was destroyed 80,000 years ago. The spirit-devouring Dharma king was most likely sealed by another the Arch 80,000 years ago. After so many years, he has become extremely weak. However, he is still the Arch. It's hard to say if there are two absolute saints. Lu Ming said. However, all of this had nothing to do with them. With their strength, it was useless for them to worry. They couldn't interfere at all. Ordinary saints would find it difficult to interfere with such an expert. They would be killed if they tried. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I haven't seen him before. Lu Ming was a little worried. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to Xianxia. However, just as Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman, he received a voice transmission from Xianxia, asking him how he was. He was full of worry. Since Xianxia had sent him a voice transmission, it meant that Xianxia was fine. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Ming replied to Xianxia. Through the voice transmission jade talisman, Lu Ming knew that Xianxia was now outside the heavenly wind plains. A saint from the heavenly universe demon sect had come, and she was with this saint. Lu Ming adjusted the direction and flew towards Xianxia. Soon, he saw Xianxia. The two chatted for a while and finally said goodbye. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the other two stepped on the flying shuttle again and went to Dragon God Valley. The heavenly wind plains was in the west of Song State, and Dragon God Valley was in the southeast of Song State. It was very far away. Even with the flying shuttle, it would take a long time. 7 days later, they landed in a big city and asked for news. As expected, the news about the heavenly wind plains had already spread throughout Song State. Lu Ming and the other two asked around and heard a lot of news. In the heavenly wind plains, the evil spirit sect's spirit-devouring king had returned to the world and killed several saints. In the end, he fought with the two sect masters of the heavenly god sect and the poison sect. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, spirit-devouring Dharma king was too weak and wasn't a match for the two saints. He was severely injured and escaped with a few saints. As for the remaining evil spirit sect members, they were all killed by the other saints present. Even so, all the major sects in Song State were in a state of panic. There were rumors that the evil spirit sect was going to rise from the ashes again. The world was going to be plunged into misery and suffering again. Now, a Dharma king had broken out of the seal. Once he recovered in the future, how could Song State stop him without the Arch? Many people could only hope that there would be Arch-level figures in the territories outside Song State to deal with the evil spirit sect. After Lu Ming and the other two asked around, they continued to step on the flying shuttle and headed for Dragon God Valley. When they returned to the southeast of Song State, Lu Ming adjusted the flying shuttle and headed for the Lu family castle. Soon, the Lu family fortress came into view. The three of them got off the flying shuttle. After Lu Ming kept the flying shuttle, the three of them flew towards the Lu family fortress. It's young Master Lu. The people of the Lu family fortress recognized Lu Ming immediately and welcomed the three of them into the fortress. Junior Lu Ming actually took in a disciple here. I'd like to meet her. Tian Shui was very curious. Xuanning was the same. They were still young, which was the golden age for cultivation. Usually, they would not take in disciples because it would distract them. They would only consider taking in disciples when they reached a certain age and passed the golden age of cultivation. Lu Ming was so young, and he had taken in a disciple. His disciple would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Xianxia's talent was definitely shocking. They had not seen each other for a year. How high was Xianxia's cultivation? Young Master Lu. Lu Jinghao greeted them from afar. Patriarch Lu, these two are my senior brothers and senior sisters. Lu Ming introduced Tian Shui and Xuanixin to Lu Jinghao. Lu Jinghao quickly bowed to Tian Shui and Xuanixin. After that, they went to the main hall of the Lu family fortress. Once they were seated, the maids served them tea. Patriarch Lu, where's Xianxia? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia is cultivating in seclusion. I've already asked Wan Jun to call her. Lu Jinghao said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Patriarch Lu, Lu Ming has a favor to ask of you. Please speak, young master. As long as the Lu family fortress can do it, I will do it. Lu Jinghao said. Patriarch Lu, you're exaggerating. It's not a big deal. I have some friends who would like to settle down in the Lu family fortress. Is that okay? Lu Ming said. Of course. How many are there? Lu Jinghao asked. A few hundred people. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, Lu Ming walked out of the hall. He arrived at the courtyard outside the hall and waved his hand. Feng Ling and the villagers of the Feng family village all appeared in the courtyard. As soon as Feng Ling and the others appeared, they looked around. Feng Ling, village chief, it's me. Lu Ming said with a smile. You are Brother Lu? Feng Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Back then, Lu Ming had disguised himself. Now that he had regained his original appearance, Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. It's me. Lu Ming smiled and said, Village chief, we are already in the southeast of Tsang province. How about you all stay here in the future? Brother Lu, I'll do as you say. The village chief said. Young Master Lu, don't worry. I'll ask someone to arrange a place for them to stay. I'll find a good place to settle them down. Lu Jinghao said. Then, he called an elder of the Lu family to bring Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others to settle down. In this way, one of Lu Ming's worries was removed. Master. A clear and crisp voice could be heard. A figure flashed and a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of Lu Ming. She was Lu Xianxia. Xianxia was followed by Lu Wanjun. Xianxia, why aren't you greeting your master? You don't know the rules. Lu Wanjun reprimanded. Disciple greets master. Xianxia obediently bowed to Lu Ming. There's no need for that. Come, let me introduce you. This is my senior brother, you should call him 7th martial uncle. This is my senior sister, you should call her 8th martial aunt. Lu Ming pointed at Tian Shui and Xuanixin as he introduced them. Xianxia greets 7th martial uncle and 8th martial aunt. Xianxia bowed to Tian Shui and Xuanixin obediently. Haha, good girl, this is a gift from 8th martial aunt. Xuanixin took out a green orb and gave it to Xianxia. It was a martial emperor weapon as a gift. Here, 7th martial uncle has a gift for you too. Tian Shui grinned and took out an emperor spirit weapon and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia, your cultivation has reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm? At that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered with astonishment. I've just reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm a few days ago. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as his heart skipped a beat. In just 1 year, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm. That speed was too shocking. Furthermore, she had not received any resources from the top sects at the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming was dumbfounded by her speed. It's not bad to reach the 9th layer martial emperor realm at your age. Xianxia, how long have you been cultivating? Tian Shui asked. Xianxia has been cultivating for a year. A year ago, master taught me how to cultivate. Xianxia said. A year, that's not bad. Wait, what? A year? Tian Shui nodded and immediately reacted. He opened his mouth wider and wider as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia stared with her mouth agape. A year ago, before she had even started cultivating, she had reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm in just a year. Tianshui and Xianxia were dumbfounded by her speed. Even though they were in the Yuanlu, where many geniuses were able to cultivate at a shocking speed, they had never heard of anyone reaching the 9th layer martial emperor realm in just a year. Beside them, Lu Wanjun and Lu Jinghao wore excited and relieved smiles. As a matter of fact, they had been shocked by Xianxia's speed of cultivation at the beginning, but they were now filled with excitement. Xianxia blinked her eyes and glanced curiously at the dumbfounded Tianshui and Xianxia. She could not understand why her martial uncle and martial aunt were acting like this. After a while, Tianshui and Xianxia finally collected their thoughts. "Junior brother, I'm so jealous of you, to be able to recruit such a great disciple. If I had a disciple like her, even if I don't cultivate, I would teach her well." Tianshui's gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with jealousy. "As her martial uncle, you should teach her more in the future," Lu Ming said with a smile. The group chatted as night fell. Lu Jinghao prepared a feast for them. That night, Lu Ming and the others stayed at the Lu clan fort. The next morning, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Jinghao and Lu Wanjun. "Mother, Grandpa, take care." Xianxia reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Jinghao and Lu Wanjun. "Xianxia, you must listen to your master and cultivate well in the Dragon God Valley. Do you understand?" Lu Wanjun's eyes were filled with reluctance as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "Mother, don't cry. Xianxia will find time to visit you," Xianxia said obediently. Following this, Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Jinghao. "Patriarch Lu, young mistress, see you later." Lu Ming cupped his fists and left with Xianxia, disappearing from the sight of Lu Jinghao and the others. After flying for a while, Lu Ming took out the piercing sky shuttle. The four of them boarded the shuttle and headed toward the Dragon God Valley. The Lu family fort was very close to the Dragon God Valley. They arrived shortly after taking the flying shuttle. As they approached the Dragon God Valley, the group got off the flying shuttle and stepped into the Dragon God Valley, heading towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. "Xianxia, are you cold?" Lu Ming turned to look at Xianxia. The little girl's face was red from the cold. "I'm not cold." Xianxia shook her head. A layer of green light emanated from her body to block the cold air outside. Below them, the snowy mountain passed by. Soon, they arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. "Ming-er, come to my cave abode." Lu Ming and the rest had just stepped into the Cloud Dragon Valley when the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. With the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation, his spiritual consciousness could cover the entire Cloud Dragon Valley. It was not difficult for him to know that they had returned. "Senior brother, senior sister, Master is looking for me. I'll go to Master's cave abode first," Lu Ming said. "All right, junior brother, go ahead. Let's go." "Back to the cave abode first," Xuanning said. Lu Ming nodded and led Xianxia deeper into the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave abode. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was sitting on a futon in the cave abode. "Disciple Lu Ming greets Master." Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Grand Disciple Xianxia greets Grand Master." Xianxia was very obedient. When she saw Lu Ming bowing, she hurriedly bowed as well. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Ming-er, is this your disciple?" "Yes, this is the disciple I took in a year ago. I'll need Master's guidance in the future," Lu Ming said. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley sized up Xianxia carefully. Then, his eyes flickered and he revealed a look of surprise. Following which, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to have a glint in his eyes as he carefully stared at Xianxia. The more he looked at her, the stronger the glint in his eyes became. Finally, a look of shock flashed across his face. "Ming-er, this disciple of yours is incredible," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had noticed that Xianxia was extraordinary. Little girl, come here and let your grandmaster take a good look. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said gently. Yes, Grandmaster. Xianxia obediently walked over to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's side. Ha ha ha, what a sensible little girl. Little girl, your master might not have that much time to guide you. In the future, Grandmaster will guide you in your cultivation. Yun Longu stroked Xiangxiang's head and laughed. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation level was much higher than his. It was unfathomable. If he were to guide Xiangxiang, she would be much stronger than if he were to guide her. Ming-er, after being outside for a year, how is the removal of the killing intent in the depths of your soul? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's tone changed. It has been completely removed. Lu Ming nodded. That's good. Ming-er, let me tell you a piece of bad news. A few days ago, I received news that the divine son of the Sky Divinity sect has broken through to the sacred realm. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said with a solemn expression. The divine son has broken through to the sacred realm? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Ming-er, there is still 1.5 years until the next treasure sorting meeting. In this 1.5 years, even if you cultivate with all your might, it will be difficult for you to catch up to the divine son. Therefore, I will send you to a place where you might have a chance to fight. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, where is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said a year ago that he would send him to a place and asked him to return after a year. Lu Ming had always been very curious. That place is called the 100 Tribe Battlefield. It is an extremely dangerous place, but also a place filled with endless opportunities. Only by going there will you have a chance to fight with the Divine Son in the next treasure sorting meeting. As for the specific situation, I will tell you when we arrive at the place of departure. Alright, bring Xianxiang out and arrange a place for Xianxiang to stay. Bring her to familiarize herself with the Cloud Dragon Valley. We will depart in 3 days. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He then left the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave dwelling with Xianxiang. After that, Lu Ming picked a cave dwelling near his cave dwelling for Xianxiang to stay in. The Cloud Dragon Valley was extremely huge and there were many cave dwellings. However, there were only slightly more than 100 people, so most of the cave dwellings were empty. Xianxiang, you can ask me if you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time. Lu Ming said to Xianxiang. Yes, Master. I do have some questions. Xianxiang nodded and began to ask all the questions she had during this period of time. Lu Ming patiently answered Xianxiang one by one. Half a day later, Xianxiang returned to the cave dwelling to cultivate in satisfaction. Lu Ming appeared in the mountain river diagram. Ming Lian's second body sat on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram. A stone plate floated above his head and emitted a vast and terrifying aura. This stone plate was the Taiji stone plate that he had obtained from the Tianfeng Plains. During this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had been studying it. In the end, he concluded that it should be a formation plate, an extremely terrifying formation plate. With the help of this formation plate, Ming Lian's second body had consecutively lit 2 spirit lamps in a short period of time. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already lit 8 spirit lamps. Over the past year, his second body had been cultivating and had made great progress. With his second body's current cultivation, he could communicate with the precepts through inscriptions and try to use the power of the precepts to become a sage-to-be. However, Lu Ming would not do so now. 8 spirit lamps were too few. He needed to light 10 spirit lamps before he could consider becoming a sage-to-be. Lu Ming called this formation plate the Taiji formation plate. Buzz, with a thought, golden spirit fire spread out from between Ming Lian's second body's eyebrows and poured into the Taiji formation plate. Suddenly, the Taiji formation plate shone and a Taiji yin-yang diagram appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. The Taiji yin-yang diagram seemed to contain terrifying killing and sealing power. It was highly likely that it was an imperial weapon, which was on the same level as the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. With Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it was difficult for him to unleash 1/10,000th of the Taiji formation plate's power. Even so, Lu Ming felt that Ming Lian's second body could easily kill a 9th-level martial royal or even an ordinary sage-to-be by controlling the Taiji formation plate. Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied smile. He had gained a lot in the Tianfeng Plains this time. Just this Taiji formation plate alone was a priceless treasure. It had greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Ming Lian's second body could become Lu Ming's strongest trump card. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's main body left the mountain river diagram and closed his eyes to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming told Xianxia to stay in the Cloud Dragon Valley and went to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave again. I'll take you to Cloud Emperor Mountain first. If you want to go to the 100-tribe battlefield, you must go through Cloud Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. Cloud Emperor Mountain? Lu Ming was confused as he had never heard of such a place in the Tsung continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is not located in the Tsung continent, but in another continent close to the Tsung continent called Cloud Continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is the strongest force in Cloud Continent and has a martial monarch expert. An Emperor-class force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. An Emperor-class force had a great emperor overseeing it. It was more powerful than any sect in Tsung State and even more powerful than all the sects in Tsung State combined. Having a great emperor overseeing it and not overseeing it were two completely different things. However, the books that Lu Ming had read previously only introduced Tsung State. There was very little information outside of Tsung State. Yuan continent is vast and boundless. Every emperor-class expert can occupy a territory and establish a force. That territory is a state and it is called by the name of the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor of Cloud Emperor Mountain is called Cloud Emperor. Therefore, the territory that Cloud Emperor is in is called Cloud State. Tsung State originated from Emperor Tsung. If a new Great Emperor appears in Tsung State in the future, the name might change. Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. A Great Emperor can establish a state. Lu Ming couldn't help but yearn for it. Tsung State was so vast, but it was only the territory that Emperor Tsung occupied. Master, how many states are there in Yuan continent? Lu Ming asked curiously. Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, Yuan continent is too vast and there are countless states. I don't know either. Countless states? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Each state represented a great emperor. Could there be that many great emperors in Yuan continent? I have a map here. It shows some of the territories near Tsung State. Take a good look on the way. A jade talisman appeared in Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand and he passed it to Lu Ming. Then, he waved his hand and brought Lu Ming to the sky outside Divine Dragon Valley. Then, he waved his hand and a flying shuttle appeared in the sky. The flying shuttle was purple-gold in color. It had a smooth curve and there were mysterious patterns carved on it. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that it was much more advanced than the flying shuttle that Lu Ming had. Come on up. Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the flying shuttle and Lu Ming followed behind. Swoosh, Cloud Dragon Valley Master controlled the flying shuttle and it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. So fast. Lu Ming looked out through the crystal glass. The mountains and rivers below passed by in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. It was at least dozens of times faster than his sky-piercing shuttle. This was definitely a top-notch flying shuttle. Lu Ming observed for a while before sitting down with his legs crossed. He then took out the jade talisman that Valley Master Yunlong had given him. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, a map was projected into Lu Ming's mind. This map was divided into different regions, and each region was a large state. There were a total of dozens of large states, and they were all states near the Tsung State. The Tsung Prefecture was in the southeast of the map, close to the boundless ocean. The Cloud Prefecture where the Cloud Emperor Mountain was located was in the northwest of the Tsung Prefecture, close to the Tsung Prefecture. That's Emperor District's D family. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the north of the Azure Prefecture, there was another prefecture called the Emperor Prefecture. It was stated that the Emperor Prefecture was under the control of the D clan. Could it be De? D Xian's family, the D family, actually has a great emperor. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I once injured Di Xian in the Divine Wilderness continent. I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. I have to find a chance to get rid of him in the future to prevent future troubles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, Lu Ming imprinted the map in his mind and quietly cultivated. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sky-piercing shuttle was too fast. In just 2 days, they had crossed the entire Tsang state, entered the Cloud state, and arrived at a vast mountain. Here, the two got off the sky-piercing shuttle. What a majestic mountain! Looking at the mountain in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. The Tsang mountains were already majestic, but there was still a big gap between them and the mountain in front of him. So this is the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Looking at the mountain from afar, Lu Ming could feel an imperious aura being emitted from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. It was as if the aura was standing at the peak of the world, causing everyone to bow down and worship it. This was the imperiousness of a martial monarch. There was a martial monarch hibernating in the mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted a message. Not long after, an old man in a white robe arrived from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Brother Yun, why are you so free today to visit my Cloud Emperor Mountain? The old man in the white robe said with a smile. It's nothing much, I'm just here to send my disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield and visit your old friend. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Haha, you're not here to visit me, you're here to send your disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield. The old man in the white robe burst out laughing as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, Brother Yun, your disciple's cultivation is only at the peak 6th-layer martial dominator realm. Isn't it a bit too low for him to enter the 100-tribe battlefield? The 100-tribe battlefield is filled with danger. It's fine, the danger is the best way to train him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Alright, come with me. The Cloud Emperor Mountain is going to arrange for a group of young geniuses to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train themselves. You can go together and take care of each other. The old man in the white robe said. He then led Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master into the Cloud Emperor Mountain and arranged a residence for them to stay in. Brother Yun, stay here for 2 days. I'll bring this young man to the 100-tribe battlefield in 2 days' time. After saying this, the old man in the white robe left. Ming, you must be curious about what kind of place the 100-tribe battlefield is, right? At that instant, the Cloud Space Valley Master glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded his head. He was indeed curious about it. Legend has it that in ancient times, the 100-tribe war took place in that area. That war caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was incomparably tragic. Legend has it that many emperor-level experts died. That was the 100-tribe battlefield. Because too many experts died in the 100-tribe battlefield, especially emperor-level experts, the laws of heaven and earth in that area were messed up. Since the Saint Realm experts had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, they could not enter at all. Once they entered, they would be affected by the chaotic laws of heaven and earth, causing their own laws to be disrupted. Once a Saint Realm expert entered, his laws would be disrupted and he would die of madness. In the lightest case, his cultivation would be crippled. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. It's that terrifying? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. Therefore, experts above the Saint Realm do not dare to enter the 100-tribe battlefield. Only those below the Saint Realm can enter. As for the half-sages, some have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, but they are not strong enough, so they can also enter. Moreover, there are too many experts who participated in the 100-tribe battlefield, and too many experts have died. That territory is filled with countless treasures, and it is simply a huge treasure trove. Many emperor-level forces will send experts in, and over time, it has evolved into a training ground for prodigies. Today, it has become the top choice for the various emperor-level forces prodigies to train. Many exceptional prodigies from emperor-level forces enter to train themselves in life and death situations, seeking breakthroughs. Therefore, it is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. Because many prodigies enter to train themselves, there is no need for a reason to make a move there. As long as someone feels that you are worthy of training, they will make a move on you. Why wouldn't I dare? That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation and a strong desire to battle. The 100-race battlefield was actually a training ground for the various emperor-level factions. How many geniuses would gather there? Lu Ming felt the blood in his body start to boil. Only then would it be interesting to clash with other geniuses and force Lu Ming to advance quickly. I was right about you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled, but in the next moment, his smile disappeared and his face turned serious. Cultivators, especially geniuses, are often able to unlock their potential and break through their shackles in the face of death. Therefore, anyone who dares to enter the 100-race battlefield is a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, they are mentally tough and have terrifying battle abilities. Because ordinary people don't dare to enter the 100-race battlefield, life and death battles are too common. Therefore, you must be careful and not let your guard down. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. I have an introduction to the 100-race battlefield here. Take a look, it will be of some help to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Then, the two returned to their rooms. Lu Ming took out the jade talisman and read it. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the white-robed elder came to the courtyard. Little guy, come with me. The white-robed elder smiled. Master, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Go, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to defeat a strong opponent in the next treasure sorting meeting. At that time, you will be able to look down on the younger generation of the Tsang state. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Haha, Brother Yun, you have a lot of confidence in your disciple. The white-robed elder smiled and waved his hand. A gush of energy shrouded Lu Ming and he soared into the sky with Lu Ming. After a while, the white-robed elder brought Lu Ming to a canyon. In the canyon, there was a huge altar with inscriptions carved all around. Teleportation altar. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a teleportation altar. This was his first time seeing a teleportation altar in the Yuan continent. The Yuanlu space was too stable. If one wanted to set up a teleportation altar to teleport across regions, the price would be very high. The amount of resources required would also be shocking. In the Divine Dragon Valley, there were only teleportation altars that led to the sea. There weren't any teleportation altars that led to the other regions of the Yuan continent. Perhaps only imperial forces had them. Beside the altar, there were 4 young men. 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was tall and slender. She wore silver armor, but it still couldn't hide her fiery figure. She looked valiant and cool. The other 3 young men were wearing white robes with clouds embroidered on them. When the white-robed old man arrived with Lu Ming, the 4 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Lu Ming. He will be going to the 100-tribe battlefield with you. The white-robed old man gave a simple introduction. Lu Ming? That's an unfamiliar name. Why haven't I heard of it before? One of the young men was puzzled. He had dark green hair and looked very conspicuous. He's not from Cloud Emperor Mountain. He's from Songzhou. The white-robed old man introduced. Songzhou? When the green-haired young man heard that Lu Ming was from Songzhou, his eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Lu Ming and said, You're only a rank 6 martial royal. How dare you enter the 100-tribe battlefield? You're courting death. Lu Ming frowned and said, I'll be careful in the 100-tribe battlefield. Careful? Are you trying to rely on us? Let me tell you, if you encounter danger in the 100-tribe battlefield, we won't save you. The green-haired young man sneered and his eyes were filled with disdain. I'll be responsible for my own life. If I encounter danger and get killed, it's because I'm not skilled enough. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The tone of the green-haired young man had displeased him. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to speak to him with a cold expression, the green-haired young man harumphed as his eyes flickered and said, Trash from Songzhou, let's see how you'll die. Yunkai, that's enough, that's enough. At this moment, the lady in silver armor scolded. The green-haired young man seemed to be afraid of the lady in silver armor. He chuckled coldly and did not say anything else. Lu Ming, I'm Yunqi. The lady in silver armor introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, don't mind Yunkai's words. Since you're going to the 100-tribe battlefield with us, we'll take care of each other when the time comes. Yunqi said. In other words, if they were to encounter danger, they would take care of Lu Ming as long as it was within their capabilities. These geniuses from monarch factions had a sense of superiority when facing those who were not from monarch factions. Although Yunqi was amiable, she still had a faint sense of superiority. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not comment, nor did he explain. Lu Ming, these two are called Yunfeng and Yunk. Then, Yunqi introduced the other two young men to Lu Ming. The other two young men nodded slightly at Lu Ming. Alright, now that you all know each other, let's go. The white-robed old man said. Everyone nodded and stepped onto the teleportation altar one after another. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and the altar began to glow. A spatial door was formed, and Lu Ming and the other four stepped in one after another. Heaven and earth spun, and Lu Ming felt his vision darken. What a strong spatial rotational force. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The more stable the space was, the stronger the rotational force during spatial teleportation. The next moment, the rotational force disappeared, and Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. The platform should be on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, what came into view was a boundless hilly area. The 100-tribe battlefield is up ahead. We are now outside the 100-tribe battlefield, Yunqi said. Lu Ming nodded. He had read the introduction of the 100-tribe battlefield that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had given him. Any monarch faction that wanted to enter the 100-tribe battlefield could only teleport outside the 100-tribe battlefield. Teleportation arrays could not be built inside the 100-tribe battlefield, as the laws were too chaotic. Let's go, Yunqi said and led the way. This team was led by Yunqi. Her cultivation was the highest at 9th level Martial Emperor, while the other three were 8th level Martial Emperors. Moreover, those who dared to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train were all very strong. Lu Ming estimated that Yunqi and the other three were all superior earthly spiritual bodies. The five of them flew forward, and soon, a deep ditch appeared in front of them. This ditch was created by later generations. It's a sign that we have officially entered the 100-tribe battlefield, Yunqi said. The five of them flew over the ditch. This chaos could not be seen with the naked eye. Even those with low cultivation could not feel it. Only those who had reached a certain level could feel it. However, they were not Saint Realm cultivators, so the chaotic laws did not affect them much. The 100-clan battlefield had taken place in ancient times. It was extremely far away from the present. The earth had regained its vitality and was the same as the outside world, except for the chaotic laws. Here, the five of them retracted their auras and became careful. The closer we are to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the more powerful cultivators there are. We should be fine if we are careful in the periphery, Yunqi whispered. They nodded. The 100-clan battlefield. The closer to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the stronger the cultivators who had participated in the war. Naturally, there were many treasures left behind. Therefore, the more powerful the prodigies, the more they would gather in the center to find opportunities and opponents to train themselves. Some of the weaker prodigies were active in the periphery. The five of them ran forward and did not encounter any danger. They occasionally encountered some demonic beasts, but most of them were not very powerful. The 100-clan battlefield was extremely huge. Soon, they had traveled tens of thousands of miles. Whoosh, at this moment, a soft sound rang out. Yunfeng screamed as one of his arms flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Oh no, someone is attacking us. Yunqi and the others were shocked. Whoosh, the soft sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Retreat! Yunqi yelled and retreated quickly. The others also retreated quickly. Poof, they retreated quickly enough, but Yunke was still hit. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest, and blood flowed out. His spiritual body wriggled crazily, trying to recover, but it seemed to be blocked by a terrifying killing intent that constantly destroyed his spiritual body, making it difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Yunfeng was the same. One of his arms had been cut off and wanted to regrow, but there was a terrifying murderous intent that prevented his spiritual body from regrowing. The 1000-kill sword technique. It's someone from the 1000-kill house. Yunkai roared, his face full of fear. Whoosh, at this moment, another soft sound rang out. There seemed to be a sword light stabbing toward Yun Kai. They could only feel a faint fluctuation, but they could not see the figure of the attacker. Even the sword light could not be seen. It was extremely terrifying. A silver spear appeared in Yunxi's hand, and she swept it out. Clang, Yunxi's spear seemed to have collided with a battle sword. With a loud boom, she blocked the sword. Yun Kai was so scared that he felt a chill run down his spine. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly, it was a saint weapon. At the same time, Yun Kai and Yin Feng both took out their saint weapons. The prodigies of Emperor-level forces naturally did not lack sacred weapons. It's the Thousand Slayer Manor's concealment technique and shadowless sword. Let's surround him and prevent him from launching a sneak attack. Yunxi shouted. The five of them immediately formed a circle and looked around nervously. Damn it! How unlucky! The moment he entered the 100-clan battlefield, he encountered the assassins of the Thousand Slayer Manor. Yun Kai shouted angrily. At this moment, he had finally erased the terrifying murderous aura. The wound on his chest had begun to heal. As for Yun Feng, his arm began to grow. Lu Ming, guard your side well. If you can't, then get out of here quickly so that you don't implicate us. Yun Kai said coldly. Whoosh, at this moment, a soft sound rang out again. This time, it was aimed at Yunxi. Yunxi's pupils contracted rapidly. She swept out her spear, but when she swept it out, she realized that she had missed. Then, with a whoosh, the sword light pierced toward Yun Kai. Get out of here! Yun Kai roared and slashed out with his battle sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yun Kai's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th layer martial emperor realm. It was obvious that he had a superior earth spiritual body. With a saint weapon, he could easily kill someone at the peak of the 9th layer martial emperor realm. However, this sword strike still missed. The sword chi landed on the ground and left a long sword mark that was dozens of meters deep. It directly split a hill in half. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart kept ringing out. The terrifying sword light kept stabbing, but it was not aimed at Yunxi. Sometimes it was aimed at Yun Kai, sometimes it was aimed at Lu Ming. Only the sound of the sword could be heard, but the attacker and the sword were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the sword light was extremely fast and powerful. It was ruthless and accurate. They were completely at a disadvantage. A while later, another sword wound was added to Yun Feng's body. Such a terrifying assassination technique. Lu Ming frowned slightly too. Their opponent's concealment technique was too powerful. He was able to completely conceal his figure. They could not even sense his aura. They were completely at a disadvantage. They could only endure the attacks without being able to counterattack. His cultivation is most likely at the 8th layer martial emperor realm. Yunxi said. What should we do? We can't let this go on. We're being too passive. Yun Kai said. Let's go over there. There's a canyon there. Once we enter the canyon, it'll be advantageous for us. Yunxi yelled. Their opponent's movement was too fast. The place was spacious, allowing him to move freely. Their counterattack could not hit him. If they entered the canyon, their opponent's movements would be greatly restricted. Bang! The spear in Yunxi's hand expanded rapidly, turning into a 1,000-meter-long spear glow that swept across the place. Unfortunately, it still failed to hit her opponent. Let's go! At that instant, Yunxi let out a roar and dashed toward the canyon. Lu Ming and the others followed Yunxi and dashed in that direction. But before she could even get halfway, a terrifying sword light pierced toward Yunxi's head. Yunxi's pupils shrank and she abruptly stopped. Her spear swept up, and with a clang, she blocked her opponent's sword. At the same time, another sword light pierced toward Yun Feng from behind. Yun Feng roared angrily and slashed his sword backward. With a clang, he blocked the sword light as well. However, their expressions became even more unsightly. 2. There are 2 assassins from the 1,000 Killers Manor. Yun Kai yelled with a pale face. One assassin was already very troublesome to deal with. Now, 2 had appeared at the same time. Whoosh! At that moment, the black wings on Lu Ming's back spread open. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left Yunxi's group, flying into the distance. Damn it! That bastard is so afraid of death that he wants to escape by himself. Yun Kai roared angrily. Lu Ming's expression was cold and he did not say a word. His black wings flapped rapidly as he flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yunxi's and Yun Kai's line of sight. What a coward. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought him along. Yun Kai said. Yun Feng and Yun Kai's expressions were somewhat ugly. There's one less assassin. One of them was lured away by Lu Ming. At this moment, Yunxi spoke. Haha, that guy is too smart for his own good. He's really digging his own grave. Yun Kai burst out laughing in a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop after flying for a while. He then turned around and glanced behind him coldly. Buzz, behind him, a gentle ripple could be felt, as a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared, holding a sword in his hand. The sword was transparent and as thin as a cicada's wing. As an assassin, you dare to show yourself? Lu Ming spoke in a calm tone. Why would I need to conceal myself when dealing with a mere sixth-layer martial dominator like you? The black-robed assassin said in a cold voice. Oh, is that so? Don't regret it. There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. I'll kill you with a single slash. A cold voice could be heard. Following this, the assassin made his move. With a flicker, his figure traveled a few hundred meters and appeared before Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing was thrust in Lu Ming's direction. A sacred weapon, the sword as thin as a cicada's wing was a sacred weapon. A terrifying sword glow pierced toward Lu Ming's throat at an unbelievable speed. Bang, the cry of a dragon could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. Without realizing it, he had already put on the flowing force gloves. His true force was rapidly inserted into the flowing force gloves, causing them to become as heavy as a mountain. Lu Ming threw out a punch, which caused the air to be compressed together. A terrifying force was hurled toward the assassin. Buzz, the assassin's sword vibrated vigorously as it broke through the force of Lu Ming's fist and stabbed into Lu Ming's fist. Following a clank, a terrifying force was emitted from Lu Ming's fist, which surged toward the assassin like a landslide. The assassin's expression changed tremendously. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing continued to vibrate, while his figure was sent flying by the terrifying force of the punch. Puff, the assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, which wet the black cloth covering his mouth. His eyes, which were the only part exposed, were filled with astonishment. How? How could you possess such a powerful force? The other party spoke in disbelief. His cultivation was at the mid-8th layer martial dominator realm, which was almost 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's. He also possessed a superior earthly spirit body, but he was injured by Lu Ming with a single punch. You want to kill me with this little bit of power? Lu Ming said indifferently. Humph, so what if you are strong? What I specialize in is not strength, but assassination. Today, you will still die. The black-robed assassin said coldly. Then, his body moved and disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Whoosh, suddenly, a streak of sword light came from behind Lu Ming, stabbing towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming twisted his body and threw a punch behind him. However, this punch struck nothing but air. A burst of fist energy flew out and created a large crater in a distant mountain peak. Whoosh, immediately, a streak of sword light appeared on Lu Ming's left side and attacked Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Lu Ming threw another punch. Unfortunately, when he threw the punch, the streak of sword light disappeared again and Lu Ming's punch landed in the air again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following this, terrifying streaks of sword light appeared continuously. At the same time, 7 or 8 streaks of sword light came from different directions and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Piss off. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swung it horizontally. The long spear swept in all directions and all the sword cries disappeared. However, it still did not hit the opponent. At the crucial moment, the opponent dodged Lu Ming's attack with a terrifying movement technique. Let's see how many of my attacks you can dodge. When you lose your mind, it will be the time of your death. An ice-cold voice echoed in the air. However, it didn't come from a single direction. Instead, it was constantly changing. It seemed that with every word, the direction would change. This made Lu Ming unable to pinpoint the opponent's location. The opponent's assassination technique was indeed very terrifying. Those who were targeted by him had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times because the slightest carelessness would allow the opponent to seize the opportunity and kill them in one strike. If one had to maintain such a high level of concentration for a long time, one's mind would be exhausted. If that happened, only death would await them. Therefore, when Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others knew that it was an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor, their expressions became unsightly. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor were synonymous with nightmares. Once targeted, there was only a slim chance of survival. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood still in the air. He spread out his spiritual sense. Soon after, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. The black dragon spear suddenly pierced towards the back. Man and spear became one, like a streak of black lightning. This spear seemed to be piercing towards the air. But in the next instant, a miserable scream rang out. The black-robed assassin revealed himself and Lu Ming's spear pierced through his dantian. The black-robed assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He roared, "How is this possible? How did you discover me?" "Sorry, my spiritual strength is many times stronger than cultivators of the same level. You can hide your body and you can restrain your aura, but it's difficult to hide your spiritual strength." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "So that's how it is. Haha, but if you kill me, you'll also die." The black-robed assassin suddenly laughed crazily. As he laughed, he stopped breathing. The spear just now had already shattered the assassin's spiritual divinity. Lu Ming pulled out his spear and reached out with his hand, grabbing the assassin's spatial ring. The black-robed assassin was too confident in his concealment skills. So when Lu Ming attacked, the assassin was completely unprepared and was easily killed by Lu Ming. If the assassin had been prepared, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lu Ming to kill him. The assassin was also a top genius with an extremely strange movement technique. Whoosh, with a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming flew towards Xianxia and the others. At this moment, Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others were hiding in a canyon, carefully defending. "We must find an opportunity to heavily injure this assassin. Otherwise, when the other assassin kills Lu Ming and returns, we'll be in danger even if we're in this canyon," Yun Kai said. He believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of rushing wind came from the distance. Lu Ming was flying over. Yun Kai's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a trace of disbelief. He shouted, "It's Lu Ming. He's actually not dead? He's actually still alive after being chased by an assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor?" With Lu Ming's cultivation, facing a terrifying assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor, he should be dead for sure. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Ming stood high in the sky, looking down at Yun Kai. "Humph, it's just luck." Yun Kai snorted coldly. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly dove down, rushing towards the canyon. But when he was about to reach the canyon, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear into the void. The black-cloaked man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to discover him. At the critical moment, he used the long sword in his hand to block in front of him. Clang! The long spear collided with the black-cloaked man's long sword. The long sword bent in an arc and collided with the black-cloaked man's body. The black-cloaked man's body shook violently and was sent flying. He slid on the ground, creating a several hundred-meter-long ditch. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure didn't stop as he charged towards the black-cloaked man. "Lu Ming, wait a moment!" Xianxia cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart shook. He landed beside the black-cloaked man and pointed his long spear, sealing the black-cloaked man's origin energy. "Why did you stop me?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others were dumbfounded. The Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin that was extremely troublesome to them was easily dealt with by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, once an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor is killed, they will leave behind a trace of killing mark on the body of the person who killed them. It's almost impossible to erase. Other assassins from the Thousand Slayer manor will use this trace to find the killer. They won't rest until the killer is dead. Therefore, you can't kill this Thousand Slayer manor's assassin. Xianxia took a deep breath to calm herself down and explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he said helplessly, unfortunately, it's too late. Too late? Xianxia was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she said, could it be that you've already killed someone? That's right. I've already killed the Thousand Slayer manor's assassin who was chasing me earlier. Therefore, I don't mind killing one more person. After saying this, Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear, killing the black-clothed assassin on the spot. A suction force came from his palm, and the assassin's storage ring and long sword were collected. Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others' faces were pale as they walked out of the valley. Lu Ming, how did you discover the assassin's hiding place? Xianxia asked. My soul force is stronger, that's why I can sense the assassin's soul fluctuation. Lu Ming explained. There was nothing to hide. It was normal for some people to be gifted with powerful innate soul force. Lu Ming, you actually killed 2 assassins from Thousand Slayer Manor. Now, please leave. Yun Kai said coldly from the side. Oh? Lu Ming looked at Yun Kai. You don't have to be unwilling. You already have the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer Manor on you. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor in the 100 Clan battlefield will keep looking for you. I don't want to be implicated by you. Yun Kai said coldly. Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled contemptuously. Previously, if it wasn't for Lu Ming, Yun Kai and the others wouldn't have stood a chance against the 2,000 Killers Manor's assassins. Now that the 1,000 Killers Manor's assassins were killed by Lu Ming, Yun Kai wanted to tell Lu Ming to leave so that he wouldn't be implicated by Lu Ming. How laughable. What are you laughing at? Today, you must leave. Yun Kai said coldly. There's no need for you to tell me to leave. It's not safe for me to stay with a piece of trash like you. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? How dare you say I'm a piece of trash, a mere 6-layer martial dominator? Yun Kai was enraged as he snapped while pointing at Lu Ming. A mere 6-layer martial dominator killed 2 assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor. What were you doing just then? Lu Ming said disdainfully, causing Yun Kai's face to redden. It's just that my soul force is slightly stronger. Yun Kai retorted. Lu Ming ignored Yun Kai's words. He glanced at Yun Feng, Yun Kai, and Yun Shi and said, is this your opinion too? Yun Feng and Yun Kai wore awkward looks on their faces. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and shifted their gazes away. Their opinion was the same as Yun Kai's. If Lu Ming continued to stay with them, they would all die when the experts of the Thousand Killers Manor arrived. Lu Ming, Yun Shi opened her mouth, but she stopped halfway with a guilty look on her face. It was reasonable for her to keep Lu Ming here, but her rationality told her that they would all die if she kept Lu Ming here. The assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor were too terrifying. Besides, the 100 Tribe battlefield was the sacred ground of the Thousand Killers Manor, where countless geniuses gathered. The Thousand Killers Manor would send a large number of geniuses to the 100 Tribe battlefield every year to practice their assassination skills. Therefore, many geniuses were intimidated by the Thousand Killers Manor at the 100 Tribe battlefield. Those who were targeted by the Thousand Killers Manor were rarely able to survive. That's enough, I understand. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming said coldly as he turned around to leave. However, at that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced in a certain direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures could be seen flying toward them from that direction. The one in the middle was wearing a purple golden robe. He had a slender and handsome figure, and there was a purple-colored sword-shaped mark on his forehead. His entire being was filled with a noble aura. Beside him were 2 other young men wearing purple-colored robes, who appeared to be extraordinary too. The 3 of them stopped above Lu Ming and his crew, staring down at Lu Ming and his crew. One of the young men glanced at Yun Shi with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. 9th-layer martial dominator realm, the same as me. Young master, how about I go and test my strength? Sure, go ahead. The noble young man in the middle nodded his head. Whoosh, the young man stepped forward and emitted a ninth-layer martial dominator realm aura, suppressing Xianxia as he said, "Fight me." This was the 100-tribe battlefield. There was no need for a reason to fight, as there were no rules here. There were only 2 reasons for the young geniuses to come here. Firstly, to train themselves. Secondly, to search for fortunate encounters. Only through great battles, only through killing, could one temper oneself. Once they stumbled into someone with a similar cultivation, it was normal for them to attack without a reason. On the other hand, those with a higher cultivation would not attack those with a lower cultivation, as there was no point in training themselves, unless they had some kind of treasure on them. They would either challenge those with a higher cultivation or those with the same cultivation level, to improve themselves in the face of death. Let's fight then. Xianxia held the spear in her hand and stepped into the air, facing the purple-robed young man. Kill. Without wasting any time, the purple-robed young man made his move. A light dot appeared on his forehead, and a battle sword flew out from it. He grabbed the sword in his hand and slashed at Xianxia. Whoosh, Xianxia lashed out with her spear like a silver lightning bolt. Clang, the spear and the battle sword collided, causing the sword intent and the spear glow to scatter in all directions. The 2 figures shuddered and were knocked a few steps backward. Without a doubt, the opponent was also a genius with a superior earthly spiritual body, possessing a shocking strength. Not bad, but it's far from enough, shouted the purple-cloaked young man. A dot of light appeared on his arm. From that dot of light, a battle axe flew out and floated above his head. The battle axe seemed to have a connection with the battle sword in his hand, causing the power of the battle sword in his hand to become even stronger. Art of 10,000 weapons, you're from the Wan clan. Not bad. Let's see how many of my weapons you can take. The purple-clad young man stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the void, and its power was even stronger than before. Flying cloud spear art. Xianxia shouted. Her long spear was like a dragon, thrusting out streaks of dazzling spear light toward the purple-clad young man. Clang! Clang! Clang, the 2 of them clashed continuously, but they were still evenly matched. However, what was surprising was that the purple-clad young man's body shone with bright spots. A weapon flew out from each bright spot. These weapons floated around the purple-clad young man's body. These weapons seemed to be connected with each other. All the battle weapon chi gathered in the purple-clad young man's battle sword, making the battle sword in his hand more and more terrifying. The purple-clad young man's weapon was only an emperor-level spiritual weapon, but it could borrow the chi of other spiritual weapons and merge them into one. Its power was even stronger than Xianxia's sacred weapon. Kill. The purple-clad young man became braver as he fought. He held a sword in his right hand and a battle axe in his left hand. He attacked from both sides and charged toward Xianxia. Slowly, Xianxia was being suppressed. What a strange domain. What a strange battle skill. There was a look of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. His opponent's domain could actually use different weapons at the same time. When he used a sword, he could turn it into a sword domain. When he used an axe, he could turn it into an axe domain. It seemed to be similar to his chaotic domain. However, his opponent couldn't have cultivated the chaotic domain. 10,000 weapons domain, an extremely rare domain, flashed in Lu Ming's mind. It was the 10,000 weapons domain. Legend had it that those who cultivated the 10,000 weapons domain could control all the weapons in the world. No matter what weapon was used, it could turn into a corresponding weapon domain. Of course, it was only limited to weapons. It couldn't turn into a fire domain or water domain. Those were the specialties of the chaotic domain. However, it was still very amazing. Come out. Finally, the purple-clad young man shouted. Bright spots lit up on his body again, and weapons flew out one after another. There were a total of 18 different weapons floating around the purple-clad young man. All of them were emperor-level spiritual weapons. When the battle weapon chi of the 18 emperor-level spiritual weapons gathered, their power was shocking. Clang, Xianxia was sent flying by the sword. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face pale. Xianxia had been defeated. He was no match for her at the same level. Look at your skills, you must be from the Yundi mountain. Hee hee, the Yundi mountain is just SOSO. The purple-clothed young man smiled disdainfully and did not continue to attack. He stepped into the air and returned to the noble young man's side. 18 different ruler-level spirit weapons flew into his body and disappeared. Yunqi's expression was ugly, but the 10,000 weapon chant practiced by the Wan family was really powerful. There are so many geniuses. Are they all geniuses from emperor-ranked powers? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. How long had it been since he entered the 100-tribe battlefield? Previously, he had met the 1,000 Slayer Manor's geniuses. Now, he was meeting the Wan clan's geniuses. They were all geniuses with high-grade earth astral physiques. Moreover, their cultivation techniques and battle skills were stronger than the previous. If such prodigies were to be placed in the Tsang prefecture, every single one of them would have the chance to compete for the position of the 10 great demon geniuses in the future. This caused the blood in his body to boil a little. Only in such an environment could one improve faster. At that instant, the noble young man glanced at the corpse of the 1,000 Slayer Manor's assassin and said in astonishment, "The assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor was killed by you guys?" Although he used the word you guys, his gaze was fixed on Yunxi. In his opinion, only Yunxi's strength was worth mentioning. The others were not worth mentioning. Among them, there was even a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. I didn't kill him. Yunxi shook her head. Not you? The noble young man was startled. It's him, he killed him. At that instant, Yun Kai pointed at Lu Ming and blurted out. The noble young man was startled, before he glanced at Lu Ming and said in astonishment, "It's you?" A mere 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor? Interesting. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor. Interesting indeed. Young master, let me test him and see what he's capable of. Another purple-clothed young man beside the noble young man said. The noble young man nodded his head. The purple-clothed young man stepped forward as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm, this purple-clothed young man's cultivation was slightly weaker than the one that Yunxi had fought before. Kid, come and fight me. I would like to see what kind of special abilities you have. The purple-clothed young man glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rose into the air as a powerful battle intent burst out from his body. He was eager to see how powerful the secret technique of the Wan clan was. Kid, you go first. Use your full strength at the end, or you won't have the chance. The purple-clothed young man calmly said with a disdainful look. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. He was only curious that Lu Ming was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not challenge a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator, as it would not serve as a training ground for him. Bang, Lu Ming was too lazy to waste his time. Since the young man had asked him to make the first move, he immediately made his move. He executed the heavenly art of hell and threw a punch in the direction of the purple-clothed young man. The space trembled as the terrifying force of the punch suppressed the air, forming a terrifying wave of air that surged toward the young man. The young man's expression changed tremendously. The power of Lu Ming's punch had completely exceeded his expectations. A spot of light appeared in between his eyebrows. A huge axe flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang, the fist collided with the axe, causing the young man's body to tremble violently as he was knocked a few steps back. So that's all you've got? Lu Ming calmly said. Die. The young man let out a roar as 6 light dots appeared on his body. 6 mystical weapons of different colors appeared. Together with the battle axe from before, there were a total of 7 mystical weapons, all of which were martial dominator realm. The 7 martial dominator realm weapons floated around the young man as the auras of the weapons merged with one another and gathered on the battle axe. Die. The young man let out a roar as he slashed at Lu Ming with the battle axe in his hand. The power of his attack was stronger than before. The flowing force gauntlet covered his hand as his chi surged into it, causing it to feel as heavy as a mountain. Bang, Lu Ming punched out once again. This time, the young man was knocked back again as he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Although the young man's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's and his battle skills were extremely powerful, his spiritual body was still a superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming was able to defeat or even kill such a genius back at the treasure sorting convention. Now that Lu Ming had used a sacred weapon, he could easily suppress the young man. Die! The young man let out a frenzied roar. He couldn't accept that he was suppressed in 2 consecutive moves. Another light spot lit up in his body. This time, there were 10 light spots at once, and another 10 Emperor-level spirit weapons flew out. 17 Emperor-level weapons floated in the air. The aura of the weapons was extremely dense and gathered on the battle axe. It made the young man's aura extremely strong. Kill! 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 The young man in purple robes shouted. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to redeem his face. He took a step forward, surrounded by his weapons. The giant axe was swung out as if it could split the sky. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. More true yuan poured into the flowing element glove. The flowing element glove shone like a small sun. Boom, he threw out a punch that could crush everything. Dong! 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 Lu Ming exchanged 3 moves with his opponent. After each move, his opponent had to take 3 steps back. After 3 moves, his opponent had to take 9 steps back. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of the divine sword art exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 2 black swords shot out from his eyes and rushed into the young man in purple robes. The young man's body trembled and his eyes lost focus for a moment. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming threw out another punch. This punch was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At the critical moment, although the other party used his battle axe to block it, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could muster. The battle axe was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated wildly and vomited blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a big step forward, wanting to defeat his opponent in 1 move. Enough! The noble young man frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He threw out a punch, but it was useless. He could not break through the force. When the force rushed over, Lu Ming's body slid back a few thousand meters. What? Taking turns to fight? If one doesn't work, 2. Lu Ming sneered. Taking turns to fight? Haha, what a joke. The noble young man clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the air. His body exuded a terrifying pressure that bore down on Lu Ming. It was like a divine weapon that wanted to break through the heavens and slash apart the world. Lu Ming covered his entire body with his primal chaos domain, resisting the pressure with all his might. Your strength is not bad, but a mere 6-layer martial dominator realm is not worthy enough to fight me. The noble young man said indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence and disdain for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not worthy of fighting with him. After saying this, the noble young man looked at the young man who had been injured by Lu Ming and said, "Cultivate well in the future and strive to break through. The next time you see this person, you will kill him with your own hands. Do you understand?" "Understood, young master." The young man in purple bowed in response. His gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with icy cold killing intent. "Let's go." The noble young man withdrew his aura and soared into the sky. That was right, as he had mentioned, Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak to fight him. He was not even interested in fighting him. In the blink of an eye, the noble young man and the 2 young men in purple disappeared from the crowd's sight. Meanwhile, Yun Kai, Yun Feng, and the others glanced at Lu Ming with great fear. Lu Ming was able to defeat a genius of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm from the Wan clan. His strength had exceeded their expectations. Although Yun Kai's cultivation was also at the peak of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm, he believed that he would not stand a chance against the geniuses of the Wan clan. However, Lu Ming was able to defeat him, implying that his strength was stronger than his. Yunshi glanced at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She was no match against the geniuses of the Wan clan, but Lu Ming was able to defeat the geniuses of the Wan clan with a gap of 2 layers. His strength was unbelievable. Farewell. At that instant, Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia and brought his fists together, planning to leave on his own. It was more convenient for him to move on his own. Lu Ming, the Thousand Assassins sect, was established by the Thousand Assassins martial monarch. Its strength is incredible, with countless experts, especially at the 100-tribe battlefield. Be careful. Xianxia could not bear it and reminded Lu Ming. Thanks, I'll be careful. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, there are cities built by locals at the 100-tribe battlefield. If you were to enter the cities, the people of the Thousand Assassins sect would be cautious and not dare to cross the line. Xianxia reminded. Lu Ming nodded. Not everyone at the 100-tribe battlefield was an outsider like them. There were locals too. In truth, the natives were not pure natives. They were all people who had entered the 100-race battlefield in the distant past. Some of them had stayed in the 100-race battlefield forever and never left. They had taken root in the 100-race battlefield and reproduced. Over time, more and more people came to the 100-tribe battlefield. These people were called locals. Moreover, the natives had been living in the 100-race battlefield since they were young. They were already used to the chaotic laws and could adapt to them. Therefore, some natives with peerless talent were able to break through to the Saint Realm in the 100-race battlefield without dying or going crazy because of the chaotic laws. However, the restrictions on the 100-tribe battlefield were great. Therefore, the strongest of the locals could only cultivate to the bright Saint Realm. It was almost impossible for them to break through to the great Saint Realm. These local Saint Realm experts would build cities and establish forces on the 100-tribe battlefield. Killing was generally forbidden in these cities. Therefore, if anyone violated the rules, the local Saint Realm experts might act and kill the violator. Therefore, there were no rules on the 100-tribe battlefield, but there were still some rules in those cities. Of course, things were not absolute. If one was strong enough, one could kill others in the city and quickly escape the city. Even the saints could not do anything about it. But at least it was much safer than outside the city. Therefore, Xianxia suggested that Lu Ming go to the city. Lu Ming did not say anything more. He turned and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Humph, with the slaughter mark on him, he will definitely not be able to reach the nearest city. He will definitely be found and killed by the 1,000-killer manner. Yun Kai sneered. Xianxia looked at Yun Kai with some disgust, then turned and left. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the black feather wings and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he had flown tens of thousands of miles. The 100-tribe battlefield has gathered the geniuses of many emperor-level forces. Almost all of them are geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies. In the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield, there are even geniuses who have cultivated to the heavenly spiritual body. There are too many geniuses. My cultivation is too weak. I must break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Lu Ming's weakness had always been his cultivation. He came from a remote island, and the cultivation environment was not good. Compared to the geniuses of Yuan Lu, his cultivation was much weaker. He had comprehended the primal chaos domain. He did not fear anyone at the same level. It's time to find a place to break through. Lu Ming looked around. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming flew toward a large mountain. Then, the primal chaos domain turned into the earth domain. Lu Ming directly rushed into the mountain. Just like the earth escape technique, there was no change on the surface of the mountain. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. By now, Lu Ming had watered it with a large amount of spiritual liquid. The Enlightenment ancient tree was growing very well. It was now 2 meters tall and its trunk was as thick as an arm. Its branches and leaves were lush, and wisps of heavenly Tao aura lingered between the branches and leaves. When a cultivator sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree, his heart would be calm, his mind would be clear, and his thoughts would be active. The speed of comprehension would increase by many times. Following that, Lu Ming took out a heavenly Tao stone. The heavenly Tao stone emitted heavenly Tao aura, allowing Lu Ming to comprehend the chaotic domain even faster. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. Previously, Lu Ming had traveled the world for a full year and was in harmony with nature. During that year, although Lu Ming's cultivation progress was very slow, his chaotic domain had already reached the peak of level 6 and could break through at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ming was in harmony with nature, so his comprehension speed was faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming's chaotic domain suddenly shook and became stronger and more condensed. The chaotic domain had broken through and reached level 7. A level 7 domain was already considered a domain controlled by a high-level martial emperor. However, Lu Ming did not stop. His previous accumulation was too strong. It was like a flood that flowed out of a dam. The chaotic domain was improving rapidly. As for the heavenly Dao stones, Lu Ming took them out one after another. After another 2 days, Lu Ming's chaotic domain reached the peak of level 7 in one go. With this breakthrough, the chaotic domain directly increased by an entire level. The speed was shocking. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had been accumulating for a year. Now that he had suddenly erupted, the speed was naturally shocking. Later on, after the eruption, his cultivation speed would return to normal. After the breakthrough in the chaotic domain, it was time to make a breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Ming took out a large number of mid-grade origin stones and erupted with devouring power, starting to devour and refine them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation skyrocketed until it reached the peak 7th layer martial dominator realm, which was on par with the chaos domain. Lu Ming had officially stepped into the ranks of high-level martial emperors. His battle prowess had greatly increased. The increase in Lu Ming's cultivation brought about an increase in his battle prowess. As his true essence increased, his spirit body would become more condensed and stronger. Moreover, his soul force would also become stronger as his cultivation increased. Furthermore, due to the difficulty of raising the primal chaos domain, the might of the primal chaos domain would soar every time it was raised. At the same time, as one's cultivation rose, one would be able to better utilize the prowess of a saint artifact. Therefore, Lu Ming's cultivation increased by 1 level, and his battle prowess skyrocketed. Currently, if Lu Ming were to fight against a peak 8th layer martial dominator realm genius like Yun Kai, he was confident that he would be able to defeat him in an instant. It's time for me to go out and find experts to spar with. Only then will I be able to break through faster. Blindly going into seclusion has lost the meaning of coming to the 100-tribe battlefield. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before exiting the mountain and river diagram. He transformed the chaos domain into the earth domain and rushed out of the mountain, flying towards the depths of the 100-race battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming had not flown far when he saw a few figures cutting through the void and flying in one direction. Someone glanced at Lu Ming from afar, ignoring Lu Ming's presence. They are all experts, 9th layer martial dominator realm experts. Lu Ming murmured and continued to move forward. However, Lu Ming encountered several batches of people consecutively and they were flying in the same direction. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that so many people are flying in the same direction? Or is there something attracting them in that direction? Lu Ming pondered. Whoosh! 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 At that instant, Lu Ming saw another 3 figures flying in the same direction. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming immediately withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. He used the trees to cover the mountain and followed the group from afar. An hour later, they arrived at a vast mountain range. The 3 figures suddenly came to a stop and nodded at one another before descending and disappearing. Lu Ming soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above where the few of them had been standing earlier. He looked down. Below him was a huge boulder, but he could see a well-hidden crack among the boulders. It was difficult to see it without taking a closer look. At that moment, those silhouettes had already disappeared. Could it be that those people had entered the crack? Lu Ming summoned the black feathered wings with a thought. Following this, his figure was encapsulated by the chaotic domain as he descended toward the crack. The crack continued to extend downward. It was pitch black, but as Lu Ming continued to descend, the crack became bigger and wider. There's another world inside the crack? Lu Ming stood in the air and glanced downward. Below him was a boundless land. With the dim light, he could barely see the mountains and rivers. Lu Ming landed on a mountain and scanned his surroundings. What came into view were huge mountains, but there was no vegetation. There were only black rocks and mud everywhere. Could it be that the people he saw before are all here? Lu Ming pondered. The 100 Tribes battlefield took place in the ancient times. Countless experts participated in the battle, and countless experts died in the battle, forming a strange place. Those strange places usually had great opportunities, but they were also accompanied by risks. Kill. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He dodged the attack with a flicker and turned around. What is this? Such a strong demonic aura. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The one attacking him was a tall and muscular monster covered in black bone spikes. It had a humanoid figure and was holding a battle axe in its hand. Its body was emitting a strong demonic aura. Kill. The monster uttered human words and roared, pouncing toward Lu Ming. 6th layer martial dominator realm, die. Lu Ming lashed out a punch with the force of the hell-suppressing heaven art. Bang, the monster's strength was equivalent to the 6th layer martial dominator realm. Its body exploded as soon as it was struck by Lu Ming's punch. However, this monster did not have a body of flesh and blood. After its body exploded, it turned into a cloud of demonic aura and kept tumbling in the air. It then condensed into the appearance of the monster and charged toward Lu Ming with a roar. Since it's made of demonic aura, I shall erase your demonic aura. Lu Ming immediately unleashed his chaotic domain. The monster's body was shattered once again, turning into a demonic aura. However, the demonic aura reappeared and transformed into the appearance of the monster, although its aura was slightly weakened. What kind of monster is this? Even the chaotic domain can only erase its aura slightly. It's impossible to kill it. Lu Ming was astounded. This monster was even more difficult to deal with than those martial artists who cultivated natural spiritual bodies. When those martial artists who cultivated natural spiritual bodies were attacked, their bodies would turn into natural elements to reduce the damage. However, as long as they were strong enough, they could still continuously destroy the opponent's spiritual body. However, this monster seemed to be unable to be destroyed by pure strength. Even the chaotic domain had little effect on it. No, this monster has a core. It's right between its eyebrows. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he scattered the monster again, he discovered that there was a black crystal between the monster's eyebrows. It was surrounded by demonic chi. He had not discovered it before. Moreover, the scattered demonic chi had gathered there to reform the monster's body. Puff, Lu Ming stepped forward and clawed out. Like a dragon's claw, his claw pierced through the monster's eyebrows and grabbed the crystal. Then, Lu Ming retreated and took out the crystal. Lu Ming looked and saw that there was a black crystal in his hand. There was a layer of black demonic fire on the crystal. There's a trace of spirituality on the crystal. Interesting. Extinguish. Lu Ming muttered and poured his true essence into the crystal. The demonic fire on the crystal was extinguished. Bang, when the demonic fire on the crystal was extinguished, the monster's body exploded and turned into demonic chi. It dissipated between heaven and earth and could no longer reform. This crystal was the core. Could this be the legendary demonic fiend crystal? Looking at the crystal in his hand, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Demonic fiend crystal was a very precious treasure. It could only be born in places with extremely dense demonic chi. The greatest function of the demonic fiend crystal was to temper the soul. Through the tempering of the demonic fiend crystal, a martial artist's soul power would constantly improve. There's actually a demonic fiend crystal in this place. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming cultivated the divine sword art. The demonic fiend crystal was of great use to him. Because of the world-refining calamity bell, Lu Ming's soul power was dozens of times stronger than other martial practitioners at the same level. Lu Ming's current soul power was even stronger than a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm. His soul power was even close to that of a half-saint. With such a strong soul power, the divine sword art could directly tear apart the soul of a martial artist of the same level, causing the opponent's soul to scatter. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm would be greatly affected, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Even half-saints could be affected by Lu Ming's soul attack and their fighting strength would be weakened. If Lu Ming's soul power continued to improve and reach the level of a half-saint, or even stronger, he could directly tear apart a half-saint's soul when using the Holy Sword technique. This would greatly enhance Lu Ming's battle strength. Moreover, it was said that the more powerful a martial artist was, the more they focused on their soul. It was said that after one's cultivation reached a certain level, the soul was extremely important to a martial artist. Therefore, the value of demon fiend crystals in the market was shockingly high. Are there any more demon fiend crystals in this place? After Lu Ming put away the demon fiend crystals, his figure flashed and he directly rushed down the mountain and landed on a rugged place with strange rocks. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming landed, a loud roar resounded and a giant tiger pounced on Lu Ming. This giant tiger was pitch black and had a surging demon chi. It was also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the gigantic tiger exploded. Just like the humanoid demonic creature previously, the demonic aura surged and the gigantic tiger's body condensed again. Sure enough. Just now, Lu Ming had indeed seen a crystal between the giant tiger's eyebrows. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and his claw pierced through the giant tiger's eyebrows and grabbed the crystal. Demon Fiend Crystal, it was really a Demon Fiend Crystal. There was also a layer of demon fire on it, which was extinguished by Lu Ming. As for the giant tiger, it turned into demon chi and dissipated. Haha, this is really a land of treasures. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flickered as he began to search for demonic creatures. After a few miles, another demonic creature appeared. It was a giant wolf, also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming grabbed the demon fiend crystal between its eyebrows and continued to move forward. Roar! Roar! For more than 10 miles, Lu Ming did not see any demonic creatures. However, after 10 miles, continuous roars could be heard as 6 demonic creatures pounced on him. One of them was at the 8th level of the martial royal realm. 2 of them were at the 7th level of the martial royal realm and the other 3 were at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. The 6 demonic creatures attacked at the same time, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming cast the wind element skill and his figure flashed. He killed a 6th level martial emperor demonic creature with one move and grabbed the demon crystal. At the same time, he flapped his black wings and scattered the other demonic creatures, turning them into demonic aura. However, they condensed again the next moment. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming continued to attack. The demon fiend crystals of the other 2 6th level martial royal realm demonic creatures were grabbed by Lu Ming and stored in the mountain and river diagram. Then, he pounced on a 7th level martial royal realm demonic creature and clawed at it. The demonic creature let out a roar and twisted its head to dodge Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's claw landed on its body, which exploded into pieces, but quickly recondensed. Pretty smart. Lu Ming murmured as he continued to grab the other 2 demonic creatures. The 2 demonic creatures were also very smart. They protected their heads very well and did not let Lu Ming grab them. As for their bodies, they allowed Lu Ming to bombard them. These demonic creatures were even more difficult to deal with than cultivators of the same level. As long as they protected their heads, they would attack the other parts of their bodies. If it weren't for Lu Ming's outstanding strength, he would have been in trouble. 9 seals of the God Gate, let's see how you're going to escape. Lu Ming performed a hand seal, causing 7 doors of the seal to appear in the sky. Lu Ming was now able to summon 7 doors of the seal. The 7 doors of the seal emitted a blinding glow, which instantly froze the 3 demonic creatures in place. Puff! 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 Lu Ming's figure flickered as he grabbed the demon fiend crystals of the 3 demonic creatures. He then used his true force to erase the presence of the crystals. The 6 demonic creatures turned into demonic chi and dissipated into the air. The higher the cultivation of the demonic creature, the better the quality of the demon fiend crystal. Lu Ming inspected the 7th layer martial royal realm and the 8th layer demon fiend crystal in his hand, and discovered that their quality was indeed better than the 6th layer martial royal realm demonic creatures. Lu Ming put them away and continued to move forward. There seemed to be a large number of demonic creatures in this place. As Lu Ming moved forward, he constantly encountered demonic creatures. The highest level ones were equivalent to 9th layer martial royal realm demonic creatures. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the harder it was to capture the demon fiend crystal. However, Lu Ming had the 9 seals of the God Gate, which could seal the movements of the demonic creatures, making it more convenient. In the end, Lu Ming even asked Bubbles to help. With Bubbles' spacetime domain, it was easy to seal the demonic creatures. Lu Ming was like a harvester, harvesting the demon fiend crystals. Half a day later, Lu Ming had obtained more than 100 demon fiend crystals. Inside a cave, a pagoda was floating above Lu Ming's head. A spacetime domain was emitted from the pagoda, and a transparent bubble was formed, trapping a 9th-layer martial dominator realm demonic creature. Lu Ming grabbed the demonic creature's demon crystal with his claw. It's so convenient with Bubble's help. Lu Ming's face was filled with smiles. Bubble was hiding inside the pagoda. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, the people he came into contact with were also stronger. Many people would be able to recognize Bubble at a glance. A young spacetime spirit mouse was priceless and extremely tempting. If it was targeted by some powerful existences, Lu Ming would be in danger. Therefore, when Lu Ming asked Bubble to come out to help, he would let Bubble enter the pagoda. This way, many people would think that the pagoda only had the spacetime domain. Although the pagoda with the spacetime domain was precious, it still had some functions. Since it could not be upgraded, some powerful existences would not be interested in it. However, if it was a spacetime spirit mouse, it would be completely different. After being trained, it would be able to defy the heavens in the future. This was the real top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming naturally had to be cautious. After obtaining the demon crystal, Lu Ming exited the cave and continued to move forward. This area was very spacious. Until now, Lu Ming had not encountered anyone else. Not long after, Lu Ming obtained a few more demon crystals. Roar! 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 At this moment, Lu Ming heard a series of roars coming from ahead. They were all the cries of demonic creatures. Judging from the sound, there were a lot of them. Let's go! Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he rushed toward the direction of the sound. After going around 2 mountains, Lu Ming saw a large group of demonic creatures besieging 4 young men. It's them, what a coincidence! Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The 4 young men were Xianxia, Yunkai, and the others. They must have seen the others coming in this direction, so they followed. At least hundreds of monsters were besieging Xianxia and the others. With Xianxia and the others' battle prowess, it was easy for them to fight across realms, so they weren't afraid of these demonic creatures. However, with so many demonic creatures, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the demon crystals. Damn, these monsters are too cunning. They always avoid the head, so we can't get the demon fiend crystals. Yunkai cursed. If there were a small number of monsters, they could besiege them and get the demon crystals, but there were too many monsters on the scene. Moreover, you can't directly shatter the monster's head. That way, the demon fiend crystals inside will also be shattered. That way, wouldn't it be a waste? Yunxi's group of 4 continued to attack. Demonic creatures were constantly being blasted apart, but as soon as these demonic creatures were blasted apart, other demonic creatures would rush over and attack Yunxi's group, making it so that they had no time to pursue and seize the demon fiend crystals. After fighting for a while, they didn't even get a single demon crystal. At this time, Lu Ming stepped out and walked out. It's you, Lu Ming? Yunxia, Yunkai, and the others were astonished when they saw Lu Ming walk out. Lu Ming, you're actually still alive. Looks like your luck isn't bad. The Thousand Slayer Manor hasn't found you during this time. Yunkai sneered. Lu Ming glanced at Yunkai indifferently. Lu Ming directly ignored this kind of person. Roar! Roar! When Lu Ming appeared, a group of demonic creatures changed direction and rushed toward Lu Ming. Almost all of them were 6th or 7th level Martial Emperor realm demonic creatures. 9 Divine Gate Seals. Lu Ming formed hand seals and 7 Divine Gate Seals appeared, sealing 7 demonic creatures. Then, his figure flickered and 7 demon fiend crystals appeared in Lu Ming's hand. So easy? Yunxia, Yunkai, and the others were dumbfounded. Especially Yunkai, who revealed a jealous expression. Roar! Roar! More demonic creatures rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming formed another Divine Gate Seal, and this time, Bubble assisted Lu Ming. A large number of demonic creatures were frozen, unable to move. Lu Ming walked leisurely as if he was picking fruits in his own backyard. His claws reached out and demon fiend crystals were grabbed by Lu Ming. The demonic creatures turned into demonic chi and dissipated. Then, Lu Ming rushed toward the demonic creatures that were besieging Xianxia and the others. He repeated the same trick. Soon, more than 100 demonic creatures all turned into demonic aura and dissipated. The demon crystals all entered Lu Ming's mountain river diagram. This, Xianxia and the others were stunned. Damn it! Yun Kai's eyes were filled with the flames of jealousy. They had worked hard to obtain a single demon fiend crystal, but Lu Ming had easily obtained more than 100 demon fiend crystals. His speed was many times faster than theirs. Lu Ming, these demonic creatures were attracted by us. It's too unkind of you to take action halfway. Why don't you take out some demon fiend crystals and share them with us? Yun Kai's gaze shifted as he sneered. You guys attracted them? Ridiculous, this area is full of demonic creatures. How can you say you attracted them? Moreover, I saved you guys. You don't thank me for saving you, but you want me to share your demon fiend crystals. You're really thick-skinned. Lu Ming mocked. Humph. Yun Kai coldly snorted, his face was a little ugly. Then, his eyes shifted again, revealing a fake smile. Lu Ming, you came from Cloud Emperor Mountain, so you're originally part of our team. How about you return to the team now? We'll take the demon fiend crystals together and divide them equally. How about it? Lu Ming's face revealed a sneer, looking at Yun Kai as if he was looking at an idiot. This Yun Kai was not only thick-skinned, but also shameless. Previously, he was afraid of being hunted by Thousand Slayer Manor, so he chased Lu Ming away. Now, after seeing Lu Ming's shocking efficiency in seizing the demon fiend crystals, he wanted Lu Ming to return to the team. Moreover, he even proposed to divide the demon fiend crystals equally. How ridiculous was that? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Sure, but after we leave this place, we'll still be a team. We'll travel together. How about it? This, Yun Kai immediately stiffened. What a joke, after leaving this place, Lu Ming would continue to be with them. If the assassins of Thousand Slayer Manor came, then wouldn't they have to die with Lu Ming? How could that be possible? Yun Kai's gaze shifted again. Alright, sure. Although he said so, he was thinking in his heart that he would first stabilize Lu Ming, and after obtaining a large amount of demon fiend crystals and leaving this place, he would kick Lu Ming away. Haha, I was just joking with you just now. You believe me? Lu Ming laughed loudly, the ridicule in his voice was even thicker. Lu Ming, you, Yun Kai was furious, knowing that he was fooled by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no intention of returning to the team. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a series of roars came from a nearby canyon. The ground shook as a group of demonic creatures charged over ferociously. There are so many demonic creatures here. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubble and harvested the demon crystals from the demonic creatures. Yun Kai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He roared angrily and wanted to grab the demon crystals. However, after fighting with a demonic creature for a long time, he only managed to get one. Lu Ming had already obtained nearly 100 demon crystals. More than 100 demonic creatures had rushed out of the canyon. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen left. At this moment, a few young men flew over from the sky. As soon as the young men arrived, they were attracted by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was using the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. 7 sealing doors had sealed 7 demonic creatures and seized 7 demon crystals. What a powerful sealing technique. One of the young men's eyes lit up. At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed the young men in the sky. He used the sealing doors again to seal the remaining demonic creatures and seize the demon crystals. Then, he moved and was about to leave. However, in the sky, the figures of the few young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. What can I do for you? Lu Ming asked coldly. Nothing. We think your sealing technique is good, so we want to cooperate with you. One of the young men with short hair said with a faint smile. The aura of a LV9 Martial Royal Realm was released and locked on to Lu Ming. Cooperation? I'm not interested. I prefer to be alone. Lu Ming rejected directly. After being rejected by Lu Ming, the young man with short hair said in a threatening tone, "Kid, you're only a LV7 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. You'd better understand this situation." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became stronger and formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. The threat was self-evident. At the same time, the other three young men also released their auras and pressed down on Lu Ming. One of them was at the peak of LV9 Martial Royal Realm and two were at the peak of LV8 Martial Royal Realm. The four experts surrounded Lu Ming with gloomy eyes. Not far away, Yunkai was gloating. "Haha, this kid is too arrogant. Let's see how he's going to die now. Yunshi, this has nothing to do with us. You'd better not interfere." Yunkai sneered and reminded Yunshi not to make a move. Yunshi frowned. However, there were two people in the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. Even if she wanted to help, there was nothing she could do. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked around and coldly spat out a word, "Scram." The words caused the faces of the four young men to turn dark. "Brat, if it weren't for the fact that you have some value, I would have slapped you to death right now. Now, I'll give you two options. The first is to hand over the demon crystals on you and then obediently follow us and help us hunt for demon crystals. The second option is death. Which one will you choose?" The short-haired youth said coldly. "I choose the other two paths." Lu Ming said. "Which two?" The short-haired young man was stunned and asked subconsciously. "First, get lost immediately. Second, you die." Lu Ming said. The four young men were startled. "Kid, you dare to trick us? Die." The short-haired young man's eyes emitted an icy murderous intent. A thunderous sword appeared in his hand as he slashed in Lu Ming's direction. "Kill." Lu Ming uttered a roar as he unleashed the godly sword art to attack his opponent's soul. The short-haired young man halted his slash and uttered a roar. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand and nailed the short-haired young man to the ground. Since the battle was about to begin, Lu Ming would not show any mercy. He immediately executed a thunderous blow to kill his opponent. The other three were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying, killing the short-haired young man with a single attack. The short-haired young man was a 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert, 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's cultivation, but he had been killed with a single attack. It was too late when the three reacted. The 7 sealed doors appeared around them. The terrifying sealing force made it difficult for them to move. They immediately unleashed their attacks in an attempt to destroy the doors of sealing. Kill. Following this, the godly sword art was unleashed and penetrated their bodies, causing their souls to feel as if they were being torn apart. "No, spare my life," the three young men screamed in terror. However, they were greeted with 3 terrifying spear glows from Lu Ming's spear. The spear glows penetrated the bodies of the 3 young men, killing them instantly. Lu Ming waved his hand and retrieved the storage rings of the 4 young men, before he glanced at Yun Kai coldly. Yun Kai's figure began to tremble as his heart turned cold, causing his face to turn pale. 4 experts, including a 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert, were instantly killed by Lu Ming without any chance to retaliate. With his strength, killing him would be a piece of cake. How is this Lu Ming so powerful? How is he so powerful? Yun Kai yelled in his heart. Lu Ming's strength was a lot stronger than the others even though they both possessed a superior earthly spiritual body, which was difficult for him to accept. In fact, Lu Ming's strength was not much stronger than the short-haired young man's. Earlier on, the few of them had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's divine sword art and divine gate 9 seals complemented each other seamlessly. It was simply too amazing. As long as one's combat strength did not exceed Lu Ming's by too much, one would only die under Lu Ming's attacks. Lu Ming's 2 moves would not be effective against a half-saint. Lu Ming's current soul power was close to that of a half-saint. Although the godly sword art could shake a half-saint's soul, it would not be so serious that the half-saint could resist it. The 9 seals of the God's Gate would also be destroyed. However, a genius with a 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm superior earthly spiritual body could not resist Lu Ming's 2 moves. Lu Ming could indeed kill them easily. Lu Ming glanced at Yun Kai coldly, then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky, leaving the place. Phew, after Lu Ming left, Yun Kai let out a long sigh. The pressure that Lu Ming gave him was too great. That brat. Yun Kai gritted his teeth. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a few demonic creatures rushed out of the valley. Yunxi and the others gathered their thoughts and fought with the demonic creatures. There were only a few demonic creatures, so it was not difficult for them to deal with them. Soon, they had taken the demon crystals. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there was another sound in the sky. 3 figures appeared in the sky, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Yunxi and the others. It's them, the geniuses of the Wan clan. Yun Kai said with a pale face. The 3 figures in the sky were the noble young men of the Wan clan and the 2 young men in purple robes. So you're from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Now, hand over all your demon crystals. A young man in purple robes stepped out and said coldly. What? You want to rob us of our demon crystals? Yunxi said angrily. If you don't give it to us, then die. Hurry up, we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The young man in purple robes said. Yunxi was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She looked at the noble young man in fear. That noble young man was definitely a terrifying figure, and the pressure he gave her was too great. In the end, Yunxi and the others reluctantly took out all the demon crystals and handed them to the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man respectfully handed them to the noble young man. The noble young man put them away and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Yun Kai called out. The noble young man turned around, looked at Yun Kai, and said indifferently, What? Do you want to die? No, it's my honor to be able to give my demon crystals to you all. I have an important piece of news to tell you all. There is one person who has at least several hundred demon crystals, or even more. Yun Kai hurriedly said. A few hundred? The noble young man's eyes revealed a fiery light. Boy, who has the ability to get a few hundred demon crystals? If you lie, you are courting death. Do you understand? A purple-clad young man said coldly. I'm definitely not lying. Several of us can testify that that person has mastered a sealing method. He can quickly seal the demons and then seize the demon crystal. This place is filled with dense demon chi that hasn't dissipated yet. It was caused by that person just now. Yun Kai said. Yun Kai, Yunxi scolded him. She didn't expect Yun Kai to be so despicable as to push Lu Ming out. Yun Kai's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and he didn't look at Yunxi. Yes, the demon chi here is indeed very dense. Who is that person? The noble young man said. You have all seen that person. He was with us before and was lucky enough to defeat one of you. His name is Lu Ming. Yun Kai hurriedly said. So it's him. The noble young man's eyes flashed sharply. You better not let me find out that you are lying to me. Tell me, which direction did he go? That direction. Yun Kai pointed in the direction Lu Ming had left. Let's go. The noble young man said. He took the 2 purple-clad young men and chased in the direction Lu Ming had left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yun Kai, you have gone too far. Lu Ming has no enmity with us. We came in together and let him leave alone. That's too much. Yunxi looked at Yun Kai with disappointment. Humph, why are you so anxious? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that boy? Yun Kai sneered. You. Don't talk nonsense. Yunxi blushed. Humph. That brat doesn't know what's good for him. He's so arrogant. I don't like him. He's just a man from the Tsang continent, yet he has to be respectful in front of Cloud Emperor Mountain. Otherwise, he'll die. Yun Kai said coldly. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Yunxi sighed. She was disgusted with Yun Kai. Yun Kai was too narrow-minded. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that the Wan family's geniuses were already looking for him. He was still searching for demonic creatures and seizing demon fiend crystals. Along the way, he seized several dozen more demon fiend crystals. Right now, he already had close to 300 pieces of demon fiend crystals on him. Of course, most of them were demonic demon crystals of the 6th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. There were even some demonic demon crystals of the 5th layer, 8th layer, and 9th layer. If he could refine it, his soul power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Roar, a demonic leopard, was astonishingly fast. Seeing that it was no match for him, it actually broke into a run. This was a demonic creature at the peak of the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. How could Lu Ming let it escape? Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the wind origin technique and the black feather wings to chase after the demonic leopard. However, when the demonic leopard ran, it was like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Ming couldn't catch up with it for a while. It seems that I have to find some time to cultivate a movement technique. The wind origin technique can't keep up with me anymore. Lu Ming thought to himself. As his cultivation increased, the wind origin technique gradually became insufficient. He had to cultivate a stronger martial technique. Bubble. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble's voice came from the pagoda floating above his head. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped the demonic leopard within. The demonic leopard was instantly frozen. Puff, Lu Ming rushed over. His hand was like a dragon's claw. He grabbed the demonic leopard's head and pulled out a piece of demon crystal. True essence poured in and wiped out the spirituality on the demonic crystal. At this moment, Lu Ming looked behind him. The sound of air breaking rang out as 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's line of sight. It's them. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The 3 people who appeared were the 3 from the Wan clan. We finally found this guy. A purple-clad youth smiled. After a few breaths, the 3 from the Wan clan appeared in front of Lu Ming. 2 of the purple-clad youths flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. What? You lost one last time and now you want someone else to fight? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. Kid, you defeated me last time because I was careless. The purple-robed young man who had been defeated by Lu Ming previously spoke with a gloomy expression and continued, Lad, I heard that you have a large number of demon crystals in your hands and even know a sealing method. Now, hand over all your demon crystals and follow us to hunt for demon crystals. In this way, we can spare your life. They're here for my demon crystals and sealing technique. But how did these people know that I have a large amount of demon crystals? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. These people didn't see him hunting a large number of demonic creatures. I think you're mistaken. I'm alone. How can I have a large amount of demon crystals? Since I entered here, I've only obtained a few pieces. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Moreover, I don't know any sealing technique. Lu Ming said. Kid, don't try to quibble. It was said by a kid who was with you before. How can it be wrong if your own people said it? A purple-clad youth sneered. Own people? Yun Kai. Lu Ming's heart moved. He guessed that it must be Yun Kai who said it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold murderous intent. Yun Kai had always been against him. It seemed like he would have to kill him if he had the chance. Previously, he had taken the teleportation formation of the Cloud Emperor Mountain to enter this place. Therefore, he would most likely have to pass through the Cloud Emperor Mountain to leave this place. Therefore, he had been merciful to Yun Kai. However, it seemed like it was useless to be merciful, as Yun Kai would only become more ruthless. Therefore, Lu Ming would have to eliminate him if he had the chance. Kid, now you have nothing to say. Hand it over and come with us. Help us seal the demonic creatures. A purple-clad youth snapped. Alright, I'll hand it over. Lu Ming said. Saying this, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it at the young man. The noble young man instinctively reached out to catch it. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He dashed toward the purple-clad youth with a cultivation of the 8th layer martial dominator realm and threw a punch at his opponent. The young man did not expect Lu Ming to attack all of a sudden. He let out a roar and tried his best to resist the attack. However, he was only able to unleash half of his strength in such a short time, thus there was no way he could resist Lu Ming's attack. The purple-clad youth was shattered into pieces under Lu Ming's punch. How bold, die. Buzz, a magical fluctuation was emitted from the pagoda above Lu Ming's head. Bubble made his move by encapsulating Lu Ming with the space-time domain. Lu Ming dodged the attack with a flicker. Meanwhile, the young man scanned the storage ring that Lu Ming had thrown at him with his spiritual sense and discovered that it was empty. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Die now. A spot of light lit up in the palm of the noble young man. A combat sword flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. That power was extremely terrifying. In the face of this sword, Lu Ming only had one thought, and that was that he was no match for it. This young man was definitely a half-martial sacred, a terrifying one at that. Whoosh, the black wings appeared and flashed rapidly. With a swoosh, Lu Ming dashed to the right, avoiding the sword gleam of the noble young man. You won't be able to escape. The young man's eyes were as cold as a saber. Lu Ming, a mere 7th-layer martial dominator, dared to trick him and kill the people of the Wan clan right in front of him. He had already sentenced Lu Ming to death in his heart. His figure seemed to have transformed into a godly weapon as he chased after Lu Ming. Buzz, at that instant, the pagoda above Lu Ming's head emitted a magical fluctuation as a space-time passage was formed. The space-time passage did not lead to the front, but to the back, where another young man in a purple robe was. Lu Ming stepped into the passage and appeared not far away from the other young man. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as the godly sword technique burst out and penetrated the young man's soul. The young man let out a cry of agony. Lu Ming took advantage of the opportunity and killed the young man in a purple robe with a punch. He then took the opportunity to rob the young man of his storage ring. Since they had become enemies, Lu Ming would not show any mercy. How bold! Seeing that Lu Ming had killed yet another purple-clad youth, the noble youth's rage soared to the heavens. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Suddenly, 8 light dots lit up on his body, and 8 weapons flew out from the 8 light dots. The terrifying battle weapon Qi wreaked havoc in the air. Saint weapons, all of them were saint weapons. In addition to the battle sword in front, there were 9 weapons, all of which were saint weapons. When the battle weapon Qi of the 9 holy weapons merged, their might was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a fatal threat. Bubbles, let's go. Lu Ming's black wings flapped as he frantically retreated. Next, Bubble took action and a space-time tunnel was formed. Lu Ming rushed in. Stay here and kill. The noble young man roared. His battle sword slashed out, creating a terrifying fluctuation in the void. Boom, the terrifying sword light slashed at the space-time tunnel, destroying space-time and destroying everything. The space-time tunnel trembled violently before collapsing. Lu Ming was only halfway through when he was blasted out of the space-time tunnel. What terrifying combat strength! Even the space-time tunnel can be destroyed. Let's go. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique. Energy continuously poured into the air-frozen pearl. His black wings flapped wildly as Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew forward rapidly. Clang, behind him, the saint weapon vibrated. The noble young man turned into a streak of sword light and chased after Lu Ming. His speed was shockingly fast, surpassing Lu Ming's speed. He was rapidly closing the distance between the two. What shocking speed! Then let me take you to a place. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He slowly changed his direction and flew toward a large mountain. The noble young man chased after him relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance. The distance between Lu Ming and the noble young man was getting closer and closer. You will die today. The noble young man's cold voice came from behind. You sound very confident. But how did I kill your 2 subordinates? Lu Ming's mocking voice made the noble young man's killing intent even stronger. Roar! Roar! A terrifying roar came from ahead. Demonic Qi soared into the sky. Here we are. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he was hunting demonic creatures, he passed by here and found that there were terrifying demonic creatures gathered. He saw a few at random and found that they were all at the half-step saint level. So, he bypassed them. Now, he could make use of these demonic creatures to stop the noble young man. Whoosh, Lu Ming flew toward the place where the roar came from. In the next moment, a huge valley appeared in front of Lu Ming. In the valley, there were terrifying demonic creatures wandering around. They roared from time to time. Their power was shocking, and there was a faint saint aura in the air. At a glance, there were at least a dozen demonic creatures. They were all at the half-step saint level. Lu Ming rushed into the valley without hesitation. Roar! 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 Suddenly, these demonic creatures went berserk. Demonic chi billowed and they roared like thunder. They charged toward Lu Ming. Bam! A demonic creature that looked like a giant wolf slapped Lu Ming with its paw. Lu Ming's body shattered like glass. It was a shadow. Lu Ming's body had appeared on the other side. Bubble wrapped Lu Ming in the spacetime domain. Lu Ming's body flashed rapidly as if he was shuttling through spacetime. He avoided the attacks of these half-step saint demonic creatures and went deeper into the valley. Do you think you can stop me with these demonic creatures? Ridiculous. Kill. The noble young man's cold voice sounded. He also rushed into the valley. 9 saint weapons circled around his body, and a terrifying battle weapon chi gathered. A sword light slashed out, and a half-saint demonic beast's body was shattered, and it turned into a cloud of rolling devil chi. Then, the noble young man punched with his other hand. The noble young man's fist seemed to have turned into a divine weapon. There was nothing it couldn't break. Boom, a half-step saint demonic creature was blown away by a punch. He reached out and grabbed a piece of demon fiend crystal. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The noble young man's strength was beyond his imagination. Although they were all half-step saints, those demonic creatures were no match for the noble young man. They were all killed in one move. The noble young man's every move contained the power of the law. Obviously, the noble young man had comprehended the law. There were strong and weak half-step saints. According to the realm, the half-step saint was mainly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to comprehend the ultimate domain, which was also a half-step saint. Above the 9th domain was the ultimate domain. As long as one comprehended the ultimate domain, one would be a half-step saint. The second stage was to comprehend the power of the law. After comprehending the law, one would be much more powerful than a first-stage saint. As for the third stage, it was the ultimate domain. At this stage, one was really only half a step away from the saint realm. As long as one could condense a saint heart and convert vital essence into saint power, one would enter the saint realm. With the ultimate domain, the spiritual body's power would reach a terrifying level, far surpassing the second stage. The noble young man should be in the second stage half-step saint. Bam! Bam! One by one, the half-step saint demonic creatures were blown apart by the noble young man. They turned into demonic chi and then condensed again. Roar! Roar! At this moment, terrifying roars came from the depths of the valley. The earth shook as more than 20 demonic creatures rushed out. They were all half-saints, and some of them were equivalent to the second stage of half-saints. But no matter if it was the first or second stage of half-saints, they were all killed in one move by the noble youth. This person's combat strength was too strong. It had reached a terrifying level. With the help of Bubble, Lu Ming avoided the attacks of the demonic creatures and went deeper into the valley. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came out, and a demonic aura soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! Heavy footsteps could be heard as a huge creature walked out of the valley. It was a demonic bear. It was 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Every step it took made the ground rumble. Roar! The demonic bear roared, and the wind howled. Terrifying saint aura spread out. Saint realm, this demonic bear was a genuine saint realm existence. The demonic bear slapped at Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming frantically retreated to the side of the valley. At the same time, a sacred weapon shield was placed in front of him. The black feather wings protected his body and Bubble's spacetime domain was added to Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming seemed to have traveled through time and space as he retreated. Boom! As the demonic bear's palm slammed down, the Bubble's spacetime domain kept crumbling. In the end, it slammed into the sacred weapon shield. Then, the sacred weapon shield slammed into the black wings. Lu Ming felt like he had been hit by a mountain. His body was like a cannonball, and he crashed into the wall of the valley. With a boom, he hit the wall, and debris flew everywhere. Puff! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. The existence of the Saint Realm was too terrifying. Lu Ming was too far away from it. Even with Bubble's help, he couldn't avoid it. The space-time domain collapsed. However, the space-time domain blocked a large part of the demonic bear's power. Then, with the Saint weapon shield and black wings, Lu Ming wasn't seriously injured. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? As the number one genius of the Xianxia state, how powerful would the divine child be when he breaks through to the Saint Realm? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he felt an immense pressure. He didn't have much time left. There was less than a year and a half left until the next treasure pedestal meeting. He had to make breakthroughs as fast as possible. During this period of time, roar, after the demonic bear sent Lu Ming flying with a slap, it was as if it had swatted away a fly. After that, it no longer paid any attention to Lu Ming and charged towards the noble youth. In its eyes, the noble young man was the bigger threat. The demonic bear stomped on the ground and swept its mountain-like paw towards the noble youth. So what if you're in the Saint Realm? Fight! The noble young man roared. His battle intent soared as his hair danced in the wind. His battle prowess was pushed to the limit. The aura of the 9 Saint weapons gathered on the battle sword in his hand. He slashed out a resplendent sword light. Boom, the sword light and the demonic bear's paw clashed together, causing a terrifying boom. Horrifying energy overflowed and sent several half-saint demonic beasts flying, causing them to explode in the air. It was truly shocking. Just the aftermath alone was enough to scatter half-saint demonic beasts. Bang! 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 After the boom, the noble young man's body trembled. He stepped into the void and retreated 8 or 9 steps. The demonic bear's towering body was as still as a mountain. After all, the noble young man was no match for the Saint Realm demonic beasts. It was too difficult for a non-saint saint to fight a saint. The gap was too big. Roar! The demonic bear roared and continued to step forward, slapping at the noble young man. The noble young man's aura grew stronger and stronger. 3 more light spots lit up in his body and 3 more saint weapons flew out. A total of 12 saint weapons floated around him. The aura of the saint weapons was extremely powerful. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the void above the noble young man's head. Countless weapons danced in the air within the shadow. It was a mysterious sight to behold. This is a vision of heaven and earth. This person really has a heavenly spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Legend had it that the heavenly spiritual body was a person who was blessed by the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Once they exerted their strength to the extreme, a vision of heaven and earth would appear in the sky. No wonder the heavenly spiritual body was so powerful. A superior earthly spiritual body was considered a prodigy, but compared to a heavenly spiritual body, it was a far cry. A heavenly spiritual body was blessed by the heavens. As long as they didn't die, they would have a chance to become an emperor. It was absolutely terrifying. In the younger generation of the Tsang state, there was no one with a heavenly spiritual body. Even the number one deity in the Tsang state only had a superior earthly spiritual body. This noble young man was a prodigy who was more talented than the deity. It was just that his cultivation wasn't as strong as his body. Kill! The noble young man shouted. Around him, 11 saint weapons whizzed out and charged at the demonic bear. As for himself, he held a battle sword and charged at the demonic bear. Boom! 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 After a few consecutive blows, the noble young man was still at a disadvantage, but he was able to withstand the demonic bear's attack. A non-saint had the ability to fight a saint-level expert. It showed how terrifying a heavenly spiritual body was. Roar! 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 At this time, more half-saint demonic creatures rushed out and wandered around, but they couldn't get close to the battle. A huge demonic tiger charged at Lu Ming. Let's fight! This time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he charged at the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lu Ming. Its mouth was so huge that it could swallow a house. Lu Ming didn't dodge and rushed into the demonic tiger's mouth. The moment he rushed in, Lu Ming's body entered the mountain and river diagram. Only the mountain and river diagram appeared in the demonic tiger's mouth. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure refined by an emperor-level expert. Even if it was swallowed by the demonic tiger, it was fine. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and paid attention to the battle outside. At this time, the noble young man had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the demonic bear. He was gradually losing and was completely at a disadvantage. He was swallowed by the demonic tiger. The noble young man naturally saw the scene of Lu Ming being swallowed by the demonic tiger. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe that Lu Ming would die so easily. He guessed that he was hiding in the demonic tiger's body to avoid the other demonic creatures. Indeed, when Lu Ming entered the demonic tiger's body, the other demonic creatures all turned their attention to the noble young man. They surrounded the noble young man and stared at him covetously. "Humph, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a demonic creature's body. I'll kill you all the same." The noble young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. "Go." He raised his hand and among the 12 sacred weapons, a shield and a small mountain, rushed toward the demonic bear. His body flashed and rushed toward the demonic tiger that had swallowed Lu Ming. Roar! The demonic tiger roared and pounced at the noble youth. However, the noble youth slashed out with his sword and the demonic tiger's body collapsed, turning into a cloud of demonic chi. However, at this moment, the noble youth's pupils constricted. 2 figures appeared in the demonic chi. The 2 figures looked exactly the same. There were 2 Lu Ming, of course, they were Lu Ming's overgod and second body. Suddenly, a transparent bubble appeared on the noble youth's body and enveloped him. "Space-time domain? Break!" The noble youth roared. His body glowed and a terrifying aura of a battle weapon rushed out. With a bang, the transparent bubble was shattered. However, at this moment, 8 sealed doors appeared around him. Each of them emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying sealing power. They were about to seal the noble youth. Previously, Lu Ming had been using the 9 seals of the God's Gate continuously. Unknowingly, the 9 seals of the God's Gate had broken through and could condense 8 sealed doors at once. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's main body roared. 2 terrifying sword rays shot out from his eyes and rushed into the noble youth's body, causing his body to tremble. Tai Chi! At this moment, Ming Lian's second body whispered. A Tai Chi disc floated above his head and a huge Tai Chi pattern appeared, suppressing the noble youth. The Tai Chi disc contained a terrifying destructive and suppressive power. Break! 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 The noble youth roared. With a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, he attacked in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 8 sealed doors continued to crumble. At this moment, the Tai Chi pattern pressed down, causing the noble youth's body to tremble violently. The true yuan that covered his body trembled. His body stiffened in the air. Roar! At this moment, the demonic bear had already arrived. It swung its paw at the noble young man. The slap landed directly on the noble youth's body. The noble youth screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the side of the valley, creating a huge crater. Bang! However, in the next moment, the noble youth rushed out of the crater. However, at this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, revealing a golden armor underneath. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Just now, he was struck by the power of the Taiji diagram and slapped by the demonic bear. In the end, he was still heavily injured. "Brat, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The noble young man let out an unwilling roar, then turned into a beam of light, shot into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demonic bear did not give chase. This guy is really strong. Also, my soul force is still too weak. Lu Ming pondered. The series of attacks just now had failed to kill the noble young man. He used the divine sword art to attack the other party's soul. Although the other party was affected, he still retained a lot of strength, which was why he was able to escape. Otherwise, he would have been directly injured by the demonic bear slap. Lu Ming's current soul power was equivalent to the first stage of a half-saint. For a half-saint who had comprehended the law, it didn't have much of an impact. Roar! At this moment, the demonic bear looked at Lu Ming with a tyrannical glint in its eyes. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind Lu Ming, and the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. The prison-suppressing steel specialized in suppressing evil spirits. Could it suppress these demonic creatures? Lu Ming decided to give it a try. The prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly, emitting a dazzling light. Especially the word at the bottom, the light was even brighter. Roar, the demonic bear had a look of awe in its eyes. Then, it actually took off and rushed into the depths of the valley. The half-saint demonic creatures did the same. They all ran into the depths of the valley and disappeared. They really ran away? Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of a smile. The reason why he didn't summon the prison-suppressing steel before was that he was afraid of scaring away these demonic creatures. If that happened, who would help him block the noble young man? This valley has gathered so many powerful demonic creatures. There must be a secret. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming thought. Anyway, with the prison-suppressing steel to deter those demonic creatures, Lu Ming became bolder. Ming Lian's second body stepped out and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It disappeared and went to cultivate in peace. Now that Ming Lian's second body was progressing very quickly, and he was getting closer and closer to igniting the ninth spirit lamp, he naturally had to seize the time to cultivate. The prison-suppressing steel floated above Lu Ming's head as he walked into the depths of the valley. The deeper he went, the larger and wider the valley became. So many bones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He found that there were many bones in the valley ahead. These bones were of different shapes. Some were incomparably huge, like small hills, and some were very small. But each bone was as white as jade and emitted a fluorescent light. It could be seen that they were incomparably powerful existences when they were alive. Lu Ming restrained his aura and continued to move forward. In front of him, what came into view were bones of all kinds. In ancient times, there was a war of the 100 races. Could this be the burial ground of the 100 races? And those demonic creatures were mutated from these experts after they died? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Because the spiritual essence on these bones had been severely drained. Some of the bones had completely turned into dust. Obviously, they had gone through a long period of time. Lu Ming saw a huge human skeleton. This skeleton was very strange. It was actually golden and the bones were 7 to 8 meters long. Could this be the legendary golden giant? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The giant clan was real, and the golden giant was the royal clan of the giants. It was extremely terrifying and was a natural warrior. Could this be the skeleton of a Qilin? In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a skeleton that looked very much like the legendary Qilin. Unfortunately, the spiritual essence on these bones had almost been drained, and they were no longer valuable. If the spiritual essence had not been drained, then the value of these bones would be amazing. Strange, in the War of the 100 Races, there would not be so many bones piled up together. They should be scattered everywhere. Could it be that someone specially gathered these corpses here? Lu Ming guessed. Then, are there any dragon bones here? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the War of the 100 Races, the dragon clan was most likely involved. If he could find some dragon bones, his dragon god battle body would be able to evolve. If he could break through the category of the earth spiritual body and evolve to the low-level heaven spiritual body, then Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Let's look for it. Lu Ming suddenly became excited. Although these bones had lost a lot of spiritual essence, as long as there was enough, it could still allow Lu Ming's dragon god battle body to evolve. Roar! 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 All around, the roars of demonic creatures kept coming, but because of the prison-suppressing steel, these demonic creatures all stayed far away from Lu Ming. So many powerful demonic creatures, more than one Saint Realm demonic creature. Lu Ming sensed his surroundings and was secretly shocked. Here, he sensed several terrifying demonic creatures exuding powerful saint aura. Fortunately, he had the prison-suppressing steel to deter these demonic creatures, otherwise, he would not have been able to walk in at all and would have been killed by the demonic creatures. That's a dragon bone. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. A skeleton that was hundreds of meters long was lying on the ground, with 5 dragon claws under its abdomen. If it was not the skeleton of a real dragon, what was it? Lu Ming was overjoyed, there really was a dragon bone here. Sure enough, the loss of spiritual essence is very serious. Lu Ming walked to the side of the dragon bone, carefully sensed it, and sighed slightly. Although this dragon bone was very large, there was not much spiritual essence left, and it would be difficult for his dragon god battle body to evolve. There should be more than one dragon bone here, look again. Lu Ming began to search around. This place was very large, covered with bones, and the sky was filled with a faint demonic qi, blocking vision. Lu Ming could only search slowly. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming found another dragon bone, which also had a serious loss of spiritual essence. Lu Ming dragged this dragon bone to the previous one and put the two dragon bones together. Then he continued to search. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a total of 10 huge dragon bones. These dragon bones were definitely above the Saint Realm when they were alive, or even stronger than the bright Saint Realm. But they all died in battle. After finding 10 dragon bones, Lu Ming walked around again, but did not find any new dragon bones. It seems that there are only these dragon bones here, 10 dragon bones should be enough. Lu Ming's eyes were full of anticipation, and he returned to the place where the dragon bones were piled. The 10 dragon bones were piled together like a small mountain. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. His devouring power erupted and enveloped the pile of dragon bones. He devoured the spiritual essence within the dragon bones and began to cultivate the dragon god battle body. This was the most suitable place to cultivate. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air, and those demonic creatures did not dare to come close. As for other martial artists, they definitely could not enter. It was the perfect place for seclusion. The essence of the dragon bone was constantly being devoured and refined by the power of swallowing, seeping into Lu Ming's spirit body. Lu Ming's body emitted a faint glow, and faint dragon roars could be heard. The spiritual essence of the dragon bone continued to gather in Lu Ming's body, seeping into the depths of his physical body. As long as it accumulated to a certain level, Lu Ming's spirit body would undergo a qualitative change, achieving an upgrade and stepping into a higher level. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, emanating from Lu Ming's body. The 10 true dragon bones were shaken by the dragon's roar, and immediately turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. The spiritual essence of the dragon bones had been completely absorbed by Lu Ming, and these dragon bones naturally turned into powder. Roar, at this time, the dragon's roar in Lu Ming's body grew louder and louder. Finally, in the void above Lu Ming's head, a huge phantom of 9 dragons appeared. The 9 dragons stepped on the void, roaming the outer space. Heaven and Earth Vision. The appearance of the Heaven and Earth Vision meant that Lu Ming's spirit body had officially entered the ranks of the heavenly spirit body. Whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His body soared into the air, and he punched out. A terrifying fist force, accompanied by an ear-piercing whistle, blasted toward a demonic creature not far away. This demonic creature was directly sent flying by the fist force, and it slid a few hundred meters on the ground. Such power! A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. That demonic creature had the strength of a stage 1 half-saint. It was an ordinary demonic creature, but it was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level martial royal realm, but his combat strength had been greatly improved. He was much stronger than before. The heavenly spirit body was not comparable to the earthly spirit body at all. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the demonic creature. The prison-suppressing steel suppressed it. The demonic creature screamed, turned around, and ran away. Well, forget it. These demonic creatures don't dare to fight me when I use the prison-suppressing steel here. But once I put it away, these demonic creatures will attack me together. Lu Ming was somewhat depressed. He had wanted to see if he could seize some demonic demon crystals of the half-saint level, but it seemed that he had to give up. It's been half a month. It's time to leave. I can't just hide in one place and cultivate. Lu Ming thought, and then walked out of the valley. He had enough demon fiend crystals on him, enough to use for some time. Soon, he came out of the valley and put away the prison-suppressing steel. He spread his black wings and flew toward the exit of this area. On the way, he found some other people who were still hunting for demon crystals here. Lu Ming did not stop. He spread his black wings and flew past the ground below at an astonishing speed. Soon, Lu Ming saw the exit. It was the crack that he had entered from. Lu Ming directly flew out of the crack. Just as Lu Ming flew out of the crack, his pupils constricted. He sensed a terrifying danger descending upon him all of a sudden. Whoosh, a slight wave was directed at Lu Ming's throat. The terrible sharpness made Lu Ming's muscles tense up. Boom, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming threw an uppercut upward. Boom, this punch seemed to have hit a long sword. With a hum, the long sword was deflected by Lu Ming's punch. However, the terrifying sharpness still left a bloody mark on Lu Ming's neck. Moreover, there were strands of terrifying sword chi that followed Lu Ming's fist and poured into Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming's arm muscles trembled and destroyed the sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh, the slight sound of air being torn apart sounded again. The terrifying sharpness was directed at Lu Ming's vital points. Retreat! Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. He retreated from the crack and returned to the world below, standing in the void. People from the Thousand Slayer Manor. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor had finally found him. You must die for killing people from my Thousand Slayer Manor. A cold voice rang out. Two figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. They were both dressed in black and exuded a cold murderous intent as well as a faint aura of sage. Half-saint. The two black-cloaked figures were actually half-saint existences. The Thousand Slayer Manor really thinks highly of me. They actually sent out two half-saints. Lu Ming said. That's why no one can escape from my Thousand Slayer Manor. One of the black-cloaked figures said coldly. Let's do it. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and the black wings spread out. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. From the aura of the two assassins, it was obvious that they were first-stage half-saints who had grasped the ultimate domain. Lu Ming's spiritual body had just finished evolving, becoming an inferior heaven spiritual body. He wanted to test his battle prowess. Before his spiritual body evolved, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight an ordinary first-stage half-saint. What was an ordinary first-stage half-saint? It was an ordinary spiritual body or an inferior earth spiritual body that had broken through to the half-saint realm. However, the two assassins in front of him clearly had superior earth spiritual bodies. Their battle prowess was not something an ordinary half-saint could compare to. There is no need for the two of us to work together to kill a seventh-stage martial king like you. I alone am enough. One of the black-cloaked assassins stepped forward. A sword as thin as a cicada's wing was faintly discernible in his hand. As for the other assassin, he stood in the air without moving. Whoosh, the black-robed man in front of him moved. With a single movement, his figure disappeared in the air without leaving a trace. Whoosh, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Lu Ming. A sharp sword light pierced toward Lu Ming's back. What a fast speed. The assassin had just moved and he had already appeared behind Lu Ming. Such a terrifying assassination technique was indeed shocking. Buzz, the black dragon spear shook and swept behind. However, when the black dragon spear swept past, the sharp intent disappeared. In the next moment, a sharp intent appeared in front of Lu Ming. Before the terrifying sword chi could reach Lu Ming, it felt like it was going to tear Lu Ming apart. Whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the black wings and slashed forward like a heavenly blade. However, just like before, the black wings slashed through the air. The assassin had already disappeared in front of him. The assassin's speed was too fast. When he attacked, he was as fast as lightning. He could attack Lu Ming from all directions at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh, air-piercing sounds could be heard all of a sudden. They seemed to be attacking Lu Ming from all directions. For a moment, Lu Ming did not know which side was real and which was fake. Sweep. Lu Ming used the most overbearing method and swept the black dragon spear in all directions. However, when the spear swept past, there was no one. The assassination techniques of the Thousand Slayer Manor are indeed marvelous. However, they can hide their bodies but not their souls. He then closed his eyes and released his spiritual senses to sense the other party's soul fluctuations. Over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed an obscure soul fluctuation. Without any hesitation, he became one with his spear and charged in that direction. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as a black figure emerged and retreated in the void. You're only a 7th-layer martial dominator, but your soul force is pretty strong. You were able to locate me through the ripples of my soul. The black-robed man spoke, seeming a little surprised. Your concealment technique is useless against me. Lu Ming said. Haha, I was just testing my strength. Since my concealment technique is useless, I'll kill you head-on. The assassin laughed coldly. His murderous intent grew stronger. Whoosh, the man in black moved and pounced on Lu Ming. He was as fast as a black stream of light, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The terrifying sword aura cut through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming. Since concealment was not enough, he would attack head-on. Lu Ming showed no fear. The roar of a dragon could be heard from his body as he stabbed forward with the spear in his hand. Clang, the spear and the sword clashed. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying destructive force from his opponent's sword, which surged toward him along the black dragon spear. Lu Ming circulated his true force and chaotic domain to resist the force. The two figures backed away at the same time. Ultimate sky-shattering domain. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His opponent's domain had surpassed the 9th-grade domain and reached the ultimate domain. Furthermore, it was the sky-shattering domain with a shocking penetrating force. Kill. The man in black retreated and once again charged toward Lu Ming. Sword gleams filled the sky, as if many stars were shining. Lu Ming's spear vibrated, stabbing out spear shadows that constantly collided with his opponent. Dense sounds of collision rang out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Whoosh, the assassin retreated rapidly like a phantom. He looked at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Clearly, he didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. The other assassin who was watching the battle from afar also revealed a grave expression. Is that all you've got? That's all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. You actually have a heaven spiritual body. Could it be that you can kill a genius of my 1000-slayer matter? But your cultivation is too weak. If your cultivation was 1 or 2 levels higher, I wouldn't be your opponent. But now, you still have to die. The assassin said coldly. The sword in his hand emitted a strange black light. 1000-slaying sword art, 10-step slash. Whoosh, the assassin's figure instantly crossed the void. The terrifying sword light was like a flying immortal. In an instant, he slashed out 10 times. The power of each slash was extremely terrifying. This was a terrifying killing technique that could kill with a single slash. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. His muscles bulged and the black dragon spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that roared out. Clang! Clang, a series of collisions erupted. Terrifying sword chi flowed along the spear and surged into Lu Ming's body. However, they were all destroyed by Lu Ming's powerful physical body. 1000-slaying sword art, 100 extermination. The terrifying sword light appeared again, even more shocking than before. 1 slash and 100 people were exterminated, Lu Ming roared. His battle intent soared into the sky as he fought with his opponent. Poochie, a sword wound appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, under Lu Ming's powerful spiritual body, it quickly healed. To be honest, the assassin's strength was indeed shocking. Most importantly, his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th-layer martial royal realm, while his opponent's cultivation was only at the 1st stage half-saint realm. The difference between the peak of the 9th-layer martial royal realm and the half-saint realm was not as simple as 1 layer. Therefore, the difference between the 1st stage half-saint realm and the 7th-layer martial royal realm was too great. If his opponent was an ordinary half-saint, Lu Ming would be able to surpass him. However, his opponent was also a genius with a superior earthly spiritual body. After exchanging 100 blows, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. Not enough, far from enough. Lu Ming groaned in his heart. This kind of pressure was far from enough for him to unleash his full potential in a battle of life and death. He needed the kind of pressure that was close to death to unleash his potential and allow him to achieve a breakthrough quickly. Is this all you've got? How dare you say you're going to kill me? Ridiculous. Both of you, come at me together. Lu Ming let out a roar as his battle intent grew stronger. How is this possible? The assassin found it hard to believe. With his cultivation of the half-saint realm, he could not even kill a 7th-layer martial royal realm. Even if his opponent had a heavenly spiritual body, his combat strength could not be so strong that he could surpass so many levels to fight with him. Attack together! The black-cloaked man roared. Swish, the other black-cloaked man who was watching the battle moved and pounced towards Lu Ming. His sword light cut through the void and the terrifying sharpness seemed to want to tear Lu Ming apart. This person's cultivation was stronger than the previous black-cloaked man. He was not far from the second stage of the half-step saint realm and comprehending the laws. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art turned into a rolling sound wave and rushed out, slowing down the opponent's sword. At the same time, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and blocked the opponent's sword. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. The first black-cloaked man once again displayed a terrifying killing technique. Thousands of sword light bloomed from his hand and the sword chi whistled in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. As the first black-cloaked man slashed out with his sword, the sword light in the sky turned into a single ray and slashed towards Lu Ming. Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. The sword light was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't block it even if he wanted to. Swish, his first reaction was to use the black wings to block in front of him. The opponent's sword light directly pierced the black wings. Sizzle, an ear-piercing sound rang out as sparks flew in all directions. His opponent's longsword actually pierced through the primal chaos domain covering the black wings. The black wings trembled as if they were about to be pierced through. Swish, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. To his shock, he discovered that there was indeed a small dent on the black wings. The black wings had been pierced. Even a saint weapon could be damaged. This showed how terrifying the opponent's attack was. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. This was the feeling he wanted, the feeling of being in danger. Swish, at this moment, the second black-cloaked man also launched a terrifying attack towards him. Then, the first black-cloaked man continued to attack Lu Ming. Dragon roars resounded. The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand danced and swept in all directions as he fought with the two black-cloaked men. Facing the two black-cloaked men, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming didn't ask Bubble for help, nor did he call out his second body. He didn't even use the chaotic flipping sky seal. Because what Lu Ming wanted was to stimulate his own potential when he was in danger. If he were to call out Bubbles or his second body to help, how would he be able to force himself to stimulate his potential? In the end, Lu Ming simply put away the black feather wings and fought with the black dragon spear alone. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. At this moment, the two black-robed men simultaneously used their strongest killing moves. Sword chi filled the sky, transforming into two terrifying sword lights. One attacked Lu Ming from the front, while the other attacked Lu Ming from behind. This was a killing move, an incomparably terrifying killing move. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. He felt a terrifying sense of danger enveloping him. At this moment, he even wanted to call out Bubbles or his second body for help. However, this thought was quickly rejected by him. He wanted to rely on himself to avoid this killing move. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. His pupils were about to shrink to a point. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's mind seemed to rumble and explode. His spirit seemed to have fused with nature. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have slowed down. He saw the 2,000 Killers Matters fatal swords approaching him. Swish! At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. The sword lights of the two assassins collided with each other. With a terrifying rumble, the two assassins' bodies shook violently. They both retreated with blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They were somewhat in disbelief. How could Lu Ming escape from their killing moves? Ethereal life and death realm. This is the ethereal life and death realm. Kill. Lu Ming muttered. Then, with a loud shout, the primal chaos domain erupted. Lu Ming charged at the two assassins. The ethereal life and death realm was a miraculous realm. Some cultivators would enter this realm due to their high concentration when facing the threat of death. This was the ethereal life and death realm. This realm was like an epiphany. The cultivator's spirit fused with heaven and earth. Their comprehension of the grand Tao of heaven and earth would increase greatly. At this moment, Lu Ming's comprehension of the primal chaos domain seemed to skyrocket. Boom! Boom! The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into two resplendent spear lights. On top of them, the primal chaos domain was as heavy as a mountain. The spear lights pierced the swords of the two assassins. The two assassins' bodies shook and flew back. Lu Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright. Level 8 Primal Chaos Domain. Lu Ming muttered. He was somewhat surprised. In that instant, he had entered the ethereal life and death realm. His primal chaos domain had actually broken through and entered the 8th level. The effect of the ethereal life and death realm was truly shocking. No wonder so many geniuses entered the 100-race battlefield to find people to fight. Walking on the edge of life and death, one's improvement was truly great. Unfortunately, the ethereal life and death realm couldn't be maintained for long. In a few breaths, one would walk out of that state. Otherwise, how fast would one's improvement be? He broke through? The two assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor emitted intense killing intent. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, but they didn't expect that Lu Ming's potential would be stimulated and he would break through under their siege. So what if he broke through? He still has to die. Kill. One of the assassins shouted coldly. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. It's time for this battle to end. Lu Ming said coldly. His glabella shone and Ming Lian's second body stepped out. A Tai Chi disc floated above his head. 2, no, it's 1. The two assassins' eyes narrowed. Buzz, the Tai Chi disc shone and a Tai Chi pattern appeared, suppressing one of the assassins. Lu Ming's main body charged towards the other assassin. In Lu Ming's hand, a chaotic sky seal appeared and rapidly expanded. In the end, the chaotic sky seal grew to the size of a small mountain and suppressed the assassin. Its terrifying aura completely locked onto the other party. 1,000 slaying sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. The assassin roared and executed his ultimate move. He executed a resplendent sword, wanting to break through the chaotic sky seal. But when his sword light slashed on the chaotic sky seal, his sword light directly shattered. He retreated frantically and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat! The assassin roared and retreated frantically. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifyingly strong. He actually didn't use his full strength earlier. Now that he unleashed his full strength, the power was shocking. Retreat? Where can you retreat to? Lu Ming said coldly. Buzz, a huge chaotic sky seal formed above the assassin's head. It emitted a vast and terrifying aura. Its power was even stronger than the previous chaotic sky seal. Bang, the mountain-like primal chaos flipping seal crushed down onto the assassin. No. The assassin let out a roar and tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. The giant seal crushed the assassin's body and destroyed his soul. The other assassin's expression changed tremendously. He tried to break out of the encirclement, but there was nothing he could do. The Tai Chi formation disc was a treasure on par with a monarch weapon. It contained a terrifying heaven-earth formation, which was used to refine his second body. The longer he was in possession of the second body, the stronger its power would be as he continued to study it. The assassin could barely protect himself within the Tai Chi formation disc. He was already injured, let alone trying to break out of the encirclement. After killing one of the assassins, Lu Ming headed toward the remaining assassin. Bang, the primal chaos flipping seal was executed, and the outcome was obvious. The 1,000 Killers sect will never forgive you. The assassin let out a roar as he was about to die. His soul was then destroyed by the primal chaos flipping seal. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed the storage rings of the two assassins. My primal chaos domain has reached the 8th grade. I should find a place to cultivate and improve my cultivation to the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He flicked his fingers and 2 balls of flames flew out, burning the bodies of the 2 assassins in black into ashes. He then spread his black wings and dashed out of the crack. After flying for a while, Lu Ming dashed into a huge mountain and entered the mountain river map. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and began to refine them to improve his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully improved to the early stage of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Let's see if there's anything good in their storage rings. Lu Ming took out a few storage rings, which belonged to the purple-robed young man of the Wan clan and the assassins of the Thousand Killers sect. Lu Ming first checked the storage rings of the assassins of the Thousand Killers sect. There are quite a lot of treasures here. Unfortunately, there's no cultivation technique of the Thousand Killers sect. After Lu Ming did a check, he was a little excited but also a little regretful. The spatial rings of the Thousand Killers Manor's assassins were filled with treasures. The 2 half-saints of the Thousand Killers Manor actually had more than 15 saint weapons in their spatial rings. It was even more than the sacred weapons that Lu Ming and the others had obtained from the Dragon Palace's treasury. But thinking about it, it was normal. These 2 assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor had killed countless geniuses in the 100 race battlefield. Moreover, those who entered the 100 race battlefield were all geniuses from various emperor-level forces. Each of them would more or less have a saint weapon on them. It wasn't strange for the 2 assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor to have so many saint weapons in their storage rings. However, Lu Ming was very interested in the cultivation techniques of the Thousand Slayers Manor. Their assassination techniques were incomparably shocking, able to kill people in an instant. Sadly, he didn't manage to see it. After that, Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the purple-clad young man from the Wan clan. There were also 2 saint weapons in the storage ring of the purple-clad young man from the Wan clan. Of course, the thing that moved Lu Ming's heart the most was a jade token in a box. 10,000 weapons art. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Wan clan's cultivation technique was even more amazing. It could actually seal saint weapons and spiritual weapons in one's body. When the chi of battle weapons converged, the power would be incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming immediately started to seriously look at it. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. After a long while, Lu Ming finished looking at it and sighed. The Wan clan's 10,000 weapons art was indeed amazing. It could seal saint weapons and spiritual weapons in one's body. When the weapons were in the body, the chi of battle weapons would converge and release a terrifying power. Moreover, every time a weapon was sealed, the power would increase, and there would be no end to it. There were 360 major acupoints in one's body and countless smaller acupoints. If all of them were sealed in weapons, how terrifying would the power be? The higher the level of the weapons sealed, the stronger the power. Of course, sealing weapons into acupoints had a high requirement on one's body. The stronger one's spiritual body and the higher one's cultivation, the more saint weapons one could seal, and the higher the level. The 2 purple-robed youths from the Wan clan could only seal sovereign-level spirit weapons. One of them had sealed 18 sovereign-level spirit weapons. Clearly, the purple-robed youth's body was not strong enough. If he forcefully sealed the saint weapons, the power of the saint weapons would probably cause his body to explode. However, just sealing 18 emperor weapons was already terrifying. Even Yunxi, who had a saint weapon, was not a match for him. As for the noble youth, he was even more terrifying. He had directly sealed 12 saint weapons, and no one knew if there were more. However, the noble youth had a spiritual body, and his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. It was not surprising that he could seal 12 saint weapons. Moreover, there was an extremely harsh condition to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. One had to cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain to be able to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. The 10,000 weapons domain was a terrifying domain. This domain could transform a domain into different weapon domains, such as a sword domain, a saber domain, a spear domain, and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to merge so many different weapons. If one did not cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain, they would not be able to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. It was no wonder that the Wan clan was so assured to carry the 10,000 weapons art with them. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The 10,000 weapons domain? Lu Ming cultivated the primal chaos domain. Not to mention transforming various weapon domains, Lu Ming could transform all of them except for a few peak domains. Naturally, he could also transform various weapon domains. The 10,000 weapons art was simply too suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately began to carefully comprehend it. After cultivating the 10,000 weapons art, Lu Ming would have one more technique. 2 days later, Lu Ming finished his comprehension and the black dragon spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming began to seal the sacred weapon into his acupoints. Currently, Lu Ming's spiritual body was a heavenly spiritual body. Furthermore, it contained a trace of primal chaos chi, which was stronger than a heavenly spiritual body of the same level. He was confident that it would not be a problem to merge it with the sacred weapon. Acupoints open. Immediately, Lu Ming activated the 10,000 weapons art. On his right palm, there was a dot of light emitting a bright glow. That was a major acupoint on his right palm. The human body had 360 major acupoints that covered the entire body. Seal. Following this, Lu Ming shouted. The black dragon spear rapidly shrank and entered the acupoint on Lu Ming's palm. Immediately, Lu Ming felt a powerful battle weapon chi crazily attacking his acupoints, causing him to feel a sharp pain. If his physical body was not strong enough and his cultivation was not profound enough, his body would have been torn apart by the battle weapon chi. However, Lu Ming had a heavenly spiritual body. His physical body was incomparably strong. Although he felt a sharp pain, he immediately suppressed it. After a while, the black dragon spear calmed down and quietly floated in his acupoints. After successfully sealing a saint weapon, Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted. Then, the black feather wing flew out. Lu Ming circulated the 10,000 weapon art, and a spot of light lit up on his spine. Lu Ming sealed the black feather wing into this acupoint. After sealing the 2 saint weapons, the 2 acupoints seemed to connect through the meridians. A strand of battle weapon chi gathered through the meridians. Then, Lu Ming took out a battle sword. This battle sword was also a saint weapon, and he sealed it into the acupoint of his left palm. The 3 acupoints were connected through the meridians. Next, Lu Ming began to seal the 4th saint weapon. As more and more saint weapons were sealed, the battle weapon chi grew stronger and stronger. The pressure on the acupoints also grew stronger. Every time he sealed a saint weapon, Lu Ming's acupoints felt like they were about to be torn apart. It was incomparably painful. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured each and every one of them. In the end, Lu Ming sealed 10 saint weapons in one go. The 10 saint weapons were sealed in 10 acupoints. They were connected through the meridians, and the battle weapon chi was incomparably powerful. At this point, he finally reached his limit. Lu Ming felt that if he continued to seal, his physical body would not be able to endure and would be torn apart by the battle weapon chi. If he wanted to seal more saint weapons, he would have to wait for his cultivation to increase or his spirit body to evolve. Whoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky. With a thought, 10 spots of light lit up on his body. 10 saint weapons appeared and floated around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stabbed out with the black dragon spear. A terrifying spear light pierced out 1,000 miles before disappearing. Its power is truly shocking. The 10,000 weapon art is known as the 10,000 weapon art. If it can really seal 10,000 saint weapons, its power will probably be earth-shattering. If it can seal even stronger saint weapons, such as great saint weapons, absolute saint weapons, or even emperor weapons, how terrifying would its power be? Lu Ming's face was filled with amazement. The 10,000 weapon art was a secret art, a terrifying secret art. If he could cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain into the law of 10,000 weapons, this secret technique would transform into a terrifying divine ability. With a thought, Xiaochen put away the 10 holy weapons and returned them to his acupoints, vanishing from sight. The 1,000 Slayer manner left a slaughter mark on my main body. If they can find me based on the slaughter mark, then I'll have my second body move around outside and look for a city. My main body will stay in the mountain and river diagram to refine the demon fiend crystals and increase the strength of my soul. Two birds with one stone. Lu Ming pondered. With his main body in the mountain and river diagram, he did not believe that the other party could still sense the slaughter mark. Thinking of this, the second body exited the mountain-river diagram, left the mountain, and headed towards the depths of the 100-clan battlefield. Meanwhile, Lu Ming took out a 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal from the mountain and river pattern and began refining it. After the demon fiend crystal's energy entered his body, it would transform into a mass of demonic energy that poured into his dantian, wrapping around his spiritual spirit. Lu Ming felt a burst of itchiness in his soul, as well as a tearing pain. This was the energy of the demon fiend crystal, tempering his soul, allowing it to grow stronger. A few hours later, the 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal was completely refined. Lu Ming's soul improved slightly. Although it was only a slight improvement, it was a few times faster than when Lu Ming was cultivating the godly sword technique to improve his soul force. Following this, Lu Ming took out another 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal and continued refining it. As for his second body, it concealed its aura and ventured deeper into the 100-clan battlefield. Along the way, he saw many battles between geniuses, which were extremely fierce. In each battle, either both sides were severely injured, or one of them was killed. However, Lu Ming had no intention of engaging in a battle. When he saw these geniuses, he would take a detour. He was planning to find a city first before making his next move. As expected, the assassins of the Thousand Slayer Manor did not come after his main body in the mountain and river diagram. A few days later, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city was extremely magnificent, with walls a few hundred meters tall. The entrance of the city was heavily guarded by soldiers. These people were all locals who had grown up in the 100-clan battlefield. Lu Ming stepped into the city and found it to be very lively. People came and went, and shops were everywhere. On the streets, young experts could be seen from time to time. Each of them had a strong aura. Lu Ming glanced around and found that most of them were 8th-layer martial dominators or 9th-layer martial dominators. Sometimes, he even saw a half-saint. Most of these youths were like Lu Ming, who had entered the 100-clan battlefield to train. However, these people would enter the city every once in a while to rest. After all, there were local Saint Realm experts in the city. They were not allowed to kill in the city, so they could relax and adjust. Moreover, there was a special market in the city where many geniuses would exchange for treasures. The 100-clan battlefield was full of danger and opportunities. There were countless treasures left behind from the ancient war. Some people risked their lives to obtain some treasures. Lu Ming walked around and found an inn. He booked a room. Walking into the room, his second body sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the next few days, Lu Ming's main body had been refining the demon crystals in the mountain and river diagram. His soul was getting stronger and stronger. Now, his soul power had reached the first stage of the half-saint realm and was close to the second stage of the half-saint realm. However, it was not enough. Lu Ming was still refining the demon crystals. 10 days after Lu Ming entered the city, his soul power finally made a breakthrough and reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. With his soul power at this level, Lu Ming could use the divine sword technique to shake the soul of a second-stage half-saint expert and greatly affect them. At this point, Lu Ming stopped refining the demon crystals for the time being. Let's go to the Shura platform. With a thought, his second body entered the mountain and river diagram, while his main body exited the diagram. During this time, his second body would occasionally go out to ask for information and learned a lot of information about the city. The Shura platform was a battle platform. It was the only place in the city where people could fight. Many geniuses who came from the outside would go to the Shura platform to find opponents and have a life or death battle. They would walk on the edge of life and death and stimulate their potential. Lu Ming also wanted to find opponents to fight in the Shura platform to improve his cultivation. Soon, a building appeared in front of Lu Ming. The building was not big. Lu Ming walked in and found a battle platform. There were no seats around the platform. There were some young people standing around and watching. There were about a few hundred people. On the battle platform, there were two young people fighting fiercely. The two young people were both at the peak of the 8th layer martial royal realm and had superior earthly spiritual bodies. The two of them fought fiercely for a few hundred moves, but it was difficult to determine the winner. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them stood on both sides of the battle platform with many wounds on their bodies. Both of them were injured. However, the two of them didn't leave the fighting stage because there was a layer of light covering the fighting stage, making it difficult for them to leave. Lu Ming's second body had already learned that this fighting ring was called the Azura platform. Once he stepped into it, a light screen would rise around the fighting ring, shrouding it. There were only two ways to proceed. The first was to kill the opponent and end the battle. The second was to hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, the light screen would disappear and one would be able to leave the battle platform. On the Shura platform, one could not admit defeat. Therefore, if one stepped on the Shura platform and met an opponent who was much stronger than them, they would die. The two young men were evenly matched in the fighting ring. Neither of them could defeat the other, thus they could only wait patiently. A while later, the barrier around the fighting ring disappeared as the two young men leapt down from the ring and disappeared. Whoosh! A young man in a red robe leapt onto the fighting ring. His aura was unleashed without any concealment. Intermediate 9th layer martial dominator realm. Who's willing to fight me? The young man in a red robe scanned the surroundings. I'll do it. A voice could be heard as a young man leapt onto the fighting ring. Judging from his aura, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm. Normally, those with a higher cultivation would not challenge their opponents on the Azura platform, as there was no point in training themselves. These people came here to find experts to train themselves. What's the point of challenging a weakling like him? Only those with a grudge against each other would challenge their opponents. Early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm, you are no match against me. The young man in a red robe said coldly. Not necessarily. The eyes of the young man in the early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm flickered with a strong battle intent. Buzz! At that instant, the barrier on the fighting ring rose once again. Kill! The young man in the early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm was the first to attack. A long spear appeared in his hand as he thrust it at the young man in a red robe at lightning speed. Bang! The young man in a red robe unleashed his domain of flames, which encapsulated his opponent's figure. At the same time, he sprang forward and slashed at his opponent with a fiery saber in his hand. Bang! Bang! Following two intense collisions, the young man in the early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm was knocked backward with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He was completely at a disadvantage. Die! The young man in a red robe charged forward while unleashing a torrential attack with his fiery saber. The young man in the early stage of the 9th layer martial dominator realm uttered a furious roar and unleashed his full strength to fight against the young man in a red robe. The red-robed young man's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. He was much stronger than him. He had to fight with his life on the line. This battle was also an opportunity for him. If he could survive for half an hour under the attacks of the young man in a red robe, he would surely benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, the young man in the red robe was significantly stronger than him. In just a few moves, the fiery saber slashed the young man in half, before the terrifying flames burnt his corpse into ashes. A powerful genius was killed just like that. As long as one person was killed, the light screen at the edge of the stage would disappear. Without a doubt, these Skyprides were all superior Earth spiritual bodies. Even worse, unless their cultivation was very high, they would only be courting death if they came to the 100-clan battlefield. Unfortunately, even though they were all superior Earth spiritual bodies, there were still differences in strength. The red-robed youth's battle power was very strong. The red-robed young man grabbed the young man's storage ring and said coldly, "You want to use me as your whetstone? You're courting death." The 100-tribe battlefield and the Azura arena were cruel like this. If one wanted to use the opponent as a whetstone to temper oneself, it was very likely that one would lose one's life. Who else wants to fight me? Anyone with a cultivation of the 9th layer martial dominator realm is welcome. The red-robed young man spoke again. His eyes were filled with intense battle intent. It was obvious that the red-robed young man was very confident in himself. He was also looking for experts to train himself. "I'll fight you." A bald young man leaped onto the fighting ring, releasing his aura. His cultivation was slightly higher than that of the red-robed young man. Fight. Without further ado, the two of them began to fight. The battle on the fighting ring was extremely intense. The two of them fought with all their might, pushing themselves to their limits. Below the fighting ring, many young men were watching carefully. Watching other people's battles would sometimes inspire them. The battle between the two was extremely intense. After exchanging 100 blows, the red-robed young man was still stronger. Despite being severely injured, he managed to kill his opponent with a single slash. The red-robed young man seemed to have learned something from the battle. He left the fighting ring and disappeared. It was likely that he had found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Following that, a few more battles of life and death were carried out. Some were killed, and some were both heavily injured. Only in such an environment can I improve rapidly, Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Following this, he took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Who's going to fight me? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and added, it's best if it's a half-saint. Those below the half-saint level don't need to come and die. His words caused the crowd to fall silent. Then, a commotion broke out. Niao niao, this guy is so smug. Judging from his cultivation, he's only an 8th-layer martial dominator, yet he dares to challenge a half-saint. He even said those below the half-saint realm will die. How arrogant is he? I'll go and fight him. A young man dashed onto the fighting ring. His aura was emitted. It was a peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm. Peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm, why are you here to die? Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. How presumptuous, let's see how you're going to kill me. The young man snapped and stepped forward. His hand grabbed at Lu Ming like an eagle's claw. Bang, Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying fist force crushed the other party's claw. The fist force did not stop there. It bombarded the other party's dantian and the fist force penetrated the other party's dantian. A single punch had killed the young man. Lu Ming showed no mercy. There was no such thing as showing mercy on the Azura platform. Those who stepped onto the Azura platform should be prepared to be killed. Besides, Lu Ming had already warned the young man. I told you, those below the half-saint realm shouldn't be here to die, Lu Ming said calmly. The young man below the fighting ring glistened. A young man of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm had killed a peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator with a single punch. His strength was absolutely shocking. This guy's strength is indeed shocking. He's perfect for me to hone my skills. A young man with a fierce battle intent dashed onto the fighting ring with a terrifying aura. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm. It's him, Quang Kong. Quang Kong's cultivation is at the peak of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm, but his strength is extremely terrifying. He once killed a few peak 9th-layer martial dominator realm geniuses in a row. He once challenged a 1st-layer half-saint realm cultivator, and even though he was no match for his opponent, he managed to survive for half an hour. He has been looking for powerful opponents to challenge recently. He's trying to break his limit and comprehend the ultimate domain to rank up to the half-saint realm. The young man went onto the fighting ring, causing an uproar. However, Lu Ming still shook his head and said, another one here to die. Why bother? Lu Ming was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He came here because he wanted to look for powerful cultivators to train himself. What was the point of having weak cultivators who were of no use to him? However, when his words fell into the ears of others, they became arrogant. 8th-layer martial dominator realm, how dare you? The weapon that Quang Kong used was also a long spear. It was a sacred weapon. With a curl of the long spear, it pierced out, and its attack swept toward Lu Ming like a violent storm. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. His attack was as simple as before. Using the primal chaos domain and the suppressing hell heavenly art, Quang Kong's attack instantly collapsed. The fist didn't stop as it continued to attack Quang Kong. Quang Kong's expression changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's fist was too terrifying, far beyond his expectations. Block! He roared, and a green shield appeared. It was a saint weapon. At the same time, a gale swept out from his body, and several shields appeared around him. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed on the sacred weapon shield, giving off a terrifying roar. The sacred weapon shield was sent flying and collided with Kwang Kong's body. Kwang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed heavily into the light screen at the edge of the fighting ring. The light screen trembled for a moment, blocking his body. Kwang Kong slid down the light screen, vomiting blood. How is this possible? Kwang Kong roared in disbelief. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Moreover, his defensive power had once blocked the continuous attacks of a first-stage half-saint. Now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming's fist. Below the stage, the others were also shocked. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly, and stepped forward, pressing towards Kwang Kong. Block, I want to block. Kwang Kong roared. He waved his hands, and 2 more shields appeared. They were both saint weapons. 3 saint weapon shields stacked together and floated in front of him. At the same time, an armor appeared on his body. It was also a saint weapon. With so many defensive saint weapons, it was no wonder that he could block the continuous attacks of a half-saint. True Yuan poured into the flowing element glove, and the glove's weight continued to increase. Boom, another punch blasted out, bombarding Kwang Kong's shield. Kwang Kong was like a sandbag as he was sent flying. He crashed into the light barrier, causing it to shake violently. As for Kwang Kong, he vomited a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. How can this person's strength be so terrifying? Kwang Kong despaired. Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the half-saint he had encountered before. How could an 8th-layer martial emperor possess such shocking strength? Little did he know that when Lu Ming was still a peak 7th-layer martial Dominator, he was already able to face the half-martial sacred of the Thousand Assassins sect head-on. Now that he had broken through to the 8th-layer martial Dominator realm, his strength was even stronger. Kill. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a thrust, the 13 strikes exploded. 13 bursts of power superimposed on each other, directly penetrating Kwang Kong's heavy defenses and bombarding his body. Kwang Kong screamed miserably as his body was sent flying. This time, Kwang Kong did not get up again. Even with the protection of a sacred weapon, his life was extinguished. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected Kwang Kong's holy weapon and storage ring. Who else wants to fight? It's best if it's a half-saint. Lu Ming looked around and repeated his words. How powerful. This person's strength is even stronger than a first-layer half-saint. It's unbelievable that an 8th-layer martial emperor could possess such terrifying strength. He must have a heavenly spiritual body. Even a heavenly spiritual body isn't that terrifying. Below the fighting stage, many people were discussing. For a moment, no one went up. Some people's eyes flickered as if they were evaluating their own strength. Lu Ming had killed Kwang Feng in a few moves. His strength had already surpassed many first-layer half-saints. Some first-layer half-saints were also evaluating their own battle strength to see if they could fight against Lu Ming. I'll go. After a while, a young man in a green robe stepped onto the fighting stage. It's him, Lei Xiong. Many people's eyes flickered when they saw the young man. It's said that Lei Xiong is about to break through to the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm and comprehend the Dharma. Now that he's on the fighting stage, this battle will be interesting. On the fighting stage, a smile finally appeared on Lu Ming's face. Finally, someone decent had come. Die. Lei Xiong attacked directly. His whole body was covered with lightning. The terrifying lightning condensed into a thunder seal and attacked Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's black dragon spear shot up and swept the thunder seal. With a boom, the thunder seal exploded and the whole fighting stage was filled with the power of the thunder cauldron. But then, a large thunder cauldron pressed down on Lu Ming. Come on. Lu Ming shouted as he struck out with his black dragon spear again. Lei Xiong had mastered the ultimate thunder domain and had cultivated a terrifying domain martial technique. The power of lightning could be transformed into various terrifying offensive skills with astonishing power. Lu Ming did not use the divine sword art or the chaotic sky-flipping seal. He only used ordinary battle skills to fight with Lei Xiong. For a while, the two of them were fiercely fighting and it was difficult to determine the winner. This battle lasted for half an hour. The battle only ended when the light screen disappeared. Phew, Lei Xiong gasped for breath. He had used up a lot of his genuine essence. If the battle continued, he would not be able to withstand it. On the other hand, Lu Ming was still calm and composed. Monster. Lei Xiong muttered as he turned around and left the fighting stage. It's a pity that I'm still lacking. I don't have that sense of crisis. Lu Ming whispered. After the battle with Lei Xiong, Lu Ming felt refreshed. He felt that he had comprehended the chaotic domain, but he did not have that sense of crisis. After all, the effect was still lacking. Is there a rank 2 sage to be? Come up and fight. Lu Ming spoke again and his voice resounded throughout the whole area. Below the fighting stage, many people looked at each other in dismay. Lu Ming wanted to challenge a rank 2 sage to be. What a freak, an 8th level martial royal realm cultivator challenging a rank 2 sage to be was dumbfounded, even though these people were from emperor level forces. It should be known that the sage to be here were not ordinary sage to be outside. They were all genius sage to be. It's really interesting that such a genius has appeared. If I can kill such a genius, it will be interesting. A cold voice rang out as a pale-faced youth stepped onto the fighting stage. Bang, then, he took a step forward and a terrifying force surged toward Lu Ming. The power of law. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. This person was a rank 2 sage to be. 13 power storing strikes. The black dragon spear thrust forward. Boom, the black dragon spear seemed to have pierced a steel mountain. A terrifying force surged, causing the black dragon spear to bend. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he regained his balance. The power of law is really powerful. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with excitement and a strong desire to fight. Bam, the pale youth stepped forward, his aura skyrocketing. A blood-red light appeared and circled around his body. Blood God Slash. The blood-red light was like a divine blade that slashed at Lu Ming. This blood-red light gave Lu Ming a strong sense of danger. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Above his head, 9 dragons were faintly discernible as they danced in the air. Heaven and earth phenomenon, Lu Ming pushed his dragon god battle body to the limit, causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. Following which, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. His entire body twisted like a huge dragon. Then, he drove the long spear and thrust it out. Clang, the black dragon spear collided with the blood-red light. A terrifying force seemed to pierce through the black dragon spear and split Lu Ming in half. Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated again. The second stage of Half-Saint is indeed much stronger than the first stage. The power of laws is indestructible and unstoppable. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The pale-faced youth had the same cultivation level as the noble youth from the Wan family. However, his battle prowess was much weaker than the noble youth from the Wan family. The noble youth from the Wan family was in existence with a heavenly spiritual body. However, even if he was far inferior to the Wan clan's youth, his battle strength was still incomparably strong. After all, he could control the power of laws. The laws were the foundation of this world. You're not bad to be able to take 2 of my moves, but it ends here. The pale youth said coldly. He controlled the power of laws and continued to attack Lu Ming. Is that so? The battle intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger and stronger. There was no fear in his eyes. Specks of light lit up on his body as sacred weapons flew out and floated around Lu Ming. There were a total of 10 sacred weapons. The aura of the sacred weapons gathered together, making Lu Ming's aura even stronger. 10,000 weapon art. You're from the Wan clan. The pale youth's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming smiled and did not comment. Looks like the Wan clan has produced another genius. It's time to kill him. The pale-faced youth took a large step forward. The bloody light was like a rainbow as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wung, the black dragon spear vibrated like a dragon's roar as it pierced forward. At the same time, Lu Ming's left hand grabbed a saint artifact battle sword and slashed down. Boom. Boom, this time, after the 2 explosions, Lu Ming still retreated, but this time, he retreated a few steps less than before. Kill, kill, kill. The pale-faced youth bellowed and the blood-colored light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He rushed forward, his eyes emitting two black rays of light. When the divine sword art was unleashed, the pale-faced young man's body shook violently as pain flashed across his eyes. However, he forcefully endured it, and the power of law continued to attack Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's soul power was no weaker than the soul power of a second-stage half-saint. His opponent's soul power was also affected by the divine sword's secret art, and his strength was weakened. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed again, and at the moment of collision, they exchanged a few blows. This time, Lu Ming retreated again, but only by a few steps. He was barely able to resist his opponent's attack. Hiss! Below the fighting ring, the others gasped. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He was only in the 8th stage of the martial royal realm, but he was able to fight a second-stage half-saint genius. A peerless genius! Someone exclaimed. Even the strongest heaven's pride of an emperor-level force wouldn't have such battle prowess. Only those ancient and terrifying forces would have such geniuses. That's right. The Wan family has such a genius. Many geniuses exclaimed in disgust. On the fighting ring, the battle continued. Lu Ming unleashed the divine sword's secret art and was finally able to fight with his opponent. Soon, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Awesome, awesome! Lu Ming roared. In the celestial phenomenon, the 9 dragons also roared. Except for the chaotic sky-flipping seal, Lu Ming did not hold back. His true essence whistled and he unleashed his realm to the extreme. The two of them fought fiercely. Terrifying energy waves raged and bombarded the light curtain at the edge of the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. You're using me as a whetstone. The pale young man's eyes were cold. He knew that Lu Ming was using him as a whetstone to improve himself. However, he was also under great pressure from Lu Ming, who was only in the 8th stage of the martial royal realm. That would also force him to improve. The great battle continued, not stopping. Although the pale young man was obviously stronger, Lu Ming had many tricks up his sleeve. The divine sword's secret art was enough to threaten his opponent. Moreover, the divine dragon combat body was a heavenly spiritual body. It was full of vitality and endurance. It seemed that he would never get tired. It would be difficult for his opponent to kill Lu Ming. The battle lasted for many blows. After half an hour, the light curtain at the edge of the fighting ring disappeared. Boom! The two of them exchanged one last blow and retreated to opposite sides of the fighting ring. Puff! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. After such a long battle, he was injured by the power of law. However, his opponent was also panting heavily. He had consumed a lot of energy. Let's fight again next time. The pale-faced young man left these words behind and strode out of the place. I'll be waiting for your battle, Lu Ming said. He then jumped down from the fighting ring and left. Soon, he returned to the inn and entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. The heavenly law stone floated in the air and he began to comprehend quietly. He had been completely suppressed by his opponent in this battle. He had been in a life-or-death situation. His potential had been fully stimulated and he had gained a lot. Unfortunately, he had not entered the ethereal state of life and death. It seemed that it was not easy to enter the ethereal state of life and death. It was a coincidence that he had entered it last time. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. Sure enough, I can only improve quickly in a battle. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. In 2 days, his injuries had completely healed. Moreover, his chaotic domain had improved and was nearing the middle stage of rank 8. If he had cultivated step by step, it would have taken months of hard work to achieve such results. Continue. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and came to the Azura platform again. As soon as Lu Ming came to the Azura platform, many people looked at Lu Ming with fear. Lu Ming had become a celebrity in the Azura platform. You're finally here. Let's continue the battle. The pale young man was also here, looking at Lu Ming intently. That's exactly what I want, Lu Ming replied. When the battle on the fighting ring ended, Lu Ming and the pale young man jumped onto the fighting ring. They did not say anything and immediately started the battle. This time, the battle lasted for half an hour before the two of them retreated, panting. This time, Lu Ming did not vomit blood. His injuries were lighter than before. "I'm Su Ran," the pale young man said. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied. "Let's fight another day." Another day. Over the next 10 days, Lu Ming and Su Ran would have a battle every 2 days. Each battle would last for half an hour. It was a battle of life and death. Lu Ming's improvement was extremely fast. Lu Ming's chaotic domain would improve tremendously after every battle. As the chaotic domain improved, so did his cultivation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the late 8th layer martial dominator realm. He was not far from the peak of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. It was a shocking speed. Not only did Lu Ming improve, but so did Su Ran. He was more familiar with using the power of laws. Initially, Su Ran had just reached the second stage of the half-martial sacred realm. Now, he was slowly approaching the late stage. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming's improvement was faster. 10 days later, although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage when fighting Su Ran, the difference was not as obvious. The two of them had fought for a long time. They were starting to appreciate each other's talents. "Lu Ming, you're too crazy. If this continues, I won't be your match soon." Below the Azura platform, the two of them chatted as they watched the battles on the platform. "It seems like I'll have to change my opponent," Lu Ming said. Su Ran glared at him and said, "Do you really think you can beat me?" "No, I just feel that if I can't kill you, it would be meaningless to have a battle of life and death," Lu Ming said. Su Ran was startled, but he soon nodded. The two of them had fought for a long time and felt that their tempers were similar. After the battle 2 days ago, the two of them had a good drink. They really could not kill each other on the Azura platform. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. It did not come from the Azura platform, but from outside. Someone was fighting outside the Azura platform. Many people were startled. In this city, only the Azura stage could allow battles to take place. Fighting in other places was forbidden. Who had the guts to fight in the city? Weren't they afraid of being killed by a Saint Realm cultivator with a single slap? "Let's go and take a look. Who is it that dares to fight in the city?" Immediately, the prodigies below the battle stage all rushed outside. Lu Ming and Su Ran exchanged glances and also rushed outside. Boom! Boom! As soon as they arrived outside, they heard a violent explosion. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. 2 streaks of light flashed, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. High up in the sky, 2 types of astronomical phenomena appeared. One was a sea of weapons moving freely in the void, while the other was a phoenix bathed in tribulation fire. The phenomenon of heaven and earth meant that the 2 people fighting were both heavenly spiritual bodies. Boom! With another rumble, the 2 figures separated and retreated several hundred meters, standing in the air. One of them was a young man in a purple gold robe. He exuded a noble aura, and 12 saint weapons surrounded him. The aura of the battle weapons soared into the sky. "It's him." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was none other than the noble young man from the Wan clan. The other one was a peerless beauty. Her figure was graceful, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was devastatingly beautiful. A pair of phoenix wings extended from her back, which added to her strange aura. The immortal heavenly phoenix. This person's spiritual body should be the immortal heavenly phoenix body formed from the bloodline of the immortal heavenly phoenix. Seeing that woman, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The immortal heavenly phoenix was one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was unique in the Phoenix clan, just like the 9 dragons of the Dragon clan. The combat power of the immortal heavenly phoenix was stronger than ordinary phoenixes. After coming to Yuanlu, this was the first time Lu Ming had met a prodigy who had awakened the bloodline of one of the top 10 battle beasts. Through the discussions around, Lu Ming learned their names. The noble young man from the Wan clan was called Wan Tiancheng, and the woman who had cultivated the immortal heavenly phoenix body was called Huang Ling Klang. The saint weapon buzzed as Wan Tiancheng stepped forward. The aura of the battle weapon was like a rainbow as he slashed his sword at Huang Ling. A phoenix cry rang out. Behind Huang Ling, a pair of phoenix wings flapped, forming a sky full of flames that bombarded Wan Tiancheng. A terrifying collision erupted. The sky was filled with the aura of the battle weapon and flames. The onlookers kept retreating, unable to get close. How terrifying. This combat power is close to the level of the Saint Realm. They're just low-class heavenly spiritual bodies. I really don't know how terrifying those with middle-class and upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies are. Maybe they can really kill saints before becoming saints. Wan Tiancheng and Huang Ling's combat power shocked everyone. No wonder they dared to fight in the city. With such combat power, even if the saints in the city attacked, the two of them would probably be able to escape. The aura of the battle weapon and flames swept across the sky. Wan Tiancheng and Huang Ling kept colliding. The battle was white-hot. Almost no one dared to stay in that area. No, there was one person, a black-clothed young man stood not far from the battle with his arms crossed. A layer of light spread out from his body, blocking the aura of the battle weapon and flames that swept in all directions. Who is that? Many people were shocked. It seems to be Sima Liang. It's him. Another heavenly spiritual body. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the black-clothed young man. He was also an extremely powerful genius. Ha ha ha, it's really lively. With a laugh, an unusually burly young man stepped through the air. He was unusually tall, 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His muscles were like iron. He stepped forward. The aura of the battle weapon and flames fell on him, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Mad Beast Zhao Kuang, another heavenly spiritual body. What's going on? Aren't these freaks in the depths of the 100-race battlefield? Why are they all here? Did something big happen in the periphery? Many people guessed. The depths of the 100-race battlefield were the core of the ancient war. There were more opportunities there. Some freakish geniuses and most of the half-saints were gathered in the depths of the 100-race battlefield. For them, they could only be honed in the depths of the 100-race battlefield. Those in the periphery were relatively weaker. These freaks rarely came to the periphery of the 100-race battlefield. But today, 4 freaks had appeared at once. Sima Liang, it's rare to see you. Fight with me. Mad Beast Zhao Kuang's eyes were blazing with battle intent as he strode towards Sima Liang. That's what I want. Sima Liang said coldly. A halberd appeared in his hand and a terrifying aura was emitted. Roar, a terrifying roar was actually emitted from Zhao Kuang's mouth. He was like an ancient savage beast, barbaric and berserk. He was wearing a glove on each of his hands. Then, he threw a punch at Sima Liang. Sima Liang also slashed down with his halberd. Clang, a terrifying tremor burst out. It was as if the entire city was trembling violently. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's bodies trembled as they retreated. Again. Zhao Kuang roared as his battle intent intensified. He pounced towards Sima Liang again. Sima Liang wasn't afraid as he slashed his halberd at Zhao Kuang. Sima Liang and Zhao Kuang's attacks were both overbearing, brutal, and direct. The two of them constantly clashed, and the entire city was constantly rumbling. The battle was fierce, and the sky above the two of them simultaneously displayed a phenomenon. The foundation of the spiritual body was the bloodline, and it was transformed from the bloodline. Therefore, in a sense, the phenomenon was also a manifestation of the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's phenomenon was 9 dragons dancing in the sky. The bloodline of his spiritual body was the 9 dragons' bloodline. In the sky, the 4 great prodigies fought fiercely. After more than 100 moves, there was still no clear victor. Later, Zhao Kuang went crazy and actually pulled Wan Tiancheng and Huang Ling in, turning it into a 4-man melee. This was the 100 races battlefield. There was no need for a reason to fight. It was just to train oneself. The battle between the 4 of them was even more intense. After more than 100 moves, there was still no clear victor. In the end, the 4 of them stood in 4 directions and stopped fighting. Ha ha ha, today was really fun. Let's fight another day. Zhao Kuang laughed, looking a little sinister. Then, he turned and left. Then, Sima Liang also left. In the end, Wan Tiancheng and Huang Ling looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, they also turned and flew into the city. The peak battle had ended, but the storm was far from over. Many people were guessing what these geniuses were here for. Something big must have happened in the vicinity, or perhaps some treasure was about to appear. Generally, only the appearance of a treasure could attract these prodigies to the periphery of the 100 Races battlefield. As for Lu Ming, he had already returned to his room in the inn. The battle strength of Wan Tiancheng and the others was indeed very terrifying. They gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Like Su Ran, Wan Tiancheng, Huang Ling, and the others were all second-stage half-saints. However, their battle strength far surpassed Su Ran's. Even if Lu Ming used all his strength now, he wouldn't be a match for them. He had to continue breaking through, and break through even faster. Only then could he contend with these prodigies. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. With the assistance of the heavenly law stone, he focused on comprehending the Tao. During this period of time, he didn't plan to go to the Azura arena to fight. Now that Wan Tiancheng was here, Wan Tiancheng would definitely know that he had used the 10,000 weapon art. In the following time, Lu Ming's main body focused on comprehending the Tao. As for his second body, he would sometimes disguise himself and go out to gather information. 3 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the city. According to the news, Huang Ling, Zhao Kuang, and the others had come here from the depths of the 100 Races battlefield because the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb might be in the vicinity. When the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. There had always been a legend in the 100-tribe battlefield. Legend had it that the war of the ancient 100 clans was incomparably tragic. Too many experts had fallen. Countless saints had fallen, and many emperor-level experts had fallen as well. It was said that after the war ended, supreme experts entered this place and built tombs for the 9 fallen great emperors, burying them in the tombs. These 9 tombs were called the 9 emperor tombs by the later generations. It was said that the 9 monarch tombs contained the succession of immortal monarchs. However, for so many years, countless powerful prodigies had entered the 100 Races battlefield, hoping to find the 9 emperor tombs. But almost no one knew where the 9 emperor tombs were. For countless years, only one of the 9 emperor tombs had appeared, and it was obtained by a prodigy. That prodigy was the current 1,000-kill martial emperor. It was said that the 1,000-kill martial emperor had relied on the inheritance of one of the 9 emperor tombs to cultivate to the martial emperor realm, and created the terrifying 1,000-kill matter. An emperor tomb could create a huge force. How tempting was that? Now, it was said that one of the 9 emperor tombs, the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, was about to appear. The fact that the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb had appeared in the vicinity naturally shocked countless people. The facts proved that it was indeed so. After that, Wan Tiancheng, Huang Ling, Zhao Kuang, and the others sent their subordinates to search the vicinity. Legend had it that wherever the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb appeared, the light of reincarnation would flash. Not only the subordinates of the prodigies, but countless prodigies in the city also rushed out to search for the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had entered the 100-tribe battlefield for almost 2 months. Lu Ming's cultivation improved every day. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th-layer martial royal realm. At this moment, a piece of news spread in the city. Someone had discovered a place where the light of reincarnation was suspected to appear. It was in a place further away from the 100-tribe battlefield. Countless people rushed toward that place. Lu Ming's second body, with the mountain river diagram, followed the crowd and headed toward that place. After crossing a long distance, they arrived at a large mountain. Then, they found a crack and jumped down. It's actually here? Lu Ming was surprised. This was actually the place where Lu Ming had hunted for demon crystals. The map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb were actually here. Surprised, Lu Ming followed the crowd and leaped into the crack. The demonic creatures here actually have demon crystals. It's really demon crystals. Such a treasure land, I didn't discover it before. Not long after they entered, many people discovered the situation here. The demonic creatures here actually had demon crystals. Suddenly, many people emitted blazing light in this place, looking for demonic creatures to kill and seize the demon crystals. Eh? There's really a light there. Lu Ming looked in a direction. In that direction, a strange light appeared. That light seemed to have 6 different colors that were constantly changing, like the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was the light of reincarnation. I didn't see it here before. Did it appear recently? Lu Ming was very surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Lu Ming saw Wan Tiancheng, Huang Ling, Zhao Kuang, and Sima Liang flying in that direction at the fastest speed. Then, the other geniuses also flew in that direction. Let's go. Lu Ming stepped into the air and followed the crowd. Not long after, they arrived in front of a valley. What a coincidence, it's actually here. Lu Ming was even more surprised. Because this valley was the valley he had lured Wan Tiancheng to before. Inside, Lu Ming found 10 dragon bones and his dragon god battle body evolved into a heavenly spiritual body. The light of reincarnation was actually emitted from the depths of this valley. When he was here, it really didn't exist. Roar! 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 In the valley, demonic creatures roared, their roars shaking the sky. Obviously, many people went in and alarmed the demonic creatures. Not good, there are so many powerful demonic creatures. They are all at the half-step Saint Realm. Ah, there are even Saint Realm demonic creatures. Not good, retreat, retreat quickly. There was a lot of noise in the valley. Many people rushed out desperately, but there were still screams. Many people were killed by the demons. No, the demonic creatures in this valley are too strong. We can't rush in at all. Most of the demonic creatures in the valley were sage-to-be demonic creatures, and there were even a few sage-to-be demonic creatures. Even a sage-to-be would be killed, let alone a LV8 or LV9 martial royal realm cultivator. While many people were watching unwillingly, Lu Ming had already quietly rushed into the valley. When no one was paying attention, Lu Ming quietly changed his body. His second body entered the mountain and river diagram, and his main body stepped out of the diagram. Roar! A sage-to-be demonic creature charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the sage-suppressing steel's aura spread out behind him. The demonic creature showed a trace of fear in its eyes. It roared and took the initiative to retreat. Lu Ming was unimpeded as he dashed into the place that was paved with white bones. The light of reincarnation was emitted from the depths of the valley. It turns out that this is not the end. There is a deeper place. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Last time, he had stopped here and did not go deeper. He did not expect that there would be another world in the depths. Roar! Roar! In the valley, demonic creatures roared like thunder, and Saint Aura spread out. A huge demonic bear was chasing a young man with all its strength. That young man was Zhao Kuang. Facing the sage-to-be demonic creature, Zhao Kuang did not dare to fight it head-on. He dodged with his body movement, and after paying a price, he successfully rushed into the depths of the valley. The demonic bear roared angrily, but did not continue to chase him. Lu Ming looked around and did not see Wan Tiancheng, Huang Ling, and Sima Liang. The 3 of them must have succeeded in rushing in. With their combat strength, even if they could not defeat the sage-to-be demonic creatures, they could still rush in. There were still people here who wanted to rush in. They were all sage-to-be figures. Lu Ming saw Su Ran. However, these people's combat strength was much weaker. Under the attack of the sage-to-be demonic creatures, they could only retreat with injuries and flee in a panic. Some first-stage sage-to-be cultivators were directly killed by the sage-to-be demonic creatures with a slap. Buzz! Behind Lu Ming, the prison-suppressing steel appeared. When the demonic creatures saw him, they all retreated. Lu Ming easily passed through the demonic creatures and headed inside. In the depths of this land of bones, there was a valley that led all the way inside. There were no demonic creatures in this valley. Lu Ming rushed here and put away the prison-suppressing steel. Then, he retracted his aura and walked into the valley. The valley was very long, but there was no danger at all. Lu Ming moved forward unimpeded. Not long after, they reached the end of the valley. A huge mountain appeared in front of them, blocking their path. There was a cave in the wall at the bottom of the mountain. The light of reincarnation was coming from this cave. A figure stood in front of the cave. It was Sima Liang. Boom. Boom, deep rumbling sounds came from within the cave. It seemed that an intense battle was taking place inside. Sima Liang glanced at Lu Ming as if he had heard the noise. When he discovered Lu Ming's cultivation, his eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had not expected an 8th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator to be able to come here. Boom. Boom, the rumbling sounds in the cave became even more intense. Then, a bulky figure rushed out from the cave. It was Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang was in a sorry state. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his aura was weak. Damn it. There are so many puppets. How troublesome. Zhao Kuang cursed. He then swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming. He let out a cry of surprise. The rumbling sounds continued in the cave. Then, another figure rushed out from the cave. It was Wan Tiancheng. Just like Zhao Kuang, he was injured and in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with coldness. He glanced around and his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Brat, it's you? Wan Tiancheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course it's me. Why? Is it because the gift I gave you was too valuable and made you feel grateful? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Especially the word gift, which was especially emphasized. You're courting death. Die. Wan Tiancheng exuded a murderous intent that was as cold as a knife. He took a step forward and his sword aura soared into the sky, slashing toward Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Lu Ming actually killed 2 of his subordinates in front of him. This was still a small matter. Later on, he even lured him to this valley and made use of the demonic bear's power to deal with him. At the crucial moment, he even launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him. He was so humiliated that he could not wait to skin Lu Ming and pull out his tendons. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he directly killed him. A pagoda floated above Lu Ming's head. Bubble was hiding inside it. Bubble's cultivation was improving rapidly. It had reached the 9th-layer martial dominator realm after refining the energy of the space-time crystal every day. The space-time domain encapsulated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure swayed and dodged Wan Tiancheng's attack. That's the space-time domain. That pagoda has the ability to control the space-time domain. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's eyes flickered. Trying to run away? Die. Wan Tiancheng snapped coldly. Dots of light appeared on his body as sacred weapons appeared. The sacred weapons whistled and unleashed a powerful aura. The 10,000 weapon art, I know it too. Lu Ming bellowed. His body glowed and sacred weapons appeared one after another. Wan Tiancheng's eyes widened upon seeing this. He wore a look of disbelief as he yelled, the 10,000 weapon art? How is this possible? How did you manage to learn it? Even Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were dumbfounded. The 10,000 weapon art required one to comprehend the 10,000 weapon domain. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to comprehend the 10,000 weapon domain. However, the geniuses of the Wan clan were only able to comprehend the 10,000 weapon domain and learn the 10,000 weapon art due to their unique physiques. However, how did Lu Ming learn the 10,000 weapon art? While Wan Tiancheng was still in a daze, Lu Ming rushed into the cave with Bubble's help. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Ming looked around. He saw Huang Ling at first glance. At this moment, Huang Ling looked like she was about to turn into a phoenix. She was bathed in the flames of the immortal heavenly phoenix and was fighting fiercely with a dozen figures. Puppets. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that although the dozen figures who were fighting fiercely with Huang Ling were in human form, they did not have any vital aura. They were all puppets. These puppets were extremely powerful. They were equivalent to the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, existences with the power of laws. Then, Lu Ming looked around and found that the cave was very wide. In the deepest part of the cave, there were 2 stone pillars. There was something floating on each of the stone pillars. One of them was a jade talisman, and the other was a pitch-black key. The map and key of the reincarnation emperor's tomb. This was the first thought that came to Lu Ming's mind. However, humanoid puppets were standing around the stone pillars. At a glance, there were several hundred humanoid puppets standing around the stone pillars. All of them were equivalent to the third stage of the half-saint realm. Kill. Boom, one of the puppets punched out, and the air whistled with terrifying power. Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill and punched out as well, meeting the puppet's punch. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook slightly, and he felt his arm go numb. What a strong power! Lu Ming felt that the puppet's power was comparable to Su Ran's. Su Ran was a stage 2 half-saint, but he had a superior earth spiritual body. He could fight above his level, and was comparable to a stage 3 half-saint. Kill. 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 Subsequently, more puppets pounced on Lu Ming. There were more than 10 of them. With so many puppets attacking at the same time, their power was shocking. It was no wonder that Wan Tiancheng and the rest were repelled. These puppets were even more difficult to deal with than martial artists of the same level because they were fearless. They had copper skin and iron bones, and their combat power was shocking. With so many puppets, Lu Ming didn't dare to take them head-on. With the help of bubbles, his body kept flickering, avoiding these puppets. Behind him, at the entrance of the cave, Wan Tiancheng rushed in, but he was also besieged by many puppets. The power of one of these puppets was limited, but when more than a dozen of them worked together, their power was amazing. Even a genius like Wan Tiancheng was at a disadvantage. In the end, he retreated unwillingly. With the help of bubbles, Lu Ming was in danger. On the other side, Huang Ling bathed in divine fire and kept charging in, wanting to break through the puppet's encirclement and get the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The immortal heavenly phoenix body is indeed extraordinary. It has the characteristic of being immortal. Its vitality is too strong. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Huang Ling's battle prowess might be on par with Wan Tiancheng and the others, but her vitality was far superior to Wan Tiancheng and the others. Huang Ling bathed in divine fire and had been hit by the puppets many times, but she still stubbornly charged forward. No, these puppets seemed to be arranged according to a formation. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The cave was huge, and there were at least a few hundred puppets scattered all over the place. However, Lu Ming discovered that there were at most a dozen puppets besieging them at the same time. The other puppets remained motionless. For example, when Lu Ming charged through some places, some puppets would stop attacking, but new puppets would join in and besiege him. Their numbers were always around a dozen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These puppets seemed to be arranged according to some kind of pattern. With a thought, the second body stepped forward. A Taiji disc floated above his head. Many small Taiji diagrams appeared and scattered on the ground. Weng, the ground glowed and veined patterns appeared, forming a huge formation diagram. It really is a formation. Lu Ming muttered. He discovered that the puppets were all standing at key points of the spell formation, and there was something profound about each of their positions. Those puppets attacked according to the operation of the spirit formation. Thus, no matter where they went, there would be over a dozen puppets attacking at the same time. Furthermore, due to the support of the spirit formation, the power of the dozen or so puppets was extremely astonishing. If it were a dozen or so warriors in the third stage of the half-saint realm, they would never be able to stop a genius like Wan Tiancheng. They might even be killed by him. However, a dozen or so puppets in the third stage of the half-saint realm could suppress Wan Tiancheng, Zhao Kuang, and the others and even injure them. This was because of the help of the formation, which made the dozen or so puppets extremely powerful. On the other side, Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming after seeing the formation on the ground. When she saw Lu Ming, shock flashed in her eyes. At this moment, the second body took a step forward and disappeared into the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's main body, on the other hand, took a step forward. When he took a step forward, the attacks of the dozen puppets strangely hit nothing but air. Then, Lu Ming stepped out again. Just like before, the attacks of the dozen or so puppets hit nothing, as if they couldn't hit Lu Ming. A smile emerged on Lu Ming's face. He had already identified the weakness of this array. Every step he took landed on the weak spot of this array. It could also be said that he landed on the blind spot of this array. As a result, the attacks of the puppets all missed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He took one step to the east and one step to the west. The attacks of the puppets were all directed at the side of Lu Ming. None of them hit him. Lu Ming was quickly moving toward the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. On the other side, Huang Ling was a little anxious. She ignored her injuries and rushed forward forcefully. The two of them approached the two stone pillars at an extremely fast speed. About a minute later, the two of them broke through the encirclement of the puppets and rushed toward the two stone pillars. There were no puppets standing in the area surrounding the two stone pillars. Furthermore, when they broke through the encirclement of the puppets and arrived at this area, those puppets did not chase after them. They all returned to their original positions and stood motionless. Whoosh, Lu Ming grabbed a jade token and the black key was in Huang Ling's hand. Then, the two of them looked at each other and the atmosphere was a little tense. "Brother, the jade token in your hand should be a map. Why don't you give me the map and let the map and the key merge? Otherwise, it's useless for both of us," Huang Ling said in a delicate voice. A powerful aura emanated from her body and locked onto Lu Ming. "Indeed, it's useless for both of us. You have the key but you can't find the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. I have the map. Even if I find the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, I can't enter it. Why don't you give me the key and let the map and the key merge?" Lu Ming said with a smile. He stepped back slowly and put up his guard. "Lu Ming, damn you. They have the map and the key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb." At this moment, a few angry roars were heard. It turned out that Wan Tiancheng, Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang had rushed in. They naturally saw that the map and the key were in the hands of Lu Ming and Huang Ling. However, they were besieged by a group of puppets. They didn't have Huang Ling's immortal body and couldn't withstand the attacks of the puppets. After a while, they had to retreat from the cave. "You are Lu Ming?" Huang Ling blinked her eyes and asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. He focused all his attention on Huang Ling and was afraid that she would suddenly attack. "Lu Ming, if I attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb," Huang Ling said. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Lu Ming smiled and his glabella shone. His second body stepped out and stood side by side with Lu Ming. A Tai Chi array disc floated above his head and a powerful aura spread out. "Doppelganger?" "No, it's the same person." "Amazing, really amazing." Huang Ling's eyes moved between Lu Ming's main body and second body. She was amazed. "Huang Ling, although you have the immortal heavenly phoenix body, the word immortal is relative. It's not true that you are immortal. It's just that you have a strong life force. I'm afraid that you are seriously injured and your combat strength has been greatly reduced. If you really want to fight, you might not be my match." Lu Ming's words caused Huang Ling's eyes to flicker. It was true that she was injured after forcing her way through. The immortal heavenly phoenix flesh was not immortal. It only granted her a stronger life force. Once her strength reached a certain level, she would still die. Besides, even if you can defeat me and claim the map of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb, will you be able to leave this place? There are 3 experts waiting for you outside. Lu Ming continued, causing Huang Ling's eyes to flicker even more. A moment later, Huang Ling's eyes flickered as she let out a smile like a blossoming peony. As a matter of fact, Huang Ling was very beautiful. Among the people Lu Ming had met, only Xianxia and a few others were comparable to her. "Lu Ming, why don't we team up?" Huang Ling said. "Team up? How?" Lu Ming's gaze flickered as he asked. "We'll team up and leave this place together. You have the map, and I have the key. We can search for the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb and open it. We'll split the treasures and successions inside. What do you think?" Huang Ling said. "That's a great idea. Alright, I'll do it." Lu Ming agreed after a slight hesitation. Right now, there was no better way than this. Lu Ming only had the map, but not the key. It was useless even if he had the map. Besides, with his strength, it was almost impossible for him to snatch the key from Huang Ling and escape from the encirclement of Wan Tiancheng and the others. Therefore, it was better to team up with Huang Ling outside the cave. Wan Tiancheng and the others surrounded it with unpleasant looks. "Huang Ling, that Lu Ming is my enemy. If you kill him and give me the map, we'll team up and leave this place. What do you think? Wan Tianqing suddenly spoke. His voice echoed in the cave. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were startled. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop Huang Ling and Wan Tianqing if they teamed up. Huang Ling, if you give me the map, I'll team up with you. On top of that, I'll promise you one more thing. As long as it's within my capabilities, I won't hesitate. Zhao Kuang immediately opened his mouth and promised even more generous conditions. Huang Ling, if you join hands with me, you can take more of the treasures inside the reincarnation monarch's tomb. Sima Liang also spoke, wanting to join forces with Huang Ling. The way they saw it, there was no problem for Huang Ling to kill Lu Ming. Inside the cave, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said, "What they said is actually a better idea for you. What do you think? Are you tempted? Who do you think I am?" How could he go back on his word? Since I've agreed to work with you, I won't go back on my word. Huang Ling glared at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes and said with some displeasure. Really? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course. Huang Ling had a serious expression on her face, and then she said, I need to recuperate now. How about we charge out together once I've fully recovered? Charge out? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. A moment later, his eyes flickered coldly as he said, if you're at your peak, can you hold Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang off for a few minutes? If I'm at my peak, I can easily hold them off for 3 minutes with my secret technique. Any longer and I won't be able to do it. What are you planning to do? Huang Ling said. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. Kill? Kill Wan Tianqing? Huang Ling's eyes widened. That's right, but it'll take some time. Lu Ming nodded. Huang Ling's eyes flickered with astonishment. Lu Ming said he was going to kill Wan Tianqing? She found it unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak 8th layer martial dominator realm. How could he possibly kill Wan Ling Tianqing? It's quite difficult with my current cultivation, so I need to have a breakthrough. As for you, don't you need to recuperate too? Lu Ming said. That's right, wasn't the puppet formation the best place for him to train himself? Since he was not in a rush to leave, he decided to cultivate here. Once he reached the 9th layer martial dominator realm, he would be able to kill Wan Tianqing. Alright, we'll wait here for a while. Huang Ling walked to the side and sat down with her legs crossed. Her figure was engulfed in flames as she began to recuperate from her injuries, as if she trusted Lu Ming a lot. That being said, it was impossible for her not to be on alert. If Lu Ming were to make any strange moves, she would instantly unleash a powerful attack. Lu Ming let out a smile as his clone returned to the mountain and river pattern. Lu Ming stepped forward and entered the puppet formation. All of a sudden, one by one, the puppets charged toward Lu Ming and attacked him, releasing terrifying attacks. Lu Ming did not dodge the attacks by stepping into the weak spots of the formation. Instead, he fought the puppets head-on. However, these puppets were able to injure Wan Tianqing and the others, thus they were extremely powerful. In just a few moves, Lu Ming was injured and vomited blood. He had no choice but to retreat to the safe zone beside the pillar. Meanwhile, Huang Ling, who was recuperating from her injuries, opened her eyes and said in astonishment, Flesh of the 9 dragons, did you awaken the bloodline of the 9 dragons before? That's right, the 9 dragons and the immortal heavenly phoenix are both among the top 10 battle beasts. Don't you think we're a match made in heaven? Lu Ming could not help but tease Huang Ling when he saw her beautiful face. Is that so? If your cultivation can catch up to mine, maybe I'll consider it? Huang Ling's eyes flickered with astonishment as she let out a cunning grin. How long would it take for my cultivation to catch up to yours? Since there are puppets guarding the entrance, it's an auspicious time. Why don't we do it now? Lu Ming's gaze darted all over Huang Ling's curvaceous body. With a sinister smile, he walked toward Huang Lingyu. What do you want? So you're also a lecher. Don't come over. Huang Ling's expression changed when she saw Lu Ming walking toward her. Phoenix flames spread out from her body as she stared at Lu Ming anxiously. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming suddenly laughed and walked to the side. He sat down cross-legged and started recuperating. Damn it. Huang Ling gritted her teeth. She knew that she had been tricked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. Soon, he recovered from his injuries. After he recovered, Lu Ming did not step into the puppet array immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Currently, he had the 10,000 soldier art, the 13 strikes of power storing, the hell suppressing skill, and the chaotic sky flipping seal. Now, he needed to cultivate a realm movement technique to make up for his lack of movement techniques. Lu Ming searched through the 9 dragons' memories. Soon, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found a movement martial skill. Gale Thunder Steps. To cultivate the Gale Thunder Steps, one needed to comprehend the Gale Thunder territory. This was not a problem for them. The Gale Thunder Steps combined the characteristics of wind and thunder. It moved like lightning and had the agility of the wind. It was a top-notch realm movement technique. Lu Ming studied it carefully. After a few hours, Lu Ming stepped into the puppet array again. More than 10 puppets attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The long spear and the battle sword clashed with the 2 puppets. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. That's the 10,000 weapon art. This time, Huang Ling was shocked by Lu Ming again. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the 10,000 weapon art. It was a unique technique of the Wan clan. She felt that Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, on the other side, a few puppets attacked Lu Ming with lightning speed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly as he concentrated. Just as the puppets' attacks were about to hit Lu Ming's body suddenly moved. The light of wind and lightning flashed as he narrowly avoided the puppets' attacks. He used the wind thunder steps. Then, he attacked with both his long spear and battle sword, blocking the attacks of the other 2 puppets. Lu Ming didn't use the puppet formation's weakness to avoid the attacks. Instead, he used his pure combat strength to fight with the puppets and train himself. However, in the puppet formation, the combat strength of a dozen puppets was far above him. He could only do his best and push his potential to the limit to fight against the puppet formation. This time, Lu Ming barely blocked 10 moves before he fell into a fatal crisis. Left with no choice, Lu Ming stepped on the puppet formation's weakness to avoid the attacks and retreated to a safe area. After resting, he continued to step into the formation and fought with the puppets. Every time, Lu Ming had to push himself to the limit. When he fell into a fatal crisis, Lu Ming would use the formation's weakness to avoid the attacks. In this way, although Lu Ming couldn't enter the state of emptiness of life and death, his improvement was still fast. When he first started cultivating the wind thunder steps, his improvement was the fastest. He broke through continuously and soon reached the 3rd level. As for the primal chaos domain, his improvement was also fast. It started to break through to the 9th level. Outside the cave, Wan Tiancheng, Zhao Kuang, and Sima Liang's faces were gloomy. They stood outside and stared at the cave. When they heard the intense rumbling sound coming from the cave, the 3 of them had different expressions. What happened inside? Could it be that Huang Ling dealt with that brat? Several people guessed. Let's go in and take a look. Wan Tiancheng spoke coldly as he rushed into the cave. Then, Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang also rushed into the cave. As soon as they rushed into the cave, they were besieged by the puppets. At the same time, they saw Lu Ming fighting with the puppets. The 3 of them looked puzzled and left the cave. How did that brat fight with the puppet? Could it be that they would also be attacked by the puppets when they come out after obtaining the map and key? Zhao Kuang was puzzled. That should be the case. Sima Liang said. If they can rush in, they can definitely rush out. We just have to wait here. When they come out, we'll kill them and then we'll get the map and the key. The 3 of us will rely on our own abilities. Wan Tiancheng's eyes were cold. He had to kill Lu Ming. That brat, why is he able to cultivate the 10,000 soldier art? Could it be because of his domain? That kid's domain is very similar to the legendary primal chaos domain, but in this world, is there really someone who can cultivate the primal chaos domain? Wan Tiancheng's mind was filled with thoughts. The 3 of them had been guarding outside the cave. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was making the best use of his time to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Inside the cave, Lu Ming's figure kept flickering as he fought against the puppets. Lu Ming's spear was like a dragon and his sword was piercing through the sky. His strength was shocking as he kept clashing with the puppets. Bang! 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 After a few collisions, Lu Ming borrowed the powerful force and retreated to the safe zone. Where did this Lu Ming come from? He's so talented. It seems like he's improving every day. He has reached the 9th layer martial dominator realm from the 8th layer martial dominator realm in such a short time. Huang Ling's eyes were filled with astonishment. During this period, Huang Ling had already recovered from her injuries. She had also fought against the puppets, but her improvement was not as fast as Lu Ming's. My domain has reached the middle stage of the 9th layer. Lu Ming smiled. In fact, 5 days ago, Lu Ming's domain had broken through the 9th layer. Then, he had swallowed a large number of origin stones and raised his cultivation to the 9th layer martial dominator realm. Now, his chaotic domain had improved again and reached the middle stage of the 9th layer. Am I born to fight? My cultivation speed is really fast in the midst of battle. Even Lu Ming was surprised by his improvement. In a life and death battle, he was usually highly focused and his mind was abnormally active. Regardless of whether it was martial skills or domains, the speed of his comprehension was very shocking. Now, Lu Ming had cultivated the Gale Thunder steps to the completion stage. His movement was like a thunderstorm and his speed was amazing. Now, Lu Ming was waiting for an opportunity. That was Ming Lian's second body, because Ming Lian's second body was about to break through. Ming Lian's second body had already lit 8 spirit lamps. Now, he was about to light 9 spirit lamps. Once Ming Lian's second body lit 9 spirit lamps, he would be able to control the Tai Chi formation disc and its power would be stronger. Then, it would be time for them to strike. Now that my cultivation has broken through, I should be able to seal more sacred weapons. Lu Ming thought. Then, he began to cultivate the 10,000 weapon art. He took out a sacred weapon and began to seal it. A dot of light lit up on Lu Ming's chest. This sacred weapon was successfully sealed. This was the 11th sacred weapon. Back then, Wan Tiancheng had only sealed 12 sacred weapons. I haven't reached my limit yet. Continue. Lu Ming took out another sacred weapon and began to seal it. Not long after, the 12th sacred weapon was successfully sealed. At this time, Lu Ming finally felt that he had reached his limit. If he continued to seal, his body might not be able to take it. With a thought, the 12 acupoints on his body lit up. 12 sacred weapons appeared and floated around his body. What kind of monster is this? He can seal 12 sacred weapons at the 9th layer martial royal realm. Huang Ling was shocked. She was already numb to Lu Ming's various abnormal behaviors. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ming Lian's second body had already begun to break through. Inside the mountain and river diagram, a bright spirit flame jumped between Ming Lian's second body's eyebrows. The golden spirit flame was extremely vigorous, burning like a divine flame. The Tai Chi formation disc floated above his head. Light constantly scattered and poured into the second body's body. Inside the second body's sea of consciousness, 8 golden psychic lamps shone brilliantly. Suddenly, the 9th psychic lamp lit up, emitting a golden flame. Buzz, the Tai Chi formation disc scattered rays of light and poured into Lu Ming's mind, causing the flame on the 9th spirit lamp to become more vigorous and bright. At this moment, several spirit rings appeared on the second body's body. There were a total of 9 spirit rings. The first 8 spirit rings each had 10 dots of light, which represented perfection. Only the last golden spirit ring had 9 dots of light. The cultivation of the way of inscription was completely different from that of martial arts before reaching the saint realm. Inscriptions could be regarded as a simplified version of the Dharma. Inscriptions could directly communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, after reaching the peak of level 9, one could directly communicate with and comprehend the Dharma. However, after reaching the saint realm, there was basically no difference between the way of inscription and martial arts. After all methods returned to the origin and the great path. No matter what way it was the same in the end. When the way of inscription was cultivated to the saint realm, it also condensed the saint heart, transformed spiritual power into saint power, and controlled the Dharma. It was the same as martial arts. At this time, Lu Ming smiled and looked at Huang Ling. He said, "Now, let's go." "Are you sure? If not, we'll rush out at the end." "Don't put yourself in danger," Huang Ling said. She was still worried. Lu Ming's plan was to kill Wan Tiancheng. Although Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th level of the martial royal realm, could he really succeed? "Don't worry. Even if we can't kill him, they can't do anything to us." Lu Ming smiled confidently. Then he got up and walked toward the puppet formation. He said, "Follow my steps." After saying that, Lu Ming stepped into the puppet formation. A dozen puppets immediately attacked Lu Ming, but those attacks missed. Then he took another step. Huang Ling followed Lu Ming and stepped on the place where Lu Ming had just stepped. In this way, Huang Ling followed Lu Ming's footsteps and stepped on the weakness of the puppet formation. They easily passed through the puppet formation and stepped out of the cave one after another. "They're out." As soon as Lu Ming and Huang Ling stepped out of the cave, they heard a cold shout. Then, 3 terrifying auras burst out and locked onto Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Especially Wan Tiancheng, who emitted a cold murderous intent. "You're finally out. Huang Ling, I gave you a chance before. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it," Wan Tiancheng said coldly. "Cut the crap. Wan Tiancheng, didn't you want to kill me? Let's fight." Lu Ming shouted and his aura erupted. He took a step forward and the earth rumbled. 12 light spots were emitted from his body and 12 sacred weapons were suspended in the air. Each sacred weapon emitted a dazzling brilliance. The aura of the sacred weapons soared into the sky and connected with each other. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and stabbed it at Wan Tiancheng. 12 sacred weapons? Die. Wan Tiancheng roared, and 12 sacred weapons appeared on his body. He held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming. There was a deep jealousy in his eyes. Lu Ming was actually able to seal the 12 sacred weapons. One had to know that when he sealed the 12 sacred weapons, he had already reached the half-step sage realm. Clang, the black dragon spear and Wan Tiancheng's combat sword collided heavily. The battle weapon chi continued to resist, making rumbling noises. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying force constantly attacking the black dragon spear. That was the power of laws. Even Lu Ming's level 9 chaotic domain seemed to be unable to withstand it. Buzz, the black dragon spear vibrated, and Lu Ming's body rapidly retreated by 5 to 6 steps. Wan Tiancheng's eyes turned cold. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to withstand his attack and only retreat a few steps. He was not injured. Swoosh, at this moment, Huang Ling rushed to the side. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay here." Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang shouted and chased after Huang Ling. Huang Ling, who was flying rapidly, suddenly stopped. Her body was covered in flames. She was bathed in the flames of the immortal heavenly phoenix. Her entire body seemed to have turned into flames. A phoenix cry rang out, and a huge immortal heavenly phoenix bathed in flames rushed out of Huang Ling's body and flew in circles in the sky. Boom! Boom! Then, a large area of flames spread out, enveloping Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang, forming a flaming cage. "Lu Ming, you have to hurry up. I can only hold them off for 3 minutes at most. End this quickly." Huang Ling's voice came from the flames. Then, intense rumbling noises came from the flames, and Zhao Kuang roared like a beast. "End this quickly? Ha ha ha, does Huang Ling think that you can kill me?" Wan Tiancheng laughed crazily as if he had heard a very funny joke. "Kill." Lu Ming did not waste any time. He did not have much time. He took a step forward and directly used the divine sword art. His eyes were like swords, blasting into Wan Tiancheng's body and his spiritual deity. However, Wan Tiancheng's body only trembled slightly before returning to normal. He shouted coldly, "Unfortunately, a soul attack is useless against me. Is this your trump card? You want to kill me with this? I will let you know how naive you are." Whoosh, Wan Tiancheng held the battle sword in his hand, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. The energy of the other 11 battle weapons was added to the battle sword, causing the battle sword's power to reach an astonishing level. He slashed at Lu Ming. A spiritual deity defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Obviously, Wan Tiancheng had a spiritual deity defensive treasure. That was why he could block Lu Ming's divine sword art attack. This was normal. It was normal for a genius like Wan Tiancheng to have a spiritual deity defensive treasure to protect his soul. After all, soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Without a spiritual deity defensive treasure, one might not even know how they died. Kill! Lu Ming shouted again and still used the divine sword art. Although Wan Tiancheng had a spiritual deity defensive treasure, the divine sword art could still interfere. At the same time, Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and unleashed his true origin to the extreme, charging towards Wan Tiancheng. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged a few moves in a row, but Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. Is this all you've got? You want to kill me? Naive! Wan Tiancheng sneered and attacked Lu Ming. His attack was even more violent, and his sword chi was wild. Lu Ming's eyes were calm. At this moment, his glabella shone, and a pagoda floated out. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation from the pagoda. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared around Wan Tiancheng's body and enveloped him. Space-time domain. You have a space-time domain treasure. Wan Tiancheng roared and unleashed his full strength. The Dharma surrounded his body and broke the shackles of the space-time domain, trying to destroy the transparent bubble. However, the bubble had reached the 9th level of the martial royal realm. As a space-time spirit mouse, one of the top 10 battle beasts, its talent was beyond doubt. Even though it was still young, it was still very terrifying. Its talent had completely surpassed that of an inferior heaven spiritual body like Wan Tiancheng. Therefore, even though the bubble's cultivation was far behind Wan Tiancheng's, its combat strength was not too far behind. Wan Tiancheng couldn't break the transparent bubble at all. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, and charged towards Wan Tiancheng. The space-time domain had no effect on Lu Ming. Wan Tiancheng roared. 12 holy weapons surrounded his body. There were all kinds of holy weapons, including several defensive ones. Each holy weapon was surrounded by the power of law. Wan Tiancheng used the defensive holy weapon to protect his body. At the same time, he waved his battle sword to fight against the space-time blade and fought against Lu Ming. For a moment, the two sides were tied. Wan Tiancheng was indeed very powerful. With the inferior heavenly spiritual body, his body was as sharp as a divine weapon. Coupled with the law of weapons, he could destroy everything. Even with the help of bubbles, Lu Ming could only tie with Wan Tiancheng. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th level of the martial royal realm. If he was in the 8th level of the martial royal realm, he would not be a match for him at all. Lu Ming and Bubbles were at a disadvantage because of the law. The two of them only used the realm. The realm and the law were two completely different concepts. No matter how strong the chaotic realm and the space-time realm were, there was still a gap between them and Wan Tiancheng's law of weapons. Of course, if Lu Ming went one step further and turned the 9th level realm into an ultimate realm, its power would soar again. It would not be a problem for him to suppress Wan Tiancheng. Boom! Boom! The two sides kept colliding with each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? Wan Tiancheng roared in his heart. When he first met Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level of the martial royal realm. In Wan Tiancheng's eyes, Lu Ming was an ant that he could kill easily. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had soared to the 9th level of the martial royal realm. Even Wan Tiancheng was shocked by the speed of his progress. However, he didn't take a 9th level martial royal realm seriously at all. Even if he was also a genius with an inferior heavenly spiritual body, he could kill him with one slap. However, Lu Ming relied on his own strength and a treasure that could release the space-time realm to tie with him. This made him even more determined to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, when Lu Ming went one step further and broke through to the half-saint, he would be no match for him at all. Kill, kill! Wan Tiancheng roared. 2 more light spots lit up on his body. 2 more saint weapons flew out from the 2 dots of light. There were a total of 14 saint weapons, and the battle weapon chi of the 14 saint weapons stacked together, making them even more powerful. Sure enough, Wan Tiancheng had been holding back before, Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light streaked across the sky. Bubble spacetime domain was forcibly broken by Wan Tiancheng. At the same time, Lu Ming was repelled. Die! Wan Tiancheng roared. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged towards Lu Ming. Primal chaos flipping heaven seal. Lu Ming muttered as he released the saint weapon in his hand. A chaotic cyclic sky seal appeared on his palm. Lu Ming smashed the chaotic flipping sky seal towards Wan Tiancheng. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, Lu Ming and Wan Tiancheng's bodies shook at the same time and retreated. Impossible! Wan Tiancheng roared in his heart. Lu Ming still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Wan Tiancheng had done his best, but he still couldn't defeat Lu Ming. It was hard for him to accept. The chaotic flipping sky seal at 60% power is still too weak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just now, he had used 60% of the chaotic flipping sky seal. In fact, when Lu Ming used the 10,000 weapon art now, the power was already very strong. It was very close to the power of the chaotic flipping sky seal. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated the chaotic flipping sky seal to the 4th level. Lu Ming couldn't defeat Wan Tiancheng with the 10,000 weapon art. Even if he used 60% of the chaotic flipping sky seal, it wouldn't be much stronger. But even so, Wan Tiancheng was already shocked. Bang! Lu Ming took a step back and immediately took a step forward. Another chaotic flipping sky seal with 60% of its prowess condensed in his palm. The chaotic flipping sky seal expanded rapidly and pressed down on Wan Tiancheng. Break it! Wan Tiancheng roared. The 14 holy weapons circled around and formed a terrifying sword chi. It rushed up and blasted on the chaotic flipping sky seal. Boom! The chaotic flipping sky seal trembled and then collapsed. The battle weapon chi on Wan Tiancheng's battle sword also collapsed and he retreated a few steps. Lu Ming, you can't do anything to me. When Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang break through Huang Ling's obstruction, it will be the time of your death. Wan Tiancheng roared. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything. Another chaotic flipping sky seal condensed in his palm and blasted toward Wan Tiancheng. Wan Tiancheng tried his best to resist. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone. Ming Lian's second body stepped out. The Tai Chi disc array floated in the air and a Tai Chi pattern appeared. It pressed down on Wan Tiancheng. The Tai Chi pattern had terrifying offensive and sealing power. Facing the joint attack of the Tai Chi pattern and the chaotic flipping sky seal, Wan Tiancheng was finally defeated. He was sent flying and slid on the ground, leaving a deep gully. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? A clone? No, it's the same person. Wan Tiancheng was shocked when he saw the two Lu Ming. How could the same person have two bodies? Before he could think further, Lu Ming's main body and second body attacked Wan Tiancheng again. Previously, Lu Ming didn't use his second body at the beginning because he wanted to catch Wan Tiancheng off guard and severely injure him. Don't even think about killing me. Wan Tiancheng roared as 14 sacred weapons surrounded him. He already knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He started to defend with all his strength. He didn't want to make any mistakes. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's attack blasted toward Wan Tiancheng. The 14 sacred weapons around Wan Tiancheng glowed and surrounded him with the power of laws. A terrifying explosion sounded and Wan Tiancheng was sent flying. He coughed up blood again, but he was still blocked. Haha, you can't kill me. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang are about to break free. At that time, you'll be the one to die. Wan Tiancheng laughed crazily with a ferocious look on his face. On the other side, Huang Ling was fighting against Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. The undying cage formed by Huang Ling couldn't hold on for much longer. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes were still calm. Whoosh, the void shook as bubble attacked. Spacetime blades slashed toward Wan Tiancheng. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. The spacetime blades kept slashing at the sacred weapons around Wan Tiancheng, causing them to shake violently. Buzz. At this moment, the sky shook and a mountain-like primal chaos cyclic sky seal appeared. The power that this primal chaos cyclic sky seal exuded was much more terrifying than the previous primal chaos cyclic sky seal. It was a primal chaos cyclic sky seal at full power. Boom, this time, Lu Ming used his full strength. The primal chaos cyclic sky seal at full power suppressed Wan Tiancheng. Wan Tiancheng's pupils shrank rapidly as fear flashed in his eyes. Block it. I must block it. Wan Tiancheng roared in his heart. The true yuan in his body boiled as if it was going to burn. His spiritual body glowed and surrounded by the power of laws. He squeezed out all the power in his body and burst it out. At this moment, Wan Tiancheng seemed to have entered another mysterious realm. His potential was suppressed to the extreme. This is the feeling of the jar of laws. As long as I don't die this time, I will be able to break through to the third stage of the half-saint realm, the jar of laws. He didn't expect to be pushed to the limit by Lu Ming. His potential erupted and he made a major breakthrough. As long as he found a place to cultivate in seclusion for a month, he would be able to break through to the third stage of the half-saint realm. The premise was that he had to survive. Block it. I must block it. As long as Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang break through the encirclement, I won't die. As long as I break through to the third stage of the half-saint realm, my strength will skyrocket. At that time, it will be their time to die. Wan Tiancheng roared in his heart. The 14 saint weapons glowed and merged together to form a powerful layer of defense. Boom, the full power of the chaotic sky-flipping seal pressed down and bombarded Wan Tiancheng's defense. The rock under Wan Tiancheng's feet exploded and the ground cracked, creating a huge pit. The saint weapons around Wan Tiancheng were blown away one by one. In the end, only a few of them were left floating around his body. Wan Tiancheng's face turned pale and he vomited blood. At this moment, the Tai Chi disc above the second body shone and another Tai Chi pattern floated. This time, the Tai Chi pattern suddenly changed. The yin-yang fish separated and turned into two swords, one black and one white. The two yin-yang fish swords emitted a terrifying fluctuation and slashed towards Wan Tiancheng. The two yin-yang fish swords were extremely powerful. Wan Tiancheng's eyes were filled with despair. He forced himself to use his remaining strength to control the remaining saint weapons around him to block the attack. However, the saint weapons were directly blown away by the yin-yang fish swords. The yin-yang fish swords continued to slash towards Wan Tiancheng. No! Wan Tiancheng roared in despair. He had just made a major breakthrough. After a while, he would be able to break through to the next stage of the half-race battlefield. At that time, he would be able to dominate the half-race battlefield. He wouldn't even be afraid of a saint stage expert. But now, he was in a desperate situation. How unwilling was he to accept this? Puff. Puff, the yin-yang fish sword slashed across and beheaded Wan Tiancheng. The other pierced through Wan Tiancheng's dantian and destroyed his spiritual deity. Wan Tiancheng was dead. Boom. At this moment, Huang Ling's undying cage was broken. She retreated frantically with a pale face and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Evidently, Huang Ling had paid quite a price in order to trap Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang rushed out of the flame cage. However, the two of them retreated at the same time as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had killed Wan Tiancheng. A man of the 9th level of the martial royal realm had killed Wan Tiancheng, a peerless genius who had reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. How was that possible? This greatly exceeded Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's expectations. Their gazes were incomparably grave. If Lu Ming could kill Wan Tiancheng, it meant that he could also kill the two of them. Huang Ling, who was standing aside, looked at Lu Ming in shock. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Previously, when Lu Ming said that he wanted to kill Wan Tiancheng, she was completely skeptical and took a gamble. If they couldn't kill Wan Tiancheng, they could only break out of the encirclement with all their strength. He didn't expect that Lu Ming could really kill Wan Tiancheng in just a few minutes. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang with a cold gaze. Their expressions changed tremendously. Let's go, let's leave this place first. Sima Liang let out a furious roar as he dashed out of the valley. Following this, Zhao Kuang followed behind him and left the valley. Although they were unwilling to give up, they had no choice but to give up. Now, only the two of them were left, while Lu Ming and Huang Ling were left. Although Huang Ling was injured, she could easily deal with one of them. If Lu Ming was dealing with the other one, they would be in great danger. They had no choice but to flee under such circumstances. Only Huang Ling and Lu Ming were left in the valley. Huang Ling glanced at Lu Ming alertly and said, "Lu Ming, your strength is quite shocking. You even managed to kill Wan Tiancheng. Are you going to attack me?" Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. She could not help but overthink. If Lu Ming attacked her and killed her, he would be able to obtain the map and the key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Although her immortal heavenly phoenix body was very tenacious, she was not sure if Lu Ming had any other trump cards. "What do you think?" Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling with a faint smile. Huang Ling's expression changed slightly as she took a step back. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed and said, "Don't worry. You didn't attack me before I broke through. Why would I attack you now? I, Lu Ming, am not that kind of person. You're injured. Heal yourself first. I need to recover too." After saying that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged at the side. He took out a pile of origin stones and started devouring them to recover. It was undeniable that Wan Tiancheng was indeed powerful and extremely difficult to kill. Just now, in order to kill Wan Tiancheng, Lu Ming had used all his trump cards. With the cooperation of the main body and the second body, as well as the help of Bubble, they were able to kill Wan Tiancheng. In this battle, Lu Ming had consumed a lot of his genuine essence. He was left with less than half. Ming Lian's second body put away Wan Tiancheng's holy weapon and storage ring. Then, he stepped out and disappeared into the main body. When Huang Ling saw Lu Ming recuperating by the side, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and then sat cross-legged. Immortal flame spread from her body and she began to recuperate. About half an hour later, the two of them stood up at the same time. "Let's get out of here first," Lu Ming said and walked out. Huang Ling followed closely behind Lu Ming. Roar! When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the Land of Bones, a half-saint demonic creature roared and pounced on Lu Ming. 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Lu Ming moved his hands. 8 gates of seal appeared and sealed the half-saint demonic creature. At the same time, Lu Ming moved his body and stretched out his claw to grab the demon crystal of the half-saint demonic creature. Now, such an ordinary first-stage half-saint demonic creature was no match for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming could kill it at will. Roar! Roar! Then, 2 more half-saint demonic creatures pounced on them. One of them had reached the second stage half-saint, the stage of comprehending the laws. Lu Ming called out Bubble to help. He trapped the demonic creature with the space-time domain and easily obtained the demon crystal. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. A huge demonic creature, exuding a terrifying aura, pounced on Lu Ming. A vast holy aura rushed toward him. A saint-level demonic creature, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A saint-level demonic creature was not something he could defeat now. Even if he joined forces with his second body and Bubble, they would not be a match for a saint-level demonic creature. Behind him, the prison-suppressing steel emerged and grew rapidly. The saint-level demonic creature roared and showed a look of horror. It turned around and ran. However, the other half-saint demonic creatures also ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. After using the prison-suppressing steel, not only did the saint-level demonic creatures run away, but even the half-saint demonic creatures also ran away. Prison-suppressing steel. At the side, Huang Ling revealed a look of shock. She had lost count of the number of times she had been shocked, and it was all because of Lu Ming. How many more secrets did Lu Ming have? Huang Ling realized that she could no longer see through Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel and the two of them passed through the valley easily. When they were near the valley, Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel. More than half a month had passed and there were still a few people wandering outside the valley. When they saw Huang Ling and Lu Ming coming out, their eyes lit up. However, when they looked at Huang Ling, they had a solemn expression. Obviously, Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang had said something after coming out. These people should know that Huang Ling and Lu Ming had obtained the map and key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Get lost or die. Huang Ling shouted coldly, exuding a cold murderous intent. Those people's expressions changed drastically and they turned around to leave. Lu Ming smiled and flew toward the exit with Huang Ling at high speed. Lu Ming, I'm really curious. Which emperor-level force are you from? Huang Ling asked curiously while flying in the air. I'm not from an emperor-level force. Lu Ming said. Not from an emperor-level force? How is that possible? Huang Ling was extremely surprised. How was it possible that he was not from an emperor-level force and yet he had such combat strength? Huang Ling had thought that Lu Ming was a genius disciple of an ancient sect. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. Soon, the two of them arrived at the crack and flew out. Soon, the two of them arrived at a mountain peak. Lu Ming, how about looking at the map? Let's see where the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb is. The two of us can go there now. Huang Ling said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and took out the jade token. After scanning it with his spiritual consciousness, Lu Ming's expression changed. How is it? Seeing Lu Ming's expression change, Huang Ling quickly asked. I'm afraid we can't find the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Lu Ming said. Can't find it? What's going on? Could it be that this map is fake? Huang Ling said unwillingly. They had spent so much effort to get the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. If it was fake, it would be too much of a blow. It might not be fake. Take a look yourself. Lu Ming said. Then, his true chi poured into the jade token and a picture appeared in the air. Mountain peak of a map of the world of mountains and lakes. However, this map was incomplete. It was easy to tell that this was only a corner of a complete map. Why is there only a corner? Huang Ling's expression. Take a look at your key. Is there anything unusual about it? Lu Ming said. Huang Ling quickly took out the key and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, they found a number on the key. 3. This should be a serial number. It seems like the key and map of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb are not a set, but divided into several parts. Only by obtaining all of these parts can we find the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb and open it. Lu Ming said. It was obvious that the map they obtained was incomplete. It was also obvious that there was more than one key. What a pity. Huang Ling sighed. Only a part of it was completely useless. As for the other parts, where were they supposed to find them? I have a question that I'm very curious about. How did you know that the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb appeared nearby? Lu Ming asked. Previously, when I was traveling, I was ambushed by the natives, but they were killed by me. I learned about it from the natives who ambushed me. Huang Ling explained. A native? Lu Ming frowned and said, it's obvious that Zhao Kuang, Sima Liang, Wan Tiancheng, and the others are here too. Most likely. Huang Ling nodded. Since that's the case, it's possible that more people know about it. Therefore, I'm guessing that other maps and keys have appeared in other places. If we want to open the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, I'm afraid we'll have to cooperate with those who have the maps and keys. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. It's very likely. Legend has it that when the 1,000-killing martial emperor obtained the tomb of the Great Massacre Emperor, the keys to open the tomb were also distributed to many people. It's most likely the same this time. Huang Ling's eyes lit up. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's go to Dark Water City. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain some information there. Dark Water City? Lu Ming was puzzled. You probably haven't stepped into the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield yet. In the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield, the natives have built a total of 4 huge cities. Darkwater City is one of them. It can be said to be one of the largest cities in the 100-tribe battlefield. Almost all of the strongest geniuses from the various forces who have entered the 100-tribe battlefield have gathered near these 4 cities. Those who can obtain the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb are definitely not weak. Therefore, we might be able to obtain some useful information from Darkwater City. Huang Ling explained. The place where the strongest geniuses gather. Alright, let's go to Darkwater City. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he agreed without hesitation. With his current cultivation, there was no value in gaining experience in the periphery of the 100-tribe battlefield. Only by entering the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield would he be able to encounter stronger opponents. After their discussion, the two of them flew towards the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield. Along the way, they encountered some young geniuses. However, when Huang Ling's aura was revealed, the expressions of those geniuses changed drastically. None of them would overestimate themselves and challenge them. The two of them hurried along at an astonishing speed. In just 2 days, a huge city appeared in front of them. Looking from afar, the city was vast and majestic. It was like a huge beast crawling in front of them. That was Darkwater City. Before the city gate of Darkwater City, there was a huge lake. The strange thing was that the water in the lake was dark and looked pitch black. There were many figures above the lake and they stood in the air. At a glance, they were all young people. There were both men and women, but all of them had powerful auras. Half-saints. Lu Ming looked over and found that most of these young people were half-saints. Some of them even exuded a faint power of law. Obviously, they were existences who had stepped into the second stage of the half-saint realm. Only a few of them were below the half-saint realm. There were very few of them. So many experts. No wonder it's one of the 4 largest cities in the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. At a glance, they were all half-saints and geniuses. It was a spectacular sight. Boom. Boom, on the surface of the lake, there were continuous roars. 2 figures were fiercely fighting. The lake water tumbled under the terrifying force, stirring up thousands of waves. A red figure and a blue figure were surrounded by the power of law. The power of law was constantly colliding with each other. These 2 were experts in the second stage of the half-saint realm. The others were watching the battle between the 2. What's going on? As far as Lu Ming knew, there was an Azura platform in every city. Why were these young geniuses having a great battle here? Lu Ming, Darkwater City is one of the 4 largest cities in the 100-tribe battlefield. The local experts in the city are also very strong. I'm afraid there will be someone at the peak of the Bright Sage realm. Huang Ling explained. The natives had lived in the 100-tribe battlefield since they were young, so they had adapted to the chaotic laws of the 100-tribe battlefield. Some of the more talented ones could cultivate to the Saint realm. However, the strongest could only reach the Bright Sage realm. The peak of the Bright Sage realm was the strongest in the 100-tribe battlefield. The peak of the Bright Saint realm is too strong. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight back. That's why no one dares to make a move in Darkwater City. However, there's only one Azura stage and it's in short supply. Therefore, many Skyprides will fight outside the city. Huang Ling continued to explain. Lu Ming nodded. It was easy to understand. Outside the city, the local experts would not care about it. Lu Ming and Huang Ling's arrival attracted many people's attention. Many people looked at them. When most people saw Huang Ling, their faces changed and they looked grave and fearful. Lu Ming thought to himself that Huang Ling was very famous in Darkwater City. She was also very powerful. The heavenly spiritual body seemed to be a terrifying existence even in the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield. Of course, many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise. A LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator dares to come to Darkwater City. It's rare. Any LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator who dares to come to Darkwater City has great combat strength. They are very confident in their own combat strength. This person is with Huang Ling. Is he also a powerful cultivator? That's hard to say. Those who are not strong enough will also come to see the world. Some people looked at Lu Ming and whispered among themselves. Bam! Bam! At this moment, a young man stepped on the void and landed in front of Lu Ming, emitting the aura of a peak LV9 Martial Emperor. A powerful aura directly locked onto Lu Ming. It's Huang Qi. This guy has his eyes on the 9th layer Martial Dominator. Huang Qi's combat strength is very strong. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm, he once fought with a Stage 1 Sage to be expert for more than 100 moves before he was defeated. It seems that he is eager to hunt. Some people in the surroundings spoke with the mentality of watching a good show. 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm, since you dare to come to Darkwater City, you must be very confident in your battle strength. Now, let's fight. Holy Lady Huang Ling, you won't interfere, right? Huang Qi looked at Lu Ming with battle intent. His last sentence was directed at Huang Ling as you wish. Huang Ling waved her hands casually and took a few steps back, implying that she would not interfere. However, her eyes were filled with pity as she glanced at Huang Qi. This guy dares to challenge Lu Ming. He's courting death. If he knew that Lu Ming had even slain the 10,000 celestial realm, his expression would be even more shocking. You are no match against me, Lu Ming said calmly. He was not interested in a 9th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator, as it would not be useful for him to train himself. Lu Ming was too lazy to even attack him. That being said, he was telling the truth, but to Huang Qi's ears, it sounded like Lu Ming was being full of himself. How arrogant, I've even fought against a half-sage to be. You're quite arrogant when you're only a 9th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. We'll know if I'm your match after the battle. Huang Qi's eyes became cold as his aura grew stronger. At that instant, Lu Ming's eyes became cold. This was because he felt a sharp qi attack his back at a frightening speed. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and lashed out a punch. Clang! Lu Ming's punch collided with a long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings. A terrifying fist intent exploded as a figure appeared out of nowhere and was sent flying by the force. This figure was wearing a black robe. His entire body was covered by the black robe. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and they were filled with shock. It's the assassin of the 1,000 Assassins sect. Someone yelled. Whoosh! The assassin of the 1,000 Assassins sect immediately executed his movement technique after failing to kill Lu Ming. His figure was emitting the aura of the ultimate domain. The assassin's cultivation was at the 1st-layer half-martial sacred realm, which was similar to the 2 assassins that had tried to assassinate Lu Ming previously. You want to leave after failing to assassinate me? Did I allow you to do so? Lu Ming coldly spoke. Wind and lightning aura flashed around his body. With a ripping sound, Lu Ming's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and chased after the assassin with shocking speed. The assassin of the 1,000 Assassins sect was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's wind lightning steps had already been cultivated to perfection. With the help of the wind freezing pearl, his speed was even more shocking. He was far above the assassin of the 1,000 Assassins sect. Many people only saw a flash of lightning and Lu Ming's figure appeared above the assassin of the 1,000 Assassins sect. Then, he raised his foot and stomped down on the assassin. Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a huge hell-suppressing steel that could suppress everything. Boom! This stomp destroyed all the attacks and defenses of the 1,000 Assassins sect's assassin. Then, it heavily stomped on the assassin's head. Bang! The assassin's head and body were like a watermelon that exploded in the air. One move and he was dead. This assassin was also a genius. He had a superior earth spiritual body and was in the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. Although he couldn't be ranked among the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the Tsung province, he was still one of the stronger ones. However, he was instantly killed by Lu Ming. After coming to the 100-tribe battlefield for a few months, Lu Ming's strength had unknowingly increased by leaps and bounds. What powerful battle strength! Many young geniuses in the surroundings narrowed their eyes and revealed looks of shock. Lu Ming's cultivation was very clear. He was in the early 9th stage of the martial king realm. However, he had killed a 1st-stage half-saint genius in one move. Such battle strength was shocking. Many people present were in the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. If they encountered Lu Ming, they would probably end up in the same situation. Some of the 2nd-stage half-saints who had comprehended the laws had extremely serious expressions. Another heaven spiritual body. Someone said solemnly. There weren't many heaven spiritual bodies even in Darkwada City, which was the center of the 100-tribe battlefield. Each one of them was extremely powerful. Heaven spiritual bodies weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Some emperor-level forces that weren't very lucky might not even have a single heaven spiritual body. For example, there were no heaven spiritual bodies in the Tsung province. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, there were no heaven spiritual bodies in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. At this moment, Huang Qi was completely dumbfounded. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qi. His casual words made Huang Qi's face turn red. Back then, he had fought with a 1st-stage sage-to-be genius for 100 moves before he was defeated. He had always been proud of that, but now, he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had killed a first-stage sage-to-be expert with a stomp. If he fought with Lu Ming, he would not even need a stomp. He would only need half a stomp. Previously, Lu Ming had said that he was not qualified to fight, and that was the truth. However, he had said that Lu Ming was arrogant. It was obvious that he was ignorant. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Huang Qi left with a red face. This person is very strong. No wonder he can be with Huang Ling. Birds of a feather flock together. It's normal for a heavenly spiritual body to be with a heavenly spiritual body. However, this person's cultivation is too low. It will be difficult for him to compete with other heavenly spiritual bodies. That's right. Unless his cultivation increases. Lu Ming naturally heard these words, but he only smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Huang Ling, do you have a way to get rid of the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer mansion? Lu Ming stepped in front of Huang Ling and asked. He had the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer mansion on him. As long as the Thousand Slayer mansion's assassins were within a certain range, they would be able to find him through the slaughter mark. He was not afraid, but it was annoying. Huang Ling shook her head and said, from what I know, the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer mansion is extremely difficult to get rid of. Moreover, the more Thousand Slayer mansion's assassins are killed, the stronger the slaughter mark will be and the easier it will be for the Thousand Slayer mansion's assassins to sense it. Only a martial emperor expert can get rid of the slaughter mark. A martial emperor expert. Lu Ming shook his head bitterly. Where could he find a martial emperor expert? There was definitely none in the 100-tribe battlefield. Even if he left the 100-tribe battlefield, there was not a single martial emperor expert in the Tsang state. There were martial emperors in other domains, but martial emperors were superior and looked down on the world. Why would they help Lu Ming, who was only a martial emperor? It seemed like he would have to be more careful in the future to prevent assassinations from the Thousand Slayers matter. His main body couldn't stay in the mountain and river diagram every day. He needed to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, and he needed to train and fight. His second body couldn't stay in the mountain and river diagram every day and use the Tai Chi disc array to improve his spirit flame. Lu Ming, the assassins of the Thousand Slayer Manor are feared by even other emperor-ranked forces. Normally, they wouldn't dare to kill the assassins of the Thousand Slayer Manor. At most, they'd cripple them. Because once you're infected by the slaughter mark, you'll have to face endless assassination attempts. You have to be careful in the future. Huang Ling warned. Lu Ming nodded. Following which, the two of them headed towards Darkwada City. Darkwada City was several times larger than the city Lu Ming had stayed in before. The young men walking on the street all had powerful auras. Most of them were at the half-saint realm. Soon, Huang Ling brought Lu Ming to a huge hall. At the top of the hall, the three words Phoenix Palace were majestic. Lu Ming, I'm from the Phoenix Palace, an emperor-ranked force. This is the temporary lodging of the Phoenix Palace in the 100-tribe battlefield, Huang Ling explained. The 100-tribe battlefield was a place where many emperor-ranked forces went to train. Therefore, many powerful emperor-ranked forces would purchase palaces in the huge cities of the 100-tribe battlefield as temporary lodgings. After all, they would be exhausted after training outside and fighting with experts. They would need a place to rest and cultivate in seclusion. Saintess. As soon as they entered the hall, two young men and women bowed to Huang Ling. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Huang Ling had a high status in the Phoenix Palace. She was the saintess. Huang Ling nodded and led Lu Ming into the depths of the Phoenix Palace. Along the way, they met no less than 20 young men and women. Among these young men and women, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. All of them were at the half-saint realm and had superior earth spiritual bodies. Similar to the Dragon God Valley, almost everyone in the Phoenix Palace had awakened the Phoenix bloodline and cultivated the Phoenix battle body. So many geniuses. It seems that the Phoenix Palace is a terrifying existence even among the emperor-ranked forces. Along the way, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had met so many geniuses along the way. Any one of them would be a top genius in the Zhongzhou. Some of them had unfathomable auras and were surrounded by nomological laws. They were obviously second-stage half-saints. There were even half-saints with nomological laws. In the Xianxia, such people could compete with the top 10 demon geniuses. This was probably just the tip of the iceberg for the Phoenix Palace. One should know that those above the Saint Realm were not allowed to enter the 100-tribe battlefield. Did the Phoenix Palace not have any geniuses above the Saint Realm? Absolutely. The Yuan continent is huge and there are too many geniuses. The Xianxia is just a corner of it. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Now, his way of thinking was slowly changing. His vision was no longer limited to the Tsang prefecture. The divine sons would eventually become his stepping stones. His opponents would be the peerless geniuses of the emperor-ranked forces in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He felt his blood boiling. Lu Ming, you can stay here for the time being, Huang Ling said as they arrived at a courtyard. All right. Lu Ming nodded. During this period, I will send people to Dark Water City to look for information about the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. If there are other maps of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb or the appearance of the key, it will not be hidden. Once there is news, I will inform you, Huang Ling said. It seems that I was right to work with you. It will save me a lot of trouble. Lu Ming smiled. How will you repay me? Huang Ling smiled and looked at Lu Ming flirtatiously. When such a beautiful woman said such flirtatious words, even with Lu Ming's composure, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't I say that you and I are like dragons and phoenixes? Why don't we do it together? Lu Ming said with a smile. Tisk, is this how you repay me? Aren't you taking advantage of me? Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. She lifted her feet gently and left the place. Lu Ming laughed, pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. The courtyard was huge. Lu Ming walked into a random room and entered the mountain river diagram. He sat under the tree of enlightenment and pondered quietly. Dark Water City is where the geniuses of various emperor-ranked forces gather. Although there are not many geniuses like Huang Ling, there are still quite a few of them. Maybe there are geniuses who are stronger than Huang Ling. If the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb really opens, those who enter will be extremely powerful. My combat strength is still not enough, Lu Ming thought to himself. Now, he could suppress someone like Wan Tiancheng with the help of his main body and second body. With the help of Bubble, he could take them by surprise and kill them. However, if Lu Ming's main body was alone, he would not be a match for someone like Wan Tiancheng. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Now, there were two main ways for him to improve his strength. One was to improve his cultivation. When his cultivation improved, his strength would naturally skyrocket. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and cultivated wholeheartedly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's too slow. Without a big battle, it's too slow to cultivate like this. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and muttered to himself. In fact, his cultivation speed was quite fast because he had comprehended the Tao under the Enlightenment ancient tree with the help of the Heavenly Law Stone. However, it was much slower than the speed of cultivation in a fight. There are so many geniuses here. It's a good opportunity to train with someone. It's a pity to miss it. Lu Ming smiled and changed into a black robe. He walked out of the mountain and river diagram and headed out of Dark Water City. After leaving Dark Water City, he looked at the lake not far away and saw many young men standing above the lake. There were also 2 young men who were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming's palm glowed and an azure mask appeared in his hand. He put it on his face and instantly looked more ferocious. Lu Ming had used the azure mask when his cultivation was not high. With its material, a high-level martial royal realm expert could see through it at a glance. However, Lu Ming covered it with his true core strength so that others could not see through it. Wearing the azure mask, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the young men. His body was emitting a cold aura. Some people were alarmed and looked at Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming wearing the azure mask, they were surprised. Humph, a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator wearing a mask is deliberately mystifying and deceiving us. Someone snorted and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Boom, all of a sudden, Lu Ming made his move. He took a step forward and appeared above the person who had spoken. Then, he stepped out. A towering foot was formed. Like the foot of a god, it stomped towards the person who spoke. "You're courting death." The person shouted and his true core strength burst out. His aura soared and condensed into a battle saber that slashed toward Lu Ming. The battle saber carried the power of law. This person was a stage 2 half-saint. He had a superior earthly spiritual body. His battle prowess was astonishing. His blade was earth-shattering. Just when many people thought that Lu Ming would be killed with one strike, the result was beyond their expectations. Boom, the gigantic foot stomped down, and the saber shattered. The gigantic foot continued to stomp down. Lu Ming stomped the second stage half-saint into the lake below, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His fist glowed as he punched out. A terrifying fist energy seemed to have pierced through the void and blasted toward the lake below. Boom, the lake water surged up to the sky, and the waves surged. The lake water in that area was blasted away by the fist force, and the bottom of the lake was exposed. A huge crater had appeared at the bottom of the lake. The second stage semi-sage expert was lying in the crater. He was no longer breathing. He had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked. His quintessential essence was like a ribbon, coiling up the other party's interspatial ring. The lake water flowed backwards, and that genius remained at the bottom of the lake forever. So powerful. Many people were shocked. Although the person wearing the Azura mask was only a 9th stage martial royal realm cultivator, he was not pretending to be mysterious. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Which force is this genius from? Some people guessed. After all, there were too many Emperor-level forces. Every day, there would be geniuses from Emperor-level forces joining. No one knew what kind of geniuses would appear. Whoosh, Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning, and it was as cold as a knife as he scanned the surroundings. Some people could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when Lu Ming's gaze swept past them. "You, fight with me." Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on a blood-robed youth. He took a step forward and punched at the youth. After being in the 100 Clan battlefield for several months, Lu Ming had already gotten used to the rules here. There were no rules here, only tempering and challenges. Here, you did not need any reason to fight with anyone. Lu Ming was here to fight with experts. He did not want to waste time, so he took the initiative to attack. "Don't think that you can fight with me just because you killed a piece of trash. Kill." Seeing that Lu Ming dared to attack him, the blood-robed youth immediately erupted with a terrifying killing intent. His body was covered in a bloody light as he punched out a blood-red palm print, which blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched out 2 more times, which collided with the blood-red palm print. A terrifying fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Ming's fist force was directly dispersed. The blood-red palm print did not stop, and it carried a terrifying power of law as it blasted toward Lu Ming. Amazing, the heavenly spiritual body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming was not surprised, but delighted. He took a step forward and poured his true essence into the flowing essence gloves. He punched out and smashed the blood-red palm print, then continued to attack the blood-robed youth. This blood-robed youth was a heavenly spiritual body, a genius on the same level as Huang Ling and Wan Tiancheng. If Lu Ming wanted to fight, he would naturally choose someone who was extremely strong. Weak people were useless. Blood Demon's Great Palm. The blood-robed youth let out a roar as a bloody glow filled the air. His body seemed to have turned into a bloody aura as he unleashed the power of the law of blood. A giant palm print was formed and pressed down on Lu Ming, trying to smash Lu Ming into a pulp. Lu Ming's body glowed. One by one, bright spots shone and 12 sacred weapons appeared. Lu Ming grabbed the black dragon spear and poured his battle weapon chi into it. The chaotic domain covered the spear and turned it into a mountainous spear glow that stabbed into the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion took place as the spear glow and the blood-red palm print dissipated at the same time. That's the 10,000 weapon art. He's from the Wan clan. The Wan clan has such a terrifying genius. He's so powerful at the 9th layer martial dominator realm? Some people exclaimed in disbelief. Kill the people of the Wan clan. The blood-robed youth was extremely powerful as he flew forward with a cold murderous intent. The bloody aura on his Body grew thicker as if it had turned into a bloody ocean. Whoosh, a blood-red flag appeared in his hand. He waved the blood-red flag and it expanded rapidly. Together with the bloody ocean, it flew toward Lu Ming to wrap around him. Break! Lu Ming threw out the black dragon spear in his hand. It was like a black lightning bolt that pierced through the bloody ocean. At the same time, Lu Ming held a sacred weapon in his hand and stepped forward. He slashed out with his sword and a shocking sword chi appeared as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The bloody ocean was split open, but after rolling for a while, it merged back together. The black dragon spear flew back without any effect. The bloody ocean spread out and the blood-red flag covered the sky, enveloping Lu Ming. Turn into a pool of bloody water. The blood-robed youth said coldly. The man with the Shura mask is doomed. He's going to die after being enveloped by the blood prison flag. He's going to turn into a pool of bloody water. That's right. The blood prison flag is so powerful that even geniuses of the same level as him would not dare to be enveloped by it. Although the masked man's strength is terrifying, he's only a 9th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Another genius has fallen. Discussions broke out in all directions. Even the two youths who had been fighting at the beginning had stopped fighting. Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood prison flag, which covered the sky. He looked around and saw nothing but a sea of blood. A terrifying bloody aura was seeping toward Lu Ming, trying to refine Lu Ming into a pool of bloody water. Lu Ming was surrounded by 12 saint weapons. He held the black dragon spear in his hand and performed the 13 strikes. Whoosh, a huge spear light pierced forward, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens and earth. However, when the spear light pierced into the sea of blood, a huge passageway was pierced through the sea of blood. However, the sea of blood churned and reformed. There was no strength at all. It felt like there was no way to use it. Whoosh, Lu Ming switched to the saint weapon battle sword and slashed out a vast sword chi, but it was still useless. It couldn't break the sea of blood. A heaven's spiritual body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming whispered. The scarlet-robed youth's combat strength was not weaker than Wan Tiancheng. If Lu Ming called out Bubbles and Ming Lian, he could naturally suppress the opponent. However, that would be meaningless. Lu Ming was here to hone himself. Boom! Boom! Immediately, Lu Ming began to launch a frenzied attack. He used the long spear, the combat sword, the combat saber, and the hell-suppressing heaven skill. All kinds of attacks were launched one after another, bombarding the vast sea of blood. The sea of blood kept rolling and shaking violently. However, the sea of blood still didn't break, but such attacks weren't useless. At least, they could stop the sea of blood from invading and resist the refining power. Outside the sea of blood, young Master Blood Prison stood above the sea of blood, his eyes cold. Humph, struggle. Even if you struggle for a while, you will still die in the end. Young Master Blood Prison said coldly. His body became more and more blurred, as if he was about to turn into a bloody light and merge into the sea of blood. Whoosh! 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 In the sea of blood, the bloody light began to change, condensing into battle swords and spears, attacking Lu Ming. Good! Lu Ming was fearless. He held the spear in one hand and the sword in the other, clashing with the bloody light. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed, and the battle was still going on. Great, haha, your sea of blood can't refine me at all. Lu Ming laughed, his voice passing through the sea of blood. This made young Master Blood Prison's face turn even uglier. Let's see how long you can last. Young Master Blood Hell shouted coldly. His body transformed into a mass of blood-red light and merged with the sea of blood, making the sea of blood even more powerful. In front of Lu Ming, the sea of blood roiled, and suddenly, a huge face appeared. It was none other than Prince Bloodjail's face. Kill! The face roared, and boundless blood-red light shot towards Lu Ming. The black dragon spear shook and turned into a spear light that stabbed towards the blood-red light. At the same time, the battle sword in his left hand slashed out, and a huge sword chi slashed out. Boom! Boom! This time, the power of the bloodlight was even stronger. Lu Ming's body shook greatly, and he could not help retreating repeatedly. With his main body alone, he was no match for a genius like Prince Blood Prison. Kill! At this time, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The divine sword secret art burst out and turned into two black sword lights, piercing into the sea of blood. Ah, it's a soul attack. Amidst the blood sea, young Master Blood Prison's pained roar resounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sword lights shot out from Lu Ming's eyes again and pierced into the sea of blood. Prince Blood Prison screamed again in the sea of blood. The sea of blood roiled violently, and Prince Blood Prison's body recondensed in the sea of blood. His face was pale. It was not that he did not have a spiritual deity defense treasure, but when his body turned into a blood-red light and merged with the sea of blood, it meant that his soul was also scattered. Naturally, the spiritual deity defense treasure lost its effect, and Lu Ming had injured his soul. He had to recondense his body so that the spiritual deity defense treasure could be effective. However, when he recondensed his body, the power of the sea of blood was naturally weakened. Chaos! Lu Ming shouted, and his hands moved rapidly. Outside the sea of blood, in the sky, a huge chaos-flipping sky seal condensed. Its size was not smaller than the sea of blood. This was the chaos-flipping sky seal that Lu Ming had unleashed with all his strength. What a terrifying attack! Outside, many geniuses were pale when they saw the huge chaos-flipping sky seal in the sky. They felt that if such an attack landed on them, their souls would be scattered. Boom! The chaos-flipping sky seal pressed down on the sea of blood. Rumble! The sea of blood shook violently and rolled crazily, erupting a terrifying confrontation with the chaos-flipping sky seal. In the sky, there were continuous explosions. There's an exit. In the sea of blood, Lu Ming looked up, and his eyes lit up. The chaos-flipping sky seal collided with the sea of blood, and finally, a gap was created. Lu Ming used the wind thunder step, and with a step, his body turned into wind and thunder, and instantly rushed out of the gap, rushing out of the sea of blood. That guy rushed out. Some people exclaimed in shock. It should be known that it was not easy to rush out of young Master Blood Prison's sea of blood. Very few people could do it. Boom! At this time, the chaos-flipping sky seal, due to the continuous collision with the sea of blood, finally exhausted its energy and exploded. However, the sea of blood had also withered a lot. This was not because the chaos-flipping sky seal was not powerful, but mainly because Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak. The sea of blood contained the power of law. Also, the chaos-flipping sky seal was still at the 4th level, so its power was naturally limited. Even if you rush out of the sea of blood, you still have to die. The young master of the blood prison shouted coldly. The sea of blood condensed into a blood flag and he held it in his hand. The blood light on his body continuously surged into the blood flag. The blood flag expanded to 100,000 feet in size and swept toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear swept out, and it also became 10,000 feet large. The two of them made a terrifying collision, and heaven and earth roared. Lu Ming stepped on the void and retreated. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for young Master Blood Prison. Kill, kill, kill. The 10,000 feet blood flag swept toward Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming put down the black dragon spear, holding a chaos-flipping sky seal in his hand, and smashed it toward Lu Ming. This chaos-flipping sky seal had about 60% of its power. Boom! The chaos-flipping sky seal was defeated by the blood flag. But then, a few more chaos-flipping sky seals appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he continuously smashed them out. The two of them fought fiercely, and they continuously exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for young Master Blood Prison to kill Lu Ming in a short time. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar sounded, and Lu Ming retreated quickly. Ha ha ha, today is a good day. Let's fight another day. Lu Ming laughed, and his body flashed, heading toward Darkwada City behind him. You want to leave? Stay. Young Master Blood Prison shouted, and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. Today, he had been provoked by a man of LV9 Martial Royal Realm. In the end, he had not defeated his opponent. How could he show his face? He would not be reconciled if he did not kill Lu Ming. He waved the blood flag and quickly chased after Lu Ming. But Lu Ming used the Gale Thunder steps, and his speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he had rushed into Darkwada City. Damn it! Young Master Blood Prison roared, but he could only stop. In the previous battle, his true origin was about to be exhausted. However, he had used all his strength in the battle, but he was still suppressed by his opponent. However, he had gained new insights from the battle. He had a new understanding of the heaven and earth Tao. As long as he digested it, he would definitely make progress. Soon, he returned to the Phoenix Palace and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and began to comprehend. 2 days later, Lu Ming finished his cultivation. Fighting with an expert in a life-and-death battle, my progress is indeed fast. It's not something that cultivation alone can compare to. Lu Ming smiled. His primal chaos domain had improved again. Then let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and left the Phoenix Palace. He found a secluded place and changed into the black robe and Azura mask before heading out of the city. It's that Azura, he's here again. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, 2 days ago, the battle between Lu Ming and Prince Blood Prison had spread like wildfire. Fight. Lu Ming was still as domineering as before. He fixed his eyes on a young man and threw a punch at him. Judging from his aura, this young man should be at the same level as Prince Blood Prison. You're courting death. The young man shouted coldly and engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage and exchanged more than 100 blows with the young man. Go to hell, kid. At this time, a crimson light rushed out of Darkwada City. It was Prince Blood Prison. He had heard the news and rushed out aggressively. I won't keep you company today. We'll fight again in 2 days. Lu Ming smiled and used the Gale Thunder steps. After a few flashes, he avoided Prince Blood Prison and rushed into Darkwada City. This guy is using us as whetstones. The young man who had fought with Lu Ming today said coldly. No one would feel comfortable being used as a whetstone by a rank 9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. That guy's cultivation technique is strange. The secret skill he used is the secret skill of the Wan clan, the 10,000 weapons art. However, the domain doesn't seem to be the 10,000 weapons domain. It's like the legendary chaotic domain. There's actually someone in the world who can cultivate the chaotic domain? How shocking. Furthermore, his spirit body seems to be related to the 9 dragons. Around the lake, some youths were discussing. These people were all geniuses from Emperor-ranked forces. Naturally, they had keen eyesight. Lu Ming's domain and spirit body couldn't be hidden from them. This is truly a great era. I never expected to meet someone who has cultivated the Primal Chaos domain in the 100-tribe battlefield. The Primal Chaos domain is one of the 10 strongest domains. In the future, when it is cultivated into a law, it will also be one of the 10 strongest laws. That's right. I've heard that there are people who have successfully cultivated other supreme laws as well. If we can see the clash of supreme laws, how exciting would that be? The prodigy who fought with Lu Ming today muttered to himself. After Lu Ming entered Darkwada City, he changed back into his disguise and headed for Phoenix Palace. Unexpectedly, just as he returned to Phoenix Palace, he bumped into Huang Ling who was looking for him. Lu Ming, there's news of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's map and key. Huang Ling said. Oh, how is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. There's indeed more than one copy of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's map and key. In different places, the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb have appeared and been obtained by different people. This matter has now spread like wildfire in Darkwada City. Huang Ling said. Do you know who obtained it? Lu Ming asked. I don't know, but I'm sure that many people are in Darkwada City. Huang Ling shook her head. It seems that everyone is waiting. Then we don't have to be anxious. There will definitely be someone who can't wait and take the lead. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and then discussed with Lu Ming before leaving. Lu Ming continued to enter the mountain river diagram and cultivated with all his might. In the following days, Lu Ming would challenge experts outside the city every 2 days. Among them, he fought with Prince of the Bloody Inferno the most. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, Prince of the Bloody Inferno could do anything to Lu Ming. In this way, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the name Azura had spread throughout Darkwada City and he had become a famous battle maniac in Darkwada City. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was using the geniuses as whetstones. On the other hand, the geniuses were using Lu Ming as a whetstone to force themselves to improve. In the past month, Lu Ming had made rapid progress and had reached the peak of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm. Therefore, in the end, Lu Ming was no longer at a disadvantage when he challenged the geniuses. He was even able to fight them to a draw. There were too many geniuses in the 100-tribe battlefield and there was no lack of opponents. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to make rapid progress. If he was in the Xianxia state, he would not have made such rapid progress because there were not so many opponents. The collision between geniuses could promote one's progress, and Lu Ming's progress was especially obvious. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating in the mountain river diagram. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be some movement outside. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and came out of the mountain river diagram. Ka. As soon as he came out of the mountain river diagram, a sharp cry came from high up in the sky, resounding and reverberating between heaven and earth. Lu Ming came out of the room and looked up at the sky. He saw that there were a few suns in the sky. No, they were not suns, but a few golden crows. Divine birds, three-legged golden crows. It was a few three-legged golden crows. Three-legged golden crows were known as divine birds of the sun. Like true dragons and phoenixes, they were extremely terrifying divine beasts. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was the three-legged golden crow. Several three-legged golden crows were circling in the sky above Darkwada City. Their bodies were covered in golden flames and they shone brightly like a sun. What's going on? Why are those three-legged golden crows circling in the sky? The disciples of Phoenix Palace were also alarmed. They appeared in the sky one by one and looked up at the sky. Huang Ling's figure appeared beside Lu Ming. Ka. Ka. A total of 4 three-legged golden crows let out bright cries. Then, they turned into 4 golden-robed youths and stood in 4 corners of Darkwada City. Everyone, I, the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow tribe, have something to say to all of you. The 4 Golden Crow tribe youths spoke at the same time. Their voices spread throughout Darkwada City. Ka. At this moment, an even louder cry of the golden crow resounded in the sky. Dazzling golden light filled the sky. Then, a figure that was 10,000 feet tall appeared in the sky. This was a young man. He wasn't corporeal, but was formed from true essence and the power of the laws. He wore a golden robe with the sun embroidered on it. He wore a golden crown on his head. He was handsome and cold, and he exuded a powerful majesty. Greetings, 10th Crown Prince. The 4 Golden Crow tribe youths greeted the 10,000 feet tall figure at the same time. It's the 10th Crown Prince of the Golden Crow tribe. This person is extremely terrifying. His physical body is equivalent to an inferior heaven spiritual body. Moreover, he has reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the vessel of law's realm. Jar of the Precepts? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The jar of the precepts, as the name suggested, was the power of the precepts. When it entered the body, every muscle and even every cell would be filled with the power of the precepts. At this level, the physical strength of a person's body would skyrocket. His combat strength would also be terrifying. He was only half a step away from the saint realm. Huang Ling also had an inferior heaven spiritual body. She was a prodigy at the same level as the 10th prince. However, she was only a stage 2 half-saint. If she fought with the 10th prince, she would be easily defeated. In the 100-tribe battlefield, this kind of prodigy was the strongest. Prodigies who were even stronger would rarely come to the 100-tribe battlefield because there would be no training for them. The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked around and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb is about to appear. Many people were shocked. The 10th Prince's first sentence was about the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Was he doing this because of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Finally, someone can't help it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and glanced at Huang Ling. I also know that some people have already obtained the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It is in Darkwada City. The 10th Prince continued. Many people's eyes lit up. They knew that the 10th Prince was going to take the lead. However, the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb are divided into many parts. It is useless to obtain a single part. Only by gathering them together can we find the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and obtain the treasures inside. Today, I will take the lead. I also have the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Those who have the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb can gather at the Golden Crow Hall tomorrow at noon. After all, these maps and keys are useless if they are not combined. They can only be scraps. In the end, the Golden Crow 10th Prince added. Then, his enormous body disappeared. He disappeared from the sky. The 4 people from the Golden Crow clan also disappeared from the sky. How about it? Are we going to the Golden Crow Hall tomorrow? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming. Of course. If we don't go, our maps and keys will be useless. Lu Ming said with a smile. At this moment, some people in Darkwada City were also looking at the 10th Prince. The entire Darkwada City was discussing this matter. After a day of silence, Lu Ming and Huang Ling headed for the Golden Crow Hall at noon the next day. The Golden Crow Palace was also bought by the Golden Crows in Darkwater City as a temporary residence. It was very large and was not smaller than the Phoenix Palace. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived at the square in front of the Golden Crow Hall, they realized that it was already crowded. Many geniuses had gathered around the square. There were also many natives. Most of them didn't have the map or the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. They were only here to watch the show and see who had the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. There were dozens of golden-robed young men standing on the square. They were all members of the Golden Crow tribe. Among these people, there was a young man with a golden crown on his head. He sat on a chair and looked around with a dignified expression. He was the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow tribe. Lu Ming and Huang Ling blended into the crowd and did not go out. Who has the map and key to the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb? Come out. The voice of the Golden Crow clan's 10th Prince sounded. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the square. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and slender and was surrounded by lightning. His aura was intimidating. It's Wild Lightning Yi Dongfeng from the Thunder God sect. Someone exclaimed. This person is very powerful. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The lightning surrounding Yi Dongfeng was formed by the law of lightning. Once he attacked, it was earth-shattering. Yi Dongfeng is extremely terrifying. He is an expert who is not weaker than the 10th Prince. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Yi Dongfeng, you have the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? The 10th Prince's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light as he stared at Yi Dongfeng. That's right. Yi Dongfeng's hand glowed and a jade talisman and key appeared in his hand. They were almost the same as the jade talisman and key that Lu Ming and Huang Ling had obtained. Take out your map and key. Yi Dongfeng said. The 10th Golden Crow Prince smiled. With a wave of his hand, a jade talisman and a key appeared in his hand. Surprisingly, there were 2 jade talismans and 2 keys. You actually obtained 2 sets of maps and keys. Lightning energy shot out of Yi Dongfeng's eyes. Many prodigies looked at the jade talismans and keys in the 10th Prince and Yi Dongfeng's hands with burning eyes. However, no one dared to do anything. Trying to get the 10th Prince and Yi Dongfeng's hands was no different from seeking death. 3 sets. It's obviously far from enough. Who else has the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? The Golden Crow 10th Prince looked around again. Us. At this moment, 2 more figures stepped into the square. These 2 youths were undoubtedly extremely terrifying prodigies. Although they were not as strong as Yi Dongfeng and the 10th Prince, they were on the same level as Huang Ling, the Blood Jail Prince, and Wan Tiancheng. A jade talisman and key appeared in their hands. After a while, another person stepped out and took out a jade talisman and key. After a while, another person walked out. There was no doubt that these people who had obtained the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's jade talisman and key were extremely terrifying. None of them were weaker than the Blood Jail Prince and Wan Tiancheng. Including the one in the 10th Prince's hand, there were 6 sets of jade talismans and keys to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The eyes of Yi Dongfeng, the 10th Prince, and the others lit up. If this continued, they might be able to gather the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Anyone else? The 10th Prince's voice sounded again. Let's go out. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them stepped out and landed on the square, immediately attracting everyone's attention. That's Huang Ling from the Phoenix Palace. Who is that kid? How can he stand with Fairy Huang Ling? I know. That kid came to Darkwada City with Huang Ling. He was assassinated by an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor as soon as he arrived, but that assassin was easily killed by him. He actually dared to kill an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor. How bold! Discussions broke out in the surroundings. The 10th prince glanced at Lu Ming and Huang Ling before skipping over Lu Ming and looking at Huang Ling. He said, Huang Ling, do you have the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? It's not with me. It should be with both of us. Huang Ling said as a key appeared in her hand. A jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfeng, and the others were surprised. They had not expected Lu Ming, a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator, to have a map. It was obviously a set with the key in Huang Ling's hand. However, given Huang Ling's strength, why didn't she take the map from Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be better to combine the map and the key? Why did she let them have the same map? Is he from the Phoenix Palace? The 10th Golden Crow Prince asked curiously. No. Huang Ling shook her head. Not from the Phoenix Palace? Many people's eyes lit up. A mere rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator is not qualified to have the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Give it to me. A cold voice sounded. A figure stepped out and a powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. Prince Blood Prison. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Brat, give me the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. You don't deserve it. Prince Blood Prison said coldly, his eyes full of greed. Even with his strength, he did not have the key or the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. This made him jealous. None of the others were weaker than him, so he did not dare to touch them. However, Lu Ming was only a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator, so he did not take him seriously. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfeng, and the others looked on indifferently. They did not say anything, nor did they stop him. Having the map or the key meant that one was qualified to enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb with them. However, those who had the map or the key were all talented and powerful. Lu Ming was only a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator. How could he be qualified to go with them? I don't deserve it? Do you? Lu Ming sneered. I don't? Then I'll let you know whether I have it or not. Prince Blood Prison's eyes were cold. A bloody light gathered on his body and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling released a powerful aura and stood in front of Lu Ming. She stared at Prince Blood Prison and said coldly, Blood Prison, Lu Ming is with me. If you want to attack him, let's see if you can defeat me. Huang Ling, what are you doing? Do you really want to work with a 9th-layer martial emperor? I'm afraid that when we enter the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb, this person will only drag you down. Give me the map and cooperate with me, that's the way to go. Young Master Blood Prison said, trying to persuade Huang Ling scram or fight. Huang Ling scolded coldly. Prince Blood Prison was enraged, but he was wary of Huang Ling. Although Huang Ling was a genius at the same level as him, Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Her life force was too strong. When she fought, she did not fear death. With her powerful life force, she could often exhaust her opponents to death. Among the prodigies of the same level, Huang Ling was undoubtedly extremely difficult to deal with. Damn it! Young Master Blood Prison roared in his heart. What was wrong with Huang Ling? Was there something wrong with her brain? She would rather cooperate with Lu Ming than with him. What was the difference between bringing along Lu Ming and bringing along a burden? Could this brat be Huang Ling's lover? Young Master Blood Prison had such a thought. Not only him, but many people around the square also had the same thought. Brat, with your cultivation, you won't be able to obtain any treasures even if you enter the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb. You'll only waste the map. Now, I'll give you a chance to sell the map to me. How about it? Young Master Blood Prison was still unwilling to give up. Scram. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He only had one word. What did you say? Young Master Blood Prison's killing intent surged. He stared at Lu Ming viciously and said, "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have Huang Ling's support. You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Let's see if you can keep the map of the reincarnation monarch's tomb." Having said that, young Master Blood Prison snorted coldly and stepped into the air, leaving the square. Among the crowd, two people looked at Lu Ming with fear. They were Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. The two of them had also come to Darkwada City. They knew Lu Ming's combat strength. Back then, Wan Tiancheng was killed by Lu Ming. Of course, they would not remind young Master Blood Prison of Lu Ming's combat strength. Wouldn't it be better for Lu Ming to make enemies? They could use others to deal with Lu Ming. Does anyone else have the map and key to the reincarnation monarch's tomb? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's voice sounded again. Around the square, everyone looked at each other. This time, no one stepped forward. Then, the 10th Golden Crow Prince asked a few more times, but no one stepped forward. Obviously, there was no one else. "Everyone, we have 7 maps here. Let's take a look and see if everyone is here. What do you think?" The 10th Golden Crow Prince suggested. "Great, that's what I want." Yi Dongfeng was the first to speak. Then, the others nodded. "Let's activate the patterns of the maps and put them together," the 10th Golden Crow Prince said. Then, he waved his hand, and a golden light screen enveloped them so that the others around the square could not see them. Many sighed. They had wanted to peek at the maps, but it seemed like it was impossible. Within the golden light screen, the 10th Golden Crow Prince took out 2 jade talismans. He poured his energy into them, and the 2 jade talismans glowed. 2 maps appeared in the air. Then, Yi Dongfeng also poured his ethereal force into the jade talisman, and another map appeared. The 3 pieces of the map were pieced together in the air to form a larger map, but it was obvious that it was incomplete. Then, the others also poured their ethereal force into the jade talismans, and the incomplete maps appeared. Lu Ming did the same. The jade talisman in his hand also appeared. There were a total of 7 maps pieced together. It's still incomplete. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's face darkened. Obviously, the 7 maps were pieced together to form a relatively large map. However, it was obvious that something was still missing. There was a missing piece in the middle and a corner on both sides. Judging from the size, there should be 3 missing pieces. There should be a total of 10 maps and 10 keys. It's indeed incomplete. The map doesn't indicate the specific location at all. It seems that the specific location will only be shown when all 10 maps are complete. Yi Dongfeng said. Maybe the person who obtained the remaining maps and keys is not in Darkwater City, but in the other 3 cities. Someone said. There were a total of 4 cities in the center of the 100-tribe battlefield, and a large number of prodigies had gathered there. The remaining maps were likely in the other cities. It's possible. I will send people to the other 3 cities to spread the news. During this period, it's best for us to stay in Darkwater City. Once the maps and keys are gathered, we will set off for the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, the 10th Golden Crow Prince said. The others nodded and put away the maps. Some of them glanced coldly at Lu Ming, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. However, after glancing at Huang Ling, they were all wary. The 10th Golden Crow Prince waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. I have something to do. I'll take my leave, Yi Dongfeng said and then left. Me too. Then, the others left as well. It seems that the map is not complete. Otherwise, they would not have left. That should be the case. They are waiting for the rest of the map and the key. The people around speculated. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also stepped into the air and left. Many people's gazes landed on Lu Ming. All of them had greedy looks on their faces. No one knew what they were up to. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling returned to the Phoenix Palace. I must continue to improve my strength, Lu Ming thought to himself. With his current combat strength, together with Bubble and Ming Lian's second body, it was more than enough to deal with a prodigy like young Master Blood Jail. However, he was still lacking when facing prodigies like the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfeng. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the peak of LV9 Martial Royal Realm. It was too difficult for him to break through in a short time. This was because he would be able to comprehend the ultimate realm and enter stage 1 of the Sage to Be. Entering the Sage to Be from LV9 Martial Royal Realm was a difficult task. Lu Ming had 2 ways to improve his combat strength in a short time. The first was the chaotic flipping sky seal. The second was to improve his soul power. He felt that he could soon break through the chaotic flipping sky seal and enter stage 5. As for his soul power, as long as he refined the demon crystals, it would continue to improve. Although geniuses like young Master Blood Prison and Huang Ling had spiritual deity defensive treasures to protect their souls, the defensive power was relative. If one's soul power was strong enough, it could still break through the defense and cause great damage to the soul. If Lu Ming's soul power was comparable to that of a bright sage expert, or even a great sage expert, he would only need to shout and look at young Master Blood Prison. He would be able to break through young Master Blood Prison's spirit deity defensive treasure and destroy his soul. In the final analysis, Lu Ming's soul power was not strong enough. Now, his soul power was comparable to that of a stage 2 sage to be. When Lu Ming's soul power reached stage 3, even if his opponent had spiritual deity defensive treasures, it would still cause great damage. Therefore, Lu Ming decided not to challenge them for the time being. He would cultivate in peace in Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the ancient tree of enlightenment. His mind entered a state of emptiness as he comprehended the chaotic flipping sky seal. In Darkwada City, young Master Blood Prison sat in a hall of a palace. His face was cold. I must get a map or key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Young Master Blood Prison said coldly as he clenched his fists. Without the map or key of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb, he didn't even have the right to participate. Only with a map or key of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb would he have the right to participate. Young Master, do you have any plans? There were several other young men in the hall, all of whom were subordinates of young Master Blood Prison. Snatch. Young Master Blood Prison's eyes lit up. He said, that guy called Lu Ming is just a LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. What right does he have to have a map? That map should belong to me. The others' faces changed. One of them said, but young Master, Lu Ming is hiding in Darkwada City. We can't attack him there. Moreover, he's in Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Spirit is in Phoenix Palace. How can we snatch it? I'll find a way to get help to deal with Phoenix Spirit. As long as Phoenix Spirit is lured away, Lu Ming will be easy to deal with. He's just a LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. As long as we capture Lu Ming and quickly escape from Darkwada City, the Saint Realm experts in Darkwada City won't be able to do anything. Young Master Blood Prison said coldly. Young Master, you're brilliant. The others quickly flattered him. Well, during this period, you should pay attention to Phoenix Palace and Lu Ming's movements. I'll find a way to get help to lure Phoenix Spirit away. As long as we find someone to help, we can start. Young Master Blood Prison said. Lu Ming had no idea about young Master Blood Prison's secret plan. He was wholeheartedly practicing the chaotic flipping sky seal. Lu Ming had already cultivated the primal chaos flipping sky seal to the peak of the 4th level. After this period of killing and tempering, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, after Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly for 2 days, the primal chaos flipping sky seal naturally broke through and reached the 5th level. It was very difficult to cultivate the chaotic flipping sky seal. For example, Lu Ming did not spend too much time cultivating the wind thunder steps and the 13 accumulated strikes. However, he had only broken through to the 5th level after cultivating the chaotic flipping sky seal for so long. It was difficult to cultivate, but correspondingly, it was more powerful. Every time the chaotic flipping sky seal broke through a level, its power would soar, especially in the last 2 levels. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming stood on the top of a mountain. The chaotic domain was surging. In his palm, a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared and grew larger. Then, Lu Ming's palm shook and the chaotic flipping sky seal disappeared automatically. Then, in the other palm of Lu Ming, another chaotic flipping sky seal condensed. In the past, Lu Ming had to make gestures with both hands to condense the chaotic flipping sky seal. But now, he could condense the chaotic flipping sky seal without making gestures. In this way, it would be more convenient to fight. Now, let's increase my soul power. Lu Ming smiled and sat down. He took out a piece of demon crystal and began to refine it. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of continuous refining, Lu Ming's soul power also broke through. The strength of his soul power was equivalent to that of a stage 3 half-saint. It's time to go out and see if there's any news. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he came out of the mountain river diagram and sent a message to Huang Ling. Soon, Huang Ling found Lu Ming. Huang Ling, how's it going? Has anyone who has the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb come? Lu Ming asked. 3 days ago, an expert came. He has a map and a key. Now, he's short of 2. Huang Ling said. Oh, looks like it'll be soon. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, the situation in Darkwada City is getting more and more complicated. Many experts from other cities have come. You have to be careful. Huang Ling reminded him. Lu Ming nodded. He had a hunch that there would be a storm before the opening of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Darkwada City would not be peaceful. At this time, a female disciple of the Phoenix Palace came and bowed to Huang Ling's Saintess. Young Master Tianying of the Skybird Palace has sent someone here. He said that young Master Tianying has arranged a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and would like to invite Saintess for a chat. Young Master Tianying. Huang Ling frowned. Saintess, are you going? The people of the Skybird Palace also said that young Master Tianying has invited the Golden Crow's 10th prince. You're the only one left. The female disciple of the Phoenix Palace said. Huang Ling pondered for a moment and said, Go, and tell them that I'll be there in a while. Yes. Skybird Palace? Is it also an Emperor-level force? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. It's a terrifying Emperor-level force. Skybird Palace is made up of flying beasts and divine beasts. They have many experts. As for Phoenix Palace, although we are humans, our bloodline and spiritual bodies are related to the Phoenix. Therefore, Phoenix Palace and Skybird Palace have a good relationship. Young Master Tianying is a peerless genius of Skybird Palace. He invited me to a banquet and I can't reject him. Lu Ming, you can walk around Phoenix Palace. I'm leaving. Huang Ling said. All right, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded. Huang Ling turned and left. Lu Ming walked around Phoenix Palace for a while to relax. He then returned to his room and planned to enter the mountain river diagram to continue cultivating. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. There were people in his room. 3 young men looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. Swoosh, one of the young men moved and appeared at the door. After a while, an inscription talisman appeared. Endless inscriptions filled the air and formed a halo that shrouded the room. Everyone, you've entered the wrong room. Lu Ming said lightly. Nonsense. Lu Ming, hand over the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. You're not qualified to have it. One of the young men said coldly. The 3 young men exuded powerful auras. They were all stage 2 sage to be experts. However, they had superior earth spiritual bodies. Who sent you here? Tell me and get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. You're courting death. Since you're not handing it over, I'll take it myself. One of the young men said coldly and stepped forward. He grabbed at Lu Ming with his palm. His palm expanded rapidly and was filled with blood-red light. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch. The young man's palm exploded and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the halo and shattered it. His body crashed through the wall and flew out. Then, Lu Ming turned around and threw another punch. The young man standing at the door was also sent flying by the same punch. How is this possible? The last young man was astounded. They were all in the second stage of the half-step saint realm and had comprehended the laws. However, they weren't a match for Lu Ming and were sent flying by Lu Ming's punches. Without a second thought, he shot up into the sky, broke through the room, and rushed out. since you're here, don't leave. Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flickered as he chased after the young man. The young man was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Young master, save me." Boom, just as the other party's voice faded, Lu Ming had already appeared beside him. The flowing element gloves glowed, and with a punch, the other party was torn into pieces. Generally speaking, geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies were no match for Lu Ming unless they had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm and had a body of laws. They would be easily crushed and killed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as a dozen figures charged toward Lu Ming. Their cold-killing intent was not concealed at all. So many experts had actually come in. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art was activated through sound waves and rushed toward the experts. With Lu Ming's soul power that had reached the third stage of the half-step saint realm, the divine sword art's power was amazing. The young men suddenly screamed and fell to the ground one after another, no longer breathing. "Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die." An angry roar sounded as a blood-red figure appeared in the air and charged toward Lu Ming. "Young Master Blood Prison, it's really you," Lu Ming said coldly. The last person to appear was young Master Blood Prison. At this moment, young Master Blood Prison's body was filled with cold-killing intent and his eyes were red. He was angry and heartbroken. Originally, he had thought that dealing with Lu Ming and a few second-stage half-step saints would be enough. He had brought a dozen experts to support them. However, he did not expect that 3 experts would be killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Even the other dozen experts were killed by Lu Ming's soul attack. These were all supreme talents, which made his heart bleed. He had to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hoo-hoo! A blood-red flag appeared in his hand. The flag expanded rapidly and covered the sky. It turned into a sea of blood that shrouded Lu Ming and the entire courtyard. "Who's there?" The disciples of Phoenix Palace were alarmed. They rushed out of their courtyards and stood in the air. When they saw the sea of blood, their faces changed. The sea of blood was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was shrouded in it, they would die. "It's young Master Blood Prison. How dare he cause trouble in our Phoenix Palace? Go and report to the Saintess." The disciples of Phoenix Palace were in an uproar. The commotion was huge. Not only Phoenix Palace, but more than half of the city was alarmed. Figures rushed into the air and watched from afar. "It's young Master Blood Prison. He actually attacked Phoenix Palace. He must be after the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb in Lu Ming's hands." But to be honest, that Lu Ming is not qualified to have a map. Isn't young Master Blood Prison afraid that Huang Ling will attack? He's probably using some other method to stop Huang Ling. Many people thought for a moment and guessed young Master Blood Prison's motive. Drunken Immortal Inn was some distance away from Phoenix Palace, but the commotion in Phoenix Palace still reached here. "Damn it, it's young Master Blood Prison." Huang Ling rushed out of Drunken Immortal Inn and looked in the direction of Phoenix Palace with a gloomy face. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared beside Huang Ling. One was a young man in a black feathered robe, and the other was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. "Huang Ling, let's continue drinking," the young man in the black feathered robe said indifferently. "Young Master Tianying, I didn't expect you to join forces with young Master Blood Prison. You asked me out in advance so that young Master Blood Prison can take action." Huang Ling looked coldly at the young man in the black feathered robe. This person was young Master Tianying of Skybird Palace. Young Master Tianying chuckled and did not deny or admit it. But there was indeed an aura that locked onto Huang Ling. What is young Master Blood Prison doing? He actually caused such a huge commotion when dealing with a mere rank 9 Marshal Royal. Young Master Tianying snorted coldly in his heart. The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked indifferent. He did not know about this beforehand, and now that he knew, he would not care. "Huang Ling, let's continue drinking," young Master Tianying continued. "Alright, if you want to drink, I'll drink with you." Huang Ling suddenly smiled inexplicably and turned to return to Drunken Immortal Inn. This stunned young Master Tianying. He thought that Huang Ling would rush to Phoenix Palace to rescue them. He did not expect Huang Ling to return to Drunken Immortal Inn. It seems that Huang Ling and Lu Ming are not on good terms. Young Master Tianying laughed in his heart. In Phoenix Palace, young Master Blood Prison was frantically activating the blood flag. He was about to turn into a bloody light and merge with the blood sea. He wanted to refine Lu Ming. This move again. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Then, he raised both his hands in the air. Boom, in the sky, a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared and pressed down on the blood sea like a mountain. Boom, the blood sea shook violently. A large amount of bloody energy was destroyed. The blood sea was constantly suppressed and shrunk. When Lu Ming had first fought with young Master Blood Prison, he had used the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his might, but he had only been able to create a small opening in the blood sea. Now that the chaotic flipping sky seal had broken through to the 5th level, its power had increased tremendously. Even if Lu Ming had not used all his strength, he could still suppress the blood sea and constantly destroy it. Swish, the blood sea shook. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the blood sea. He stood in the sky. Azura, Lu Ming, you are Azura. Young Master Blood Prison shouted wildly and his voice spread far and wide. What? Azura? Lu Ming is Azura? That mysterious and powerful Azura is Lu Ming? It's possible. Don't forget that Azura's cultivation is also at LV9 Martial Royal Realm, the same as Lu Ming. Many people were surprised by young Master Blood Prison's shout. Lu Ming was the mysterious Azura who had been challenging experts. Whoosh, young Master Blood Prison put away the blood sea. The blood sea turned back into a flag and he held it in his hand. Lu Ming, since you are Azura, I have found the wrong person. Having said that, young Master Blood Prison wanted to retreat. He knew that if Lu Ming was Azura, he would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Ho ho, you have come today. Just like your men, stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly as he took a step forward. At the same time, light spots appeared on his body. 12 sacred weapons were suspended around him. Swish, Lu Ming grasped the black dragon spear and thrust it at young Noble Blood Prison. You want to kill me? You? Young Master Blood Prison roared and waved the blood flag. Blood light filled the sky as he fought with Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and their energy was rampant. Lu Ming, even if you use your ultimate move, you'll only be on par with me. You want to kill me? Dream on. Young Noble Blood Prison roared. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted, and the divine sword secret art burst out. 2 jet black sword lights burst out from his eyes and rushed into Prince Blood Prison's body. Soul attacks are useless against me. I have the spiritual deity's defense. Ah. Sir Blood Prison stopped mid-sentence and let out a pained howl. He felt waves of tearing pain coming from his soul. How can your soul be so powerful? Young Noble Blood Prison roared. Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the void. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand and he threw it at Prince Blood Prison. Boom, this chaotic flipping sky seal had about 60% of its full power, and its power was amazing. Prince Blood Prison waved the blood flag and attacked the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, Prince Blood Prison was hit by Lu Ming's divine sword secret art. His soul was in pain, and his strength was somewhat reduced. After a violent collision, Prince Blood Prison retreated continuously. Buzz, another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand and suppressed Prince Blood Prison. When Lu Ming threw out the chaotic flipping sky seal, his palms emitted a terrifying fluctuation. One could see that a chaotic flipping sky seal had appeared in each of Lu Ming's palms. 2 chaotic flipping sky seals appeared at once. One after another, they pressed down on young Master Blood Prison. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the divine sword secret art to attack Prince Blood Prison. Boom. 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 Prince Blood Prison used all his strength to resist, but after blocking 5 or 6 chaotic flipping sky seals, the blood light on his body kept trembling. His face was as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Under the continuous attacks of the chaotic flipping sky seal and the divine sword secret art, Prince Blood Prison was seriously injured. Before the breakthrough of his soul power and the chaotic flipping sky seal, Lu Ming's main body could only fight Prince Blood Prison to a draw, even if he used all his strength. But now, he could completely suppress Prince Blood Prison. Go! Prince Blood Prison was scared. After blasting away a chaotic flipping sky seal, he wanted to escape. However, an even larger flipping sky seal formed and suppressed him. At the same time, Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body stepped out, and the Tai Chi disc array appeared. A Tai Chi pattern appeared and suppressed Prince Blood Prison. You! How is this possible? Prince Blood Prison's pupils contracted sharply, and he struggled to resist. However, under the joint attack of the second body and the main body, he was powerless to resist. Boom! Under the joint attack of the Tai Chi pattern and the chaotic flipping sky seal, his body exploded and turned into a ball of blood light. Then, the blood light wriggled and reformed into Prince Blood Prison's body. However, his current aura was much more dispirited than before. He was extremely weak. Buzz, above the second body's head, the Tai Chi pattern shone and turned into two yin-yang fish swords, slashing at Prince Blood Prison. Prince Blood Prison was terrified, and he frantically waved the blood flag to resist. The yin-yang fish swords turned into two sword lights, one black and one white. They cut through the void and slashed at the blood flag. The blood light of the blood flag was directly broken. The yin-yang fish sword slashed through the blood flag, and the power of the blood flag was almost destroyed. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. This time, he performed the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his strength. A huge chaotic flipping sky seal formed to kill Prince Blood Prison. No, no, Prince Blood Prison screamed in horror. He was already severely injured, and his aura was weak. Now that the blood flag was destroyed, and Lu Ming performed the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his strength, he had a feeling that he would be killed by this move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is Darkwada City. You can't fight here. Senior, help me. Young Master Blood Prison roared like a madman, trying to get the local Saint Realm powerhouses of Darkwada City to intervene. Before he attacked, he was afraid that the local Saint Realm experts would intervene. Now, he desperately hoped that the local Saint Realm experts would intervene. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There was no movement at all. The local Saint Realm experts didn't seem to have any intention of intervening. This surprised many people around. In the past, if there was such a big commotion, the local Saint Realm experts would have intervened. But today, there was no movement at all. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. He raised his hands, and the chaotic flipping sky seal exuded a terrifying aura, suppressing Prince Blood Prison. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sword light pierced through the void behind Lu Ming. It crossed a long distance in an instant and stabbed at Lu Ming's back. An assassin from Thousand Killers Manor. A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Moreover, this was an extremely terrifying assassin. He was 10 times more terrifying than any of the Thousand Killers Manor's assassins that Lu Ming had encountered before. This was definitely a skypride on the same level as young Master Blood Prison and Wan Tiancheng. Moreover, he was an assassin. Any other genius on the same level as young Master Blood Prison would be dead for sure. There was no suspense in the fact that they would be killed by this sword. However, Lu Ming wasn't just any ordinary person. During this period of time, no matter where he was, he had always been on guard against Thousand Killers Manor's assassins. It was the same even in the middle of a war. Therefore, the moment the Thousand Killers Manor's assassin attacked, he sensed it. He didn't let Bubble take action because he was on guard against Thousand Killers Manor's assassins. Therefore, when the sword light pierced Lu Ming's body shattered like glass, and Lu Ming's body appeared more than 10 meters away. At the crucial moment, Bubble took action and used the space-time domain to teleport Lu Ming more than 10 meters away while the primal chaos flipping sky seal continued to suppress him. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal struck young Master Blood Prison's body. His body instantly exploded and turned into a ball of bloody light. The bloody light wriggled, trying to escape, but the terrifying power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal was constantly destroying young Master Blood Prison. No, young Master Blood Prison let out an unwilling scream. Then, the ball of bloody light was completely obliterated and disappeared from the world. Young Master Blood Prison was dead. Whoosh, at this moment, another sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming. Its speed was astonishingly fast and its power was shocking. However, Lu Ming was already on guard. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, bombarding the sword light. The sword light shook and a black-cloaked man appeared. He borrowed the power of Lu Ming's punch to retreat rapidly. The second attack was blocked by Lu Ming. The assassin knew that the assassination had failed and wanted to retreat. Stay here. Lu Ming kicked the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear turned into a black lightning and shot towards the opponent. But Lu Ming used the wind thunder steps and took a step forward. He grabbed a nearby battle sword and slashed out. A 10,000-meter-long sword ray slashed towards the black-cloaked man. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the black-robed man was extremely fast. His figure constantly flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. First, he avoided the attack of the black dragon spear. Then, he slashed out a sword light, which collided with Lu Ming's sword light. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the black-cloaked man's body, enveloping him within. His body immediately stiffened. The second body controlled the yin-yang fish sword and slashed at the opponent. The black-cloaked assassin's figure suddenly blurred. Then, a shocking sword light burst out and broke the transparent bubble. He wanted to escape, but he was still a step too late. The yin-yang fish sword's black sword slashed his body, almost cutting him in half. Blood splattered in the sky. The black-cloaked assassin roared angrily. His body was shrouded in a layer of black fog. His speed suddenly increased and in a few flashes, he disappeared into the void. The Thousand Slayer Mansion's assassin's movement technique was too powerful. After failing to assassinate, he wanted to escape. Even Lu Ming could not stop him. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in an instant. At this moment, many of the onlookers reacted and gasped. The Blood Prison Prince is dead. God, the Blood Prison Prince was killed by Lu Ming. He died at the hands of a rank 9 Marshal Royal. Unbelievable. Lu Ming is Azura. He has become stronger again. Also, what is that body? Could it be a clone? But it doesn't look like it. Even the Thousand Slayer Mansion's assassin was injured and retreated. It's too terrifying. The scene was noisy. Many people were discussing excitedly and were shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength and Lu Ming's methods. In the drunken Immortal Inn, Prince Tianning could no longer remain calm. He stood in the sky and looked into the distance. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. That blood prison is courting death. Huang Ling held a wine cup and walked to Prince Tianning's side. You already knew about Lu Ming's strength? Prince Tianning gritted his teeth. Haha, what do you think? Huang Ling smiled. Prince Tianning's face was as black as charcoal. Obviously, Huang Ling knew that the Blood Prison Prince was no match for Lu Ming. Hence, she acted very indifferent. Humph. Prince Tianning snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and left. This Lu Ming is a top figure. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said calmly with his hands behind his back. He then left as well. Lu Ming, it seems like you have become stronger again. Huang Ling whispered. Her figure moved and she flew toward Phoenix Palace. Soon, Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling asked. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Huang Ling, it seems like there's a traitor in your Phoenix Palace. Previously, the Blood Prison Prince's men had been able to enter his room silently. This was definitely because someone from Phoenix Palace had received them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. I will investigate this matter. Huang Ling's voice turned cold. Her icy gaze swept across the surrounding Phoenix Palace disciples. The expressions of the Phoenix Palace disciples changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't you think it's strange that the native Saint Realm experts of Darkwada City did not make a move this time? Huang Ling asked again. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He also felt that this was a little strange. The two discussed for a while but could not come to a conclusion. They could only guess that the native Saint Realm experts were not around. However, they had heard that there was more than one Saint Realm expert in Darkwada City. It could not be that all of them were not around, since they could not figure it out. They did not think too much about it. Huang Ling arranged another residence for Lu Ming and Lu Ming moved in. The surrounding crowd also dispersed. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout Darkwada City. This battle had greatly increased Lu Ming's reputation. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming was more terrifying than Huang Ling since he was able to kill a genius like the Blood Prison Prince. They finally knew why Huang Ling and Lu Ming had the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It was because Lu Ming had the strength to do so. The crowd no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming, who was a rank 9 Marshal Royal. Of course, there was another matter that had a great impact. That was why the native Saint Realm experts did not make a move. This matter was very strange and there were many different opinions. However, over the next few days, this topic became a hot topic. This was because there had been a few more battles in Darkwada City over the past few days. However, the native Saint Realm experts did not make a move. Many people guessed that the native Saint Realm experts did not care. In other words, they could make a move as they wished in the city. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Lu Ming killed the Blood Hell Prince. In these 7 days, someone finally stepped into Darkwada City with the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and the key. Only the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb were left. At this time, the atmosphere in Darkwada City became more solemn. This was because the geniuses of the other 3 cities had also heard about the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and stepped into Darkwada City. Boom, on the 7th night, there was a shocking sound in Darkwada City. Someone was fighting. Figures rushed into the sky and looked into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed into the sky and watched from afar. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming saw a young man rush into the sky, trying to escape. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he recognized this young man. This person was the genius who had the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. He was also a heavenly spiritual body expert who had comprehended the laws. Boom, a large yellow hand suddenly formed and grabbed at the young man. The young man used all his strength to break the hand. In the end, the large yellow hand broke, but the young man vomited blood and was severely injured. Give me the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and I'll spare your life. A young man in a yellow robe appeared in the sky. His vast aura suppressed the surroundings. Jar of Laws. Lu Ming could tell that this young man was a half-saint who had comprehended the laws. He was also a heavenly spiritual body, an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yu Dongfeng. Don't even think about it. The young man roared and tried to break out. The young man in the yellow robe's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, huge stone swords appeared in the sky and slashed at the young man. The difference between the 2nd stage and the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm was huge. The young man was no match for him. In a few moves, a stone sword pierced through his body and almost killed the spiritual deity. Don't kill me. I'll give you the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. In the end, the young man was afraid and handed over the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The young man in the yellow robe took the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and harumphed coldly. He then stepped into the air and disappeared from Darkwater City. The young man in the yellow robe was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. In this battle, the native Saint Realm powerhouses still hadn't made a move. Darkwada City is going to be in chaos. Many people sighed. The prodigies of the other 3 cities all came to Darkwada City, and the local Saint Realm experts of Darkwada City did not interfere. Everyone knew that Darkwada City was going to be in chaos. Everybody wanted to enter the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. Everybody wanted the map of the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. Everybody wanted the map and the key of the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. For a time, Darkwada City was filled with undercurrents. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were also somewhat grave. Their residences were very close to each other. Moreover, the 2 of them had been in seclusion and had not gone anywhere. They were afraid that once the 2 of them separated, they would be attacked and robbed of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb's map and key. On the 2nd night, as expected, another great battle took place. A prodigy who had the map key of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb wanted to leave Darkwada City under the cover of the night. He wanted to hide in the dark and only come out when all the keys were gathered. However, as soon as he left Darkwada City, he was surrounded by 3 other prodigies. In the end, he was severely injured and had no choice but to hand over the map and key. As a result, the atmosphere in Darkwada City became even more solemn. Other than the Golden Crow's 10th prince and Yu Dongfeng, they were not afraid of the other prodigies who had the map key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb. Their goal was to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would have nothing left if the map key was taken away. A few days later, the last set of map keys still had not appeared. On this day, 2 figures arrived at the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared together. Zhao Kuang, Sima Liang, it's you too? What business do you have with my Phoenix Palace? Huang Ling asked. The 2 of them were Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Huang Ling, Lu Ming, the 2 of us are here to form an alliance. Zhao Kuang said. Darkwada City is currently filled with experts and prodigies. The stronger we are, the weaker we are. Why don't we form an alliance and head to the reincarnation monarch's tomb together? Sima Liang said. Oh? Form an alliance? Do you have the map and key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb with you? Lu Ming asked. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were startled and said, of course not, since you don't have it, why are you forming an alliance with us? Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand casually and said. The 2 of them had come up with a good idea. They had nothing and wanted to gain something without risking anything. How could it be that easy? Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's faces darkened. Lu Ming, the other prodigies in Darkwada City who have the map and key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb are all looking for experts to form an alliance with to increase their strength. The 2 of us formed an alliance with you because we think highly of you. How dare you be so arrogant? Lu Ming, don't think that you can be lawless and look down on others just because you killed Wan Tiancheng and young Master Blood Jail. If 2 or even 3 people like young Master Blood Jail join forces, are you still their match? Sima Liang gritted his teeth and said. Lu Ming has already asked you to get lost. Why are you still here? Huang Ling reprimanded. Good, very good. Then I'll just watch as your map and key are taken away by others. Zhao Kuang flew into a rage. He left behind a few words unhappily and left with Sima Liang. Lu Ming and Huang Ling exchanged glances with each other. Both of them had a serious look in their eyes. Then, they returned to their rooms and started cultivating. However, it was too difficult for Lu Ming's main body to increase his strength in a short period of time. It was almost impossible for him to reach the 6th level of the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal in a short period of time. It was the same for his cultivation. Therefore, Lu Ming kept refining the demon fiend crystals to increase his soul power. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart moved and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Then, he entered the mountain river diagram. Ming Lian's second body sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. The Taiji disc floated above his head, sprinkling down rays of light. A golden spiritual flame flickered between the second body's eyebrows. Suddenly, the spiritual flame surged and several spiritual rings appeared around the second body. On the 9th golden spiritual ring, there were 10 light spots. This meant that Ming Lian's second body had finally ignited the 10th spiritual lamp and reached perfection. This realm was equivalent to the first stage of the half-step saint realm. The next step was to comprehend the laws. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The improvement of his second body would undoubtedly increase his combat strength. It would be of great help to him at this crucial moment. Then, the spiritual rings disappeared and the second body started to consolidate its cultivation. Lu Ming's main body left the mountain river diagram and continued refining the demon fiend crystals. But not long after, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the courtyard. Boom! 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 A total of 4 terrifying auras shot up like smoke signals toward Phoenix Palace. Then, 4 figures stepped into the air. Every step they took caused the sky to rumble. A huge pressure pressed down on Phoenix Palace. A figure flashed and Huang Ling appeared beside Lu Ming. Then, the other disciples of Phoenix Palace rushed out. They are finally here. Huang Ling whispered with a serious expression. The sky prides from the other cities were finally going to attack them. 4 of them came at once. These 4 people were definitely terrifying sky prides. Each of them was at the same level as Prince Blood Prison and Wan Tiancheng. Without such combat strength, they would not dare to attack Lu Ming and Huang Ling. The 4 youths, 3 men and 1 woman, stood in a row in front of Huang Ling and Lu Ming. At this moment, the entire Dark Water City was alarmed. Countless people rose into the air and looked over. How terrifying. The 4 experts are going to attack Lu Ming and Huang Ling. It's only a matter of time. The other sky prides are looking for experts to form an alliance. Lu Ming and Huang Ling are only 2 people. Naturally, they will be targeted. 4 against 2. Lu Ming and Huang Ling are most likely in danger. They won't be able to keep the map and key. Voices echoed between the heavens and earth. Not far from Phoenix Palace, Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were also watching. Humph, Lu Ming, aren't you very arrogant? This time, let's see how you can keep the map and key. Zhao Kuang sneered. It would be best if Lu Ming and Huang Ling were killed. Sima Liang said with a vicious face. Huang Ling, Lu Ming, hand over the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. A youth said in a very straightforward manner. If you want the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Huang Ling said coldly. Huang Ling, although the vitality of your immortal heavenly phoenix body is strong, you don't stand a chance against the 2 of us. Lu Ming, I know that you killed young Master Blood Prison some time ago. However, if we join forces, are you still a match for us? I advise you not to make a mistake. A young man said coldly. Let's see if I'm a match for you. Lu Ming spoke in a domineering tone. Stubborn. Since that's the case, let's attack. A young man shouted and stepped forward to attack Huang Ling. At the same time, the only woman among the 4 also charged towards Huang Ling. The remaining 2 charged towards Lu Ming. 2 against 1, a phoenix cry rang out as the shadow of an immortal heavenly phoenix rushed out from Huang Ling's body. A pair of phoenix wings extended from her back as she bathed in immortal flames. The phoenix wings flapped out, and like 2 divine swords, they slashed at the opponent and began a great battle. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, Huang Ling was at a disadvantage. Neither of the 2 opponents was weaker than her. She could only rely on her immortal heavenly phoenix physique to hold on. As for Lu Ming, he was also engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. A huge cauldron came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, there was a terrifying flaming sword chi. When the 2 terrifying geniuses joined forces, their power was too strong. Lu Ming's glabella shone as Ming Lian's second body stepped out. A Tai Chi array floated above his head as a Tai Chi array appeared and pressed down on the young man who had slashed out the flaming sword chi. Boom, the flaming sword chi was dispersed. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand and a phoenix cry rang out as the phoenix feather flying swords flew out. This time, there were a total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords that formed a sword array. They turned into terrifying sword chi and charged towards the opponent. Back in the Tianfeng Plains, Lu Ming had obtained more than a dozen phoenix feathers. During this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had refined all of them into phoenix feather flying swords. A total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords formed a sword array that was extremely powerful. Divine Sword of the Great Sun. The opponent held a flaming sword and slashed out sword chi that was like the Great Sun. It slashed towards the second body and began a fierce battle with the second body. As for Lu Ming's main body, light spots lit up all over his body. He cast the 10,000 weapons art and sacred weapons appeared one by one. He held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. He blasted the cauldron and sent it flying. 9 cauldrons suppressed the heavens. The person fighting Lu Ming was a black-robed youth. He had long hair and a mysterious aura. 9 cauldrons floated around him. Lu Ming could not help but think of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also had 9 cauldrons that suppressed the dragon vein. The black-robed youth controlled the 9 cauldrons to suppress Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he used the divine sword art to attack his opponent. The black-robed youth's body trembled and his attack slowed down. Lu Ming threw out the spear and sword in his hand. At the same time, he controlled the other sacred weapons to clash with the 9 cauldrons. Clang! Clang! The 9 cauldrons were without a doubt sacred weapons. The 9 cauldrons worked together and their power was even more shocking. In the sky above Phoenix Palace, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was like a great bell. The other disciples of Phoenix Palace were unable to interfere at all. Ordinary prodigies would be injured or even killed by the overflowing force the moment they got close to it. Primal chaos. Lu Ming muttered. A primal chaos flipping sky seal appeared in each of his palms and he threw it at his opponent. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was as big as a mountain. It pressed down as if it wanted to crush everything. The black-robed youth's pupils contracted rapidly. He gathered a few cauldrons and attacked. Boom! Boom! 2 dull explosions sounded. The opponent's cauldrons were sent flying and the black-robed youth was forced to retreat. At that moment, a pagoda appeared above Lu Ming's head. Bubbles was inside it. Bubbles, help the second body. Lu Ming's voice rang out. The pagoda flew toward the second body. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he used the divine sword art. 2 more flipping sky seals appeared in his palms and suppressed his opponent. The black-robed youth roared as his body emitted a strange light. The 9 cauldrons vibrated and knocked away many of Lu Ming's sacred weapons. The black-robed youth then fought against the flipping sky seals. Between the 2 of them, it was purely a battle of strength. There was no technique involved. The flipping sky seal and the 9 cauldrons collided continuously. They were like mountains, bombarding each other in the air. The entire dark water city was shaking. Many of the weaker cultivators were forced to retreat. The sound waves from the collision were too strong. However, Lu Ming used the divine sword art. The black-robed youth was slowly losing to Lu Ming. He was suppressed by Lu Ming and had to retreat after every collision. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed youth had retreated more than 10 miles. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming suddenly formed a seal with his hands. 9 doors of the divine gate appeared in the sky. They shone brightly and were aimed at the opponent's cauldrons. Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 seals of the divine gate to the peak. He could form 9 doors of the divine gate at once. When the 9 doors of the divine gate were connected, the power of the seal was greatly enhanced. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? With a wave of his hands, an incomparably large primal chaos cyclic seal formed and pressed down on the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was shocked. With a roar, a shocking black light erupted from his body. He seemed to have turned into a large cauldron as he struck out with both hands at the primal chaos cyclic seal. Boom! The black-clothed youth's body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. His bones were like fried beans, and it was unknown how many of them were broken. 9 cauldrons, combine! The black-clothed youth roared, and the black light on his body became even denser. The 9 cauldrons that were sealed by the sealed door's aura surged. They broke through the sealed door's seal and flew towards the black-clothed youth. Then, the 9 cauldrons combined into one. What tenacious vitality! Lu Ming muttered. This youth's combat strength was astonishing. It seemed like he had nurtured a large cauldron in the depths of his body. The power of law was also terrifying. His combat strength was even stronger than Prince Blood Prison's. Lu Ming was infamous for killing Prince Blood Prison and injuring the assassin from Thousand Killers Manor. So, this time, the one who attacked Lu Ming was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4. The black-clothed youth merged the 9 cauldrons into one and charged into the cauldron. The aura of the cauldron became even more violent as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the black dragon spear by the side and thrust it out. Clang! The black dragon spear stabbed into the cauldron, and the black dragon spear bent. Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's expression turned grave. The black-clothed youth clearly had a special physique that allowed him to fuse with the cauldrons. His entire body was like a cauldron, and the 9 cauldrons were like 9 saint weapons fused together. How powerful was that? Now that the black-clothed youth had fused with the cauldrons, there was nothing he couldn't break. Lu Ming let go of the black dragon spear, allowing the 12 saint weapons to float around him as a form of defense. Lu Ming's true yuan frantically poured into the flowing yuan gloves. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared, and a surge of power poured into Lu Ming's body. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had warned Lu Ming to use the third bloodline as little as possible, Lu Ming should be fine if he used it once in a while and borrowed a small amount of power. The energy of the third bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, making him even more powerful. There were dragon roars in his body. He cast the hell-suppressing heaven skill and threw a punch. Clang, when the fist landed on the cauldron, a terrifying shockwave burst out. The sound wave spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang, the cauldron trembled as it was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated. Again. Lu Ming stepped forward and threw out another punch. The cauldron trembled and continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Clang. 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 Following that, the two of them continued to clash, exchanging dozens of blows. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body and Bubbles cooperated to suppress the opponent. Ming Lian's second body used the yin-yang fish sword as the main force, using the yin-yang fish sword as the main force. At the same time, various formations and phoenix feather flying swords were also very mysterious. With the help of Bubbles' spacetime domain, although the opponent was strong, he was restrained in the battle and was completely suppressed by Ming Lian's second body. Whoosh, the yin-yang fish sword slashed, almost cutting the opponent in half, leaving a deep wound with blood flowing out. How can that Lu Ming be so strong? Damn it! Zhao Kuang, who was watching the battle from afar, roared. Even Xiaoding can't do anything to him. Sima Liang said in disbelief. Xiaoding was the black-clothed youth who controlled the 9 cauldrons. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. A person could actually split into 2 and each of them had terrifying combat strength. Xiaoding was an extremely terrifying genius at their level. None of them were a match for Xiaoding. However, Lu Ming alone could fight against Xiaoding while the other Lu Ming could suppress his opponent. Luckily, Huang Ling is about to be defeated. As long as Huang Ling is defeated, the two of them will join forces to fight against Lu Ming. No matter how strong he is, he will be defeated. Sima Liang continued. At this moment, Huang Ling was indeed in danger. She seemed to have turned into a flaming phoenix. Flames filled the sky as she unleashed her strength to the extreme. However, she was no match for the two opponents at the same level. There were many injuries on her body. If she didn't have the immortal heavenly phoenix body, she would have been severely injured. Even so, she would be defeated if this continued. I have the immortal heavenly phoenix body, one of the top 10 combat beasts. How can I be defeated? Huang Ling roared like a phoenix. Her eyes were filled with madness and the flames on her body became even more terrifying as she fought against her opponent. Bang, her body was penetrated and a big hole appeared. However, she didn't care. Her immortal flame spread and the big hole healed automatically. She was in a frenzy, ignoring her injuries and defense. She only cared about attacking. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body chased after her. Together with Bubble, they unleashed a terrifying cultivation technique. Whoosh, her opponent's chest was penetrated by the yin-yang fish sword. The terrifying destructive force kept destroying her opponent's spiritual body. She coughed out blood. Come and help me, she shouted. Hold on a little longer, one of the geniuses who was fighting against Huang Ling said. They wanted to defeat Huang Ling in one fell swoop and then deal with Lu Ming. However, Huang Ling's immortal heavenly phoenix body was not just for show. They couldn't take her down in a short time. Damn it. The geniuses who were injured by the second body did not dare to continue fighting and retreated frantically. The 4 of them were originally from different forces. They decided to join forces to fight for the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. However, his life was in danger now. How could he fight to the death? Whoosh, he retreated for a while and retreated. Damn it. The other geniuses roared. Kill. Ming Lian's second body rushed towards Huang Ling's battlefield. The yin-yang fish sword slashed at one of the beauties. The pressure on Huang Ling was greatly reduced. She launched a violent attack on one of the geniuses. For a moment, her opponent was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had already exchanged dozens of blows with Xia Ding. Clang, another earth-shattering explosion was heard. The big cauldron shook violently and retreated frantically. Then, Xia Ding's figure fell out of it. He obviously had to pay a great price to use this move. Now, he couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it. Let's go. Xia Ding roared and retreated with the big cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the remaining two geniuses saw this, they knew that they had lost the advantage. After paying a price, they also rushed out and disappeared. The four geniuses were defeated by Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were able to defeat four supreme geniuses. Such combat strength was extremely terrifying. As for Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang, they were dumbfounded. Xia Ding and the other three had come aggressively but were defeated by Lu Ming and Huang Ling in the end. This was something that they had never dreamed of. They were all inferior heaven spiritual bodies. How could there be such a huge difference in combat strength? Oh no! At this moment, Lu Ming's face changed. Boom, high up in the sky, a huge claw grabbed at Huang Ling. The claw was covered with scales and was extremely ferocious. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Ming Lian's second body was the closest to Huang Ling. He immediately controlled the Tai Chi array and the two yin-yang fish swords slashed at the huge claw. Clang! Clang, the yin-yang fish sword slashed at the claw and sparks flew in all directions. In the pagoda, Bubble attacked. The void fluctuated and formed a terrifying space blade that slashed at the claw. Huang Ling also attacked. Flames filled the sky and a flaming phoenix flew out and flew towards the claw. Boom! Boom, the space blade collapsed and the flaming phoenix was destroyed. Huang Ling's body retreated continuously and a stream of blood flowed out of her mouth. Chaotic Sky Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body also attacked. He condensed a huge chaotic sky seal and blasted it at the huge claw. Boom, the chaotic sky seal blasted the claw and was directly shattered. However, the claw was finally blocked. It rapidly shrank and retracted from the sky. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Someone has attacked again. Who is it? Lu Ming and Huang Ling had just fought a big battle. Why is he attacking now? Many people around were shocked and looked up at the sky. Roar, there was a loud roar and the wind and clouds changed. In the sky, a huge monster slowly appeared. Many people's pupils constricted. Tao Tai. Lu Ming slowly spat out two words. The huge monster that appeared in the sky was a Tao Tai. The Tao Tai was also a type of divine beast that was incomparably powerful. According to legends, in ancient times, the Tao Tai could swallow the sun and moon in the sky when it opened its mouth. It was truly terrifying. Tao Tai's eyes were like two small suns as he stared at Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He said in a cold and harsh voice, "Hand over the map and key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb and I will spare your lives." It was obvious that Tao Tai's goal was the same as Xia Ding and the others. They were after the map and key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Does the Tao Tai clan only know how to take advantage of the situation? Huang Ling said coldly. Nonsense. If you don't hand it over, then die. The Tao Tai said coldly. He stepped into the void, causing the sky to rumble. Huang Ling's undying flame burned fiercely. She stared at the Tao Tai resolutely. Her meaning was clear. Lu Ming's main body and second body stood together, staring at Tao Tai. Kill. The Tao Tai roared and leaped toward Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He stretched out his claws and there was a terrible whistling sound between heaven and earth. He grabbed toward Lu Ming and the others. The Tai Chi array disc above Ming Lian's second body shone brightly and a Tai Chi diagram suppressed the Tao Tai. Bam, the Tao Tai's claw grabbed the Tai Chi diagram and the Tai Chi diagram was sent flying. Swoosh, Lu Ming used the 10,000 soldiers art. He held the black dragon spear in his hand and stabbed it toward the Tao Tai's vital point. However, the Tao Tai's other claw hit the long spear. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him and his body was sent flying. His chi and blood surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming was shocked. His spear pierced the Tao Tai's claw, but it only left a shallow mark on the surface. It did not even pierce through the scales. The Taotai was definitely an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow's 10th prince. Its physique was equivalent to an inferior heavenly spiritual body, and its cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the sage-to-be realm, the vessel of the laws. The heavenly spiritual body was already terrifying. Coupled with the vessel of the laws, its physical body was even stronger. Even Lu Ming's 10,000 soldiers' art could not break it. A phoenix cry was heard and Huang Ling attacked, but it was useless. She was sent flying by the Taoyue's palm. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming roared and quickly formed seals with his hands. 9 doors of seals were formed and pressed toward the Taotai. He wanted to seal the Taotai. At the same time, Bubble attacked and used the space-time domain to seal the Taotai. Buzz, the Tai Chi array disc above the second body vibrated again and the Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern appeared again. However, this time, it turned into the yin-yang fish sword. 2 terrifying sword lights, one black and one white, slashed toward the Taotai. Roar, the Taotai let out a shocking roar. Its body glowed and its 2 claws bombarded the doors of seals. Bam! 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 The 9 doors of seals shook violently and then shattered one by one. Then, 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the Taoyue's eyes and broke free from Bubble's space-time domain. However, the Tai Chi yin-yang fish sword had already arrived. Clang! Clang! The yin-yang fish sword slashed the Taoyue's body. Sparks flew and an ear-piercing sound was heard. However, in the end, it broke through the scales on the Taoyue's body and left 2 deep sword marks on it. Boom! A huge chaotic cyclic seal appeared above the Taoyue's head and pressed down on the Taotai. Ah! Die! Die! All of you, die! The Taotai was injured by the yin-yang fish sword and was completely enraged. The laws surrounded his body and he rushed into the sky and bombarded the chaotic cyclic seal. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal let out a terrifying vibration. Then, it cracked open and finally collapsed. With a cry, Huang Ling attacked. A battle sword condensed from the undying flame slashed at the Taoyue's wound. Immediately, it burned fiercely and emitted the fragrance of barbecued meat. The undying flame could prevent one from dying when used on oneself. However, when used on others, it could kill them. Damn it! Kill! The Taotai roared furiously and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force erupted and enveloped Lu Ming's main body, second body, and Huang Ling. He wanted to swallow them into his mouth and refine them. I know the devouring force too. Lu Ming roared and clenched his fist. The devouring force erupted and offset the devouring force of the Taotai. The devouring force of the 9 dragons. The Taotai roared. However, although Lu Ming had offset the devouring force and stopped his main body and second body, Huang Ling could not. She flew directly into the Taoyue's mouth. In an instant, she was close to the Taotai. Die for me! The Taotai roared and then spat out a beam of light from his mouth that enveloped Huang Ling. Huang Ling roared and attacked continuously. She wanted to rush out of the beam of light but she could not do so. The beam of light had a terrifying destructive refining force and it was refining Huang Ling continuously. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's main body and second body moved at the same time. They charged toward the Taotai and wanted to save Huang Ling. This Taotai was too strong and he had chosen the right time to attack. He had chosen to attack when Lu Ming and Huang Ling had just fought with Xia Ding and the other 3 experts and were exhausted. At this time, Lu Ming and Huang Ling were not in their best condition. Extinguish, Huang Ling. Even if you have the immortal flame, I will extinguish and refine you. Taotai's voice rang out and the light beam in his mouth became stronger. Phoenix cries were constantly heard from the light beam. Huang Ling's immortal flame was being refined continuously. Chaos! Lu Ming roared and exerted all his strength. A huge chaotic flipping sky seal was formed and pressed down on Taotai. At the same time, his second body controlled the Tai Chi array disc with all his strength. 2 more yin-yang fish swords appeared and slashed at Taotai. Taotai shot out 2 more light beams from his eyes and bombarded the yin-yang fish swords, blocking them. However, he could not resist the chaotic flipping sky seal and it smashed heavily on Taotai's body. The Taotai let out a muffled groan as his body shook. He had actually managed to withstand the primal chaos flipping sky seal. However, it was clear that the Taotai wasn't feeling any better. A part of his back had caved in. That piece of bone had been shattered by the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Now, the 2 wounds caused by the yin-yang fish swords were spurting out blood. Roar. Damn it. You deserve to die. When I refine Huang Ling, it will be your death. Taotai roared angrily. Today, he had been injured by Lu Ming again and again. Although the injuries were not fatal, it was a great insult to him. He was a stage 3 half-saint, but he had been injured by Lu Ming again and again. It was unforgivable. Taotai's physical body is really abnormal. Lu Ming felt helpless. If a stage 2 half-saint expert was hit by Lu Ming's chaotic flipping sky seal, he would probably be smashed to death directly. However, Taotai was only slightly injured. At this time, Huang Ling's immortal flame was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would be refined at any time. What should I do? Lu Ming's brows were tightly knitted together. After the continuous battles, he did not have much true yuan left in his body. It would be difficult for him to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal again. Even if he did, the primal chaos flipping sky seal might not work. Lu Ming became a little anxious. His cultivation was still too weak, only at the 9th layer martial dominator realm. If his cultivation could reach the first stage of the half-saint realm and comprehend the ultimate chaotic realm, his power would definitely skyrocket. At that time, his chaotic sky-flipping seal would at least be able to severely injure the Taotai. However, his current cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm. It was impossible for him to reach the half-saint level in such a short time. There was a huge barrier between the 9th layer of the martial royal realm and the half-saint realm. It was not easy to break through. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming and Huang Ling are finally going to be defeated and killed by Taotai. Not far away, Zhao Kuang laughed crazily. Seeing that Lu Ming and Huang Ling were about to be defeated, he felt extremely happy. It is impossible for them to be a match for Taotai. The outcome is already decided. Sima Liang coldly said. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. Taotai was a genius on the same level as the Golden Crow's 10th prince. Among the geniuses who had entered the 100-tribe battlefield, Taotai was almost at the top. Huang Ling and Lu Ming did not stand a chance. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle and were no match for Taotai. Chirp, at that moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens and earth. Huang Ling, who was already extremely weak, suddenly exuded a strong aura and the undying flame burned fiercely. Huang Ling had almost turned into an undying phoenix. She spread her wings and rushed out of Taotai's light beam. Her wings were like knives and slashed at Taotai. Taotai roared and slashed out with his claws. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions were heard as Huang Ling and Taotai's figures were knocked back. You have broken through the vessel of the law. Taotai roared. Kill! Huang Ling roared. She spread her wings and charged at Taotai. I would like to see how powerful the undying flame is. Taotai roared and charged at Huang Ling. Boom! Boom! It was as if a phoenix and Taotai were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. She has broken through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the crucial moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, Huang Ling had broken through her limits and reached the 3rd stage of the sage-to-be vessel of the law. After reaching the 3rd stage, Huang Ling's combat strength had increased tremendously. She stood at the same level as Taotai and did not fear Taotai. As expected of the undying heavenly phoenix body, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming exclaimed. He realized that Huang Ling had the same characteristics as him. In times of danger, it was easier for her to stimulate her potential and break through her limits. Damn it! How could this be? Damn it! Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were very happy a moment ago. Now, their faces were extremely gloomy. The battle between Huang Ling and Taotai was extremely intense. Lu Ming did not intervene. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had exchanged more than 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Huang Ling, I will spare you this time. We will fight another day. In the end, Tao Tai turned around and left after uttering these words. He knew that since Huang Ling had broken through, it was no longer possible for him to snatch the map key from Huang Ling and Lu Ming. He could only retreat. Huang Ling did not chase after him. She was not confident that she could kill Tao Tai. If the battle continued, both sides would suffer great losses and the others would benefit from it. The undying flames were extinguished and Huang Ling returned to her original appearance. "Why are you still here?" Huang Ling glanced at the surroundings, especially at Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were startled. They immediately turned around and left. The others did the same. Now that Huang Ling had broken through and reached the third stage of the Sage-to-Be realm, it was not too difficult for her to kill ordinary geniuses. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. "Huang Ling, congratulations on your breakthrough." Lu Ming walked toward Huang Ling and said with a smile. Huang Ling's breakthrough had made him feel more relaxed. Now that Huang Ling had broken through, in addition to the strength that he had displayed today, he believed that no one would dare to target them in the future. "Lu Ming, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you restraining Tao Tai, I might not have had the chance to break through," Huang Ling said. Previously, Lu Ming had attacked Tao Tai consecutively, injuring it. This had distracted Tao Tai. Otherwise, if Tao Tai had gone all out to refine her, she would have been refined before she could break through. If one wanted to stimulate one's potential and break through one's limits in a crisis, it was usually accompanied by danger. If one was not careful, one would die. Then, Huang Ling ordered the people of Phoenix Palace to clean up the place. After all, Phoenix Palace was in a mess after the battle. Lu Ming and Huang Ling returned to their rooms. Huang Ling had just broken through and needed to consolidate her cultivation. Lu Ming needed to recover. After this battle, Lu Ming and Huang Ling became famous. As expected, no one dared to target them. However, the battle in Darkwater City became even more intense. In Darkwater City, the various outstanding talents formed alliances, forming factions centered around the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's map and key. After more than 10 days, the situation slowly calmed down. At this moment, the Golden Crow 10th Prince sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Huang Ling, saying that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map had been gathered. He invited them to the Golden Crow Hall to merge with the map and head to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Are they finally gathered? Lu Ming ended his cultivation, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He flew to the Golden Crow Hall with Huang Ling. Those who control the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map are all gathered at the Golden Crow Hall. Could it be that they have gathered the map? Let's go and take a look. Many people in Darkwater City flew to the Golden Crow Hall. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived at the Golden Crow Hall. This time, they did not meet at the plaza. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, the Golden Crow tribespeople welcomed them to a courtyard inside the Golden Crow Hall. Those outstanding talents who did not have the map and key could only wait outside the Golden Crow Hall. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, they discovered that many people were already there. Wild Thunder Yi Dongfeng stood alone with his hands behind his back. There was also a yellow-robed youth. This person had snatched the map and key from another person. He was also an outstanding talent on par with the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfeng. There were also a few people with unfathomable auras. They were also outstanding talents on par with the Golden Crow 10th Prince. Xiaochen had not seen them before. Clearly, they came from other cities. There were also a few groups of people with larger numbers. The smaller groups had 4 or 5 people, while the larger groups had 7 or 8 people. Lu Ming even saw Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang in this group. These people had weaker cultivations, on par with the Blood Prison Prince. Hence, most of them formed alliances. 5 or 6 people worked together to control the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map. Following that, a few more groups of people arrived. Each group had more than 4 or 5 people. One group had 7 people. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were Xia Ding and the other 3 who wanted to snatch Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Xia Ding and the other 3 looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling with fear in their eyes. As for the other group of people, there were also 6 people. One of them wore black scale armor, and his cold gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Killing intent constantly flashed in his eyes. Tao Tai. Lu Ming moved. Through his aura, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this scaled youth was Tao Tai. It seemed that the Tao Tai had also found a group of people to cooperate with and planned to enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb together. Alright, the people with the 10 sets of keys and the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb are all here. But before we gather the maps, I want to emphasize one point. Those who have the map and the keys can bring whoever they want with them. But now, we have to confirm the candidates. When we depart later, we can't add more people. Brother Yi, Brother Shi, Saintess Huang Ling, do you have any objections? The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. However, he was looking at Yi Dongfeng, Huang Ling, the yellow-robed young man, the Tao Tai, and the others who were at the same level as him. Let's do it. I have no objections. Yi Dongfeng, the yellow-robed young man, and the others all nodded. The others didn't say anything either. Those who were supposed to depart with them were all here. This group of people were the top prodigies. Each of them was a heavenly spiritual body. As for those with earthly spiritual bodies, they wouldn't be of much use to them. Even if those with earthly spiritual bodies reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, they would probably not be a match for anyone present. Alright, since that's the case, take out the maps now. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Then, he took out 2 jade talismans and infused them with true essence. The jade talismans glowed and 2 maps floated in the air. Then, the others took out jade talismans and infused their true essence. Lu Ming did the same. The maps floated in the air and pieced together. There were a total of 10 regions pieced together to form a complete map. At this moment, the map emitted a resplendent light. A spot of light appeared on the map. It was incomparably bright. That's where the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb is. Many people's eyes lit up as they hurriedly memorized the map. This is the northern part of the 100-tribe battlefield, where the Undying Mountain is. Yi Dongfeng said. I didn't expect it to be there. Let's go. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Then, they put away their jade talismans and soared into the air, flying north. They've come out. They must know the location of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. There was a large number of people waiting outside the Golden Crow Hall. When they saw Lu Ming and the others come out, there was an uproar. Let's go. Follow them. Maybe we can enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and obtain opportunities. Yes, follow them. A large group of people soared into the air and followed behind Lu Ming and the others. Those without the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb key and map, scram. Otherwise, die. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow's eyes emitted a resplendent golden light as he scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Yi Dongfeng, Tao Tai, and the others also scanned the surroundings with unfriendly gazes. You're too domineering. It's our freedom to go wherever we want. Are you going to interfere with where we want to go? Yes, you go your way and we go ours. We have nothing to do with each other. Someone among those people shouted. How stubborn. Die. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow suddenly shouted. His body emitted a terrifying sun flame as he turned into a ray of golden light and charged out. Poof. Poof. Poof, the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow's claws turned into the claws of the Golden Crow. Claw shadows filled the sky and no one could withstand this attack. Those who were hit by the claw shadows would be engulfed in golden flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen youths were killed and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The rest of the people turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. They looked at the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow with fear in their eyes. If you follow me again, I'll kill you. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said coldly. This time, no one dared to follow him. Although there were many people, their combat strength was too weak compared to the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow. Once they attacked, they would be slaughtered. Moreover, there were more experts who had not attacked yet. Once they attacked, they would really be slaughtered. Although they were unwilling, they could only watch as Lu Ming and the others left. They were not strong enough. In the martial world, the weak were prey to the strong. Without strength, they could not take the opportunity even if it was placed in front of them. Lu Ming and the others headed north. According to the instructions on the map, they flew for 2 days and arrived at a dead land. It was a wasteland. As far as the eye could see, the wasteland was covered with white bones. However, these white bones were weathered and did not have any spirituality. The entire wasteland was filled with a faint aura of death. Obviously, this place was a battlefield a long time ago. There was a majestic mountain in front of the wasteland. It was particularly eye-catching in the flat wasteland. Swoosh! Swoosh, they flew toward the mountain. Swoosh, suddenly, a saber light tore through the air and slashed toward one of the geniuses. Boom, that genius struck out with his palm and destroyed the saber light. But in the next moment, the ground of the dead silent wilderness exploded. Many figures rushed out from the ground and stood in front of him. There were all kinds of figures. Some were in the shape of demonic beasts and some were in the shape of humans. Some of them were in the shape of humans. They wore armor and held swords and sabers in their hands. But they had one thing in common, they exuded a strong death chi. It's the undead tribe. Someone shouted. Kill these humans. An undead wearing battle armor and holding a battle sword, like a black warrior, waved his battle sword and gave the order. Roar, kill, a large number of undead tribe members rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. There were at least 1,000 of them and they were all LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above. All kinds of attacks rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Kill. The 10th Golden Crow Prince turned into a 3-legged golden crow. The flames of the sun burned fiercely. When he rushed past, more than 10 undead tribe members were burned to ashes in the flames. Wild Thunder Yi Dongfeng clenched his fist and lightning filled the sky. Every time the lightning swept past, an undead tribe member would be killed. Tao Tai turned into his true form and roared. A destructive light shot out from his mouth and destroyed a large number of undead tribe members. The attacks of such a genius were earth-shattering and shocking. Large numbers of undead tribe members were destroyed. At the same time, the others attacked as well. All kinds of attacking techniques were used to kill the undead clan members. But there were too many undead tribe members. More undead tribe members rushed out from the ground. And they were getting stronger. Roar, a huge white skeleton in the shape of a tiger let out a loud roar, causing the space to tremble as it pounced toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The white-boned tiger exuded the aura of the 3rd stage of the Half-Saint Realm, the Jar of Laws. It was extremely powerful. But it was still defeated by the 10th Golden Crow Prince in one move. At the same level, a heavenly spiritual body could easily kill those who were not. Under the ground, the undead clan kept rushing out. Many of them were at the Half-Saint Realm, but it was still difficult to stop them. They kept pushing toward the majestic mountain. Lu Ming punched out continuously with his fists. The power of his fists crossed the void and killed 2 undeads of the 2nd stage of the Half-Saint Realm. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ground. A figure wearing ancient battle armor and holding a spear appeared in the air. Saint Realm Undead Clan. Many people's expressions changed. This undead was wearing ancient armor and holding a long spear. He was a Saint Realm Undead, and his body radiated with terrifying saintly might. So what if you're in the Saint Realm? I'll still kill him. The Golden Crow 10th Prince spoke in an extremely domineering manner. With their combat strength, they were not afraid of ordinary Saint Realm experts. However, the Saint Realm Undead didn't attack. Instead, he glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others and said in a dry voice, "Retreat." Then, the frenzied undead retreated like the tide, sinking into the ground and disappearing. His Saint Realm Undead also sank into the ground and disappeared. He retreated? Someone was stunned. A Saint Realm expert will only be killed if he doesn't retreat. Of course, he has to retreat. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said confidently. Everyone continued to move forward. Then, as expected, no one stopped them. They arrived in front of the mountain. The mountain was dark and surrounded by death chi. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. Is this the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? I've been here before, but I didn't find anything unusual. Yi Dongfeng frowned. This mountain looked like an ordinary mountain. There was nothing unusual about it, and there was no entrance to it either. Then, everyone flew around the mountain but didn't find any entrance. Everyone frowned. Was the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb fake? Let's take a look at the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. What do you think? Someone suggested. Okay. The others nodded and took out the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Buzz, when everyone took out the keys, a shocking scene appeared. The 10 keys vibrated and emitted a bright light. They flew out of everyone's hands and continued to fly toward the mountain. Then, they floated at the top of the mountain and rapidly grew in size. Each key was 10,000 feet tall. Then, the 10 keys merged and turned into a heaven-piercing halberd. Boom, the heaven-piercing halberd struck the mountain. Rumble, the halberd struck and the majestic mountain split into two. A deep canyon appeared in the middle. It looked like a passageway. The halberd flew into the depths of the canyon and disappeared. Is this the passageway to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Some people's eyes lit up. It must be. Haha, the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb has finally appeared. Someone laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's bodies flashed and they distanced themselves from the others. They were wary. Now that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb had appeared, they would become competitors. Naturally, they had to be wary of each other. Hee hee. The 10th Golden Crow Prince sneered. He stepped into the air and flew towards the valley. Let's go. The others hurriedly flew toward the canyon as well. However, when they reached the canyon, their eyes narrowed. The majestic mountain had been split into two. Logically speaking, the other side of the canyon should be the other side of the mountain. However, that was not the case. In the depths of the canyon, there was a passageway that directly passed through space and led to an unknown place. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the passageway, the 10th Golden Crow Prince was the first to step into the passageway. When he stepped into the passageway, his expression changed slightly and he continued to move forward. The others also entered the passageway. What a heavy pressure. There's a no-fly zone here. It's difficult to fly. As soon as they entered the passageway, someone said solemnly. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also stepped into the passageway. Immediately, they felt a strong pressure on their bodies. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. It was impossible to fly there. They could only move forward step by step. Everyone was wary of each other and moved forward step by step. They seemed to have stepped into a space passageway. There was a vast expanse of whiteness around them. They did not know where they were. They moved forward step by step. However, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours had passed. They were still in the passageway. There seemed to be no end to the passageway. Why is it so long? When will we reach the end? Is the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb really in front? No matter what, I must reach the end. Time passed slowly. 1 hour after another passed. They had walked for a full day, but they were still in the tunnel. It was as if the tunnel had no end. However, no one would give up at this point. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon, 10 days had passed. They were still moving forward in the tunnel. At this point, many people frowned. No matter how patient they were, they could not help but feel anxious. Was this tunnel really leading to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? However, since they had come this far, they could no longer retreat. They could only continue to move forward. Soon, another 5 days had passed. We can see the end. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. The tunnel was finally coming to an end. From afar, it seemed to be a dark place. Everyone let out a long breath. They had walked for half a month in an empty tunnel. Most importantly, they did not know how long it would take. It was really a test of their patience. Fortunately, they were all peerless geniuses. Moreover, they dared to come to the 100-tribe battlefield to train. They were outstanding in all aspects. Naturally, they did not lack patience. That was why they could persevere until now. Let's go. Immediately, everyone became spirited and began to speed up. They rushed forward, afraid that they would be slower than others and the opportunity would be taken away by others. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also sped up. Soon, they rushed out of the tunnel and stepped into a dark place. As soon as they rushed out of the tunnel, their bodies felt lighter. The pressure disappeared and they regained the ability to fly. However, after everyone rushed out of the tunnel, they stood in the air and looked in front of them in shock. Tombs, all they saw were tombs. They were densely packed and there were countless of them. At a glance, there was no end to them. These tombs were of different sizes. Some were just mounds while others were as big as mountains. How can this be? Why are there so many tombs? Isn't this the reincarnation emperor's tomb? Someone asked in confusion. There were so many tombs. Could it be that the reincarnation emperor's tomb was among them and they had to search for it one by one? Those tombs might have buried important people, and there might be treasures inside. Someone said in a low voice, causing everyone's eyes to light up. That's right. Those who could be buried here must have a powerful background. They might even have treasures. With so many tombs here, wouldn't they be rich? Whoosh. 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 Immediately, they moved. Figures rushed out one after another, rushing towards those tombs. They were searching for a target. Each of them found a grave and rushed over. Be careful. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling. He had a feeling that things were not that simple. The two of them carefully flew forward and entered the area of the tomb. However, when they approached the tombs closest to them began to shine. Then, one figure after another emerged from the tombs. Kill! Kill! There were men and women, old and young, and many of them weren't even humans. But they all roared and charged at Lu Ming's group. Their terrifying power was shocking. Puff, one of the geniuses was careless and a spear light pierced through his body. If he hadn't hurriedly retreated, he would have died. Whoosh, a terrifying sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the sword light. With a clang, the sword light was sent flying. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. What a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kill, kill, kill. The figures that emerged from the tombs constantly roared and charged at them. These figures didn't have physical bodies. They looked like phantoms. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was attacked by a giant bull. He reverted to his original form and fought with the giant bull. His combat strength was shocking and he tore the giant bull into pieces. But surprisingly, the giant bull didn't die. It reformed and attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The others also encountered the same situation. Even if they managed to defeat the phantoms would recondense and reappear. Whoosh! Whoosh, the one that attacked Lu Ming was a human figure. It looked like an old man. Sword light constantly bloomed and shrouded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the 10,000 weapon art. With the black dragon spear in his hand, he stabbed out spear light that collided with the sword light. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming shattered the figure with one blow of his spear. However, the figure condensed again immediately. These are formed by the immortal battle intent of the experts after they died. There must be peerless experts buried under these tombs. Someone said. Let me break it open. Zhao Kuang roared and repelled the figure that attacked him. Then, he attacked a tomb on the side. Boom, the terrifying attack landed on the great tomb, but it didn't budge at all. It wasn't damaged at all. But at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Above the tomb, rays of light appeared and directly entangled Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang struggled frantically, but it was useless. Then, with a bang, one of his arms exploded. Ah, help, help me, Zhao Kuang screamed in horror. But before his voice fell, his body exploded with a bang. Blood splattered on the tomb and his body and soul were destroyed. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A powerful genius had died just like that, all because he had attacked the great tomb. These tombs have terrifying power of laws. As long as you attack the tombs, you will be attacked by the laws. Yi Dongfeng said with a solemn expression. That's right. The laws of the tombs are invincible. Once you get entangled, only death awaits you. Someone else said. Many people felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Zhao Kuang attacked the tomb first. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Especially Sima Liang. He had been with Zhao Kuang and almost attacked just now, but Zhao Kuang was one step faster. He saw the abnormality of the tomb and stopped his attack, dodging the calamity. It seemed that the tomb here couldn't be attacked at all. Attacking would only lead to death. Maybe only the tomb of the reincarnation emperor could be broken, everyone thought. Then, they blocked the attacks of the illusory figures and searched everywhere to see if they could find the tomb. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the tomb. And if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Their true essence would be exhausted. There's a path ahead. Keep going forward. Maybe the tomb is in front of that path. Someone said. Many people nodded. They had seen that path. However, on both sides of that path, there were two exceptionally huge tombs that were far above the other tombs. This made many people wary and didn't rashly go up. If you guys don't go, I'll go. Tao Tai said and rushed toward that path. Buzz. Buzz, the two exceptionally huge tombs shone and two figures appeared. A true dragon and a phoenix, emitting a terrifying aura. Roar, the true dragon phantom roared and charged at Tao Tai. Its huge dragon claw slashed down at Tao Tai. Tao Tai roared and transformed into his true form. He also slashed out with his claw. However, Tao Tai's body shook violently and was sent flying by the true dragon phantom's claw. He retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Tao Tai was injured by the true dragon's shadow in just one move. It was truly shocking. Tao Tai's combat strength was definitely at the top among them. If he used his full strength, he could definitely contend with a Saint Realm expert. However, he was no match for them and was injured in one move. Chirp, the phoenix cried out and charged at Tao Tai. Tao Tai was so frightened that he retreated and did not dare to fight. The true dragon and phoenix phantoms flew above their respective tombs and did not chase after him. He's so powerful. How can we pass through? He's definitely stronger than an ordinary Saint Realm expert. We're no match for him alone. Many people had ugly expressions. They had worked so hard to get here. Were they going to stop here? Everyone, if we want to pass through this path, we have to join forces. Let's join forces and charge through. Otherwise, no one can pass alone. Huang Ling spoke. She joined forces with Lu Ming, defeated a shadow, and stepped forward. That's right. We have to join forces now. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. The others said. They were wary of each other earlier, but now they had to join forces again. If they did not join forces, they would have to stop here. Everyone defeated the phantoms and gathered at the path. After a while, everyone gathered together. Let's charge together. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, there were more than 40 people rushing towards the intersection. There were more than 40 people, and they were all skyprides with heavenly spiritual bodies. They came from different emperor-level forces. The true dragon roared and the phoenix cried out as they charged at the crowd. Kill! More than 40 prodigies attacked together. All kinds of lights burst out and gathered together. It was extremely terrifying. All kinds of offensive techniques collided with the true dragon and phoenix phantoms. They were unstoppable and destroyed the true dragon and phoenix phantoms, drowning them. Bam! Bam, the true dragon and phoenix phantoms collapsed. This is our chance. Charge. The geniuses made use of this opportunity to rush toward the entrance. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 of them had passed through the two great tombs. The phantoms of the true dragon and phoenix immediately reformed, but they didn't continue to attack them. Instead, they roared and flew into the great tomb, disappearing from sight. Just a wisp of immortal fighting will has reached the Saint Realm. I wonder how terrifying he was when he was alive. Could it be that he had reached the Emperor Realm? Is there an Emperor-level true dragon buried in this tomb? Lu Ming looked at the great tomb, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. If he could obtain an Emperor-level true dragon skeleton and refine it, what level would his spiritual body evolve to? Would it evolve into a superior heavenly spiritual body? Of course, he was only thinking about it. The great tomb was filled with terrifying law energy. Earlier, Zhao Kuang had suffered the same fate. He naturally wouldn't dare to attack the great tomb. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Then, they followed the path forward. Not long after, a river blocked his path. The strange thing was that the river water was yellow. It looked like the legendary Yellow Spring River of Hell. Is this really the Yellow Spring River? Suddenly, someone spoke with a trembling voice. That was because there was a stone tablet there. Everyone looked at the stone tablet and saw 2 words written on it, Yellow Spring. Everyone looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. According to ancient legends, there was a netherworld hell. There was a river in hell that traversed hell called the Yellow Spring. The Yellow Spring couldn't be crossed because any living thing that entered the Yellow Spring would be corroded by the water and become a part of the Yellow Spring. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever seen it, not even an emperor-level expert. Could there really be a Yellow Spring and a netherworld hell in this world? Even the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai, who were arrogant and unruly, had grave expressions. No one dared to try to cross the Yellow Spring. If they tried to cross it like the legendary Yellow Spring, they would be courting death. There's a bridge over there. Someone pointed ahead and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a bridge up ahead. They walked along the shore of the Yellow Spring. When they got closer, they realized that the bridge was very wide and led to the other side of the Yellow Spring. There were 3 words carved on the bridge. Bridge of Helplessness, hiss hiss hiss. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was heard, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. According to legend, there was a bridge of helplessness above the Yellow Spring. The only way to cross the Yellow Spring was to cross the bridge of helplessness. They didn't expect there to be a bridge of helplessness. The Yellow Spring, the bridge of helplessness, everything was as the legend said. Could this be the netherworld hell? Even though they were all geniuses from emperor-level factions and had seen a lot, they still felt a chill in their bodies. According to legend, there's a mangpo on the bridge of helplessness. Anyone who crosses the bridge must drink the mangpo soup. After drinking it, they will forget everything. Could there be a mangpo on the bridge of helplessness? Someone said with a trembling voice. All of this is just an illusion. Someone deliberately set it up. If there really is a Yellow Spring, why would it appear here? The 10th Golden Crow Prince snorted coldly. His body was surrounded by golden divine fire of the great sun. He stepped onto the bridge of helplessness and walked toward the other side. That's right. This should have been set up according to the legend when someone buried the reincarnation emperor. It can't be the real Yellow Spring. How can it stop me? Then, someone else said and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. Huang Ling, let's go too. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and the 2 of them stepped onto the bridge of helplessness side by side. When the others saw this, they also followed. Although they didn't believe that it was real, they were still cautious and kept their guard up. Ancient heroic spirits, where do their souls go? Suddenly, a voice sounded. No one knew where it came from, but it sounded in everyone's ears. Who is it? Someone cried out in alarm. Ancient heroic spirits, where do their souls go? The voice continued to sound. It seemed to be filled with helplessness and sighs. Everyone continued to move forward. The voice continued to sound. However, that was the only sentence that was repeated over and over again. Everyone held their breaths and focused. They ignored the voice and continued to move forward. Soon, they were about to cross the bridge of helplessness. However, at that moment, everyone stopped. That was because there was a figure at the head of the bridge of helplessness. It was an old woman. The old woman was very old. Her back was hunched, and she wore a loose black robe. Her hair was white, and the wrinkles on her face piled up like a mountain. She was holding a bowl in her hand. In the bowl was a milky white liquid. Mangpa. Gulp, many people swallowed their saliva when they thought of the name Mangpa. Mangpa was really on the bridge of helplessness. Some people's backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Yellow Spring, bridge of helplessness, Mangpa, everything was in line with the legend. Senior, who are you? The 10th Golden Crow Prince was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun. He cupped his fists at the old woman. The old woman smiled and glanced at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The bridge of helplessness on the Yellow Spring River. Of course, I'm Mangpa. It's really Mangpa? Many people's hearts trembled. This was the reincarnation Thearch's tomb. Why would there be the bridge of helplessness and Mengpa? Could this really lead to hell? Senior, is that reincarnation? Lu Ming suddenly asked. There was no path in front of the bridge of helplessness. There was only a pitch-black whirlpool. That's right. That's reincarnation. If you drink Mengpo soup and forget your past life, you can enter reincarnation. Mengpa raised the bowl in her hand. Reincarnation, reincarnation. Is that the tomb of the reincarnation, the arch? Someone asked. Mengpa smiled and said, that's right. Ha ha ha, it's indeed the reincarnation Thearch's tomb. What yellow spring helplessness. It's all fake. Reincarnation Thearch's tomb, I'm going to meditate. The 10th Golden Crow Prince laughed and strode forward. But Mengpa blocked him and said, young man, if you want to enter reincarnation, you must drink Mengpo soup and forget your past life. Only then can you enter reincarnation. Get lost. No one can make me forget my past life. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was extremely domineering. He threw out a palm, and the terrifying divine fire of the great sun blasted toward Mengpa. But Mengpa waved her hand gently, and the divine fire of the 10th Golden Crow Prince was extinguished. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes narrowed. He transformed into his three-legged golden crow form. His body was covered in terrifying flames like the sun. He flapped his wings and wanted to rush past Mengpa and enter the pitch-black whirlpool. Young man, you're too impulsive. Mengpa muttered. She extended a withered hand and grabbed at the Golden Crow 10th Prince. The shriveled claw rapidly expanded into the size of a mountain and grabbed at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The Golden Crow 10th Prince seemed to be frozen in place. He couldn't move at all as he was grabbed by the withered claw. Damn it. Attack. Let's attack together. The 10th Golden Crow Prince roared. Whoosh, a figure rapidly rushed forward, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to rush over. This was also a terrifying youth whose strength was not weaker than the Golden Crow 10th Prince. However, a ribbon flew out from Mengpo's sleeve and wrapped around the young man. The others were shocked. Those who wanted to make use of this opportunity to make a move stopped. The other party was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow 10th Prince could not resist at all and was directly taken down. The same happened to the other person. The two struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. Senior, spare my life, spare my life. The Golden Crow 10th Prince was afraid and began to beg for mercy. What are you afraid of? I won't kill you, said Mengpa. She grabbed the 10th Golden Crow Crown Prince and poured the bowl of Mengpo's soup into his mouth. No, the Golden Crow 10th Prince roared. If he drank Grandma Meng's soup and forgot everything, would he still be him? Wasn't that the same as being dead? How could he be willing to drink it? However, his struggle was to no avail. His mouth automatically opened and the bowl of Mengpo's soup was poured into the 10th Golden Crow Prince's mouth. Then, the 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes were filled with confusion. Go, enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mengpa swung her hand and the 10th Golden Crow Prince flew into the pitch-black whirlpool and disappeared. Following that, the crowd saw that the bowl of soup in Mengpo's hand, which had originally been empty, was now refilling itself. Mengpa did the same and poured the bowl of Mengpo's soup into the mouth of another young man before throwing him into the pitch-black whirlpool. Now, it's your turn. Come, drink Grandma Meng's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mengpa looked at Lu Ming and the others. Many people were covered in cold sweat. Senior, I'm not going to the reincarnation emperor's tomb. I'm leaving. Someone said. If they lost all their memories after drinking Grandma Meng's soup, what was the point of obtaining the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor? Since you're here, there's no reason to retreat. All of you must drink Grandma Meng's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mengpo's dry voice sounded. No, I'm not going. I'm leaving. A few people shouted and retreated at lightning speed. I said, since you're here, you can't leave. Mengpa said indifferently. And reached out to grab the air. Those people who retreated seemed to be frozen in the air and then flew towards Mengpa under the influence of a powerful force. Just like before, Mengpa drank a bowl of Grandma Meng's soup and threw it all into the pitch-black whirlpool. Lu Ming, what should we do? Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Her face was a little pale. Mangpa is too strong. We can't resist at all. Lu Ming shook his head and said. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the others were like babies in Mangpo's hands. They couldn't resist at all. Mangpo's strength was definitely beyond their imagination. They didn't have the slightest chance. Even if Lu Ming used all his strength and asked Bubble to help, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. The difference was too great. Do we really have to drink Grandma Meng's soup and forget our past and present lives? Huang Ling said with a look of reluctance. Huang Ling, do you believe that this is the real Mengpa? Lu Ming didn't answer and asked Huang Ling in return. Huang Ling was stunned and pondered. She said, Mengpa is a legend in the 9th hell. Legend has it that the 9th hell is in the heaven domain. Heaven domain? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He said without thinking, that's right. So I think this place is man-made. Maybe it's just a test. We might not really lose our memories. So, we can only take a gamble. Take a gamble? That's right. Since we can't escape, let's take a gamble. I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming stepped out and strode towards Mangpa. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually took the initiative to step out? Little guy, please. Mangpa raised the bowl of Grandma Meng's soup in her hand. Okay. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He picked up Mangpo's soup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he returned the bowl to Mangpa and leaped into the dark vortex. Let me. Then, a burly young man walked out. It was Yi Dongfang. Obviously, Lu Ming wasn't the only one with courage. Yi Dongfang drank Mangpo's soup and leaped into the vortex like Lu Ming. Then, Huang Ling stepped out and drank Mangpo's soup before leaping into the vortex. The others' expressions changed, but they also understood that there was no way out today. They could only drink Mangpo's soup and step forward one by one. Soon, all the geniuses who came in jumped into the dark vortex. After Lu Ming jumped into the whirlpool, he felt dizzy and became more and more confused. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into darkness and could not feel anything. After a long time, Lu Ming gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I actually experienced 9 lives and 9 lives. Could it be that reincarnation really exists in this world? Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. At that instant, a series of images appeared in his mind. Everything that had happened had been recalled. He drank Granny Meng's soup, jumped into the whirlpool and fell into darkness. After that, he actually experienced 9 lives and 9 lives. In his first life, he was born in a family of generals in the empire. He led the army and fought in wars since he was young. When he reached his middle age, he became the marshal of the empire who controlled a large number of troops. However, the emperor was suspicious of him and killed him on a groundless charge. Then, he was reincarnated. In his second life, he became a scholar. His family was poor and he wanted to be the top scholar. However, when he was the top scholar, he fell in love with the daughter of a noble family. In the end, the noble family secretly sent people to kill him. Then, it was his third life. In this life, he became an ordinary person, a villager in a small village. He married a wife and had children. In the end, he had many children and grandchildren. His hair turned gray and he died of old age. The fourth life, the fifth life, in his 9th life, he became a useless person who could not awaken his bloodline. His bloodline was dug out by his childhood sweetheart. Then, he accidentally found the Temple of Paragon and stepped on the path of martial arts. Later, when he awakened his third bloodline, the third bloodline roared and he suddenly woke up. It was as if the reincarnation had ended. The 9th life is my own experience. It is exactly the same as my own experience. Is there really reincarnation in this world, or did I awaken the memories of the previous 8 lives? Lu Ming whispered. He was shocked and confused. It was as if he could not tell what was real and what was fake. Then, was his current life also one of the reincarnations? Was what he had experienced all the way real or fake? Little guy, I didn't expect you to wake up after experiencing 9 lives. This is really beyond my expectations. At that instant, an aged voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart jolted. Only then did he look around. The place he was in was a huge secret chamber, and a black-robed old man was walking towards him. "Senior, you are?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. "In the past, people called me Samsara." The old man smiled. "Reincarnation, you are the reincarnation emperor." Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His mind slowly cleared up. Could it be that the Samsara emperor was still alive? Well, you can say that. But now, it's just a remnant soul. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed not a physical body. It was more like a phantom or a wisp of soul. "Senior Samsara, is there really reincarnation in this world?" Lu Ming asked. Scenes of the 9 lives flashed through his mind from time to time. Is there really reincarnation in this world? I don't know either. The Samsara emperor let out a long sigh. You don't know either? Lu Ming was puzzled. Legend had it that the Samsara emperor controlled the law of reincarnation, which was one of the strongest laws in the world. It was on par with the law of chaos. Did he not know about reincarnation, then? Were the 9 lives he experienced real or fake? How could it be so real? Little guy, are you confused about your previous experience? In fact, it's not really reincarnation. It's just a reflection in the depths of your heart. You can understand it as a kind of illusion. In other words, it might have awakened the memories of your previous life. The Samsara emperor said. So there is no reincarnation in this world. Lu Ming let out a long sigh and calmed down his mind. It's hard to say. Maybe when one's cultivation reaches a high enough level, they can really reincarnate. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is not high enough. The Samsara emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Little guy, what's your name? You're the first one in your group to wake up. I thought that the strongest among you would have to experience 100 lives to wake up. You're really strange. I'm Lu Ming. Senior, how long have I been here? Lu Ming asked. You've been here for 3 months. The Samsara emperor said. 3 months? That's good. Lu Ming was relieved. He had experienced 9 lives. It was as if he had experienced a long time and comprehended the different lives of the 9 lives. He was afraid that he had experienced a long time in the real world. 3 months? That's good. Senior, are you the one who built this big tomb? And the Yellow Spring helplessness? Then, Lu Ming asked a lot of questions. He was really curious. Of course not. I was almost gone after the battle. Later on, a peerless expert came here and built a big tomb for me. He also preserved a wisp of my remnant soul. Everything outside is the work of that expert. Perhaps he couldn't bear to see what I had learned in my life go down the drain, so he left a big tomb for me so that I could pass on my legacy in the future. The Samsara emperor explained. As expected. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the legend before. It was said that after the 100 Races War, a peerless expert came to the 100 Races battlefield and built 9 tombs for the 9 strongest great emperors. The 1,000-kill martial emperor of the 1,000-kill sect had entered one of the tombs and obtained the inheritance. It seemed like the Yellow Spring helplessness was fake and was set up by that peerless expert. Lu Ming, you're cultivating the 9 Dragons War body, right? Speaking of which, that peerless expert is related to you. That expert is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. The Samsara emperor said. 9 lives demonic silkworm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to Dandan, the top 10 battle beasts had all died in the battle a long time ago. But now it seemed that it was far from that simple. Dandan had used a special method to preserve its life. Later on, Lu Ming saw the Titan longhorn beetle and heard that the 9 lives demonic silkworm was still alive. Perhaps many of the top 10 battle beasts were still in the world. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, the Samsara emperor looked at Lu Ming carefully and sighed. Senior, what's a pity? Lu Ming was puzzled. You've experienced 9 lives and were the first to wake up. Originally, you could have obtained my inheritance, controlled the samsara realm, and then comprehended the law of samsara. Unfortunately, you've already comprehended the chaos realm. Chaos and samsara are one of the top 10 strongest laws in the world. Just like how a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, it's difficult to control and merge them at the same time, the samsara emperor sighed and explained in detail. Cultivators could control multiple laws at the same time when they cultivated to a certain level. However, there were 10 strongest laws in the world that were difficult to control at the same time. Since ancient times, those who could control one of them were rare geniuses. After listening to the reincarnation emperor's explanation, Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. At the same time, he was shocked. In this world, there were as many as 9 types of laws that were on par with the chaos laws. Lu Ming did not know about this before. It seemed that his understanding was still too little. Senior, perhaps there will be someone suitable to inherit your legacy in the future. Lu Ming said. Although it was a pity, he could only give up. He could not give up the chaotic realm and cultivate the reincarnation realm. That was impossible. There's no time left. My remnant soul can't exist for too long. The reincarnation emperor sighed. Then, a crystal-like object appeared in his hand. It was magical. Lu Ming looked at it as if he was looking at a world. Lu Ming, this is my heart of the realm. It contains all my legacy. Take it. If you meet a suitable person in the future, help me pass it on. This is my last wish. The reincarnation emperor said. His voice was full of regret. It was a pity that a great emperor of a generation had fallen to such a state. Senior, Lu Ming will definitely find the most suitable successor for you and pass down the legacy. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. He took the heart of the realm from the reincarnation emperor and put it away solemnly. Thank you. The reincarnation emperor smiled and said, Little guy, since you're the first one to wake up, how can I let you return empty-handed? This reincarnation halberd is for you. The reincarnation emperor's hand glowed and a halberd appeared. This reincarnation halberd was my weapon in the past. However, it's been severely damaged and doesn't have much power left. However, I've sealed 2 forces in it. If each of these 2 forces were to unleash their full power, they could kill any expert below the emperor realm. The reincarnation emperor said. It can kill any expert below the emperor level. Lu Ming was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. At the critical moment, it could definitely turn the tables and save one's life. That's right. Of course, there are only 2 forces. Once they're used up, there's nothing left. Take it. The reincarnation emperor passed the reincarnation halberd to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put it away happily. Alright, I'll send you out now. Samsara emperor said. Senior, can I stay here for a while longer? I would like to cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Before this, he had experienced 9 lifetimes. Those scenes were like 9 real lifetimes. Lu Ming gained many insights. He felt that he was about to make a breakthrough in the primal chaos domain. One more step and he would be a half-saint. As long as he broke through to the half-step saint realm, his strength would skyrocket. Only then would he have more confidence when he went out. Don't worry about it, just cultivate as much as you can. Samsara emperor said. Lu Ming nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He took out the tree of enlightenment and began to comprehend quietly. The tree of enlightenment? This little fellow seems to have more secrets than I thought. The Samsara emperor was taken aback for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. The chaotic domain on Lu Ming's body started to vibrate and undulate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Boom, buzz. The chaotic domain on Lu Ming's body suddenly vibrated violently and then skyrocketed. Its aura surged. Ultimate domain. After experiencing 9 lifetimes and 9 reincarnations, Lu Ming was enlightened and finally broke through to the peak of the chaotic domain. The ultimate chaotic domain was much stronger than the level 9 chaotic domain. As soon as the chaotic domain broke through, the true yuan in Lu Ming's body started to surge. It roared and jumped, and its speed became faster and faster. His cultivation was about to break through. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of mid-grade primordial stones appeared on the ground. Lu Ming activated his devouring power and began to devour the primordial stones. 3 days later, Lu Ming did not know how many primordial stones he had refined. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, forming a true Yuan Qi pillar that rushed to the top of the secret chamber. However, the secret chamber was very sturdy. Lu Ming's true Yuan Qi pillar rushed to the top, but there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Now, he had finally broken through to the first stage of the half-saint realm. After breaking through to the half-saint realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was now confident that he could defeat Tao Tai alone. Little guy, I almost forgot. I saw a trace of chaotic qi in your body. Let me give you another opportunity. The reincarnation emperor appeared and walked over. A stream of qi appeared in his hand and circled around his arm. Chaotic qi, this is the real chaotic qi. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. He immediately sensed that the stream of qi on the reincarnation emperor's arm was the real chaotic qi. Although he cultivated the chaotic domain, he had never seen the real chaotic qi. That's right. This is a strand of real chaotic qi. I obtained it before the war. I originally wanted to refine it into the Samsara halberd, but after the war, I put it aside. Now, I'm giving it to you. Refine it into your spiritual body. Your spiritual body's strength will increase greatly. Lu Ming, close your eyes. I'll help you. The reincarnation emperor said softly. Lu Ming quickly closed his eyes and became one with the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation emperor waved his hand and a stream of chaotic qi flew out and entered Lu Ming's body. Puff, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic qi was the origin energy of heaven and earth. Even a stream of it could crush a mountain range. It was extremely heavy. When the chaotic qi entered Lu Ming's body, he felt that his body was about to collapse. Hang in there. There is a trace of chaotic qi in your body. You should be able to refine it. The reincarnation emperor's voice rang in his ears. Then, a ray of light shone from the reincarnation emperor's hand and enveloped Lu Ming. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the pressure on his body lighten. He focused his mind and started to refine the chaotic qi. Slowly, a wisp of true chaotic qi intertwined with the original wisp of chaotic qi in his body and slowly seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was slowly becoming stronger. Meanwhile, several young men were sitting on the underworld bridge. They were Huang Ling, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, the Tao Tai, and the others. The 40 or so skyprides who had jumped into the vortex were all here. At this moment, the geniuses opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? I clearly remember drinking mangpo soup and jumping into the vortex. Why am I still here? Someone blurted out with a confused look. I don't know either. I only know that I fell into darkness and lost my consciousness. I woke up here. Me too. The others nodded. It seemed like they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming could remember the scenes of his 9 reincarnations, but these people seemed to have forgotten them. The 10th prince of the Golden Crow was engulfed in flames. He rose to his feet and scanned his surroundings cautiously. He let out a sigh of relief when he did not see Mangpa. It seems like we have come out of the reincarnation realm. Who was it that obtained the succession of the reincarnation emperor? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to know who had obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance. The person who has obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance must be among us. You better tell us. Don't try to keep it to yourself. Tao Tai said coldly. He moved and blocked the path of the bridge of helplessness. He stared at the crowd with a ferocious look. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The place fell silent and the atmosphere became heavy. Before we know who has obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance, let's stay here. No one is going to leave. Tao Tai said domineeringly. There seems to be one person missing among us. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was Sima Liang. He looked at Huang Ling. That's right. There is one person missing. Lu Ming is not here. A young man in a black feather coat said. He was Prince Tianying of the Skybird Palace. There was a puzzled look in Huang Ling's eyes. Why was Lu Ming not here? That's true. Could it be that Lu Ming has obtained the inheritance and is accepting it now? Maybe he has already left. Some people guessed. Let's wait here. If Lu Ming has not come out, he will definitely come out. If he does not come out after a while, we will go out and look for him. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes flickered. The Reincarnation Emperor was a true emperor who had mastered the law of reincarnation. His inheritance was more precious than the 1,000 martial monarch's inheritance. Who would not be tempted? Immediately, everyone began to wait quietly on the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, focused on refining the chaotic aura. Slowly, a wisp of chaotic qi seeped into Lu Ming's body and spread to his cells. Every part of Lu Ming's body was filled with a wisp of chaotic qi. It took a few days for Lu Ming to completely refine the wisp of chaotic aura. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and leapt to his feet. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power. When he punched, it was heavier than a mountain. He now felt that he could smash a half-saint who had comprehended the laws to death with his physical strength alone. Lu Ming, although your current spiritual body is still an inferior heaven spiritual body, in terms of strength, it is no weaker than a medium heaven spiritual body. The voice of the Samsara Emperor was heard. Thank you, Senior. Senior, you. Lu Ming stood up and was about to bow to the Samsara Emperor when he found that the Samsara Emperor's body had become very faint, as if it would disappear at any time. He knew that the Samsara Emperor had used up the last of his soul power to help him. Senior, I'm sorry. Lu Ming's heart was filled with deep regret, and he felt a lump in his throat. Little guy, don't blame yourself. This wisp of my soul was about to dissipate anyway. It has nothing to do with you. Now, I'll send you out. Go ahead and travel the world as soon as possible. With that, the Samsara Emperor waved his hand. Lu Ming felt his body tighten as he left the secret chamber and came to a place of nothingness. There was a pitch-black vortex in front of him. Senior, I will definitely find a suitable successor for you so that your legacy can be passed down forever. Lu Ming swore in his heart, and then stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming passed through the vortex, and a bridge appeared in front of him. It was the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. On the bridge of helplessness, everyone looked toward Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Everyone, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you're finally out. Tell me, did you get the legacy of the Samsara Emperor? The 10th Golden Crow Prince emitted a powerful aura and locked onto Lu Ming. The legacy of the Samsara Emperor? Why do you say that? Lu Ming pretended to be confused. Lu Ming, I knew you would try to deny it. We all came here at the same time, but you're the only one who came out a few days later than the others. You must have gotten the legacy of the Samsara Emperor. The Taotai spoke as he strode forward. Does it mean that I've gotten the legacy of the Samsara Emperor just because I'm late? Lu Ming said calmly. Everyone, it's simple. We just need to cripple him and search his soul, and everything will be clear. By then, he will still have to spit everything out. A cold voice could be heard. It was Sima Liang who spoke. Since the start of the fight for the map and key of the Samsara Emperor's tomb, he had been at a disadvantage against Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Later on, he and Zhao Kuang wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming and Huang Ling, but they were chased away by Lu Ming. It was a great humiliation for him. He had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming. Now that he had the chance, he would not let it go. Lu Ming looked at Sima Liang coldly and said, "You're courting death." Sima Liang's expression changed. He was slightly frightened, but his courage was boosted when he thought of the presence of so many experts. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? You want to kill me? Humph, there are so many people here. You won't have the chance today. That's right. Lu Ming, you should hand over the Samsara Emperor's legacy. Young Master Tianning said coldly. Bang, the 10th Golden Crow Prince took a step forward. His body was engulfed in the divine flame of the sun as he said, "If you don't want to admit it, I'll search your soul." Golden Crow, what are you trying to do? Huang Ling shouted as her body was engulfed in the undying flame. Her powerful aura surged towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Huang Ling, it's better for you to stand there obediently. Tao Tai said coldly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Huang Ling. Everyone, search his soul. Apart from the Samsara Emperor's legacy, there are other secrets on him. Let's get them all. Sima Liang shouted arrogantly. You're courting death. Lu Ming looked at Sima Liang coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Sima Liang. Who are you trying to kill? Stay here. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly as he grabbed at Lu Ming with his claw. However, Lu Ming's body was covered in wind and lightning as he executed the wind-lightning step. In a flash, Lu Ming dodged the 10th Golden Crow Prince's attack and appeared in front of Sima Liang in an instant. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Sima Liang. Sima Liang was shocked. He unleashed all of his cultivation and a halberd appeared in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he executed the divine sword art. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes and landed on Sima Liang's spiritual spirit. Sima Liang let out a miserable shriek and his hand froze. When a cultivator made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they would also condense their soul and increase their soul power. When Lu Ming broke through to the first stage of half-sage, his soul power also increased by a notch. Sima Liang paused in his actions and Lu Ming's claws grabbed his throat. A terrifying force surged into Sima Liang's body. Sima Liang's vital essence was scattered and his bones cracked. He did not know how many of them were broken. Let me go. Sima Liang's eyes were filled with fear. Let you go? I've given you a chance. You're the one who wants to die. I can't help you. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, you better let him go. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow spoke. His eyes emitted a golden glow as an icy murderous intent spread out. Lu Ming was the one who escaped from his clutches. Now that he had grabbed Sima Liang, he felt very embarrassed. You want me to let him go? Who do you think you are? Lu Ming looked at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. He did not give him any face and a violent energy burst out from his palm. Bang! Sima Liang's body exploded in Lu Ming's hands. Thereafter, he was crushed by the terrifying power and turned into ashes. The others sucked in a cold breath. How can Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Sima Liang's strength was not weak and was comparable to most of the people present. However, he couldn't even last one move from Lu Ming. He was as weak as a baby and had no strength to fight back. Especially young Master Tianying. He had spoken out to oppress Lu Ming and he felt a chill run down his spine. You're just relying on a soul attack. You're courting death. The 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted coldly. A golden light flashed and he pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to say who he was? He's courting death. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw turned into the Golden Crow's claw and it was filled with the great divine fire. He clawed at Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. At the side, Huang Ling wanted to help but she was blocked by Tao Tai. The others looked on coldly. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood still and slashed at the 10th Golden Crow Prince with his palm like a knife. Lu Ming actually wants to fight the 10th Golden Crow Prince in close combat. He's really courting death. The Golden Crow body is already extremely powerful. The Golden Crow 10th Prince's physique is equivalent to a low-class heaven spiritual body. Coupled with his nomological vessel, it's even more terrifying. Lu Ming has no chance in close combat. Some people couldn't help but mock Lu Ming when they saw that he was going to take the 10th Prince's claw head-on. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck the 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw, emitting a sound of metal clashing. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's expression changed drastically. He then roared furiously and clawed out claw shadows that filled the sky. Lu Ming's palms also struck out continuously. In an instant, the two of them clashed head-on, exchanging dozens of blows in succession. However, what surprised everyone was that after a few dozen moves, the 10th Golden Crow Prince was knocked back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. His palm was trembling slightly and blood was flowing out. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Lu Ming at all. Even his claws were shattered. Everyone else was speechless. How was this possible? In a head-on clash, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand in terms of physical strength and injured the 10th Golden Crow Prince. It's my turn. Lu Ming roared and charged toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The chaotic domain had reached its peak and covered his body. He used the hell-suppressing heaven skill to attack the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Caw, with a caw, the 10th Golden Crow Prince reverted to his true form. His body was golden like a small sun. He flapped his wings and charged toward Lu Ming. However, his body shook violently as soon as he came into contact with Lu Ming, as if he was being torn apart. His great sun divine fire and fire law were completely suppressed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain. Boom, golden feathers fluttered in the sky. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was furious. He clawed at Lu Ming with 3 claws under his abdomen, but he was knocked back by Lu Ming's punches. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was so powerful that he could suppress the 10th Golden Crow Prince. He has broken through. He was already terrifying when he was a rank 9 Martial Royal. Now that he has broken through to the Sage-to-be, his combat strength must be even stronger. Someone said. Tao Tai, come and help me. The 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted. Roar, Tao Tai reverted to his true form and was about to rush forward to help, but Huang Ling stood in front of him. Huang Ling, let him attack together. Today, I will beat him up together. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling's eyes lit up and she moved aside. Tao Tai roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and the divine sword art burst forth. He then raised his hand and used the chaotic sky flipping seal to attack Tao Tai. The chaotic sky flipping seal pressed down and almost pressed Tao Tai down. Boom! 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 Lu Ming attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince fiercely like a god of war. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was forced to retreat and roar in anger. In the end, Lu Ming grabbed one of the Golden Crow 10th Prince's wings, swung it up, and smashed it toward the charging Tao Tai. With a bang, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai collided and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Buzz, a huge chaotic sky flipping seal appeared in the sky and pressed down on the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. The terrifying power forced the others to retreat to the 2 ends of the Bridge of Helplessness for fear of being affected. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared and their bodies shone brightly as they resisted with all their might. But it was useless. Lu Ming had used all his strength in the chaotic sky flipping seal and it was extremely powerful. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai's bodies shook violently and they were pressed to the ground and vomited blood. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming fought 1 against 2 and actually suppressed the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming's combat power was strong and they were well aware of this. Now that Lu Ming had broken through, they had initially speculated that Lu Ming would be able to fight with one of them. It was even possible for him to defeat one of them. However, he had completely crushed them. This was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming had refined a wisp of true chaotic qi in his spiritual body. Although it was still an inferior heaven spiritual body, it was already equivalent to a medium heaven spiritual body. Naturally, he could completely suppress the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. Kill! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he charged toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. Let's go! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared and rushed toward the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. They fled frantically in the direction they came from. Their speed was astonishing. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not chase after them. At that moment, the others looked at Lu Ming with fear and seriousness. Even the geniuses who were at the same level as the 10th Golden Crow Prince felt the same way. Lu Ming, your battle strength has increased. I am no match for you. Huang Ling came over. With a smile. Let's go out. The other geniuses remained silent. They looked at each other and went back the way they came. Although they had guessed that the reincarnation emperor's inheritance might be in Lu Ming's hands, Lu Ming's strength was too strong. So what if it was in Lu Ming's hands? What could they do, unless they all joined forces to fight against Lu Ming? However, judging from Lu Ming's strength, they would have to pay a heavy price even if they all joined forces. Many of them would have to die before they could defeat Lu Ming. Who would be willing to take the risk? Lu Ming and Huang Ling walked in front. They soon passed through the path and arrived at the area of the tombs. However, when they entered the tombs this time, there was no movement from the tombs. No illusionary figures came out to attack them. They easily passed through the tombs and arrived at the long path. In front, when the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai saw Lu Ming coming, they broke into a run and ran wildly in the passageway. Lu Ming sneered. He stepped into the passageway with Huang Ling and strode forward. The others followed suit. Miraculously, when they had first entered, they had spent half a month to pass through the passageway. However, this time around, they had only used a single day to reach the end. They saw the mountain that had been split open by the halberd. Lu Ming could not help but recall the reincarnation halberd that the reincarnation emperor had given him. It seemed to be the halberd formed by the fusion of the 10 keys. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai looked at Lu Ming coldly as soon as they came out of the path. Then, they flew into the sky and flew into the distance. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword radiance slashed toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince in the sky. The sword radiance looked like a rusty iron sword. It cut through the void and was tens of thousands of feet tall. At the same time, there was a terrifying long spear that was also rusty. It was huge and flew toward Tao Tai. "Who's there?" "You're courting death," the 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted. He flapped his wings and flew up. The divine fire of the sun burned fiercely. One of his claws grew rapidly and grabbed toward the iron sword. At the same time, Tao Tai roared and spat out a beam of destructive light toward the long spear. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud booms. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai were stopped. They floated in the air. They could not rush out even with their strength. Their gazes were like lightning as they looked ahead. 2 figures could be seen approaching from the distance. The 2 figures were both wearing rusty iron armor, and their bodies were filled with a dense death aura. The only difference was that one of them was holding a battle sword, while the other was holding a spear. The Undead Clan, and 2 Saint Realm Undead Clan members at that. What's going on? The undead attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Kill. 2 saints from the Undead Clan stepped forward and charged toward the 10th Prince and Tao Tai. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared. They could only use all their strength to fight back. Instantly, 2 balls of light exploded in the sky. "Let's go," some of the young men said as they quickly flew in another direction. Although he did not know why the 2 Undying Race Saints attacked the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai, it was better to leave while they were busy. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. A beam of destructive light flew toward the youths. "Oh no! Retreat!" The youths yelled and attacked. But when the beam of light passed, the youths retreated and blood flowed out of their mouths. "Saints! More saints!" some of the youths yelled. Roar! Roar! Roaring sounds rang out. On their left, a few enormous creatures stepped through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. That was the might of a saint. Those giant creatures were all beasts. They were all saint-level beasts. Then, a loud roar could be heard from the right side. A terrifying coercion spread toward Lu Ming and the rest. A few figures appeared. Each of them was bathed in a dazzling radiance. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but their aura was definitely that of a sage. At the same time, a powerful aura came from above their heads. A few saint-level experts appeared. There are 12 saint-level experts. What do they want? Some youths turned pale. These saint-level experts were obviously the experts of the various races in the 100-race battlefield. They usually dominated their own regions, but they had gathered here today. Kill them all. A voice filled with murderous intent came from the sky. Kill, roar, the saint-level beasts and other strange races all charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Apart from the 2 undead saints, there were 10 saint-level experts. They launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming and the others. Ah! Instantly, one of the heaven's favorites exploded in the air and died there. Whoosh! A terrifying claw light grabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the claw light. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Then, there were a few more screams. A few more youths were killed. Saints not only mastered the laws, but they also condensed saint power. Saint power was completely different from true essence and demonic power. It was a qualitative improvement. Saint power was extremely powerful. It could easily defeat true essence and demonic power. Although these youths were powerful, they could not fight against saint-level experts unless they reached the third level of the half-saint realm. Let's join forces and break out. Someone yelled. Facing 10 saint-level experts, they only had hope if they joined forces. Kill. Lu Ming and Huang Ling rushed to the left. Many other youths gathered together and rushed with Lu Ming. Roar. Roar, a few giant saint-level demonic beasts roared and charged toward Lu Ming. One of the beasts was like a giant lizard. Its body was covered with bone spikes. It was at least a few hundred meters long. It stretched out its giant claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. It was a lesser bright saint realm demonic beast. Lu Ming punched the beast's sharp claws. Bam! Lu Ming punched the beast's sharp claws. The beast's huge body was pushed back. In terms of strength, it was no match for Lu Ming. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai could fight against ordinary saint-level experts. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was no problem for him to suppress an ordinary saint-level beast. When the giant beast retreated, Lu Ming and the rest rushed forward. Stop them! The other beasts roared. A few beings in the sky also charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Let's attack together! Huang Ling shouted. The undying flame on her body burned fiercely. A flaming phoenix rushed out and rushed towards a ferocious beast. Sizzle, lightning filled the sky. Yi Dongfang was beside Huang Ling. Lightning filled the sky and formed a giant lightning sword that slashed toward a beast. There was also a young man in a yellow robe. One of his arms grew rapidly. His face was covered with rocks. He punched toward the sky and blocked a saint-level expert. Although the geniuses in the second stage of the Sage-to-Be were slightly weaker, they were still an amazing force when they joined forces. The power of various laws intertwined and blasted into the sky. Even though the opponent was a Saint Realm expert, he was forced to retreat. Lu Ming held a chaotic cyclic seal in his hand and smashed it toward the giant lizard-like beast. Bam! The lizard-like beast was hit by the chaotic cyclic seal and was forced to retreat. Its skin and flesh were lacerated and blood flowed out. They took the opportunity to charge forward. Stay here. There was a cold voice in front of them. A huge demonic palm grabbed at them. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically at the sight of the vast aura. Great achievement, bright saint! Lu Ming roared. Their opponents had even dispatched a greater success stage bright sacred realm expert. They were clearly trying to kill them. Each stage of the Saint Realm was divided into 4 stages: small achievement, great achievement, peak, and complete. The gap between each stage was huge. It was even bigger than the gap between the stages of the martial royal realm. Why did the Saint Realm experts of the various clans join forces to kill them in the 100-tribe battlefield? At this moment, Lu Ming and the other youths were full of questions. However, it was not the time to be puzzled. The key was to rush out first. Join forces with me! Lu Ming shouted. His hands were like illusions and the chaotic domain boiled. A giant chaotic cyclic seal was formed and blasted toward the giant demonic palm. On the side, Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, the yellow-robed youth, and the other experts all joined forces. Their terrifying attacks merged into a colorful light beam and rushed toward the demonic palm. Boom! The demonic palm was defeated directly. Lu Ming, who was at the forefront, immediately changed his direction and flew at high speed. The rest followed behind him. Behind them, the Saint Realm experts chased. On the other side, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai also broke through the opponent's blockade and fled into the distance. Boom! On the other side, another demonic palm was formed and grabbed toward them. They continued to join forces and defeated the demonic palm. They flew forward quickly, but the Saint Realm cultivators behind them were hot on their heels. There was also a ball of terrifying demonic light flying toward them. The existence within the demonic light was an expert in the great success stage of the bright sage realm. Let's split up. Otherwise, if we're being watched like this, none of us will be able to escape. Lu Ming said. The expressions of the others changed rapidly. Let's split up. We'll only stand a chance if we work together. Yi Dongfang shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in another direction. Go. Following that, the yellow-robed young man also flew out. The other two prodigies who had reached the jar stage flew out as well. Then, the weaker ones scattered in groups of 3 to 5 and fled into the distance. As for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, they flew straight ahead and increased their speed to the maximum. You guys go after those people. Leave those two to me. The existence in that ball of demonic light had its eyes on Lu Ming and was chasing after Lu Ming. The other saints scattered and chased after the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the existence in that ball of demonic light had flown for tens of thousands of miles. The ball of demonic light was moving at an astonishing speed and was closing in on Lu Ming and Huang Ling Bubble. With a thought, Lu Ming summoned Bubble, who was hiding in the pagoda, and opened a space-time passage. Lu Ming and Huang Ling rushed in and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Then, Bubble continued to open the passage. After a few times, it had completely shaken off the ball of demonic light. It seems that Bubble has also advanced. Lu Ming's heart jumped. In the Yuan continent, Bubble could only open a few thousand miles of space-time passage. Now, it could travel tens of thousands of miles. It seemed that Bubble had also advanced in the 3 months that he had gone through 9 lives and 9 reincarnations. It should have reached the first stage of the sage-to-be and its strength had greatly increased. They flew for another 100,000 miles before coming to a stop. Why do these saints want to kill us? Is it because we've entered the reincarnation emperor's tomb? Huang Ling frowned as she could not figure it out. Lu Ming shook his head as he could not figure it out either. If it was because of the reincarnation emperor's tomb, it should be because the undead clan had attacked them. That was the undead clan's territory. How could there be so many clans? Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the being in the ball of demonic light should be a human. In the 100-clan battlefield, only the native humans had reached the Saint Realm. Let's go back to Darkwada City first. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and the two flew toward Darkwada City. A moment later, in front of the mountain of the reincarnation emperor's tomb, figures gathered. There were 2 saints from the undead clan, a few powerful ferocious beasts, and other saints from other clans. The 12 saints from before were all gathered here. Damn it, those people escaped. We only killed a dozen of them. The gigantic lizard, whose skin and flesh were lacerated by Lu Ming, roared furiously. At this moment, a ball of demonic light flew over. The other saints all looked at the demonic light. The demonic light retracted and revealed a figure. It was a human. He was a black-robed elder with a gloomy face. Previously, I deliberately revealed the news of the reincarnation emperor's tomb to these foreign prodigies with the intention of letting them fight among themselves for the reincarnation emperor's tomb. I didn't expect these people to not suffer many losses after entering the reincarnation emperor's tomb. What a mistake. The black-robed elder said in a low voice. What do we do now? Asked a Saint Realm expert. Kill. We must kill. The black-robed elder said in a cold voice. The 100-clan battlefield belongs to us. The wealth and treasures here belong to us. However, the large sects and factions outside have been constantly sending young prodigies here for so many years to plunder the treasures here and hunt down the living beings of our clans. Even the humans who have been training outside have been killed by them. Therefore, we must kill them this time. Kill them until the large sects and factions outside are afraid. Kill them until they no longer dare to send people in. This way, the 100-clan battlefield will truly belong to us in the future. The black-robed elder's words caused the other saints to show anger and killing intent in their eyes. We'll inform the various clans to hunt down the foreign prodigies everywhere. Many of them will probably go to the Alliance Mountain. At that time, we'll ambush them there. Remember, we have to specifically target those with high talent. The higher the talent, the more the large sects will be heartbroken and afraid. They won't dare to send people here in the future. The black-robed elder said. Okay, let's do that. I'll immediately inform the other clans. Ambush them everywhere and hunt down the foreign prodigies. Lu Ming and Huang Ling flew towards Darkwater City. 2 days later, Dark Water City appeared in front of him. When the two of them entered the city, the soldiers guarding the city looked at them coldly but did not do anything. Something is wrong with the soldiers guarding the gate. They seem to want to attack us, Huang Ling said with a frown as they walked on the streets of Dark Water City. It's not just the soldiers guarding the gate. The other people on the streets are also looking at us strangely. Moreover, have you noticed that there are no young people who are too powerful? Lu Ming said with a frown. Huang Ling looked around and found that the people on the street were looking at the two of them with strange gazes. Moreover, there were not many young experts. Occasionally, they would see some who were not very powerful. They were obviously local youths. It was as though the young elites who had come to train had evaporated into thin air. Oh no, I'm afraid the situation has changed. Lu Ming had a bad feeling. Let's go to Phoenix Palace to take a look. Huang Ling was anxious. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards Phoenix Palace. Soon, they arrived at Phoenix Palace. However, there was no one in Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Palace was empty. There was not a single disciple of Phoenix Palace. It was as though the disciples of Phoenix Palace had evaporated into thin air. What's going on? Did something happen in the past 3 months that caused all the young elites to leave Dark Water City? Or have they all left the 100-tribe battlefield? Huang Ling was very puzzled. Along the way, she had learned from Lu Ming that they had stayed in the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb for 3 months. Holy Lady! At that moment, an old woman flew over and bowed to Huang Ling. Huang Ling was stunned. Holy Lady, it's me. The old woman's appearance changed rapidly and turned into a young and beautiful woman. The old woman from before was actually this woman in disguise. Huang Xian, it's you. What happened? Huang Ling asked. Obviously, the young woman was a disciple of Phoenix Palace. Holy Lady, we have been captured. The other senior and junior brothers and sisters have been captured by the local experts. As I know how to disguise myself, I was able to sneak into the crowd and escape. Holy Lady, let's go. The local experts will be here soon. Huang Xian said anxiously. Local experts? Huang Ling was a little stunned. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. There were at least a few dozen streaks of light streaking across the sky and flying towards them. Dozens of armor-clad powerhouses instantly descended above Phoenix Palace, emanating powerful auras. The dozens of people were all in the Half-Saint realm. More than a dozen of them were in the 3rd stage of the Half-Saint realm, the Vessel of Law realm. Take down all the foreign Skyprides. A tall and sturdy man roared. Attack! The experts immediately made their moves, unleashing powerful attacks to inflict serious damage on Lu Ming and Huang Ling. You're courting death. Huang Ling shouted angrily. The undying flame burned fiercely and turned into an undying raging flame phoenix. It pounced out. With a flap of its wings, 5 or 6 half-saints were killed. On the other hand, Lu Ming threw out more than a dozen punches. Every punch sent out a ray of fist radiance. Each ray of fist radiance could explode an expert in the air. To Lu Ming, it made no difference whether the ordinary half-saints were in the Vessel of Law realm or in the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. They were all killed in one move. Evil creature, you are courting death. At this moment, a loud shout could be heard from the depths of Dark Water City. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Oh no, it's a Saint Realm expert. Let's rush out first. Huang Ling's face changed. All right. Lu Ming said. Having said that, Lu Ming used the Tempest Steps. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of a local semi-sage. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the other party's throat. He lifted the burly man and dashed out of Dark Water City with Huang Ling and Huang Xian. In the depths of Dark Water City, an elder rushed out and slashed out a ray of terrifying sword radiance. This was a radiant Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming threw out a punch and destroyed the sword radiance. Huang Ling used her true origin to carry Huang Xian, and the 3 of them rushed out of Dark Water City quickly. In a short while, they rushed out of Dark Water City and rushed into the distance. In Dark Water City, the Saint Realm Elder seemed to be afraid and did not chase after them. After flying for a long time, Lu Ming and the others stopped. Lu Ming sealed the cultivation of the local half-saint and threw him to the ground. Huang Xian, what is going on? Huang Ling asked. I don't know. About a month ago, the local people suddenly attacked. Many Saint Realm experts attacked the geniuses of the foreign forces. Many of them were killed. Many of our Phoenix Palace people died as well. The others were captured and some escaped the city. Huang Xian explained. What are these races in the 100-race battlefield trying to do? Huang Ling's eyes burned with flames. When they came out of the reincarnation emperor's tomb, they were also attacked by the Saint Realm experts of the various races in the 100-race battlefield. Was all of this a coincidence? Just ask this guy and you'll know. Lu Ming said. He stepped on the dantian of the local half-saint and said, Tell me, why did you attack us? Ha ha ha, don't you know your own limits? The 100-race battlefield belongs to the various races of the 100-race battlefield. You outsiders are always coming in to steal the treasures here and kill the people of the various races. You all deserve to die. This time, the various races of the 100-race battlefield have joined forces to kill you all so that the major sects of the outside world will not dare to send people here in the future. The local half-saint laughed maniacally. I see. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the local races had a deep grudge against the prodigies of the outside world. It seemed that they had been planning this for a long time to launch a thunderous attack to kill these foreign prodigies. It was useless no matter how strong the major sects and factions of the outside world were. Experts of the Saint Realm and above could not enter the 100-race battlefield. In this way, they could only give up on the 100-race battlefield as a place to train prodigies. Tell me, where are the people you captured? Huang Ling asked. There's no harm in telling you. Those who were captured have been taken to the Alliance Mountain, including the disciples of your Phoenix Palace. They will be killed at the Alliance Mountain as a sacrifice to the ancestors. Haha. The local half-saint laughed. The Alliance Mountain. Huang Ling frowned. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I'm going to the Alliance Mountain to save the disciples of Phoenix Palace. Goodbye. They had joined forces because of the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Now that the reincarnation emperor's tomb was over, their alliance was naturally over. Huang Ling, this is probably a trap set by the local races. I'm afraid it's very dangerous to go to the Alliance Mountain. Lu Ming said. Those who could enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train were all prodigies, and most of them had superior earth spiritual bodies. If all of them died here, it would be a great loss to Phoenix Palace. As the saintess of Phoenix Palace, she had to be rescued. I'll go with you. Lu Ming smiled. You're coming with me? Huang Ling was stunned. More people means more helpers. Why? Are you touched? Lu Ming said with a smile. Thank you. Huang Ling cupped her fists solemnly. Okay, then let's head to Alliance Mountain. This is also a training experience, but this time, our opponents have changed to saints. Lu Ming smiled and then burst out with his true origin to kill the native half-saint. Then, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Huang Xian headed to Alliance Mountain. Huang Ling had been in the 100-tribe battlefield for a long time, so she naturally knew where Alliance Mountain was. Alliance Mountain was the place where the various races met in the 100-tribe battlefield. Every once in a while, the various races in the 100-tribe battlefield would meet at Alliance Mountain to discuss matters. A day later, the three of them had traveled a long distance. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of them. The sky rumbled, and thunder filled the sky. Roar, then, there was a roar, and sword chi pierced through the sky. There was a terrifying battle taking place there. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them retracted their auras and flew into the sky. The fluctuations in front of them were very shocking. 2 saint auras filled the sky. It's him, Yi Dongfeng. Not long after, Lu Ming saw the people fighting. One of them was Wild Thunder Yi Dongfeng. In addition, there were 2 powerful figures besieging Yi Dongfeng. One of them was a giant lizard-like beast with bone spikes all over its body. It was the beast that Lu Ming had fought outside the reincarnation emperor's tomb. The other was a human expert, who was also a saint. He was a lesser mastery bright saint. In fact, it was very difficult to break through to the saint realm in the 100-tribe battlefield. Therefore, most of the saints in the 100-tribe battlefield were lesser mastery bright saints. You won't be able to escape. Today, you will die. The giant lizard beast roared and its mountain-like claws slashed towards Yi Dongfeng. On the other hand, the human race saint's sword light bloomed in his hand. It was extremely terrifying as it continuously slashed towards Yi Dongfeng. Although Yi Dongfeng was strong, he was not a match for two saints. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his body was bathed in blood, and his aura was weak. He let out a long roar as if he had transformed into a god of thunder. Terrifying lightning power filled the air as the law of thunder burst forth as he fought against the two saints. Sometimes, when the thick thunderbolt swept across a large mountain, the mountain would immediately crumble. However, the Saint Plain cultivators were equally terrifying. Their saint force was unparalleled, and with a single strike, they could obliterate the law of thunder. Save Yi Dongfeng, Lu Ming said. All right. Huang Ling nodded. Yi Dongfeng's character was not bad. Moreover, their strength was still too weak for this trip to Ming Mountain. With Yi Dongfeng, their strength would be even stronger. Leave that giant lizard to me. You and Yi Dongfeng deal with that human warrior, Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and asked Huang Xian to stay here. Huang Xian could not interfere in a battle of this level. Hiss, Lu Ming activated the wind thunder steps. With a flash of wind and thunder, his figure rushed out quickly and charged toward the giant lizard. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he suddenly threw it out. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the air and stabbed toward the giant lizard. Lu Ming's spiritual body was very powerful now. When the spear was thrown out, it was covered in the chaotic domain. The terrifying sound of the spear tearing through the air shocked the giant lizard. Roar, the giant lizard roared loudly. It did not care about attacking Yi Dongfeng. One of its scaly palms slapped toward the black dragon spear. Poof, the black dragon spear directly pierced through the scales on the giant lizard's claw, all the way to the hilt. The giant lizard's palm was bleeding as it roared. At this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. It's you. The giant lizard roared angrily, a trace of fear in its eyes. It was well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. This time, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. A chaotic flipping sky seal formed in his palm and suppressed the giant lizard. The giant lizard roared and fought back with all its might. However, after colliding with the chaotic flipping sky seal, its huge body shook and it kept retreating. Kill! Lu Ming roared. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in each of his hands and he smashed it toward the giant lizard. Boom! Boom! The two consecutive attacks made it difficult for the giant lizard to stay in the air. It was smashed to the ground and heavily smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. On the other side, Lu Ming's participation shocked Yi Dongfeng. The power of thunder filled his body as he dealt with the human saint with all his strength. At this moment, Huang Ling also arrived and joined forces with Yi Dongfeng. The human saint was immediately at a disadvantage. Today, you'll be the one to die. Yi Dongfeng seemed to be about to explode with anger. He unleashed a storm of attacks on the human saint. With the help of Huang Ling, the human saint was struck by a bolt of lightning. Even though his body was protected by saint power, it was pierced and he spat out blood. Damn it! The human saint roared angrily. He wanted to retreat, but neither Huang Ling nor Yi Dongfeng was weaker than him. With the two of them joining forces, he couldn't escape at all. On the other side, Lu Ming had completely suppressed the giant lizard. He rushed onto the giant lizard's back and used the suppressing hell skill. His genuine vitality surged into the flowing yuan gloves as he punched the giant lizard's back. Boom, the punch landed, and scales flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the giant lizard's back. Even its bones were broken. Its huge body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Roar, the giant lizard howled in pain. Its saint power condensed into terrifying attacks, trying to blast Lu Ming off its back. At this moment, light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. A dozen saint weapons appeared. For example, the black feather wings and the shield saint weapon blocked the giant lizard's attack. Lu Ming grabbed a saint weapon battle sword and stabbed it into the giant lizard's wound. Sword chi burst out and pierced deep into the giant lizard's body. Then, Lu Ming's power exploded and he slashed horizontally. Rip, the giant lizard's huge body was almost cut in half. Blood flowed all over the ground. Roar, the giant lizard roared. Its huge body rolled wildly on the ground. Lu Ming soared into the sky. An extraordinarily huge chaotic flipping sky seal formed in the sky. This was the full power of the chaotic flipping sky seal. Boom, the full power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal pressed down on the giant lizard beast and smashed into its body. The ground exploded and gravel flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground. When the chaotic sky seal disappeared, the giant lizard beast lay in the crater like a puddle of mud. It had no aura at all. The giant lizard beast was dead. Lu Ming had killed it. On the other side of the battlefield, the human saint saw this scene and was almost scared to death. He had killed a saint before becoming a saint, even though he was from the 100 Clan battlefield and had seen many foreign geniuses since he was young. It was still extremely rare to see such a battle record. For example, geniuses like Huang Ling, Yi Dongfeng, and the Golden Crow 10th Prince had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. They could only fight against ordinary saints, but it was impossible to kill them. Unless it was an even stronger genius. But now, Lu Ming had done it. Even Yi Dongfeng and Huang Ling were shocked. Even though they came from powerful emperor-level forces and had seen many things, such a battle record was still extremely rare. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. If he reached the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm and comprehended the laws, or even the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, how terrifying would his battle strength be? The saint tried desperately to break out of the encirclement, but Huang Ling and Yi Dongfeng held him back. He was careless and was hit by Huang Ling, almost burning half of his body. Lu Ming waved his hand and the black dragon spear that had pierced the giant lizard beast's palm flew out. Lu Ming put it away and searched around. Finally, he found a storage ring in the giant lizard beast's mouth. Then, he walked toward the human saint step by step. This made the human saint feel a chill in his heart. 12 saint weapons surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and charged toward the human saint like a bolt of black lightning. There was no suspense in this battle. With Lu Ming's participation, the human saint's fate was sealed. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and was killed by Lu Ming and the other two. Huang Ling and Yi Dongfeng didn't want the storage ring of the human saint, saying that it was Lu Ming's credit. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. Brother Lu, Miss Huang Ling, thank you for saving me. Yi Dongfeng bowed to Lu Ming and Huang Ling. His eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, he would have been attacked by 2 saints and would have been in danger. It's nothing, Brother Yi. Where do you want to go next? Lu Ming asked. I originally planned to go to the Alliance Mountain. I heard that many disciples of the Thunder God sect were imprisoned in the Alliance Mountain. I planned to save them, but I didn't expect to be attacked by 2 saints. Of Yi. Yi Dongfeng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, that's great. I couldn't ask for more. The 4 of them left immediately and flew toward the Alliance Mountain. Although Yi Dongfeng suffered some injuries, they weren't particularly serious. With his heavenly spiritual constitution, his vitality was extremely tenacious. He could heal his injuries while flying. Another day passed, and in front of them a majestic mountain peak appeared before their eyes. The mountain was huge and lush, and it was filled with towering trees. That was the Alliance Mountain. The 4 of them didn't get close. Instead, they hid in the clouds and watched from afar. With their eyesight, they could clearly see the situation on the mountain even if they were far away. There was a flat land at the top of the mountain. Many young people were sitting on it. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. They were all prodigies from various sects and factions who had entered the 100 Clan battlefield. Disciples of Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling said softly. She saw more than 20 disciples of Phoenix Palace in the crowd. At the same time, Yi Dongfeng also noticed the disciples of Thunder God Palace. Around these youths, there were powerhouses guarding them. There were humans and terrifying foreign races. There was one in each direction. There were a total of 4 of them. They were all saint stage experts. There were also figures flashing in other parts of the mountain. However, they weren't saint stage experts. They were all below the saint stage. Only 4 saint stage experts? A trace of lightning flashed in Yi Dongfang's eyes. However, he didn't act rashly. The various clans of the 100-clan battlefield have been planning this for a long time. They mainly want to kill a large number of prodigies. But now, there are so many people imprisoned here. It's obvious that they want to lure us here and ambush us. I reckon that there are many powerful existences hiding in the dark. Lu Ming speculated. That's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find out so easily that someone was brought here. The locals probably received the news a long time ago. As long as we asked, they would tell us the news. Huang Ling nodded. Then what should we do? We can't just wait. They might really make a move in a few days. Yi Dongfang said anxiously. I have an idea. However, we don't have enough people. We need some help. Lu Ming said after pondering for a moment. There are many sect disciples who have been captured here. There will definitely be others coming to rescue them. We'll contact them secretly and attack together. Huang Ling said. The 4 of them observed for a while and then retreated into a cloud in the distance to observe from afar. In the other direction of Lu Ming's group, 2 golden-robed figures stood in a cloud. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The other was also from the Golden Crow clan. Prince, what should we do now? There are more than a dozen people from my clan who have been captured. Should we save them? The Golden Crow clan member asked. Save them? How? They have many experts and are obviously waiting for us to take the bait. Do you think it's worth it to put ourselves in danger to save them? The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. The Golden Crow clan member lowered his head and didn't say anything. Let's go. We'll leave the 100-clan battlefield. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. He then retreated and soon disappeared. Following that, more and more people came to watch from afar. However, some people retreated like the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Some people were unwilling to give up and wandered around, watching from afar. Lu Ming's group of 4 flew toward a mountain peak. There were 4 young geniuses on this mountain peak. Who's there? With a cold shout, the 4 of them looked toward Lu Ming's group at the same time. It's you? The 4 of them were stunned. Xiaoding, the 4 of you should want to save them too, right? Lu Ming stepped forward and said. The 4 of them were the ones who had attacked Lu Ming and Huang Ling to take the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. That's right. Xiaoding stared at Lu Ming and said cautiously. Lu Ming's current battle strength was extremely shocking. If he took revenge and attacked them, the 4 of them wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming even if they joined forces. How about we join forces? We want to save them too. Lu Ming said. Join forces? The gazes of Xiaoding and the others flickered, and then they looked towards Huang Ling and Yi Dongfang. Alright, we agree to join forces. End of chapter 1651. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.